Chapter 1. The Pursuit of Knowledge. Within the weathered earthen abode, a rudimentary wooden plank adorned with some dry straw and a patched cloth serves as a bed. A plump, fair-skinned boy of 5 or 6 lies upon it, either scratching his arms or his back, revealing skin marked with red welts from his own incessant scratching. Chen Yan, plagued by the incessant itch of straw, ponders life's absurdities. Regardless of the era, cattle and horses remain cattle and horses. Indeed, Chen Yan has traversed time. In his previous life, he was a distinguished comic artist, diligently toiling away, ultimately exhausting himself to the point of oblivion. Upon opening his eyes once more, he finds himself reborn as the sole heir to the illustrious Zhou family in the unprecedented unified Liang Dynasty, specifically in the prosperous Pingshan County. In stark contrast to his former temporal realm, this one has evaded the incursions of the Qing army. Following the fall of the Ming Dynasty, the Han people established the Great Liang, preserving many of the Ming's institutions. Among these, the fervor for the imperial examination flourished, with the dynasty adhering to the principle that all pursuits are of lesser worth, save for the pursuit of knowledge. Born into a wealthy family of the gentry, young Zhou Rong enjoys a life of ease, with his sole existence assured through the rental income of the estate. Upon realizing his circumstances, Chen Yan makes a grand decision to embrace a life of leisure. In this life, he intends to relish his status as a young master indulging in the pleasures of life, devoid of scholarly pursuits. However, this idyllic existence comes to an abrupt halt when he reaches the age of 6. Chen Yan is informed that he has been mistaken for the true heir of the Zhou family, who resides next door in the Chen family of Chen Yan. Thus, he transitions from young master Zhou Yan back to cattle and horses Chen Yan. In truth, the Chen family possesses greater wealth than many others in Chen Yan, boasting 3 grand brick houses and 16 acres of fertile land, embodying a lineage dedicated to education. An ancestor of the Chen family once held the esteemed title of magistrate, and the family has long prioritized the education of its descendants. Presently, the Chen family supports the eldest grandson, Chen Qingge, leaving Chen Yan, the sole heir of the 3rd branch, with no claim to the family's fortune. Following the passing of Chen Yan's grandfather, whom he never met, the 1st branch has assumed control, seizing 2 of the 3 grand houses, while the remaining one is occupied by Chen Yan's grandmother. As for Chen Yan's 3rd branch, it is relegated to residing in the humble earthen dwelling. A woman's voice emerges from outside. "Sister-in-law, boys are not to be coddled like this. He has been lying in bed for 2 days. We are farmers, not like the Zhou family who can afford to pamper a young master." Peering through the slightly ajar wooden door, Chen Yan sees 2 women approaching his room. The speaker, clad in a somewhat worn red floral dress, sports an elegantly coiffed high bun secured with silver hairpins, appearing as pristine as a lady of high society. This is the matriarch, Mrs. Zhou, who currently holds dominion over the family's assets. Accompanying Mrs. Zhou is Mrs. Liu, the mother of Chen Yan in this incarnation. Upon seeing her, Chen Yan instinctively furrows his brow. Unlike Mrs. Zhou, Mrs. Liu is sun-kissed from her labor in the fields, her frame gaunt and weary, her garments a patchwork of repairs, with her trousers and shoes caked in dried mud. Despite being in her early 20s, she bears the weariness of someone well into their 30s. Perhaps having toiled in the fields all day, Mrs. Liu fans herself with her sun hat as she walks, seeking relief from the heat. After enjoying a life of luxury at the Zhou family, Yan returned home only to injure his leg. While working, he must be allowed to recuperate. In the farmer's household, the 6-year-old boy had already become half a laborer, especially during the busy farming season, so Chen Yan naturally had to accompany the adults to the fields to harvest rice. With tender hands, Chen Yan's skin had been worn raw from using the sickle all morning. In a moment of distraction, he accidentally cut his calf, causing blood to gush forth. To his dismay, he noticed leeches clinging to his legs, with 3 already burrowed into his skin, feasting on his blood. Liu, feeling pity, insisted he stay home to rest, which irked the eldest sister-in-law. Upon hearing Liu's words, Zhou's expression darkened, and her tone became sharper. Will the rice in the fields come running home on its own while he lies around? If we don't seize the moment to harvest, what will our family eat? Chen Yan felt a surge of unspoken anger. Was the entire family relying solely on a 6-year-old child for sustenance? If so, This family was destined for ruin. Lu halted, her face flushed with indignation. If the eldest sister-in-law fears the work won't be finished, perhaps she should come out to help us in the fields tomorrow. Chen Yan's spirits lifted. He immediately sat up, donned his shoes, and limped toward the door. After 2 days in this household, the third room was finally ready to resist. The family's land had been leased out for 6 acres, while the remaining 10 acres were tirelessly tended by the couple from the third room. During this busy season, even he had gone to the fields, yet the eldest room had not sent a single person to help. Who could bear this? Outside, Zhou's voice dripped with sarcasm. I still need to embroider handkerchiefs to exchange for money to support Qing Wei's studies. Who has the time to work in the fields? Once Qing Wei passes the imperial examination and becomes an official, the third room will also benefit from his success. What does a little hardship matter now? With that, Zhou proudly adjusted the silver hairpin atop her head, casting a sideways glance at Lu. The rule of the old Qin family was to ensure the descendants were educated and prepared for the imperial examinations. Currently, her son Qing Wei was the sole focus of the family's collective efforts, the hope of the old Chen lineage. No matter how dissatisfied the third room might be, they had to swallow their grievances. Otherwise, the third room would be deemed unfilial, forgetting their ancestors. Not only did the couple from the third room toil for her son, but Chen Yan, the only child of the third room, would also be obliged to support her son until he became a high official. Lu swallowed her bitterness, her voice hoarse. Even if my husband and I do not sleep, we will finish the work in the fields. Zhou tilted her head, feigning concern for Lu. You two working the 10 acres is far too exhausting. Chen Yan must help out in the fields to get accustomed to the labor. If he continues to lie around, he will surely become a lazy glutton. Lu's throat tightened. Her head bowed to hide the redness in her eyes. Just as she was about to speak, a youthful voice piped up. I also want to study and take the imperial examination. Lu's heart raced with excitement as she turned to see Chen Yan, plump and well cared for at the Zhou's, limping toward her, clutching her garment. Zhou glanced at the bowed Lu and then at Chen Yan, who stood beside her, looking up with determination. Disdain flickered in her eyes. You think we are a wealthy family, able to indulge in education at will? We can barely afford to support one scholar. Education requires a substantial sum for tuition, gifts for the teacher during festivals, as well as expenses for books, paper, and ink. Moreover, social obligations abound, all demanding financial resources. For a prosperous family, to sustain a single scholar is already a formidable task. How could we possibly support 2? Furthermore, if everyone is engrossed in study, who will tend to the fields? Chen Yan let out a soft "oh" and matter-of-factly declared, then let the entire family support my education. Lu was taken aback. Her son certainly had the audacity to dream. Zhou was momentarily stunned, suspecting she had misheard. Tentatively, she inquired, what did you say? Chen Yan straightened his back and declared in a clear voice, the ancestral teaching of the Qin family is to support our descendants in their studies. As a descendant of the Chen family, I naturally deserve the opportunity to learn. Even the most skilled farmer is merely a cultivator in this era where all else is deemed inferior to the pursuit of knowledge. Education and the imperial examination are the only pathways to success. He did not reincarnate merely to serve as a provider for the main household. What kind of foolish dream are you having? Zhou shrieked. My son has been studying for over 10 years and is about to take the imperial examination. You expect us to abandon him for your sake? The chickens pecking idly in the yard were startled, flapping their wings in disarray, and the feathers that fell were swept away by the wind, scattering in every direction. Chapter 1: The Importance of Reading. In a weathered adobe house, a humble wooden plank rests atop a bed of straw, covered with a patched rag, serving as a makeshift bed. A chubby little boy, around 5 or 6 years old, lies upon it, scratching his arms and back, revealing red marks from his own incessant scratching. Chen Yan, plagued by the itchy straw, muses languidly. Cattle and horses remain cattle and horses, regardless of the era. Indeed, Chen Yan has traversed time. In his previous life, he was a distinguished comic artist, diligent to the point of exhaustion, ultimately leading to his own demise through relentless toil. Upon opening his eyes again, he finds himself reborn as the sole son of Zhou Rong, a gentry born in the peaceful county of the Liang Dynasty, an unprecedented era of unification in history. Unlike the historical timelines of his past life, This world did not witness the Qing soldiers invading. Following the fall of the Ming Dynasty, the Han people established the Liang Dynasty, preserving many of the Ming's institutions. Among these, the civil examination system flourished, with the entire dynasty adhering to the principle that all trades are inferior. Only reading is exalted. Zhou Rong, a product of the gentry, enjoys considerable wealth. As his only son, Chen Yan could live a life of ease simply by collecting rent from tenants. Upon realizing his circumstances, Chen Yan made a grand decision on that very day, would embrace a life of leisure. In this lifetime, he would revel in the privileges of being a young master, indulging in feasting, drinking, and merriment, without the burden of learning. However, such blissful days came to an abrupt end when he turned 6. He was informed that he was, in fact, the mistaken young master of the Zhou family, and that the true heir resided in the Chen family in the neighboring Chenjiabian village. Thus, he transformed from young master Zhou Yan back to cattle and horses Chen Yan. In truth, the Chen family was considerably wealthier than most others in Chenjiabian, boasting 3 spacious brick houses and 16 acres of fertile land, a family rooted in both agriculture and scholarship. The Chen lineage had once produced a provincial governor, and for generations, they had upheld the duty of educating their descendants. Currently, they supported the eldest grandson, Chen Qingge, of the main branch, with no ties to Chen Yan, the sole son of the third branch. Since the passing of Chen Yan's unseen grandfather, the main branch had assumed control of the family, claiming 2 of the 3 brick houses, leaving only one for Chen Yan's grandmother. As for Chen Yan's third branch, they were relegated to the adobe dwelling. A woman's voice drifted in from outside. "Sister-in-law, a boy should not be coddled like this. He's been lounging in bed for 2 days. We are farmers, unlike the Zhou family, who can afford to raise a young master." Chen Yan peered through the half-open wooden door, observing 2 women approaching his room. The speaker wore a slightly worn red floral dress, her hair styled into an elegant high bun secured with a silver hairpin, appearing as refined as a lady of high standing. This was Zhou Shi, matriarch of the main branch, who now held the family's fortune in her grasp. Accompanying Zhou Shi was Lu Shi, Chen Yan's biological mother from the third branch. Upon seeing Lu Shi, Chen Yan could not help but furrow his brow. In stark contrast to Zhou Shi, who radiated an air of nobility, Lu Shi appeared sunken and worn from labor in the fields, her skin darkened by the sun. Her clothes were tattered, with patches upon patches, and her pants and shoes were caked with dried mud, her face etched with exhaustion, looking far older than her early 20s, even more so than the 30-something Zhou Shi. Perhaps having labored in the fields all day, Lu Shi walked while fanning herself with her sun hat for relief. After experiencing a life of luxury in the Zhou household, a yin returned home, only to injure his leg while working, necessitating a period of recuperation. In the farmer's household, the 6-year-old boy had already become a half-capable laborer. With the busy farming season upon them, Chen Yan was naturally expected to accompany the others into the fields to harvest rice. His tender hands were soon blistered from wielding the sickle all morning. In a moment of distraction, he accidentally cut his calf, blood oozing forth immediately. Upon inspection, he discovered leeches clinging to his legs, with 3 having already burrowed into his skin, gorging themselves on his blood. Lu, feeling pity for him, suggested he rest at home, but this irked the eldest wife. Upon hearing Lu's words, Zhou's expression soured, and her remarks became increasingly caustic. "While he lies at home, do you expect the rice in the fields to come running back? If we do not seize the opportunity to harvest, what will our family eat?" Chen Yan felt a surge of unnameable anger within him. Was the entire family solely reliant on a 6-year-old child for sustenance? This household was doomed if it continued on this path. Lu halted, her face flushed with anger. If the eldest sister is afraid of not completing her chores, then perhaps she should join us in the fields tomorrow. Chen Yan felt invigorated. He immediately sat up, donned his shoes, and limped toward the door. After 2 days in this household, the third room was finally prepared to resist. The family had rented out 6 acres of land, while the remaining 10 acres were tended to tirelessly by the couple from the third room. During this busy season, even he had to work in the fields, yet not a single person from the eldest room had stepped outside. Who could endure such an injustice? Outside, Zhou's voice dripped with sarcasm. "I still have to embroider handkerchiefs to exchange for money to support Qing Wei's education. Who has the time to work in the fields? Once Qing Wei passes the imperial examination and becomes an official, the third room will also benefit from his success. What does a little hardship matter now? With that, Zhou proudly adjusted the silver hairpin atop her head, casting a sideways glance at Liu. The Chen family's tradition demanded that descendants be educated and strive for success in the imperial examinations. Currently, her son Qing Wei was the sole focus of the family's collective efforts, embodying the hopes of the entire Chen clan. No matter the discontent from the third room, they were expected to swallow their grievances. Otherwise, the third room would be deemed unfilial, forgetting their ancestors. Not only did the couple from the third room toil endlessly for her son, but Chen Yan, their sole heir, would also be obligated to support her son until he achieved a position of authority. Liu swallowed her bitterness, her voice hoarse. I will complete the work in the fields, even if it means not sleeping with my husband. Zhou raised her chin, feigning concern for Liu. You two working the 10 acres is indeed too burdensome. Chen Yan should help out in the fields. If he gets accustomed to working early, he will become diligent. If he continues to lie idle, he will surely grow into a lazy glutton. Liu felt a tightening in her throat, lowering her head to conceal the redness in her eyes. Just as she was about to respond, a youthful voice interrupted. I want to study and take the imperial examination too. Liu's heart leapt, and she turned to see the plump and healthy Chen Yan, limping toward her, clutching at her garment. Zhou glanced at the bowed head of Liu and then at Chen Yan, who stood beside her, looking up at her, her eyes brimming with disdain. You think we are a wealthy family, where one can simply study at leisure. Our household can only afford to support a single scholar. The pursuit of education entails costs. One must pay for tuition, offer gifts to the teacher during festivals, purchase books, paper, and ink, as well as entertain social obligations, all of which demand financial expenditure. It is quite a feat for a prosperous family to sustain even one scholar. How could they possibly support two? Moreover, if everyone is engrossed in their studies, who will tend to the fields? Chen Yan responded with an "oh," as if it were self-evident. Then the entire family should support my education. Liu was taken aback. Her son certainly had audacious aspirations. Zhou was momentarily stunned, questioning her own hearing, and cautiously inquired, "What did you say?" Chen Yan straightened his back and declared with conviction, "The ancestral teachings of the Chen family mandate that we support our descendants' education. As a descendant of the Chen lineage, I am entitled to pursue my studies. In this era, where all professions are deemed inferior and only scholarly achievement is esteemed, the path to success lies solely through education and civil service examinations." He did not reincarnate merely to be a provider for the first household. What a fanciful dream you entertain. Zhou shrieked. My son has been studying for over a decade and is on the verge of becoming a scholar. You expect us to forsake him to fund your education? The chickens pecking idly in the yard were startled into frantic flight, scattering feathers that danced upon the breeze. Chapter 2. Striving for a life of leisure. Chen Yan maintained a calm demeanor and remarked, after more than a decade of study without success in the imperial examinations, I believe the opportunity should be granted to me. Zhou's expression twisted with rage as she pointed a finger at him, then turned to press Liu. Does your sister-in-law share the same sentiment? Liu, her mind in a daze, instinctively considered responding when a small hand grasped her finger. Looking down, she heard Chen Yan declare, I will earn a title of nobility for our mother. We need not rely on our cousin. Liu felt her eyes welling with tears. It was the first time in 2 days that her child had called her mother, and an overwhelming wave of maternal love surged from her heart. This was the child she had carried for 10 months, had he been raised alongside the other village children, toiling in the fields from an early age. She might have resigned herself to his fate. However, he had been nurtured by the Zhou family, plump and fair, resembling a little gentleman. Her son was no less deserving than those of the main family. Why should the eldest son of the family be allowed to study and become a gentleman while hers was destined to toil in the fields? Since marrying into the old Chen family, Liu had to labor like a man. She endured the hardships and exhaustion, accepting her fate. Yet, when it came to her son enduring the same burdens, resentment brewed within her. She tightened her grasp on that chubby hand and, gritting her teeth, addressed the furious Zhou. Sister-in-law, our ancestral teachings do not dictate that only the eldest branch's descendants may receive an education. Zhou's chest heaved violently as she glared at Liu, her eyes ablaze with indignation. She had once thought the third daughter-in-law to be simple-minded, But today she realized that Liu harbored ambitions for the main family's prosperity. With the family's resources and grain under her control, Zhou felt no fear of Liu. This realization calmed her, and her tongue remained sharp. Our family has supported the academy for years. We are on the verge of reaping rewards. How could we not invest in a mere 6-year-old child? The child is foolish. And sister-in-law, you seem equally so. The scorn in Zhou's eyes made Liu uncomfortable, yet she recognized the truth in her words and fell silent. Chen Yan shifted his gaze from Liu to Zhou. In this household, the main branch was undoubtedly the primary beneficiary, while the third branch was merely subject to exploitation. The main family would never allow him to compete for resources with Chen Qinggui. In this frail body of only 6 years, he found it challenging to take action. Chen Yan's gaze returned to Liu. He needed to forge alliances, and the easiest targets were his parents. To lead a comfortable life in this lifetime. The path of the imperial examination was his only option. As the saying goes, the poor scholar envies the rich candidate. Once he, like Zhou Rong, succeeded in the examinations and acquired vast lands, he could comfortably recline in leisure. Clenching his fists, his resolve hardened. For the sake of a life of ease, he was determined to strive. Sister-in-law, perhaps we should focus our energies on the fields. Others have nearly harvested their rice, yet we have barely collected half. Should a heavy rain come, our family will be left to endure the harsh winds of the northwest. Zhou cast a sidelong glance at Chen Yan. I see your precious son is already quite lazy, harboring dreams of studying and taking the examinations, all to avoid working in the fields. If it weren't for the inopportune timing, Chen Yan would have given Zhou a thumbs up. Indeed, she understood him well. What are you all doing standing around? Is everything at home and outside to be relied upon this old woman? A voice, aged and commanding, echoed through the air. Chen Yan turned to see a frail old lady striding toward them, a basket in her grasp. Her legs moved with surprising agility, the wide pant legs swaying as if inviting the wind to dance. This was Chen Yan's grandmother, Liu Shi, renowned for her formidable spirit. Upon her arrival, the reprimands of Zhou Shi were abruptly swallowed, and a forced smile emerged. You must be tired, mother. Picking vegetables from the field is surely more exhausting than your idle chatter. Liu Shi shot a glare at Zhou Shi, whose countenance soured instantly. After a brief exchange of greetings, Zhou Shi retreated to her grand brick house, slamming the door with a heavy thud. Chen Yan instinctively called out, Grandmother. Liu Shi's expression softened slightly, and her rough hand covered Chen Yan's mouth, presenting him with a perfectly boiled, peeled egg. Chen Yan felt a surge of emotion. After 2 days in the Chen household, it was his first taste of meat. Liu Shi glared at him, lowering her voice to a whisper. Hurry and eat. Don't let your aunt see you. Chen Yan turned away from the main house, pulling the egg from his mouth to take a small bite. Reluctant to finish it too quickly, Liu Shi managed a strained smile, addressing Liu Shi as mother, only to receive a sharp poke to her forehead from Liu Shi's aged finger, her voice laced with disappointment. Haven't you grown a mouth? Standing here with the child, allowing her to scold you. Liu Shi, feeling a tinge of grievance, replied, The head of the household is your eldest daughter-in-law. Liu Shi's frustration deepened as she grabbed both Liu Shi and Chen Yan, leading them to the kitchen. The Chen family's kitchen was constructed of earthen walls, housing a large clay stove at the back with 2 pots, a large one for festive occasions and a smaller one for everyday porridge. Liu Shi sat tending the fire while Liu Shi washed the freshly picked white radishes, chopping them finely before tossing them into the pot to cook alongside the sorghum porridge. Chen Yan stretched his legs on the long bench at the dining table, listening as Liu Shi recounted the earlier events to Liu Shi. Upon finishing, Liu Shi slammed the fire tongs onto the ground, producing a loud thud. Your husband could not complete his studies, and your son has even less hope. At this point, Liu Shi paused, her drooping eyelids lifting slightly. Chen Yan, emboldened by his recent arrival, directly inquired about the matter. Liu Shi recounted the details with care. Chen Yan's grandfather was the sole heir of the family, having studied diligently for 20 years thanks to the family's substantial wealth. However, after all the elders had passed, Chen Laoi failed to achieve any official title. With a family to support, the dream of the imperial examination was crushed under the weight of reality, leading him to secure a modest accounting job in the county, despite a steady income and nearly 30 acres of farmland. Chen Laoi was determined to send his 3 sons to school, selling land when finances were tight to sustain their education. By the time Chen Laoi passed away, only 16 acres remained. At that juncture, the eldest son, Chen Difu, was 18, married with children, and naturally inherited his father's accounting position, taking charge of the Chen family. Eager to provide for his own son's education, Chen Difu forced his two younger brothers to return home and tend to the fields. From that moment on, the large house became the most esteemed residence of the Chen family. Chen Difu had to venture to the county town to earn a living. Chen Qingwei was focused on his studies, and Zhou Shi was engaged in embroidery, leaving no one available for labor in the fields. All the toil fell upon the shoulders of the second son, Chen Delu, and the third son, Chen Desho. Unable to endure such injustice, the second son, Chen Delu, departed with a packed bag. Meanwhile, the 10-year-old third son, Chen Desho, remained to toil like a beast of burden, continuing to support the large house to this day. Chen Yan gazed skyward in silence. Even his younger brother had fallen victim to such harshness. Chen Difu was indeed ruthless. He imagined that studying under Chen Difu's authority would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. The only way to rise above was to overturn the table. Chapter 3. The dinner dispute due to the need to wait for Chen Difu's return from the county town. The Chen family's dinner was served later than that of other households in Chenjiuan. Chen Difu and his son, Chen Qingwei, returned as dusk settled, bringing back a piece of meat. Zhou Shi personally took to the kitchen to prepare a stew, which was presented in a bowl at the table, glistening white. Lighting the lamps consumed oil, which the old Chen family could ill afford, so Lu Shi carried the large table into the courtyard to dine by the moonlight. Chen Yan was allocated a bowl of sorghum porridge, finishing half before feeling heavy with water. Looking up, he saw that Chen Difu and Chen Qingwei's bowls were filled with rice grains, and before them lay a large bowl of fatty meat, rich and luscious. The members of the large house occasionally reached into the bowl with their chopsticks, while the members of the third house, Lu Shi and Chen Desho, buried their heads in their own bowls of thin porridge, as if the meat had no relevance to them. Even Lu Shi was busily shoveling pickled vegetables into her mouth. Everything seemed so utterly natural. Chen Yan rose, holding his chopsticks, and reached across half the table, deftly retrieving a sizable piece of the succulent meat. A chorus of astonished gazes met him. "What are you doing?" Zhou Shi's irate voice echoed from the courtyard. Chen Yan raised his chopsticks high. "I am taking meat." Was there anything incomprehensible about his actions? Zhou Shi seized the meat from Chen Yan's chopsticks and placed it into Chen Qingwei's bowl, fixing a steely gaze upon Chen Yan. "Your cousin studies diligently, and your uncle toils daily to manage the accounts. They both require nourishment from meat to sustain their vigor. What have you done to deserve any?" Lu Shi hastily grasped Chen Yan's arm, whispering, "Ah Yan, sit down quickly." Unfazed by Zhou Shi's fierce scrutiny, Chen Yan once again plunged his chopsticks into the bowl, emerging with another generous piece of fat and placing it into Lu Shi's bowl. Only then did he declare loudly, "Grandmother is an elder. She deserves her share of the meat in this household. Otherwise, word may spread that your cousin's scholarly endeavors have gone to waste." The systems of the great Liang Dynasty bore a striking resemblance to those of the Ming Dynasty. Scholars placed immense emphasis on reputation and integrity. As the saying goes, dying of hunger is trivial, but losing one's honor is grave. If a person is unfilial, their character is flawed. And what prospects could they expect in the imperial examinations? The reputation of the large house could not be tarnished. Chen Qingwei's brow twitched at this, and he immediately addressed Zhou Shi. "Mother, grandmother ought to have the meat." Though reluctant, Zhou Shi could not tarnish her son's reputation and was forced to swallow her indignation. Lu Shi stared, bewildered, at the meat in her bowl, then glanced at her small grandson, who barely reached her chest, her heart awash with indescribable feelings. Just as Chen Yan was about to serve meat to his third son, Chen Desho, he noticed Chen Yan's chopsticks plunging into the bowl brimming with meat once more, emerging with a second piece. She gasped, her eyes widening with surprise as the looseness of her eyelids made them appear smaller. She watched as Chen Yan placed the meat into Chen Dishi's bowl. The farmyard fell silent in an instant. Chen Yan, seemingly oblivious to the tension, declared cheerfully, "Father needs to work in the fields. How can he have the strength without meat?" Chen Desho, weathered and thin from laboring under the sun, was accustomed to being the family's workhorse. He could hardly fathom that there was more meat in his bowl, and he looked up in bewilderment at his unfamiliar son. The bowl for the meat, merely the size of an adult's palm, had already been depleted by the main household, yet Chen Yan continued to add several more pieces, revealing the bottom of the bowl. Zhou Shi, completely incensed, snatched the chopsticks from Chen Yan's hand and exclaimed angrily, "Are you a starving ghost reincarnated?" Why do your chopsticks only reach for the meat bowl? You never seem to work, yet you never miss a meal. Chen Yan raised her eyelids to meet Zhou Shi's gaze and retorted, if the main household can enjoy meat, why should I not? Chen Chuan from the main household interjected immediately, the meat was bought with my parents' hard-earned money. It is not for you. The main household included Chen Qingwei, aged 15, and his 9-year-old brother, Chen Chuan. Unlike the academically proud Chen Qingwei, Chen Chuan had been spoiled by the family, always looking down upon the third household. Today, witnessing Chen Yan daring to seize their meat was intolerable for him. The grains in our home are grown by my parents. The grains grown by our third household are shared among us all. Yet, you and the main household never share a morsel of the meat you purchase. Your household lacks any conscience. Perhaps we should simply separate. That way, no one takes advantage of anyone else. Chen Yan directed these words at her uncle, Chen Difu. Chen Difu tossed his chopsticks onto the table, his face darkening as he replied, what nonsense is this? We are family. We discuss separation? The chopsticks clattered against the bowl, silencing everyone present. Chen Yan cast a glance, unfazed by the head of the family's authority, and proclaimed, the 10 acres of land in our home are cultivated by my parents. They toil in the fields all year round. Yet they cannot even grab a piece of meat from the table. How can we still call ourselves a family, even in modern times? And throughout the 6 years in the Zhou household, Chen Yan had managed to enjoy meat. The boiled fatty meat from the old Chen family did not tempt him. However, today he felt compelled to clarify matters, ensuring that the third household would no longer be treated as fools. Chen Difu scrutinized Chen Yan for a moment before turning to Zhou Shi, saying, I brought back a knife of meat. How can you cook just this one bowl? Use all the meat we brought back today and serve it so everyone can eat their fill. When the head of the family expressed his anger, Zhou Shi, despite her reluctance, had no choice but to comply. She returned to her room, retrieved the remaining meat, and, together with some white radish, prepared a large pot to place on the table. Chen Yan served pieces of meat into the bowls of Liu Shi, Chen Desho, and Liu Shi. Initially hesitant, the couple from the third household soon joined in, while Liu Shi relished her meal, urging them, hurry up and eat. Don't let anyone think you two don't know how to enjoy meat. She turned to Chen Yan with a smile, saying, good grandson, we can serve ourselves. You should eat more to nourish your legs. Oh dear, my good grandson has only been back for 2 days and looks so emaciated. Zhou gazed incredulously at Chen Yan's plump visage. Was he still thin? In all of Qinjiawan, one could hardly find anyone more corpulent than him. The resentment simmered within her, an uncomfortable sensation that gnawed at her insides. A glance towards the couple from the third household revealed them greedily stuffing their mouths with meat, causing her heart to tighten as she rushed to seize some for herself. During this dinner, the entire Chen family feasted to their heart's content, while Zhou felt as if her heart were being shredded. The meat had been reserved for her younger son, Chen Chuan, for a special meal the following day. After the meal, Chen Desho and Liu donned their sickles and ventured into the fields under the moonlight. They needed to harvest the rice before the farming season ended, and it was no easy task for the two of them, as the couple from the third household, in addition to toiling all day, continued their labor while others rested at night. Liu diligently washed the dishes and carried a basin of warm water to the third household, placing it by the bedside. After calling Chen Yan to wash his face, she swiftly shut the door, quietly opened the lid of the earthenware jar, and discreetly placed the 2 eggs she had hidden in her sleeve inside, carefully counting them before contentedly closing the lid. Turning around, she found Chen Yan watching her intently while washing his feet. Liu narrowed her eyes, feigning anger, but recalling the fragrant meat from dinner, her expression softened. She plopped down beside Chen Yan and whispered, these eggs are saved for you to use when you marry a wife. You mustn't tell anyone. Chen Yan looked at her with skepticism. Are you really relying on just the 2 eggs you've stolen to get me a wife? Liu was displeased by his doubts. You are only 6 years old, 10 years away from marriage. If I steal 2 eggs a day, that's 2-1. In a year, that's. Liu, lacking formal education, could not comprehend such complex arithmetic, so she vaguely continued, that amounts to several 101, and in 10 years, it will be several taels of silver. Liu had always been the one to feed the chickens of the Chen family, secretly pilfering 2 eggs daily to stash in the earthen jar of the third household, intending to sell them in town once the busy farming season concluded. After 2 days spent indoors, Chen Yan found that Liu had hidden 4 eggs. A year's worth totals 731, while 10 years would yield 7,301, equivalent to 7 taels and 3 coins of silver. Chen Yan blurted out the calculations. Lu's dim, aged eyes sparkled with surprise. You can do the math without an abacus? The teacher from the Zhou family always praises my cleverness, saying you will surely achieve success in your studies. As Chen Yan boasted about himself, he also painted a bright future for Lu. When that time comes, I will buy you meat every day and golden bangles to wear. Lu savored the thought, as if she could still taste the meat. However, she was not easily deceived. Helping you marry a wife in 10 years would be a feat in itself. Relying on stolen eggs to save for your education is simply insufficient. Since the eldest son had taken charge, Lu had found herself devoid of funds. She was shrewd enough to recognize her eldest son's unreliability, thus resorting to stealing 2 eggs daily to save for her youngest son's future. When the time came for the youngest son to marry, the eldest household remained silent. Lu caused quite the uproar, even seeking the clan leader's intervention, before the eldest household finally presented a mere tale of silver. For rural families, the dowry alone was not enough. They also needed to provide the bride with new clothing and shoes, and the banquet incurred further expenses. A single tael of silver was woefully inadequate. At this moment, the savings that Lu had accumulated over the years came into play. When the third daughter-in-law entered the household, she did not remain idle. She began to gather a dowry for the yet-to-be-born grandson of the third family. The eldest son was unwilling to contribute even a penny for his own younger brother's marriage. So how could one expect him to financially support his nephew? Chen Yan remarked, "Grandmother, if this continues, our third family will never prosper." Lu's weathered face quivered slightly, and she retorted fiercely, "Once your brother passes the imperial examination, our family will bask in glory, and surely they will take care of you then. They wouldn't even spare a coin for my father's marriage. Do you truly believe they will treat us well in the future?" Although Chen Yan spoke calmly, he scoffed internally. The eldest family feasted on meat daily without sharing even a morsel with the third family. Now, as the eldest family relied on the third for support, they were behaving in such a manner at the very time they should be fostering good relations. Chen Yan gazed intently at Lu. "Surely, we cannot sacrifice 2 or 3 generations of our family's dignity simply because my father was born 10 years later." Lu's expression grew complex, and she fell silent. Upon stepping outside, she noticed the 2 brightly lit brick houses of the eldest family, then turned to glimpse the dark earthen dwelling of the third family, feeling an unsettling discontent in her heart. Meanwhile, within the eldest household, Zhou was still lamenting about the meat to Chen Difu. Growing weary of her complaints, Chen Difu snapped, "That boy has already mentioned separating. If you provoke him, and the third family truly decides to split, will you toil in the fields to support Qingwei's education?" They were counting on Qingwei to pass the examination next year, hoping to share in the resulting glory. How could they afford to split? Zhou dismissed his concerns. If the third family had wished to separate, they would have done so long ago. What need was there to wait until now? Furthermore, the meat had always been consumed by the eldest family, and the third family had never dared to voice their grievances before. Why should they now be expected to receive such a bounty? That Chen Yan had approached you about studying, only to be turned down, and now at dinner he confronts us with a bowl of meat while demanding a separation. This child has been nurtured by the Zhou family and has grown quite cunning. There will surely be more trouble ahead. Chen Difu narrowed his eyes. At merely 6 years of age, he exhibited such cunning. If he were to study, he might indeed become a scholar. Alas, being a child of the third family, he would never be allowed to usurp the future of his son. Zhou paused. Is he capable of such thoughts? The one who raised him is old Master Zhou. Every scholar is a person of keen intellect. Chen Difu spoke with a hint of longing. He had studied for over a decade, yet had failed to pass even a county examination. He well understood that those who succeeded were exceptional individuals. However, no matter how astute he was still just 6 years old. If they simply raised him poorly, the third family would be unable to cause any significant trouble. Chen Difu's tone carried a deeper significance. Why was Chen Yan so adamant about pursuing education? Ultimately, it stemmed from an inability to endure hardship. In the Zhou household, he was a young master, but upon returning to the Chen family, he was forced to labor and reduced to eating gruel, which he could not tolerate. Children are inherently playful, once accustomed to a life of comfort. Who would willingly embrace hardship? On this particular day, the old Chen family dined on brown rice. Although it was still coarse and unpalatable, hunger invigorated Chen Deshou and Lu, making them work with renewed vigor. Zhou no longer urged Chen Yan to work and spoke to him with a gentle demeanor, saying, Your brother Qingwei is studying for our entire family. He aims to elevate the Chen family status. Next year, he will take the imperial examination. And once he becomes a scholar, he will be able to send you to school as well, making life much easier for us. The underlying message was clear. You should wait a few years before considering your own education. Chen Yan leaned back in his chair, his hands clasped behind his head, quietly observing Zhou as she painted a rosy picture of the future. Delaying for a few years meant he would miss the crucial age for educational enlightenment and would ultimately end up toiling like his parents for the benefit of the wealthy. Zhou certainly lacked the cunning to foresee such consequences. It was left to his opportunistic uncle, Chen Difu, to exploit the situation. The prospects they painted were far from enticing. In Daliang, even if one were to become a scholar, it would not change their fortunes. Scholars were merely exempt from corvée labor and did not kneel before officials. They still bore the burden of taxes and could only aspire to take the higher examinations. Moreover, the expenses associated with becoming a candidate for those exams were significantly greater. It was also worth noting that becoming a scholar was no easy feat. Should Chen Qingwei spend his entire life attempting to pass? Would they be expected to support him indefinitely? The elder's words bore wisdom. Chen Yan finally spoke, prompting a sigh of relief from Zhou, who inwardly cursed this boy for his incessant concerns. Just as she was about to feign praise for him, he continued, "My parents work tirelessly to support Qingwei. Yet they cannot even enjoy a decent meal, merely watching as he and uncle indulge. Even if they possess the strength, they are worn down." Zhou suppressed her dissatisfaction and replied, "We are already eating sorghum. How could we lack energy?" Chen Yan shook his head, with nothing in their bellies. "My parents still lack the strength to work. Our family is poor. We need not sell meat anymore. Let us just kill a chicken and make soup to nourish my parents. If they wish to entice him with sweet promises, they must present something of substance. If he could be swayed by a mere bowl of sorghum, he would be truly naive." "You still want chicken?" Zhou exclaimed, each word seemingly forced through clenched teeth. Chen Yan, with his piercing eyes, replied, "Aunt, I can smell the meat you have been secretly stewing for you," and Chen Chuan from the courtyard. Just as Zhou was about to express her anger, she recalled Chen Difu's instructions and restrained herself, saying, "Fine, I will kill a chicken to nourish your parents." One chicken could ensure that the three branches would continue to support her family's Qingwei, which was not a bad trait. However, she soon realized her relief was premature as Chen Yan added, "I need to practice my writing. My cousin can spare me some ink and paper." Zhou's sharp voice suddenly echoed through the courtyard. "What are you writing for?" Chapter 5. Climbing the ladder, the sound reverberated painfully in Chen Yan's ears. Zhou was truly unpredictable. Why could she not express her thoughts calmly? Chen Yan rubbed his ears and answered, "To support Qingwei, I cannot attend school for a few years. If I do not practice writing, those years will be wasted. I wish to elevate our family's status as well." Zhou's chest heaved violently, and the frustration lodged in her throat was almost unbearable, but she swallowed it down. It was merely paper and ink. She could give them. Once the harvest came in, she could send the third child to sell it in the county town for money to buy better supplies for Qingwei. Reflecting on the industrious nature of the two families, Zhou's heart felt somewhat eased. She returned indoors to fetch 3 sheets of paper, a brush, and half a block of ink. Chen Yan glanced over, reaching for the items with a look of disdain, remarking, 3 sheets of paper cannot accommodate many words. Surely, you wouldn't be so stingy as to withhold paper, would you? Are we not family? Zhou took a deep breath and replied, "Paper is precious. Your brother Qingwei is usually reluctant to purchase more, leaving us with just these few sheets." Chen Yan, displaying understanding, accepted them, saying, "I shall make do with this. Please ask my cousin to buy more tomorrow, as I shall need it the day after." Zhou shot him a fierce glare before turning away. Chen Yan paid her no mind and made his way to find Lu, who was busy in the kitchen. Lu's eyes widened. "Are you dreaming of killing a chicken in broad daylight? What a lazy, gluttonous little scoundrel you are. Your grandmother instructed me, and my parents have been utterly exhausted. If we do not nourish them properly, they may collapse from fatigue." Chen Yan spoke as if it were self-evident, not disclosing Zhou's concerns to Lu. Having recently joined this household, he did not share a deep bond with Lu or Chen Desho, rendering it futile to expect them to heed his wishes. In this era, separation of families was deemed shameful. Only upon the passing of parents and elders would brothers consider living apart. With Lu still alive, she would undoubtedly oppose the division of her 2 sons. Previously, when he mentioned the first house indulging in meat, his so-called father, Chen Desho, saw no issue and remarked, "We are all family. There is no need for such calculations. Chen Yan recognized that his father had grown accustomed to servitude and lacked the spirit to resist. Any desire for separation would necessitate a gradual approach. Since the first household had voluntarily presented an opportunity, he would be remiss not to take advantage of the meat they pilfered daily. His parents, striving to seize the farming season, managed only 2 hours of sleep each night, equivalent to 4 modern hours, an unsustainable burden even for the strongest of bodies. If he did not assist them in recuperating, he feared they might meet the same fate as in his previous life. Lu harbored little affection for her grandson, yet she could not help but care for her own son. Indeed, her silence spoke volumes as she pondered her third son. Considering her eldest son's burgeoning belly juxtaposed with her third son's sunken cheeks, she seized a kitchen knife and headed to the yard, soon accompanied by the anguished cries of a chicken. Chen Yan did not follow. Instead, he rummaged through the stove for several half-burned sticks, returning to his room. The third household resided in a mud-brick dwelling, containing only a bed and 2 large earthen jars that reached chest height. Opposite the jars stood a wooden table cluttered with leeches combs and various odds and ends. Chen Yan cleared the table, meticulously wiping it down before laying the paper flat and bringing over a stool to sit. Given the current circumstances of the Chen family, obtaining the qualifications for education was not feasible at the moment. If separation was to occur, it would require the first household to create sufficient turmoil to provoke his parents and grandmother into a state of urgency before he could suggest the division. However, this did not imply that he would simply wait idly. While the qualifications for education were temporarily out of reach, he could begin earning money. In the Liang Dynasty, it required a significant sum to support a scholar. The cost of merely the essentials, such as rice, varies from 1 to 6 taels. And when one adds the expenses for pens, ink, paper, and books, the annual expenditure amounts to no less than 3 or 4 taels of silver. This does not even account for the costs associated with taking examinations. Merely to participate in the county examination, one requires a scholar to vouch for them, necessitating a deposit of 2 taels of silver. In addition, there are expenses for lodging and meals. Each time the examination period arrives, the prices at inns tend to rise dramatically. It is quite frugal indeed to spend just 3 or 4 taels for a county exam. Should one venture further to the prefectural city for the higher examination, the costs escalate even more. For a farming family, after deducting basic expenses, it takes a year of diligent labor, coupled with favorable weather conditions, to save merely 2 or 3 taels of silver, highlighting the substantial financial burden of education. One must strive to earn as much as possible before separation, ensuring peace of mind for future studies. Previously, in reading time travel novels, the protagonist would instantly find profit in glass and soap making, but such ventures are beyond his reach. In the old Chen family, where no separation has occurred, any profits from business endeavors must be surrendered to the elder branch. Otherwise, he would be labeled selfish and ungrateful, jeopardizing his path to the examinations. Moreover, without the means to protect himself, engaging in such money-making enterprises would be futile. He understands the adage that a man may be innocent, yet possessing wealth can bring trouble. The most suitable avenue for him to earn is through storytelling. During the Ming Dynasty, various tales had already gained immense popularity. While residing with the Zhou family, he had perused some of these stories, finding the prose remarkably refined, often commencing with a beautifully crafted poem and interspersing verses throughout for added delight. Even under duress, he could not conjure such creativity. However, he possesses talent in drawing. Some well-crafted tales include illustrations, albeit often rendered in a rather crude manner, presenting him with an opportunity. Chen Yan believes that if he were to illustrate Journey to the West, it would undoubtedly become a sensation. However, Journey to the West has been banned since the previous dynasty, remaining prohibited during the Great Liang as well. Similarly, the Golden Lotus and Water Margin are also forbidden. Upon realizing that the books he could vividly recall are predominantly banned in the feudal dynasty, Chen Yan fell into profound silence, sensing the danger of his thoughts. Fortunately, he does not engage in writing tales. After some contemplation, he set his sights on Romance of the Three Kingdoms. This work sells well, with many bookshops repeatedly printing it. If he were to illustrate it, the likelihood of sales would increase significantly. Currently, Chen Yan is financially destitute, with the first priority being to convert his artworks into currency by appealing to the market. His inaugural painting would depict the well-known Oath of the Peach Garden. Once he picks up the brush, he loses track of time, only realizing it has grown dark when the dim light renders the paper indistinguishable. After tidying up his materials and placing them in a jar, he opens the door, and a waft of fragrant chicken soup greets him. Chen Yan inhales deeply, but upon turning, he finds Mrs. Zhou glaring at him fiercely in the courtyard. Now, he too must pave the way for his future examinations. Upholding the principle of respecting elders, Chen Yan graciously greets Mrs. Zhou. "Aunt, can you smell that? The chicken soup is delightful." Mrs. Zhou's expression darkens further, and as she turns to re-enter the house, she slams the door with a resounding bang. Chen Yan secretly sympathized with the wooden door of the main house before turning towards the kitchen, eagerly anticipating the meal. He had abstained from the fatty meat yesterday and was resolute in his determination not to miss the chicken soup today. Chapter 6. The good days come to an end. Dinner was once again served in the courtyard. When a large basin of chicken soup, simmered with radishes, was placed on the table, the entire fenced yard was enveloped in an enticing aroma. The main house and the third house sat facing each other as usual, yet, unlike before, the chicken soup was not placed directly before the main house, but was instead positioned in the center. The two chicken legs were naturally reserved for the children of the main house, but they did not monopolize the soup as they had in the past. Chen Yan remained seated, addressing Lu Shi. "Mother, I wish to have some chicken soup." Lu Shi instinctively glanced at Zhou Shi, who, despite her grim expression, did not object. Gritting her teeth, she stood up and ladled half a bowl of soup for Chen Yan. Upon glancing into the bowl, Chen Yan remarked, "There is no meat." His words elicited displeasure not only from Zhou Shi, but also from Chen Chuan. Feeling anxious, Lu Shi urged him, "Chicken soup is more nourishing than meat. Traditionally, this would have been for the main house. Having half a bowl of soup is sufficient." Chen Yan then turned to Chen Difu. "Uncle, may I eat the chicken?" Chen Difu's demeanor softened. "As a member of the Chen family, you are entitled to it." Chen Yan inquired further, "Can Grandma and my parents also have chicken meat and soup?" Chen Difu's expression became somewhat awkward, yet he maintained his composure. "In a family, there is no need to ponder who can eat what. If you desire it, then partake." Chen Desho and Lu Shi exchanged incredulous glances, each surprised by the other's reaction. Chen Desho looked towards the horizon, where the sun had already set, making it impossible to discern whether it had risen from the west today. "Mother, I wish to eat chicken," Chen Yan reiterated. Lu Shi, jolted back to reality, hastily served him several pieces of chicken while the main house had not changed its stance. Observing the bowl filled to the brim, Chen Yan added, "Please serve a bowl for father as well. Mother should eat too. My aunt mentioned that you have been working too hard lately and need to replenish your strength." "Aunt." Lu Shi gazed at Zhou Shi in disbelief. Zhou Shi slammed her chopsticks onto the table, her tone sharp. "Go ahead and eat. Indulge yourselves. You two are truly foolish. You work tirelessly and do not even think to serve yourselves when the chicken soup is right in front of you, leaving me to do the work." Lu Shi, grumbling, stood up, serving a large bowl to each of her son and daughter-in-law before filling one for herself and sitting down, exclaiming, "Eat." The aroma wafting from the bowls was irresistibly enticing. Chen Desho and Lu Shi, exhausted and famished from a long day's labor, could hardly resist the allure of the chicken soup. As the fresh, sweet chicken soup entered their mouths, it felt as if a warm current was dispelling the weariness of the day. At that moment, they paid little heed to anything else, diving in with hearty gulps of soup and mouthfuls of meat. Lu Shi, cradling a chipped earthen bowl, savored the golden broth, her eyes narrowing with happiness. Since the new year, this was her first taste of chicken soup. How delightful it was! Turning to witness her son and daughter-in-law devouring their food, Lu Shi felt even more elated. They truly needed a good replenishment. Chen Yan, however, ate with a leisurely grace that reflected his upbringing in a prominent household. This grandson was indeed astute. Regrettably, Lu Shi felt a deep sense of remorse as she picked up a spoon and served 2 pieces of meat to Chen Yan. She had inadvertently stirred a hornet's nest. Chen Chuan leapt up, exclaiming, "You've eaten all my meat." The couple from the third household paused, lifting their heads to gaze at him. Chen Yan lazily retorted, "The chicken is raised by my mother and grandmother. It belongs to the family. How can it be yours? Aren't we still one family?" Chen Difu shot a glance at Zhou Shi, who promptly slapped Chen Chuan on the back of his head, scolding, "What are you shouting about? There's still the chicken head and feet left." Chen Chuan, accustomed to feasting on chicken thighs and meat, was unwilling to consume the scraps and immediately began to wail. Zhou Shi, incensed, pulled the crying Chen Chuan into the house, shut the door, and said, "While others are starving, You've devoured a whole pot of chicken soup. What good is your crying? Her words struck a chord. Chen Desho and Lu Shi exchanged awkward glances. While even Lu Shi fumed. Who are you calling a starving ghost reincarnated? What is wrong with me eating a few pieces of meat? Chen Qinggui, typically disdainful of such squabbles, left without finishing his meal. Chen Difu cast a lingering glance at Chen Yan before also departing, leaving Lu Shi and the third household behind. Inside, Chen Chuan continued to cry and shout, interspersed with Zhou Shi's veiled rebukes, leaving Chen Desho and Lu Shi in a state of discomfort. Chen Yan spat the chicken bones onto the table, stood up, and divided the remaining chicken heads and necks among Chen Desho and Lu Shi, declaring, "Only when you are full can you have the strength to work." Lu Shi urged them on, reminding them of the unharvested rice in the fields. The couple, no longer delaying, finished the remaining chicken soup. Even the unfinished sorghum porridge from the main household found its way into Chen Dishu's bowl, highlighting their usual state of hunger. In the past, even during busy farming seasons, the old Chen family would only prepare sorghum porridge. The main household would first scoop a few bowls of solid porridge, leaving behind the watery remnants with just a few grains of rice for the third household. Working in the fields requires physical strength. Filling one's belly with water only leads to protest from the stomach after a short while. During such times, Chen Desho and Lu Shi could only drink more water to deceive their hunger. However, these past few days were different. After enjoying succulent meat last night and having 3 meals of sorghum today, along with chicken and soup in the evening, the couple felt an abundance of energy, swiftly setting aside their bowls and heading to the fields with vigor. Under the moonlight, they bent over the fields, accompanied by the sounds of chirping insects and singing birds. Feeling no solitude, amidst the clamor of the main household, Chen Yan drifted into slumber. As he fell asleep, one thought lingered. He hoped the barrage of sweet-talking from the main household would last a little longer, for his parents truly needed the chicken soup to restore their health. However, judging by Zhou Shi's attitude today, it seemed unlikely to last for many days. When breakfast reverted to porridge the next day, Chen Yan internally lamented the brief duration of their fortune. Today, he spoke little, finishing his porridge and retreating into his room. After a brief visit to the toilet, hunger gnawed at him. Chen Yan tightened his belt and resumed his drawing. In his previous life, completing such a piece would have taken him a full day. After being reborn, Chen Yan had not picked up a brush for 6 years, resulting in a loss of skill. Coupled with the unwieldy charcoal pencil, his progress was further impeded. By the time he completed 3 illustrations, 6 days had elapsed. That night, Chen Yan faintly heard the sound of sobbing. He opened his eyes to find Chen Desho sitting with his bare torso in a basin of water. The moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating the gruesome wounds on both of Chen Dishu's shoulders. Lu Shi, while massaging her husband's cramping legs, quietly wept and expressed her grievances. After listening for a while, Chen Yan understood. The couple had tirelessly worked in the fields day and night, finally harvesting all the rice, and now they needed to plow the fields and replant. The old Chen family had no oxen and could only rely on Chen Desho to pull the plow. After a whole day of labor, his shoulders were raw, and his legs were in such pain that he could hardly move. Lu Shi, feeling pity for her husband, lamented how the eldest branch of the family did not treat them like human beings, barely providing enough food to sustain them. After a long silence, Chen Desho finally said, "Tomorrow, I will speak to my elder brother. During the busy farming season, we must have enough to eat." Chen Yan, who had pretended to be asleep, immediately sat up upon hearing his words. "I saw Aunt and Chuan go hiding in the house eating pastries. I could smell them from the door." Lu Shi's hands paused, and she tossed Chen Dishu's leg aside in anger, exclaiming, "You deal with your own pain." Chapter 7. Night talks. As Chen Dishu's foot cramped again, he heavily dropped it onto the bed, gasping in pain. In the past, Lu Shi would have felt sympathy, but today, she merely thought he deserved it. "I toil in the fields, yet my son cannot even have a piece of pastry. What is the point of it all?" Seeing Lu Shi's anger, Chen Desho, despite the pain, tried to soothe her. "Perhaps there is only one piece of pastry." Chen Yan did not wait for him to finish and added, "Yesterday, Aunt cooked a pot of meat. She and Chuan Ge finished it all." Chen Desho swallowed the words he was about to speak. "Father, I also enjoy eating meat. I can eat pastries, eggs, and sorghum rice." With each of Chen Yan's declarations, Lu Shi's expression grew increasingly grim. Once Chen Yan finished, Lu Shi let out a cold huff. "I can eat those too." "Your child's father, can you?" Chen Desho felt awkward. How was he to respond? He had grown accustomed to hardship over the years, But after recently enjoying meat, chicken soup, and sorghum rice, he felt invigorated during work. However, now he was back to consuming only watery sorghum porridge, leaving him utterly drained and laboring with great difficulty. After plowing for the day, he could hardly lift his hands. The thought of the remaining 3 to 4 acres yet to be plowed filled Chen Desho with trepidation. Just as he was about to speak, the moonlight revealed his wife's gaunt figure, tightening his throat. Before marriage, Lu Shi had been quite plump, capable, and even outshone many men, drawing suitors who nearly broke down the door. He had worked hard to marry her, but over the years of toiling together, she had not been able to eat well, becoming increasingly emaciated. "My child's mother, you have suffered alongside me." At this simple acknowledgement, Lu Shi's eyes grew warm, and upon seeing her husband's ruined shoulders, she wished to offer words of comfort. Chen Yan, having kindled a spark of hope, would not allow it to be extinguished easily by the two of them. He added resolutely, "Once I succeed in the imperial examinations, I will certainly ensure my parents lead a prosperous life, enjoying whatever they desire." Lu's expression softened momentarily. "In the past, my teacher praised my intellect, and I shall not fall short of my father." After stating this, Chen Yan quickly clarified, "I mean my father from before." While residing with the Zhou family, Chen Yan adopted a laid-back attitude. However, upon arriving at the Chen household, he found himself compelled to contend for basic survival resources, which naturally provoked him to challenge both Chen Desho and Lu. Observing Lu's increasingly grim countenance, Chen Desho felt a chill run down his spine and quickly signaled to Chen Yan to cease his remarks. Unfazed by his father's silent plea, Chen Yan pressed on. "Auntie always berates me for being lazy, yet Chuan Go, who is 3 years my senior, does not toil in the fields. Why is that?" Lu scoffed coldly. "Even 9-year-old children in the village are capable of contributing, yet your son idles around, while we of the third household are treated like livestock. I truly regret bringing a Yen back. He would have fared better at the Zhou household, where at least he would have had a meal." Her words left Chen Desho utterly speechless, devoid of even a semblance of defense. Until now, such topics had remained unspoken, but today, Lu unleashed her grievances as if a dam had broken. "He is our only son and the head of our household. Can you bear to see him toil in the fields like you did?" Chen Yan was taken aback, gazing into Lu's eyes where tears glimmered. An indescribable emotion surged within him. In less than 10 days, it was insufficient time to foster any familial bond with Lu and Chen Desho. They seemed more like allies he needed to cultivate. Since he had previously expressed his desire to pursue education to Lu, it had merely been a tactic to incite discord. To achieve a division of the family, he needed to deepen the rift between the two households until reconciliation became impossible. At this moment, he realized that Lu was already aligned with him without requiring much effort on his part. Chen Yan concealed his complex emotions, sensing a gaze upon him, followed by a rough yet powerful hand resting atop his head. He could distinctly feel the strength in that hand, calloused from years of labor, yet it radiated warmth. The owner of the hand murmured, "Had my father not passed away, I would not be living this way. My son's father is still alive, and he shall not plow the fields." Chen Yan felt a tightening in his throat as he turned to look at Chen Desho. The moonlight cast a shadow over Chen Desho's face, as if enveloped by a sense of resentment. Having long served his elder brother, Chen Desho harbored his own grievances. Since childhood, he had been taught by the elder Chen that the imperial examinations were the only path to success, and he had embraced this pursuit as his life's ambition. By the tender age of 10, he had already immersed himself in the 4 books, preparing for the county examination. Yet, at this critical juncture, the elder Chen passed away, leaving the household in the hands of his elder brother, Chen Defu. Chen Desho had knelt before his brother, pleading for a day and a night, but to no avail. From that moment on, Chen Desho transformed from a scholar into a mere peasant, enduring hunger and hardship from dawn till dusk. Had it not been for the protection of his mother, Lu, his life would have been far more arduous. Shortly after Lu entered the household, she became pregnant, prompting him to insist that she rest at home, much to the displeasure of his elder brother and sister-in-law. Unwilling to endure their disdain, Lu followed him to the fields daily to work. Despite his careful efforts to shield her, she still fell and bled. Had it not been for a skilled midwife who had just assisted Lady Zhou in childbirth, he would have lost both his wife and child. That childbirth left his wife severely injured, rendering her unable to bear children in the future. He cherished that child as a precious treasure for 6 years, only to discover at the age of 6 that the boy was not his biological son. When Chen Yan was returned, he beheld his plump, fair-skinned son, reminiscent of his own childhood self. Tears welled in his eyes, yet he refrained from displaying his emotions before the child and hurriedly took his sickle to the fields. Now, to see his son tread the same path he once did was a prospect he could not bear. Do you also wish to send a Yan to school? Lu's voice was tinged with urgency. Chen Yan gazed intently at his father. The room fell into a profound silence. After a lengthy pause, Chen Desho spoke softly. Only through education can one escape the hardships of wind and sun. Chen Yan's heart quivered at the realization that he need not strive excessively, for his parents already harbored aspirations of elevating him. Uncertain of his own feelings, he hoarsely murmured, "Uncle and aunt are unwilling to let me study." Chen Dishu's eyes reflected inner turmoil. Yet Lu interjected, "I will support my own son. As for his father, let us manage our own lives." Their mother had yet to divide the household. Chen Desho appeared somewhat dispirited. Contemplating the kind-heartedness of his mother-in-law, Lu too seemed deflated. Ultimately, both Chen Difu and Chen Desho were sons of Lu, and she naturally wished for her sons to live harmoniously. Chen Yan lowered his head, concealing the brilliance in his eyes. It seemed that to achieve independence, one must first secure the approval of the matriarch. The thought of her brought to mind the eggs hidden in the jar, and with the mere notion of eggs, Chen Yan felt a pang of hunger. Suddenly, a growl resonated from his stomach, prompting him to clutch it as he met his mother's sympathetic gaze, only to hear Lu's stomach echoing a similar complaint. As the three of them exchanged hungry glances, Chen Desho cheerfully suggested, "Let us go to bed. Once asleep, we shan't feel hunger." Lu shot him a reproachful look. "It's fine for us adults to feel a bit of hunger, but the child is growing. We cannot let him go hungry. Let us boil some eggs," she decided. Chen Yan climbed over the two of them to reach the jar, eager to lift the lid. Lu followed him down to assist. Initially intending to boil a single egg for Chen Yan, she was taken aback when he seized 6 eggs, insisting that his parents partake as well. Lu and Chen Desho were reluctant, but Chen Yan's declaration, "If you falter, I will be left unprotected like father," stirred a surge of emotion in both adults. "We must eat. Today, we shall have eggs to nourish ourselves. With a flock of chickens at home, what harm could there be in consuming a few eggs?" Lu, harboring a sense of frustration, went to the kitchen and boiled all 6 eggs, ensuring each of them had 2. Chen Desho offered 2 eggs to his wife and child, only to receive a disapproving glance from Lu. "If you exhaust yourself, our son may follow your path." This remark sent a shiver through him, leading him to hesitantly consume both eggs. That evening, the family of 3 collectively engaged in thievery. Chapter 8. Entering the county, the first to discover their pilfering of eggs was Lu. Each day, upon stealing eggs, she would meticulously count them, and today, upon lifting the lid, she immediately noticed a significant decrease in their number. A wave of suspicion washed over her as she recounted the eggs repeatedly. Indeed, they were fewer. Lu was drenched in sweat, initially suspecting that the first house had discovered the loss, but then realized that if it were the first house, not a single egg would remain, and chaos would surely ensue. It could not possibly be the couple from the third house. Thus, only Chen Yan remained as a suspect. Lu narrowed her eyes at Chen Yan, who nodded nonchalantly, admitting, "We ate them last night." Lu, with her thin, scissor-like legs, stormed over to him, seizing his ear and gritting her teeth. "Those were saved for your future wife. How dare you steal?" Chen Yan winced in pain, instinctively leaning towards her hand to alleviate the pressure on his ear. How could this elderly woman possess such strength at her age? Clearly, Lu had no intention of letting him off lightly, her grip tightening as she growled, "Will you steal again?" Hastily, Chen Yan pleaded for mercy. "Last night, I only had a bowl of rice soup with barely any rice. I was so hungry, and my parents couldn't sleep from hunger either, so we shared." Thinking of her third son, Lu relaxed her grip and sighed deeply. Though other impoverished families also toiled, at least they took turns. Her third son was unfortunate, laboring alone. Nearby, Chen Yan covered his ears and cast a furtive glance at Lu, noting the worry etched on her brow. He knew how to approach her. Leaning closer, he whispered, "Grandma, my father's shoulders are raw, and he couldn't sleep last night due to leg cramps. If this continues, he may not endure." Lu's aged face trembled, her voice laden with resentment. During busy farming seasons, who can endure just plain porridge after every meal? Therefore, Grandma, we must find a way to earn money to help my parents regain their strength. Chen Yan produced 3 paintings he had prepared in advance. "If we sell my paintings, we will have money." From the moment he began to draw, he had envisioned needing someone to escort him to the county town. For his youth rendered it impractical to venture there alone. His parents were preoccupied with farm work and could not attend to him. The first house would certainly not consider it, leaving only Lu. From the incident with the eggs, he had discerned Lu's favoritism towards the third house. With appropriate guidance, she could become a significant ally. Lu scoffed. What good paintings could you possibly create? Grandma, you underestimate me. I was raised by a scholar who taught me how to paint. No one in the 10 miles around can paint better than I. If you don't believe me, just take a look. The efficacy of name-dropping was apparent. Upon hearing the scholar's name, Lu's skepticism waned. That was indeed a notable figure, a manifestation of the literary star. As she leaned in to examine the paintings, a smile of delight broke across her face. The painting is truly beautiful, depicting people, trees, and even houses. A child nurtured by a nobleman surely possesses great talent. After Chen Yan painted a large pancake, Lu took care of her belongings and set off to the county town with Chen Yan. Shenzhouwan is not far from the county town. A leisurely walk takes merely half an hour. Occasionally, an ox cart passes by the village entrance, and for the price of a single copper coin per person, one can ride to the county town. Typically, the elder Chen Difu and Chen Qingwei would commute by ox cart, spending 4 copper coins a day. However, the ability to ride in an ox cart does not extend to Lu and Chen Yan. In Lu's mind, the money would be better spent on purchasing some meat to stew for the family's nourishment. Thus, Chen Yan could only follow Lu out of the village, turning onto a small path that led to the main road, and after walking westward for another quarter of an hour, the majestic city walls of Feng County came into view. By the time the two reached the city gate, it was already past noon. Given the busy farming season, there were few people entering the city, and the guards were rather lazy. Upon seeing Lu approaching with a basket, a young guard stopped them. To enter the city, each person must pay 1 won. As this was Chen Yan's first return to the county town, he was unaware of the entrance fee and pointed to himself, asking, "Do I, as a child, also need to pay?" The guard glanced at him dismissively. "Are you not human?" Chen Yan was left speechless. If entering the city requires payment, who would dare to venture in? Chen Difu and Chen Qingwei enter and exit the county town daily. For the two of them, that amounts to 2 won a day, plus transportation fees, totaling 6 won. Excluding rest days, that sums to 162 won in a month. The expenses of the elder branch are indeed exorbitant. Lu tightened her grip around Chen Yan's shoulder, smiling as she said, "Sir, this old woman and her grandson have come to sell eggs, hoping to exchange them for food, but we have no silver coins. Could we perhaps use the eggs as payment?" The young guard frowned. "This entry fee is not for me. How can I account for eggs?" Lu smiled even more sweetly, pulling 3 eggs from her basket and pressing them into the young guard's hand, her eyes pleading, "Please, have mercy." The young guard glanced at their modest attire and then at the 11 remaining eggs in Lu's basket, realizing they genuinely had no money, and allowed them to enter the city. As they walked, Lu lamented over her eggs. 3 eggs could fetch 3 won, and if your painting doesn't sell today, I shall spank you soundly. Chen Yan instinctively covered his backside, feeling the weight of expectation. Lu had brought every hidden egg from home to the county town, intending to exchange them for money. The vegetable market lies to the west, while the bookstore is to the north. Chen Yan wished to explore several bookstores in the northern market, but as Lu prioritized selling the eggs, he had no choice but to accompany her to the vegetable market first. Though referred to as a vegetable market, it was essentially a roadside gathering where local farmers displayed their homegrown produce for sale. Despite a street dedicated to this purpose, the variety of vegetables was limited. In the morning, the vegetables were fresh, and the stewards from wealthy families would arrive early to select the best produce. By afternoon, the vegetables would wither under the sun, causing prices to drop, leading ordinary families to come at this time to purchase cheaper goods. Although Lu and Chen Yan arrived in the afternoon, the market was bustling with activity, and the sounds of haggling filled the air. Lu set down the basket and lifted a small cloth covering to reveal the eggs within, casting a knowing glance at Chen Yan, who promptly called out, "Fresh eggs." Fresh eggs. Those entering the city were required to pay a fee, so sellers typically did not bring their children along. Thus, Chen Yan's youthful voice stood out amidst the clamor of the market. Before long, an elderly woman approached with a basket. Upon seeing just 11 eggs, she clicked her tongue and remarked, "You two spent 2 coins to enter the city, only to sell such a meager quantity of eggs. What a waste of money." Chen Yan felt a piercing gaze behind him, a chill creeping up his spine. If today's paintings did not sell, he feared dire consequences awaited him. Chapter 9. Selling paintings. Lu sighed and replied to the woman, "The harvest season is exhausting. I merely thought to come to the county to buy some meat for my family. I gathered these few eggs over the past couple of days to sell, not expecting to make much." Upon learning that these were freshly laid eggs, the woman immediately purchased them all. Lu counted the 11 coins twice, ensuring there were no mistakes before placing them into a worn pouch with 2 patches, tucking it into her bosom and pressing it tightly with her aged hands. With a newfound cheer, she led Chen Yan to the North Market. In contrast to the West Market, the North Market was considerably more serene. Besides bookstores, it also housed several academies, including the Looming Academy, where Chen Qingwei studied. The shops here were primarily bookstores, with printing houses situated in the back. Chen Yan stood at the entrance of the North Market and confidently entered the largest bookstore, only to be politely ushered out. The bookstore employed its own artists and had already prepared its printing blocks. Changing to new illustrations was laborious and costly, rendering it unbeneficial for the printing house. With the widespread use of woodblock printing, all mass-produced books were printed from engraved blocks, and once an illustration was carved, it would be reused repeatedly. No matter how exquisite Chen Yan's art was, the bookstore would not easily adopt it. Despite this initial setback, Chen Yan remained undeterred. In his previous life, when he first submitted his comics, he had begun with the largest comic company, only to face rejection before seeking out a second-tier publisher. With enough rejections, one would inevitably gain experience. Since he could not secure a partnership with the largest bookstore, he resolved to try the second one, and if that failed, he would move on to the third. After all, it was for the sake of money, and pride was of no concern. By the time Chen Yan stood at the entrance of the 4th bookstore, Lu had lost hope. "Let us head home," she said, gazing at the dilapidated sign with a tone of despair. The other 3 bookstores bustled with patrons, while this particular one had not a single customer. Only a clerk lazily dusting the shelves with a feather duster. Chen Yan, however, refused to give up. As long as the bookstore remained in operation, there was still a chance. Upon entering, he felt the air thick with an aura of decay. The other bookstores were bright and orderly, their shelves brimming with books, while readers sat or stood, engrossed in their perusal. Yet the shelves of this bookstore lay barren, adorned only with a few scholarly texts, such as the 4 books and 5 classics, devoid of any narrative works. Chen Yan approached the counter and inquired of the attendant, "Do you accept illustrations for the Romance of the 3 Kingdoms?" The attendant, upon hearing the voice and glancing back, was taken aback by the sight of the wrinkled Lu Shi, his heart racing. Goodness, this old woman possesses a voice akin to a child's. Could she be an ancient demon? Surely she isn't drawn to my youthful allure, seeking to siphon my vitality? The attendant recoiled, pressing his back against the bookshelf, his face etched with fear as he stared at Lu Shi. "Do not come closer." Lu Shi furrowed her brow at his reaction and opened her mouth to speak. But the attendant shrieked in terror and fled to the backyard, leaving the door ajar. Through that doorway, Chen Yan could see the attendant grasping the hand of a hurriedly emerging middle-aged man, exclaiming in fright, "Master, there is a monster, an old demon." The master in the backyard, considerably more composed, retorted, "What monster could possibly appear in broad daylight? In the shop, there's merely an old crone with a visage akin to ancient bark attempting to seduce me. Where is this old demon?" At that moment, a chubby boy of about 10 dashed out from somewhere in the backyard, brandishing a wooden sword as he charged toward the shop. The master, alarmed, called out, "Young master, do be cautious." In a hurried flurry, he pushed the attendant aside and followed. The chubby boy arrived in the courtyard, spotting only Lu Shi, and asked, "Grandmother, have you seen the monster?" Lu Shi, having thought Chen Yan quite stout, now perceived herself as rather slender in comparison to the rotund child before her. With a bewildered expression, she replied, "I have not seen any monster." Just then, the trembling attendant had followed closely behind, pointing at Lu Shi and stammering, "She is the monster. Just now, she spoke in a child's voice. She must be feigning." As all 3 focused intently on Lu Shi, a small hand emerged from beneath the arched counter, declaring, "It was I who spoke." Only then did they realize a young boy stood hidden beneath the counter, obscured from their view. The master, piecing together the situation, approached Lu Shi with the flustered attendant to offer an apology. Learning that Lu Shi had come to sell illustrations, the master sighed, his expression laden with concern. "Even my elder sister has seen this. Our shop has no customers, and we are barely able to pay the attendant's wages." Where would we find the funds to print any books? Although Lu sure had anticipated this outcome, hearing the rejection still stung her heart. She had spent 3 eggs to enter the city, yet her illustrations remained unsold, resulting in a significant loss. Chen Yan was not inclined to concede defeat so easily. Should this establishment refuse his work, his illustrations would remain unsold throughout the county. Judging by the young master's earlier demeanor, he appeared fond of various narratives, and his vibrant attire hinted at affluence. It mattered not that the bookstore lacked funds. The young master possessed wealth. He approached the crestfallen chubby boy, asking, "Would you like to see my illustration of the Oath of the Peach Garden?" The chubby boy waved his hand dismissively. "I have seen no fewer than 10 versions of the illustrations for the Oath of the Peach Garden. What more is there to behold?" Chen Yan insisted. "This piece is a treasure, superior to any version you have encountered. You would incur great loss by not viewing it. Isn't it merely the sworn brotherhood of Lu, Guan, and Zhang? What more can be depicted?" The chubby young master, filled with defiance, lifted his chin and arrogantly declared, "Let me see your prized possession." Chen Yan unfolded the painting and presented it before the young master. Initially, the young master intended to ridicule it, but once his gaze fell upon the artwork, he found himself utterly captivated. Typically, depictions of the Peach Garden Oath emphasize the essence rather than the form. The figures are merely sketched, sufficient for one to discern that there are 3 individuals. However, in this painting, the 3 figures appeared so vividly alive, as if they were truly present within the canvas. Each possessed distinct features. Their noses and eyes varied, and even their beards reflected their unique personalities. Moreover, the expressions on their faces revealed their identities, while their shadows seemed to dance with life, as though they stood right before him, ready to pledge brotherhood. The young master's eyes sparkled with excitement, his countenance brimming with enthusiasm. "What a magnificent painting!" he exclaimed, noticing his keen interest. Chen Yan promptly revealed the remaining 2 pieces, one depicting the 3 heroes battling El Bu, and the other illustrating the burning of Red Cliffs. The latter was particularly challenging and had consumed a considerable amount of Chen Yan's time. Yet, the result was remarkable. Upon seeing the burning of Red Cliffs, the young master was so enthralled that he could scarcely look away. "Illustrations can be this lifelike," he breathed, suddenly raising his head to Chen Yan. "How about I purchase each painting for 300 coins? The shopkeeper gasped in disbelief, nearly wide-eyed. 300 coins for a single painting? That was equivalent to what she could pilfer from eggs over half a year. Yet, the shopkeeper was in a state of alarm. "Young master, you must not do this. The intricacies of illustration and engraving are exceedingly costly. If we were to commission a woodblock, we would completely deplete the shop's resources, and it would likely collapse under the strain." Chapter 10. A profitable venture. However, the young master remained resolute. "With these 3 paintings, we can ensure the success of printing the romance of the 3 kingdoms. Once we earn a substantial profit, our bookshop will thrive once more." Chen Yan praised him. "You possess remarkable insight, young master." Flattered by such words, the young master clasped his fists in gratitude, responding gallantly, "You flatter me." Meanwhile, the shopkeeper was in a flurry of concern. The young master clearly lacked understanding of the business. Although many were drawn to the romance of the 3 kingdoms, the competition among printing houses was fierce, making sales challenging. The 100 copies they had printed a year prior still languished in the storeroom, gathering dust. For the young master, the closure of the bookshop posed little concern. He could simply rent out the space and still collect rent. Yet, what of the artisans who relied on the shop for their livelihood? With a pained expression, the shopkeeper lamented, "Our bookshop has seen a decline in patrons. Even if we manage to print, they will be difficult to sell. We simply cannot afford any more turmoil." The young master hesitated, aware of the shop's poor business. However, it was the very bookshop that had established his family's fortune, and despite the lack of income, they were reluctant to close its doors. Yet, if he allowed his family to continually pour money into a failing enterprise, his parents would never consent. His father had entrusted him with the shop to teach him the nuances of managing their business. If he were to recklessly ruin the barely surviving establishment, he would have no explanation to offer his father. Yet, the allure of the 3 exquisite paintings made it difficult to part with them. After a moment of contemplation, the young master gritted his teeth and declared, "I shall purchase them myself, without using the shop's funds." The shopkeeper ceased his objections. The young master then turned to Chen Yan and inquired about his thoughts on the price. Had this been the first bookstore, Chen Yan would certainly have pondered it further. Who wouldn't wish to sell at a favorable price? After being rejected by 3 bookstores in succession, he had learned the harsh reality of bowing to the demands of meager sustenance. Given the circumstances of this particular bookstore, receiving 300 coins for a single painting was already the utmost limit. Chen Yan nodded in agreement. 3 paintings amounted to 900 coins. And since he found copper coins cumbersome to conceal, he requested silver from the shopkeeper. In the Great Liang, currency consisted not only of copper coins, but also gold and silver. 1 tael of silver could be exchanged for 1,000 coins, with 10 coins equating to 1 tael. The shopkeeper trimmed off 9 coins worth of silver and handed it over, while Madame Lu quickly rubbed her hands on her clothing before presenting them to receive the silver. Upon grasping it, her face could hardly conceal her excitement. After more than a decade, she had finally held silver again. Look how bright and beautiful it was. Chen Yan felt quite satisfied. At least the trip was not in vain. Yet, he secretly hoped that this young master would sell his paintings, enabling him to engage in long-term collaboration with the bookstore. Chen Yan advised the young master that if he were to print Romance of the 3 Kingdoms, this painting would make an excellent cover. Such a fine work should not be ruined. The young master was keenly averse to wasting good things. Chen Yan remarked, "If this painting is placed within the book, how will the customers know of its existence?" In his previous life, books, regardless of content, always featured attractive covers to entice readers to part with their money. As for whether the cover might become damaged, that was beyond the consideration of unscrupulous merchants. After Chen Yan and Madame Lu departed, the young master instructed the shopkeeper to promptly find someone to engrave the 3 paintings. "Young master, we still have copies of Romance of the 3 Kingdoms unsold. There is no need to print new books. Simply reproduce the paintings and insert them into the existing books," the shopkeeper suggested. Unable to dissuade the young master, he could only strive to economize. The young master, of course, agreed and specifically instructed, "Ensure that the painting of the burning of Chibi is placed on the cover." The shopkeeper sighed inwardly, but ultimately acquiesced. Now that the bookstore was under the young master's management, what could a mere servant say? If the master wished to indulge in his whims, so be it. As for how many times the bookstore could withstand his antics, it was left to fate. With the fragments of silver in her possession, Madame Lu bought a steaming meat bun for Chen Yan, urging him, "Hurry and eat, lest my precious grandson goes hungry." Looking at the little grandson was akin to observing a wealth-bringing child from a theatrical script. 3 paintings had exchanged for 9 coins of silver, nearly matching the elder's wages for 2 months. Chen Yan did not accept it, instead stating, "Grandmother, not yet. What do I need a bun for? Being half buried in the ground already?" Madame Lu grasped Chen Yan's hand, pushing the warm bun into his grasp, but to her surprise, he tossed it back into her arms, hiding his little hands behind him and raising his head, declaring, "If grandmother goes hungry, I lose my motivation to earn money. I shall paint no more." This was indeed a clever maneuver on Chen Yan's part. 300 coins for a painting. How could he refrain from painting? She hurriedly purchased a steamed bun and, before Chen Yan took a hearty bite, her face blossoming into a smile, filled with creases akin to chrysanthemums. Grandmother loves steamed buns. They are quite filling. A meat bun cost 2 coins, while a large steamed bun was only 1 coin. Madame Lu was clearly intent on saving money. However, Chen Yan had no intention of exposing the truth. The 2 of them hurried to the county town without having lunch, and by this time, they were already quite hungry. Without further ado, they quickly took a bite of the steamed bun. The warmth enveloped them, instantly invigorating their spirits. After swallowing a mouthful, Chen Yan began to paint a bright future for Lu Shi. "When we divide the family, Grandma will come live with us. I will work hard to earn money so that Grandma can enjoy steamed buns every day. Even the landlords cannot have steamed buns every day. What kind of life would that be? We can still live like immortals." Although Lu Shi reprimanded him verbally, a smile could not be suppressed on her face. Her precious grandson, though still young, was truly filial, fearing that she might go hungry and insisting that she buy buns to eat. Since the passing of old Master Chen, no one in the household had considered whether she was well-fed or warmly clad. In the past, even when there were treats, she would save them for the 3rd branch. After years of stealing eggs, she had never allowed herself to eat even one. The 3rd son and his wife were devoid of resources, and their attempts to be filial fell flat. The eldest son, though prosperous, was more concerned with his own family and hardly remembered her as his mother. Yet, this little grandson, who had just returned home, was always thinking of her. Just days ago, he had helped her with meat, and now he had ensured she enjoyed steamed buns. Human hearts are naturally inclined towards kindness. The more this little grandson remembered her, the more her affection for him deepened. When I grow up, not only will I become a landlord, but I will also become a scholar, so that grandma can enjoy every meal with white steamed buns and meat. Chen Yan continued to savor his bun while elaborating on his dreams to Lu Shi. The moment his grandmother had refrained from immediately rejecting the idea of family division, he seized the opportunity to cheer her up before discussing anything further. By the time you grow up, grandma might have already met the king of hell. She may not get to enjoy your blessings. The elderly also need comforting. Hearing her grandchildren think of her brought a smile to her face. Just as Chen Yan was about to say something more, he caught sight of two familiar figures out of the corner of his eye. He quickly turned to look and saw his uncle Chen Difu and cousin Chen Qingwei escorting a steward-like figure into a restaurant. It was still early afternoon. Chen Difu should be settling accounts at the main house, and Chen Qingwei should be studying at the academy. How could they be dining in a restaurant? The steward certainly appeared to hail from a wealthy family. How could the father and son of the Chen family be dining with such a person? Chapter 11. An opportunity? That evening, this question was answered amidst a flurry of chaos in the household. But that is a tale for another time. After the grandfather and grandson had their buns, they thought of Chen Desho and his wife, who were still toiling in the fields. Chen Yan wished to bring them some buns, but Lu Shi disagreed. 2 buns cost 4 wen, barely enough to fill one belly. It would be better to go to the grain shop and buy some coarse grains to provide them with a hearty meal. Upon arriving at the shop, they found that even the cheapest sorghum rice cost 5 wen per jin. Lu Shi gritted her teeth, spending all the remaining 8 wen to purchase sorghum rice, which she placed in a small basket to take home. By the time the grandfather and grandson returned home, it was already evening, and they found Zhou Shi waiting in the courtyard with a grim expression. "Where have you been?" Lu Shi, seasoned by life's battles, immediately glared. "Do I need your approval to visit my family as a mother-in-law?" Traditionally, it is the daughter-in-law who must seek her mother-in-law's consent to visit her parental home. If the Zhous truly acquiesced to this notion, they would effectively relinquish their leverage to the Lus. Despite her reluctance, Zhou could only retort in a mocking tone. "It is the busy farming season, and there is a plethora of chores to attend to. Even if you wish to return to your family, you ought to inform your daughter-in-law." She glanced at the clock, noting the absence of a meal preparation. Soon, Fu and Qingwei would return, ravenous. Just as Lu was about to swallow her indignation and begin cooking, she heard Chen Yan beside her say, "Aunt, I have run out of paper." Zhou's annoyance flared. "Paper is exceedingly precious. How could I allow you to waste it? Use a stick and write in water on the ground. Since there is no paper at home, I shall go to Looming Academy to fetch some from Brother Qingwei." He replied. With the painting sold, he needed to consider creating new works. He had refrained from purchasing paper at the bookstore precisely to seek it from the main household. Since Zhou had taken the initiative to confront him, he felt justified in claiming something in return. He was unconvinced that Zhou would be willing to send him to the academy and risk embarrassment for Chen Qingwei. Zhou's face shifted between shades of green and white. But ultimately, she retreated to the room and returned with half a stack of bamboo paper, forcefully thrusting it into Chen Yan's arms, saying with a fierce tone, "Use it, and let us see what sort of fine characters you can produce." Now that he had secured the paper, Chen Yan dismissed her words from his mind. Lu, however, was delighted and urged Chen Yan back into the house, hoping he would create more paintings for profit. Today's sale of illustrations had sparked new ideas in Chen Yan's mind. Previously, he had only considered the popularity of Romance of the Three Kingdoms, neglecting the engraving costs at the bookstores. It appeared that such books, already circulated extensively, were ill-suited for illustrations. Even if his artwork surpassed that within those volumes, selling them would prove difficult. For new storybooks, the engravings would need to be redone. He had inquired about illustration work today, but several bookstore managers had claimed they already had their own artists. Securing direct commissions was challenging, so he would have to approach each establishment with his illustrations as he had done this time. Currently, the most popular storylines featured various beautiful and dignified young ladies, enchanting female spirits, and ethereal fairies enamored with impoverished scholars. Regardless of the narrative, the presence of a beautiful protagonist was indispensable. As long as he could depict alluring beauties, there should be bookstores willing to purchase his artwork. Conveniently, his collection of films was replete with such captivating figures. With countless pieces viewed, he felt compelled to deliver a modest shock to the ancients. Chen Yan's eyes glimmered with intensity. He yearned to create dozens, if not hundreds, of illustrations immediately. Yet as he gazed at the darkening sky, he had to quell his restless spirit. Dinner was once again served in the courtyard, consisting of white radish porridge. Today, Chen Difu did not pick up his chopsticks, quietly waiting for everyone to finish eating. When Lu was about to clear the table, he interjected, "Let us hold off on clearing. I have something to discuss." As the head of the household spoke, the others promptly settled down. The matriarch of the Gao family had passed away last month, and a certain official from the Gao family had recently returned to his hometown for mourning. The Gao family, entrenched in Pingxing County for many years, had produced 3 scholars and boasted numerous jinshi and jiren, making them the foremost family in the region. Such a lineage is prone to producing wayward sons, prompting the Gao family to invest substantial resources in establishing a clan school. Since the establishment of this academy, countless individuals had succeeded in their scholarly pursuits. Chen Yan's adoptive father, Zhou Rong, had once emerged from the Gao family's academy. The most formidable individual nurtured by the Gao family is none other than Gao Shiyuan, the current Deputy Minister of Justice. To a family like the Chens, who come from humble agricultural roots, he represents an unattainable pinnacle. Chen Qingwei, destined for an official career after his studies, would enjoy boundless opportunities if he were to become a disciple of this esteemed Gao. At this thought, Chen Difu's eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation, as if he could already envision his son in a position of great authority. Chen Qingwei stood tall and straight, his face alight with joy. Yet, how could such a high-ranking official be inclined to accept Qingwei as a pupil? Lu's sudden inquiry momentarily halted the father-son duo. Chen Qingwei, with his remarkable intellect, was undoubtedly destined for greatness. If only he could meet the deputy minister, an opportunity would surely arise. Chen Difu felt a swell of pride, believing that his son, praised by his teachers since childhood, would not be overlooked by such a distinguished figure as Gao. However, Chen Desho pondered with a furrowed brow, questioning how Gao could possibly agree to meet Qingwei when he had yet to attain any formal title. The Gao family was indeed not within their reach. Chen Difu, with a hint of joy in his tone, tapped his index finger on the table. "I have already established a connection with a steward from the Gao household. If he lends a hand, Qingwei might just encounter the deputy minister during his outings." Chen Yan's realization dawned upon him. The individual Chen Difu had invited today was indeed the steward of the Gao family. Yet, why would the steward risk assisting them without a compelling reason? Chen Difu must have ulterior motives. Otherwise, he wouldn't have retained their presence to discuss such matters. Indeed, Chen Difu's intentions soon became clear. There were countless individuals seeking the steward's assistance, and whether he would help depended on the sincerity of each family's approach. What does elder brother imply? Lu felt a twinge of unease. The main house had always managed the family's finances, and such discussions typically remained undisclosed to them. Chen Difu stated, "The steward has mentioned that he would require 100 taels to agree to assist." 100 taels? That is extortion, Lu exclaimed in shock. Chen Desho and Lu's expressions also shifted dramatically. Although the old Chen family lived more comfortably than others in the village, their annual income barely reached 10 taels. After covering household expenses and supporting Chen Qingwei's studies, they might be left with only 1 or 2 taels each year. 100 taels was an astronomical sum for the old Chen family. Chen Qingwei's face revealed his anxiety. He opened his mouth to speak to Chen Difu, but was silenced by a glance. This was the Gao family, and the deputy minister at that. If Qingwei were to study under him, he would surely receive preferential treatment in the county examinations, and later in the provincial exams as well. Should he succeed in becoming a scholar, it would bring immense glory to the family and fulfill the aspirations of generations past. Chen Yan lowered his gaze, thoughtfully stroking his sleeve, his expression unchanging. Even if they managed to gather 100 taels for the Gao steward, allowing Chen Qingwei to inadvertently meet the deputy minister, how could they guarantee that he would catch Gao's eye and be accepted as a disciple? Chen Difu's claims of Qingwei's brilliance seemed merely self-congratulatory. If he were truly so gifted, how could he have failed to pass even the elementary examinations by the age of 15? In contrast, Zhou Rong had achieved the status of scholar at just 14. Meanwhile, Chen Qingwei sought shortcuts in the county and provincial exams, leading him astray. At this moment, he remained silent, patiently awaiting the reactions of others. Lu spoke up, expressing that 100 taels of silver was indeed excessive and questioning where they could possibly procure such an amount. Chen Difu leaned back, and upon seeing this, Zhou immediately interjected. Over the years, her elder brother had diligently provided monthly wages, and with the earnings from her embroidered handkerchiefs, they had managed to save 33 taels of silver. If they sold some land, they could easily gather enough. Upon hearing the mention of selling land, Lu's anger flared. She shook off Chen Disha's restraining hand and stood up, exclaiming with fury, "We only have 16 acres of land left. If we sell it, what will we eat or drink? Once Qingwei achieves scholarly success, will we not have land anymore?" Zhou's expression darkened. Lu, with reddened eyes, retorted, "Who can predict when one will attain scholarly distinction?" Chen Qingwei promptly declared, with the guidance of the esteemed vice minister, "I am certain I will succeed in becoming a scholar soon. This is an opportunity one must seize." Chen Difu disregarded Lu's outburst and fixed his gaze on Chen Desho, asking, "Third brother, with just 100 taels, we can secure a promising future for Qingwei and elevate our family status. Are you truly unwilling to invest?" If Chen Desho consented, Lu's reluctance would be rendered insignificant, as the family ultimately bore the Chen surname. Lu clutched Chen Disha's clothing, pleading, "Dear husband." Chen Yan also trained his gaze on Chen Desho, contemplating alternative plans should his father yield. Chen Desho scanned the faces around him, his wife's anxiousness, his mother's concern, and the determined expressions of his elder brother and sister-in-law. Finally, his gaze landed on Chen Yan, and their eyes locked. Though his son's face was youthful, his gaze bore an unsettling calmness, as if scrutinizing him. Chen Desho was suddenly struck by the eerie sensation that if he consented to this matter, his son would no longer regard him as his father. A tremor of unease coursed through him. "Third brother, our father dedicated his life to ensuring we received an education. On his deathbed, he entrusted us with the obligation to support one of us in becoming a scholar. Now that the opportunity lies before us, what is there to hesitate about?" Chen Difu invoked the memory of their late father once more. He believed that his third brother, known for his filial piety and tireless efforts to support Qingwei's studies, would not defy their father's dying wish. Indeed, Chen Desho displayed a pained expression. Chen Difu felt assured that this matter would be resolved today. "I shall fulfill our father's last wish, no matter the cost," Chen Desho murmured, lowering his gaze. Lu tightened her grip on Chen Disha's shoulders, her knuckles turning white from the pressure. "Dear husband." Zhou looked on with satisfaction, beaming at Chen Difu. The head of the family was indeed capable, easily subduing the third branch. The thought of her eldest son having a vice minister as a mentor ignited her ambitions. With such a patron, her son would not only become a scholar but also an official, eventually marrying the daughter of a high-ranking official, making her the mother of a county magistrate. Chen Difu, too, envisioned the bright future ahead, his face radiating hope and a sense of control. Yet, the land was also their father's legacy. It could not be sold. Suddenly, Chen Disha's voice rang out in the courtyard, halting Chen Difu's smile. Zhou leapt up, exclaiming, "The land belongs to our branch. How can you refuse to sell?" Chen Desho raised his head, his expression resolute. "At home, my elder brother and sister-in-law are in charge. But I have my share of the fields as well." Chen Difu's smile gradually faded, replaced by a stoic demeanor. "Qingwei is here to bring honor to the entire Chen family. Therefore, study diligently and earn your own reputation." For the first time, the usually honest Chen Desho dared to retort against his elder brother. "You simply wish for your little brat, who hasn't even grown hair, to replace Qingwei in his studies, so that our main family can support him. Chen Desho, you may appear honest, but you are filled with malice." Zhao scolded, pointing an accusatory finger at Chen Desho. The words were harsh, prompting Lu to interject. "Sister-in-law, your words are utterly heartless. The child's father is worn out, looking older than my brother, and he barely gets a meal. While your family feasts, we in the third branch make do with scraps. We have endured all this. And now you want to sell the land? You are leaving our children with no way to survive." Zhao's eyes widened in fury. "So, you finally speak your mind. Before you entered our family, we, the old Chen family, were harmonious. Yet, since you stepped through that door, you have done nothing but stir trouble, seeking to drive a wedge between the third branch and us, relishing the chaos you create." Lu, incensed, felt her chest heave with emotion. "We are brothers, after all. Is it so hard for your family to treat us as equals? Even our second brother has been bullied into leaving home." "Enough." Chen Difu slammed the table, causing the uncollected bowls and chopsticks to rattle and clatter to the ground. The commotion in the yard abruptly ceased. "Are you attempting to rebel?" Chen Difu exclaimed, astonished and enraged. "I had no idea the third branch harbored such resentment toward me." Chen Desho and Lu fell silent. Yet Lu spoke up. Have you truly not realized how much the third branch has suffered over the years? Chen Defu glared furiously at Lu, his expression menacing. Unfazed, Lu retorted, I have given you life and raised you all these years. Do you intend to strike me? Ordinarily, Lu would have held her tongue, but today, the mention of her second son, Chun Delu, who had left home, ignited her fury. The child had departed without a penny to his name, not even food. And she feared he was cold and hungry outside. Today, her pent-up frustration could not be contained, and she was determined to confront her eldest son. Chen Defu's face turned ashen. I am striving for the advancement of the Chen family. Do not speak nonsense. Even if I do not understand. It is clear you have a heart of a wolf, wishing to buy out the land of the second and third branches. Lu, overwhelmed with sorrow, collapsed onto the ground, crying out while slapping her thighs. Why did you have to die, old man? Look at how we've been bullied. Lu, wiping her tears, rushed to support Lu. But Lu cupped her face. My poor daughter-in-law, what hardships you have endured in our family. With this lamentation from her mother-in-law, Lu could no longer bear the weight of her long-standing grievances and sat down beside Lu, weeping softly. Zhao, in a fit of rage, stood nearby and began to curse. In an instant, the rural courtyard descended into chaos. Chen Yan slid off the bench, his back straightening as he declared in a clear, youthful voice, let us divide the family. The moment his youthful words resonated, the sounds of curses and cries were silenced. Everyone stared at him in disbelief. Chen Defu's eyes twitched, his voice laced with uncontrollable fury. What did you say? Chen Yan met Chen Defu's gaze directly. Uncle, if you choose to sell your own land, no one will stop you. Let us separate our households. Lu, initially taken aback, soon sprang to her feet. Her eyes ablaze with fervor as she rushed to Chen Yan's side. Yes, let us separate. Enraged, Chen Defu stood up and overturned the table. Dishes and chopsticks clattering to the ground, shards of porcelain scattering everywhere. Chapter 13. Division. Is this your intention, third brother? Chen Defu panted heavily, his eyes glaring at Chen Desho. Clenching his fists, Chen Desho glanced at his wife and children, then looked up, meeting Chen Defu's gaze. Elder brother, let us separate. Fine. If you want to separate, then so be it, Chen Defu replied with a cold smirk. Zhou, growing anxious, interjected. Head of the family, we are all one family. We cannot divide. The third household believed that separation would lead to better lives for themselves, questioning what they had to cling to, thinking it would be for the best to part ways, no longer needing to consider the others. Faced with Chen Defu's menacing expression, even Zhou dared not speak further. Chen Qingyue grasped Zhou's arm, urging, Third uncle and aunt underestimate me, believing I cannot succeed in my studies and will not support me. Mother, why must you plead with them? Zhou, gritting her teeth, retorted, when my son passes the imperial examinations, do not come seeking our fortune. Lu clenched her jaw, declaring, even if we must beg in the future, we will not beg from your family. Thus, the separation was firmly established, leaving only the matter of division to resolve. Chen Yan had initially planned to wait until he had a stable income before separating, hoping to avoid the hardship that would follow. However, who could have anticipated the incident of delivering money to the Gao family? The first household's appetite was insatiable, directly demanding the sale of the family land, placing all hope on Chen Qingyue. If Chen Qingyue were truly a prodigy, it might be worth the gamble, but he was merely an ordinary scholar. Who could guarantee his success? Should he fail, the family would be left without land, while the first household could survive on Chen Defu's wages, leaving the third household to toil as tenants on another's land. In such a scenario, they would not only owe taxes to the court, but also rent to the landlord, rendering them perpetually unable to rise again. Given how matters had escalated, separation seemed inevitable. The division of the Chen family would require the clan leader's presence to preside over the proceedings, and it was too late to summon anyone that night. So the matter was postponed. That night, the lights in the first household burned late into the night, while the third household did not light a lamp. As Chen Desho and Lu still had to work in the fields, and Chen Yan retired early to bed, perhaps due to a sound sleep. He awoke before dawn the next day. As he stepped outside, he found Chen Qingyue washing his face in the yard. Upon seeing him, Chen Qingyue sneered. Do you think that separating households will allow you to study? Chen Yan replied matter-of-factly. Once we separate, no one will stop me. Chen Qingyue scoffed. Your parents barely scrape by in the fields. It's a miracle if they can sustain you, let alone afford your education. I can study because I use the money earned by my parents. Do not think your third household has suffered greatly." The corners of Chen Yan's mouth curled into a sarcastic smile. "If your parents can afford to support you, then why must they sell our land? The wealth accumulated by the main house has been of no benefit to the third house, while the grain cultivated by the third house is consumed by the main house without fail." Chen Yan, being 9 years younger and significantly shorter than Chen Qingwei, nonetheless exuded an undeniable superiority over him. If Chen Qingwei's anger stemmed from the prospect of the third house no longer supporting his education, Chen Yan would have remained indifferent. However, Chen Qingwei's recent remarks made Chen Yan feel that he had not gained any advantage over the third house, which incited his ire. Even the villagers, witnessing Chen Desho and his wife labor tirelessly day and night, would express their admiration for their hard work, yet the main house, being family, remained oblivious, taking it for granted without a hint of remorse. Chen Qingwei, momentarily speechless, tossed the cloth napkin into the basin and declared, "Let us see what kind of life you will lead after the division." Without waiting for Chen Yan to respond, he turned and retreated into the house. Chen Yan cast a glance at the main house before heading into the kitchen. The task of inviting the clan leader to mediate the division should have fallen to Chen Difu. However, due to his need to travel to the county, the responsibility shifted to Chen Desho. As the matter concerning the Gao family could not be postponed, the clan leader was summoned to the Chen household that very evening. Despite his graying beard, the clan leader's hair remained dark and was tied back with a blue scarf. Given his seniority and status as a scholar, he held significant respect within the clan. He addressed Chen Difu, saying, "As long as your mother is alive, it is best for the two brothers to remain united. Once divided, they will become two separate families, and the bond will inevitably weaken." Chen Difu's expression stiffened at these words, and he quickly replied, "My younger brother is of an age where he has his own thoughts. As the elder brother, I cannot impose my will upon him." The clan leader was taken aback, realizing that it was not Chen Difu who sought the division. Before Chen Desho could speak, Lu Shi interjected, "Our father passed away early, and the third has always followed the eldest. Now that he is a father himself, it is time for him to take charge. We cannot allow the eldest to govern indefinitely. To demand a division while our mother is still alive would cast us in a disloyal light." Though Chen Desho did not pursue the imperial examination, his reputation still mattered, and Lu Shi was keen to protect her son's standing. With her words, she effectively separated her third son from the fray. The clan leader regarded Lu Shi intently for a moment before stating, "A tree must branch out. If that is the case, let us discuss how to divide the household." The main house had held the family together for many years, and thus it was only fitting that they disclose their assets. Chen Difu, maintaining a stern demeanor, began, "The family assets are well known. 16 acres of land, 3 large brick houses with tiled roofs, 2 earthen houses, a kitchen, and a latrine, along with 33 taels of silver, plus some tables, chairs, and cooking utensils. Before his passing, our father entrusted me with the care of my 2 younger brothers, which I have undertaken diligently. Now, with the third brother establishing a family and having children, it seems to cast me, the elder brother, in a harsh light." This was the second time Chen Difu had slandered Chen Desho, yet the latter and his wife could not retort, lest they fulfill Chen Difu's accusation of raising an ungrateful child. Within their own home, Lu Shi could assist the third house against the main house. But in the presence of the clan leader, she could not show favoritism, for that would cast the third house in a light of bias, leaving the main house aggrieved. The adults, burdened with concerns, could only allow the main house to voice their grievances, while 6-year-old Chen Yan, unrestrained by adult conventions, spoke candidly. Chen Yan rose to his feet and, tilting his head, addressed Chen Difu, "Uncle, do not blame my father. It was my hunger that kept me awake at night, yearning to eat something dry like my 2 cousins, which led me to propose a division of the family. If you are unwilling, we shall not proceed with the separation. Our family does not have enough grain. I will go to the Zhou family to borrow some from my parents and repay them when I grow up." Upon hearing this, Chen Difu's eyelids twitched in irritation. To desire to eat like his cousins implied that the eldest branch served different meals, leaving a child so famished that he sought to borrow grain. The clan leader's brow furrowed in discontent. Mrs. Zhou, irked, exclaimed, "At such a tender age, you engage in such folly. When has our family ever mistreated you?" Calmly, Chen Yan replied, "Since childhood, I have been taught by Scholar Zhou that to be sincere in one's intentions means not to deceive oneself." Chen Qingwei gazed at Chen Yan in disbelief. This phrase originated from the Great Learning, signifying that genuine intentions are free from self-deception. At Chen Yan's age, he was still learning the 300 characters. Yet he had already read the Great Learning? Chen Difu, having studied for over a decade, understood the implication and felt his face flush with embarrassment. However, he could not let his frustration manifest, for it would only bring trouble upon himself. Do not think that invoking Scholar Zhou grants you license to speak as you wish. Even Mrs. Zhou, despite her lack of understanding, sensed that this was no compliment. Hearing Chen Yan mention Scholar Zhou, she assumed he was attempting to leverage the scholar's reputation against them and immediately retorted, "Silence." Chen Difu nearly roared at Mrs. Zhou, overwhelmed by anger. Ignorance. Utter ignorance. Mrs. Zhou was taken aback, quickly feeling a wave of grievance wash over her. Are you directing your ire at me because you fear Scholar Zhou? Chen Yan is merely a child adopted by him, not his biological son. If Scholar Zhou truly valued him, he would not have returned him to the Chen family. How could Scholar Zhou defend Chen Yan now? Chapter 14. Distribution 2. Chen Difu trembled with rage. It was one thing for the third branch to disregard his authority. But now, at such a critical juncture for the family division, Mrs. Zhou's foolishness was utterly humiliating him. Seeing his parents on the verge of an argument, Chen Qingwei quickly pulled Mrs. Zhou aside and whispered a gentle admonition. I have long known you were indirectly scolding me. That is how Scholar Zhou has taught you. Mrs. Zhou's anger remained unabated as she sternly questioned Chen Yan. Let us not involve old Master Zhou in our family division. The clan leader, appearing concerned, said, Difu, do not allow others to mock our clan. It was not uncommon for brothers to quarrel during a division, and many instances of physical altercations had occurred. However, these disputes were typically confined behind closed doors. Involving outsiders would be a different matter altogether. Chen Difu shrank back slightly and urged Chen Qingwei to hasten in taking Mrs. Zhou away. When the clan leader turned to Chen Yan, his demeanor softened considerably. What have you learned? Chen Yan performed a gesture of respect typical of a junior, then replied, I have only completed the 300 characters. The 300 characters refers to the 3-character classic, 100 family surnames, and 1,000-character classic, which are foundational texts for young children, allowing them to acquire a vocabulary of 2,000 to 3,000 characters. The clan leader, intrigued, inquired, How did you come to know the verses from the Great Learning? Chen Yan responded, Old Master Zhou often imparts the words of the sages to me, and I have committed them to memory. Chen Yan, during his time at the Zhou family, indeed contemplated a life of ease. However, a life of ease necessitates the ability to safeguard oneself. One cannot remain a mere layman, unable to comprehend even the nuances of rent in the future. At that time, he was still Zhou Rong's son, and the esteemed Zhou elder, boasting a degree of renown, aspired to create a legacy of father and son both excelling in the civil service examinations. He personally undertook Chen Yan's early education, imparting knowledge far superior to that found in many rural private schools. The clan leader clapped his hands, his eyes betraying an unmistakable delight. Although Chen Yan claimed to have only learned the 300 poems, he effortlessly referenced phrases from the Great Learning, demonstrating that he had indeed been well cultivated within the Zhou household. With a hint of curiosity, he casually inquired, Inner reflection without guilt? Without hesitation, Chen Yan replied, What is there to worry or fear? The clan leader had casually quoted a line from the Analects. Yet Chen Yan's prompt response indicated that his learning extended far beyond mere poetry. Clan leader, perhaps we should consider dividing the family assets? Chen Difu quickly interjected. His intention was to confront Chen Deshou, seeking to assert his position and gain some recognition, with hopes of claiming a larger share of the family wealth under the pretext of supporting Chen Qingwei's education. To his astonishment, Chen Yan had also pursued studies, and if the clan leader continued to probe, half of the family fortune might have to be allocated to Chen Deshou. The clan leader, delighted by such a promising prospect, wished to ask a few more questions, but was publicly interrupted by Chen Difu, leading to a growing dissatisfaction with him. You are the eldest brother. It is up to you to propose the terms of the division, he remarked, his tone less than amiable. Chen Yan returned to sit beside Chen Deshou, patiently awaiting Chen Difu's next move. There are only the two of us, Deshou and I, so we shall divide everything in half, with each receiving 8 acres of land. Deshou will farm, and all the household tools will be at his disposal to save him the expense of purchasing new ones. The grain in the house will also be divided equally. Chen Difu paused before continuing. However, our branch must support Qingwei's education, which incurs significant costs. So we shall require a larger share of the funds. Third brother, you might have to bear some losses in this regard, as it is only right to honor our father. Once Qingwei succeeds in the examinations, he will not forget his third uncle. Had he known the division was imminent, Chen Difu would never have disclosed the full 33 taels of silver. Initially, he believed that merely mentioning Qingwei's education would suffice to secure that sum. However, with Chen Yan unexpectedly showcasing his knowledge before the clan leader, Chen Difu's confidence faltered. The clan leader glanced toward the main branch, then back at Chen Yan. It is a well-known truth that a farming family must devote all its resources to nurture a scholar, should they strive to support multiple scholars. It could lead to the selling off of ancestral lands, as was the case with the old Chen family, which had reduced its holdings from over 30 acres to a mere 16, yet still struggled to sustain a scholar. Now, with the brothers dividing their assets, it was utterly impossible for two smaller households to independently support two scholars. In this division, whichever branch receives more will empower its children to continue their education. The division pertains not only to property, but also to the futures of the individuals involved. When considering capability, the main branch undoubtedly holds the advantage. Not only has Chen Qingwei studied for many years and is soon to partake in the imperial examinations, but Chen Difu's role as the family accountant also affords more financial stability than the third branch's agricultural endeavors. Furthermore, the main branch's Zhou family possesses embroidery skills, enabling them to earn a substantial income, which justifies a larger share for the main branch. Nevertheless, the clan leader's gaze fell upon the still youthful Chen Yan, leaving him somewhat indecisive. Reading does not necessarily guarantee a prosperous future for those who engage in it for a prolonged period. Many like him, who have devoted their entire lives to study, remain mere scholars without any notable achievements. Conversely, individuals of exceptional talent can attain scholarly status at a mere tender age, and those endowed with extraordinary gifts, such as Lord Zhou, can pass the imperial examination before reaching the age of 30. Although he has only recited a few lines from Chen Yan, it is evident that Chen Yan possesses some innate ability. The clan leader found himself momentarily perplexed, subconsciously stroking his beard. Initially, he restrained himself, but gradually began to tug at it with increasing force. Whenever he faced a dilemma, he would instinctively grasp his beard. Each time he participated in the imperial examinations, his beard would become sparse from his incessant pulling. It was only as he aged and declined to compete that his beard gradually regained its fullness, yet today he resumed the habit. I disagree with this division. Lu's voice suddenly echoed, startling the clan leader and causing him to inadvertently pull out 3 or 4 strands of his beard. Our old Chen family has 3 sons. Although the second, De Lu, has ventured away, there will come a time when he returns, and we must leave a portion of the estate for him. Upon hearing this, Chen Difu's expression shifted dramatically. Divided into 2 portions, there would be little left for the eldest branch, and now, to divide it into 3. What would be left for the eldest branch? De Lu has been away for 10 years and is unlikely to return. Traveling far is fraught with peril. Who knows if Chen De Lu is still alive? Though Chen Difu thought this in his heart, he could not voice it, opting instead for a roundabout remark. Lu, however, was resolute. If I pass away before De Lu returns, his share will be divided between the eldest and the third branches. She turned to the third branch. Old third. What say you? Chen Desho and Lu naturally would not oppose. Lu then turned to the clan leader. Clan leader, do you not agree with this notion of mine? Although De Lu has not returned home, he is still a descendant of our Chen family, and thus he deserves a share of the estate. The clan leader resumed, lightly stroking his beard. Chen Difu grew increasingly anxious. If this is the division, how will Qingwei pursue his studies for the imperial examinations? Mother, Qingwei is the eldest grandson of the old Chen family. Do you wish to force him to return and become a mere farmer? The mention of Chen Qingwei caused a pang in Lu's heart. Her dissatisfaction with Chen Difu stemmed from his management of the family, which nearly left his 2 younger brothers without a path forward. However, Qingwei, as the eldest grandson and a student supported by the entire family, was someone she could not bear to see suffer under the harsh elements. Qingwei is my grandson, but De Lu is also my son. I cannot allow De Lu to return home without a place to stay. Lu's words rendered Chen Difu's face exceedingly grim. He stared intently at Lu, his words striking like daggers. Do you truly despise Qingwei's prosperity so? This statement caused a palpable shift in the atmosphere, prompting Chen Desho to rise to speak. But beside him, Chen Yan declared aloud, Things have their beginnings and ends. Matters have their conclusions. To understand the order of precedence is to approach the truth. If we are to divide the family, it must be done in accordance with the previous generation. And how can the younger generation take precedence? Chapter 15. Anticipation. Chen Yan shouted in anger. If it is understood that this is a division among the elder generation, what right does a younger generation have to speak? Chen Yan stood unafraid, meeting Chen Yan's gaze directly. If my grandmother is being wronged, how can her grandson turn a blind eye? A single light remark silenced Chen Yan, compelling him to retreat. Chen Desho scratched his head and returned to his seat. Compared to his son, he was indeed at a loss for words. So he refrained from complicating matters. Lu's eyes were bloodshot as she gazed at Chen Yan, and the words of comfort she usually dismissed now penetrated her mind one by one. This grandson, not yet 6 years old and barely reaching the height of her shoulder, dared to confront a Fu on her behalf. Her eldest grandson, Qing Wei, was still inside the house with his mother and would hardly pay her any mind. However, Lu's wavering emotions quickly settled. When she spoke again, her voice was resolute. With you as his father planning for him, even if you falter, the most that could happen is that he would not study. If Lu does not inherit the family fortune, he would starve. Chen Defu ground his back teeth and immediately bowed to the clan leader. Qing Wei's education is not solely for our branch, but also for the Chen family and the entire Chen clan. The clan leader was moved. When the late governor of the Chen family was alive, the entire clan was a prominent family in the surrounding area. However, as no younger generations could achieve academic success, the Chen clan grew increasingly weaker, facing oppression from nearby villages and other families, enduring a difficult existence until the clan leader successfully passed the imperial examination, allowing the clan to breathe easier. Yet, as the clan leader aged, further advancement became impossible. Moreover, to revitalize a family, one scholar is insufficient. At least one elevated individual is necessary. Achieving such status requires innate talent, and merely studying longer proves futile. The clan leader's gaze fell upon Chen Yan. Though this child was young, his words echoed the wisdom of sages, and he remained composed in the face of humiliation and praise. This alone made him significantly stronger than Qing Wei. With such talent, should he persist in his studies, he could surpass Qing Wei in the future. The clan leader's expression became tranquil, since a division is necessary. It should be fair. There is no reason for the brothers to continue suffering losses on your behalf. Chen Defu's lips trembled with anger. Yet he dared not speak against the clan leader, merely grinding his back teeth in silence. With the clan leader having spoken, the manner of division was now his to determine. The family's land would be equally divided among the 3 brothers, each receiving 5 acres. Chen Lu's 5 acres would be managed by Lu, with 1 acre allocated to Lu for her old age. 33 taels of silver would be divided among the family, with 10 taels each, and the remaining 3 taels also belonging to Lu. The cultivated land amounted to 6 acres, and as Lu was growing older and unable to manage farming, she would only oversee the rental income henceforth. Logically, the 3 spacious brick-tiled houses were perfect for each brother to have one. The woman, Zhou, who had been sent into the house, rushed out, crying and wailing to the clan leader. You have seen Qing Wei grow up. He will soon be apprenticed to the esteemed Lord Gao. Yet, with such a division, we cannot even afford the apprenticeship fee. This is ruinous for his future. The clan leader was taken aback. Is it the esteemed Lord Gao from the capital? Indeed. Zhou replied eagerly. As soon as he returns, we will apprentice him. The clan leader was overjoyed. That individual was truly a paragon of talent. If Qing Wei could become his disciple, his future would indeed be limitless. If this were the case, the family could not be divided equally. Every effort must be made to elevate Qing Wei. Noticing the change in the clan leader's demeanor, Chen Yan felt a sense of foreboding. The patriarch's foremost concern will always be the interests of the clan. Once he learns that Qing Wei can lead the entire family to ascend, he will undoubtedly sacrifice the 2nd and 3rd branches, pouring all available resources into Qing Wei. Consequently, today's division will result in significant losses for the 3rd branch. Before the patriarch, Chen Yan repeatedly showcased his talents, hoping to secure recognition of his future value and thus attain the fairest share of benefits. However, the maneuver executed by the Zhou family instantaneously shattered his efforts. The future of our entire Chen clan now rests upon your shoulders, Qing Wei. The patriarch was elated, and as he gazed at Qing Wei emerging alongside the Zhou family, his eyes sparkled with eager anticipation. Qing Wei nodded, declaring, I shall spare no effort to rejuvenate our Chen clan. Excellent, excellent, excellent. The patriarch's face flushed with joy. Chen Difu's eyes betrayed hidden delight. Yet he wore a mask of concern. Qingwei is indeed promising, but our family's resources are limited. We cannot support him in the future. The patriarch, undeterred, turned to Chen Desho. Your cousin shows great potential. Desho, you must provide him with ample support. Chen Dishu's expression grew tense. I will certainly assist as much as I can, but my family also needs to survive. We must rely on the clan's support. The clan will undoubtedly offer assistance where possible, the patriarch promised. With this assurance, Chen Difu and the Zhou family could no longer conceal their joy. And even Chen Qingwei cast a proud glance towards Chen Yan. Chen Yan met his gaze unflinchingly, breaking into a grin that sent a chill down Chen Qingwei's spine. An instinctual sense of foreboding. Sure enough, the next moment, Chen Yan inquired, that esteemed high minister is far away in the capital. When has brother Qingwei ever met him? This remark fell like a bucket of cold water, instantly extinguishing the fervor in the patriarch's heart. Chen Difu, incensed, retorted, Qingwei has already caught the eye of the high-ranking officials. As soon as the high minister returns, he will surely facilitate an introduction. Chen Yan, still puzzled, asked, can the steward of the Gao family decide who his master accepts as a disciple? Does someone of the high minister's stature still heed the words of lower servants? The smug expressions of the first branch's trio froze on their faces. The patriarch, in a fit of anger, declared, 3 spacious brick houses are just right. 1 for each family. The house belonging to the Lu shall be occupied by your mother. Tomorrow, take the land deed to the county office for a name change. Zhou was struck as if by lightning, collapsing onto the ground, and soon erupted into loud sobs. Chen Difu's complexion turned ashen, devoid of color. Even Chen Qingwei stood frozen in place, while Chen Chuan felt a gnawing sense of dread. Moments later, Zhou's wailing echoed throughout the courtyard. The patriarch, feeling vexed, turned to leave, with Chen Desho hastily rising to accompany him. Chen Yan also rose, offering a distant bow to the patriarch, who paused and turned to Chen Desho, saying, take good care of your son. Should any difficulties arise in the future, the clan will certainly assist where it can. Chen Dishu's heart swelled with joy. This meant that a Yan had caught the patriarch's attention. In truth, Chen Yan's intentions were quite evident today, and a patriarch who had lived for decades could see through them. If Chen Difu and the others acted similarly, the patriarch would be displeased. However, at only 6 years old, Chen Yan's actions elicited instead a sense of expectation. Such cunning at such a tender age, if nurtured well, could indeed enable him to support the Chen clan in the future. As for Chen Qingwei of the main house, his sole focus lay in pleasing the subordinates of affluent families, leaving little room for academic pursuits. No matter how intelligent one may be, if the path taken is misguided, one cannot reach the broad avenues of success. The clan leader approached Chen Yan, scrutinizing the boy who barely reached his chest. A glimmer of appreciation flickered in his eyes as he softened his tone. Now that you have begun your education, it is time to enroll in an academy. There are several schools in this county, yet none can compare to the Gao Clan Academy. He paused, reflecting on his own past. He had once attempted to gain admission to the Gao Clan Academy himself, but had failed. On his second attempt, the examiner deemed his scholarly aptitude insufficient. Unyielding, he devoted himself to relentless study, eventually earning the title of Tongxing. Though he remained stagnant at that level, the clan leader's expression turned complex. The Gao Clan Academy has high standards. Strive to gain admission. If you succeed, a decade of diligent study may lead you to become a Xiuzai. Chen Yan bowed earnestly. Thank you for your guidance, clan leader. Chapter 16. Calligraphy in Pingxing County. Even the instructors at the county school may not possess the knowledge of those at the Gao Clan Academy. Any scholar must first attempt an examination at the Gao Clan Academy before considering other institutions. The clan leader was merely showing Chen Yan the way, and Chen Yan was grateful. However, the matter of the Gao Clan Academy would have to wait, as the priority now was the division of the family estate. After bidding farewell to the clan leader, the main house had already returned indoors, where the sound of Zhou's weeping occasionally drifted out. Lu was somewhat anxious. The belongings have yet to be divided. Why are they not coming out? Chen Desho remained unperturbed, knowing that today's division was overseen by the clan leader. His elder brother might bully him, but he would not dare offend the clan leader. Before the clan leader's arrival tomorrow, his brother would assuredly bring out all the items. Before dawn the next day, Chen Difu began to divide the possessions, silver, grain, blue bricks, and large tiles. Even the land deeds and contracts were laid out. Zhou's eyes were red and swollen as she grasped Chen Qingwei's hand, urging him with each word. People look down on you, believing you will never amount to anything. You must prove them wrong by becoming a Shoutsai and show them. Such words were indeed harsh, and Lu could hardly bear it. However, considering their eldest grandson would soon reside in a mud brick house, she swallowed her displeasure. Lu, unwilling to endure any longer, retorted, "If Qingwei manages to pass the Shoutsai examination, I, as his aunt, will be elated. There is no need for my elder sister-in-law to worry. Even if we must beg, we will not do so before a Shoutsai." Having divided the estate, what was there left to fear? Chen Difu pointed at Chen Desho. "Will you manage your wife?" Chen Desho scratched his head awkwardly. "Elder brother, my wife has a point. We will not hinder Qingwei." Chen Difu was momentarily speechless, feeling a discomfort in his throat, realizing that his soft-spoken third brother was not to be underestimated. Once the belongings were divided, they would proceed to invite the clan leader and the village head to the county. Chen Yan, however, chose to remain at home, painting a captivating female ghost playing the lute by night. The gentle breeze fluttered the woman's delicate garments, revealing her enchanting figure. Her long, exquisite feet were adorned with tiny bells around her ankles, the sound of which seemed to ring clearly in the air. Her hair was elegantly styled, with a few stray strands gently brushing against her cheek, enhancing her allure. If one could add color to the painting, the effect would surely be even more striking. However, the pigments for the beams are not inexpensive. Even if he wishes to invest, it would be prudent to await the arrival of profits and a stable clientele before proceeding. Chen Yan initially aspired to paint with more abandon, yet his youth compelled him to rely on his family to sell his works, thus restraining his creativity. A lingering sense of modesty still resided within him. Chen Desho returned home at noon, and Lu prepared a large pot of rice, a rare occurrence indeed, steaming a bowl of eggs, and inviting Lu to join them for the meal. Though lacking in meat, the fare was significantly better than what they had previously endured. Now that she had taken charge of the household, it was essential to have hearty meals to muster the strength for labor. In stark contrast to Lu's buoyant mood, Lu appeared rather listless. As the meal concluded, Lu handed Lu a piece of broken silver, stating that it was the earnings from Yan's paintings, which she had forgotten to give amidst the recent division of their household. Upon learning of the considerable value of Chen Yan's artwork, Lu's eyes sparkled with delight. "Yan, do show us your paintings. What could possibly be worth 3 coins each?" Chen Yan's heart tightened, as he promptly declined, claiming he had yet to complete any. Lu, with a cheerful demeanor, assured him that it was fine to wait until the paintings were finished, encouraging him not to rush. While she praised Chen Yan, Lu did not take his potential for earning money through painting too seriously. According to her, other families did not accept his work. Only a young master of about 10 had shown interest, likely due to the whimsical nature of a child's scrawls. It was unreasonable to expect that such a master would always disregard monetary value. "Mother, you need not cook alone anymore. Join us for meals." After the division of the household, Lu was left to fend for herself, and Chen Desho could not bear the thought. Lu waved her hand dismissively. "I can manage my own meals." Now that the households are separated, it would invite gossip from the villagers, claiming your elder brother is unfilial. Besides, you have the imperial examinations to prepare for. Upon the mention of the examinations, Lu's gaze turned towards Chen Yan. After the division, she possessed 10 taels of silver, in addition to the 9 coins from Chen Yan's painting sales and her prior savings, totaling 11 taels, sufficient to send Chen Yan to an academy for 2 years. With the burden of providing for an entire family lifted, aside from assisting with farm work during busy seasons, she could focus on raising more chickens, selling eggs, and trading chickens during festivals for additional income. Lu's thoughts began to flourish. Once the farming season concludes, let the head of the household inquire in the county about when the Gao Clan Academy will be accepting students. The Gao Clan Academy enrolls students every year on the 16th day of the first lunar month, necessitating a wait until the following year for examinations. So there was no need for Lu to rush. Chen Yan was well aware of their enrollment procedures, as his adoptive father, Zhou Rong, served as a teacher there. With 6 months remaining, he could earn more and diligently review his studies. Yet Lu felt it imperative not to delay. She wished to send Chen Yan to a nearby private school for an additional half-year of study. It was only upon Chen Disha's insistence that private schools primarily cater to early childhood education and that Chen Yan had already completed his foundational learning that Lu relented. Nevertheless, She did not abandon her aspirations. If a private school was unattainable, she would encourage him to memorize more texts and practice his calligraphy. Lu promptly thought to borrow some ink, brushes, and paper from the main house for Chen Yan's practice. Chen Desho brought over a slab of blue stone and a full basin of water, instructing Chen Yan to dip his brush in the ink and practice on the stone. To excel in your studies, you must endure hardship. First, deplete this basin of water before transitioning to paper. This will certainly enhance your efficiency. Observing a faint smile on Chen Dishu's face, Chen Yan remarked, "Father, are you reluctant to spend money on ink, brushes, and paper for me?" The Lu and Lu families were filled with skepticism. Chen Desho solemnly declared, "As heaven operates vigorously, a gentleman must continuously strive for self-improvement." The path of the imperial examination was inherently as challenging as climbing to the heavens. If one could not overcome such difficulties, how could they ascend the ladder of success? In our youth, my brothers and I practiced our calligraphy on stone slabs. With Lu's testimony, Chen Yan refrained from further discussion. Yet his doubts about his father's reluctance to part with money lingered. Under the scorching midday sun, which rendered outdoor labor unbearable, Chen Desho and Lu would take a respite until the afternoon before returning to the fields. While Chen Yan drowsily listened to Chen Dishu's words about the significant expenses of education and the necessity to economize, he fell into a deeper slumber. Upon awakening, he found the room deserted, the courtyard eerily silent, as if he were the sole occupant of the entire Chen household. Stealthily, Chen Yan secured the doors and windows and retrieved his artwork from beneath the bed. After a moment's contemplation, a spark illuminated his eyes as he drew a depiction of a fox maiden emerging from a bath on a blank sheet of paper. Entranced by the painting, he hurriedly concealed his work in a basket and returned it to its hiding place when he heard footsteps outside. He took up his brush and went to the courtyard, just in time to encounter Chen Dishu returning with his family. After exchanging greetings, Chen Yan dipped his brush in water and began to silently transcribe the three-character classic onto the bluestone slab. The summer sun had heated the stones to a blistering temperature, causing the water to evaporate almost instantly. Unperturbed, Chen Yan continued his practice. During his time at the Zhou residence, his reading was solely for the purpose of literacy, ensuring he would not be deceived in this era. Thus, he had not devoted much effort to perfecting his handwriting. Coupled with the weakness of his wrist, his characters appeared soft and feeble. To advance on the path of the imperial examination, possessing a fine hand was essential, and he would need to exert considerable effort to achieve that. A derisive laugh echoed from above, prompting Chen Yan to look up and see Chen Xingwei regarding him with disdain. "Ah Yan, if your handwriting were to be presented to the academy's teachers, you would surely be expelled," he mocked. Chen Yan retorted, "If my handwriting were that exceptional, would I be squatting here practicing?" Chen Dishu intervened, halting Chen Xingwei's further remarks, and quipped, "Now that the families are separated, your third uncle and aunt wish to squander their money. We cannot obstruct them." With that, he led his family away, leaving Chen Yan to gaze at their retreating figures. Filled with melancholy. Chapter 17. Selling paintings. Chen Yan initially believed that once the main household had divided its properties, they would sell their land. However, days passed without any developments. It was not until one fateful night, when Lu and Chen Dishu had a fierce argument, that Chen Yan learned the reason behind the main household's recent despondency. Following the division, the main household found itself with only 10 taels. Even with personal savings and selling the 5 acres of land they had received, they could hardly gather 100 taels. The family contemplated borrowing money from the Zhou family, but unfortunately, their attempts were in vain. Ultimately, the main household turned its attention to Lu, seeking her aid after the third household had retired for the night. They approached her room, attempting to appeal to her reason and emotions, but she flatly refused, leading to a fierce confrontation between mother and son. Meanwhile, the steward from the Gao family, upon realizing Chen Dishu could not produce the funds, ceased all further meetings with him. Chen Dishu wore a perpetual frown, as though the family had severed Chen Xingwei's path to prosperity. The third household, engrossed in their labor, remained oblivious to the family's turmoil, and Lu subsequently sought out Chen Yan to express her grievances. As Chen Yan practiced his calligraphy while listening, Lu Shi could hardly contain her frustration upon hearing Chen Dishu's name. She felt that his indifference, which allowed him to escape her ire, was sheer luck. Otherwise, he would squander the family fortune. She lamented that her father, once a promising student, had to kneel in the courtyard for an entire night, pondering how he could have been so heartless at such a tender age. Feeling fatigued from the conversation, Chen Yan suggested, "If you have no other matters, Grandma, shall we take a trip to the county town?" Lu Shi, elated, promptly hopped onto her small bamboo basket, urging Chen Yan to hasten and bring along his painting. The midday sun blazed fiercely, and the roads were nearly deserted, with even the bullock cart drivers seeking refuge from the heat. At the lakeside, Lu Shi picked 2 large lotus leaves, turning them upside down to shield their heads from the sun, while the straw hat intended for protection fluttered in the breeze. By the time the duo arrived in the county town, the heat was palpable. Upon entering the town, Chen Yan made a beeline for a roadside tea stall, refusing to budge despite Lu Shi's persistent pulling. Grinding her teeth, Lu Shi reluctantly paid for a bowl of tea, sitting nearby and chiding him. "Is there no water at home? Why must you come to the county town and waste money on tea?" Chen Yan paid her no mind, finishing the tea in one gulp and placing the empty bowl on the table, calling out to the stall owner, "Another bowl, please." Lu Shi clenched her old teeth in frustration, but dared not truly stop him. This rascal was the only heir of the third branch, on such a sweltering day. If anything were to happen to him, her life would not suffice as compensation. When the tea was served, Chen Yan pushed it toward Lu Shi. With wide eyes, she exclaimed, "Aren't you drinking?" "I'm already full," he replied. "This bowl is for you, Grandma. If you don't drink it, I'll pour it out." Chen Yan's mischievous demeanor nearly drove Lu Shi to her wit's end, yet she hesitated to let the tea go to waste. After their journey from Chunjiawan to the county town, Lu Shi was parched, but reluctant to spend money she had been holding back. Now that the money was already spent, she tilted her head back and drank it all in one go. Afterward, staring at the empty bowl, she felt a pang of regret. A single copper coin had vanished just like that. Just as she was about to voice her thoughts, Chen Yan had already risen to leave. Lu Shi swallowed her words and quickly fished out 2 copper coins to hand to the stall owner before hurrying to catch up with him. Chen Yan discarded the wilted lotus leaves, donned his large straw hat, and strode into the largest bookstore in the county town, with Lu Shi hastily following behind. The attendant recognized him immediately and exclaimed, "At last, you have come." He approached them warmly, ushering Lu Shi and Chen Yan into the inner chamber. Once they were seated and tea and snacks were served, the attendant beamed with satisfaction and retreated. In the inner chamber, a landscape painting hung on the south wall, directly facing a bookshelf that held only a few scattered books, while more space was occupied by tea sets, inkstones, brushes, and a dried plum branch. Seeing the branch, Lu Shi couldn't help but think how peculiar these scholars were, displaying a piece of firewood in such a beautiful vase and considering it elegant. Though she harbored such thoughts, she perched herself cautiously on the edge of the chair. Glancing up, she spotted Chen Yan enjoying a piece of pastry. In a moment of urgency, she attempted to intervene, but footsteps echoed from outside. She quickly sidestepped, seizing the pastries from Chen Yan's hands and stuffing them into a bamboo basket. With a few hasty swipes of her sleeve, she wiped Chen Yan's mouth and pulled her to her feet, greeting the incoming shopkeeper with a warm smile. Chen Yan felt a fiery sting on her lips from the rough treatment, yet she calmly swallowed the lotus root cake in her mouth. The man who entered was in his 40s, possessing a remarkably dignified appearance. She recognized him as the proprietor of the Shuxiang studio, who had previously dismissed her when she came to sell paintings, stating with impatience that they had their own artists. Today, however, he wore a broad smile, exuding a much more amiable demeanor. The shopkeeper's gaze swept over the pair of grandmother and granddaughter before settling on Lu Shi. With a cheerful tone, he inquired, "Are you here to sell paintings, my dear sister?" Lu Shi promptly nodded and urged Chen Yan to present the artwork to the shopkeeper. To his surprise, it was Chen Yan who held the paintings. As he received them and unfurled the first piece, his eyes widened in astonishment. Lu Shi nervously tightened her grip on the basket, while Chen Yan, with wide eyes, looked up at him and asked, "Will you buy it?" "Yes. If the price is right, I shall," the shopkeeper exclaimed, his excitement renewed as he examined the second painting. Amidst the mist, a delicate fairy revealed a hint of her fragrant shoulders. Though much of her back was submerged in water, the contours of her exquisite form were discernible. Despite his extensive literary background, the shopkeeper felt a stirring of desire at the sight of such alluring imagery. In his seasoned opinion, this painting would undoubtedly captivate readers if included in a narrative, leading to substantial sales. Meanwhile, the neighboring Imo Zhuxian was bustling with customers, having added 3 illustrations to their edition of Romance of the Three Kingdoms. These 3 paintings were originally intended for him at Shushang Studio, but he had declined them. Awakening in the night, thoughts of the prosperous business next door kept him restless. His greatest fear was not the lack of business for himself, but that his competitor was thriving. The more he pondered, the more vexed he became, specifically instructing his assistants to promptly invite the grandmother and granddaughter into the inner room for special treatment upon their arrival. As the shopkeeper gazed upon the 3rd painting, he envisioned silver coins fluttering into his pockets. After perusing the remaining 2 pieces, he composed himself and invited the 2 to sit down. Once a servant brought tea, he took a small sip before inquiring, "May I ask who created these remarkable works?" Lu Shi was about to respond when Chen Yan eagerly interjected, "My father painted them." Lu Shi looked at Chen Yan in astonishment, realizing that the child maintained an unwavering composure. At such a tender age, she was already adept at spinning tales? Her father's artistry was indeed extraordinary, forming a distinct style of his own. For such enticing images to be presented by a mere child was quite audacious. The shopkeeper praised Chen Yan's father with a smile before steering the conversation back. "May I inquire the price you wish to set for these paintings?" Chen Yan, speaking before Lu Shi could, replied, "We are unfamiliar with market prices. Perhaps you could provide an initial offer. If it seems fair, we shall sell. If not, my grandmother and I will seek other options." Though they professed ignorance of the market value, it was clear they expected the shopkeeper to propose a figure. Should he be dissatisfied, they would indeed explore other avenues. The shopkeeper, mindful of the earlier incident at Mo Xian, was reluctant to let this opportunity slip by. After a moment of contemplation, he finally spoke. "I genuinely wish to make a purchase for 4 coins of silver." Lu tightly pinched her thigh, barely suppressing a cry. The previous price of 3 coins was already considerable, and now it had increased. There were several items, which would amount to a great deal of silver. In total, 5 pieces were required, equating to 2 taels of silver, for I need to acquire some papers and books. Chen Yan estimated the price to be reasonable and, without much effort, decided to proceed with the sale. To excel in the Gao clan's examinations, purchasing books was essential. Although he could transcribe 300 characters from memory, the 4 books and 5 classics proved to be beyond his capabilities. During the division of family assets, he had intended to show off in front of the clan leader by reciting a few phrases that Zhou Rong frequently mentioned, yet in truth, he had never studied the 4 books and 5 classics. Initially, he intended to buy everything at once, but after inquiring about the prices, he ended up purchasing only the Analects, a block of ink, a knife of bamboo paper, and a brush. The brush given to him by the Zhou family was already frayed, and recently he had been practicing calligraphy on the blue stone slab, leaving little bristle remaining. Thus, he chose to buy an inexpensive brush to properly copy his texts at home. Spending such a sum of 1 tael and 1 coin on these few items left him feeling a bit pained. Studying was indeed a costly endeavor. After settling the accounts, the proprietor of the Book Fragrance Studio handed over 9 coins of silver to Chen Yan, only to realize later that it was actually meant for Lu. Initially, he had been conversing with Lu, but thereafter it was Chen Yan who took the lead. The proprietor only recognized that Chen Yan was still a child, barely taller than the counter in his shop, and that the accompanying woman allowed him to take charge. How peculiar it was. "If your esteemed father has any new works, please send them my way," the proprietor urged uneasily. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Yan inquired, and indeed, the proprietor still desired illustrations of beautiful women. Once the pair exited, Lu lamented, "Why spend money on books when you could simply copy them from Qing Wei's collection? You could save quite a bit." Chen Yan replied, "The handwriting in this book is exquisite. I wish to emulate it." Given Chen Difu's recent demeanor, borrowing a book from the main household would likely come at a steep price. Chen Desho had owned many books, but over the years, to support Chen Qing Wei's education, he had sold them all. However, Chen Yan's remark was not entirely a refusal. He was indeed captivated by the book's script, which was of the standard and elegant style known as the Guanga body. To succeed in the imperial examinations, mastering this style was essential. He intended to achieve this in one go, rather than practicing other styles that combined form and spirit. "How did you 2 emerge from the Book Fragrance Studio?" A somewhat familiar voice called from the side. Chen Yan turned to see a plump man in a moon-white long robe, adorned with a deep blue jade belt, standing at the entrance like a stone pillar. Without allowing Chen Yan to respond, the man's expression morphed into disbelief. "You have paintings, yet chose not to sell them to me, but rather to this Book Fragrance Studio?" Chen Yan felt as if he had been caught in a compromising situation, momentarily feeling guilty. But soon, he regained his composure with conviction. Since your shop refuses to print new books, I certainly will not burden you further. Who said that? Our shop's business is thriving. The plump man, infuriated, stomped his feet. Come, let us go to the shop together. With a hefty hand, he grabbed Chen Yan and pulled him toward the Mo Zhu Xian, leaving Chen Yan utterly powerless to resist. Upon entering the ink bamboo pavilion, I was taken aback to find what was once a solitary bookseller's establishment now bustling with over 10 individuals, some seated, others standing beside the shelves, engrossed in their readings. A young scholar in his 20s rushed to the counter and eagerly requested an illustrated edition of Romance of the Three Kingdoms. The attendant, shedding his earlier languor, swiftly packaged the book and handed it to the young man. Just as the scholar was retrieving his silver coins, another scholar in his 30s approached, also seeking a copy of Romance of the Three Kingdoms. In less than half a month, the business of the bookshop had flourished remarkably. A portly man, clearly agitated, remarked, "Look at my business. Can I not afford a few of your paintings?" Chen Yan pondered for a moment before asking, "Do we have an agreement that all future paintings will be sold to you?" The portly man, akin to a deflated balloon, instantly wilted, "No, we do not." This was swiftly followed by a profound silence between the two. Since acquiring the paintings, the master engravers at the ink bamboo pavilion had toiled day and night. And at last, 4 days later, they were able to produce a batch of prints. The illustrations, being monochrome, were simple to print. Once the ink dried and the books were reassembled, the pavilion displayed the 3 illustrations outside the shop. The exquisite images quickly captivated customers, eager to purchase the book. Romance of the Three Kingdoms was familiar to all, yet the collection lacked a beautifully illustrated edition. The desire to possess what others did not ignited a competitive spirit. It's merely a copy of Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Who cannot afford it? As the spirit of comparison surged, the illustrated editions at Ink Bamboo Pavilion were snatched up fervently, clearing out previously unsold stock, while new prints were being prepared in the back. The once musty shop was now filled with the fragrant scent of ink. The portly man soon regained his composure and inquired, "What do you go by, my friend?" "Chen Yan," came the reply. "I am Meng Yongchang. Since we are acquainted, we are friends now. Should you have any future paintings, I assure you, I will not let you suffer losses." Chen Yan raised his eyes to meet the jovial smile of Meng Yongchang. Taking a moment before responding, the previous establishment purchased the paintings at 4 coins each. Meng Yongchang patted his chest confidently, declaring, "My offer will only be higher, not lower. Do not be deceived by the modesty of my bookshop. My family is quite affluent." After a brief contemplation, he added, "We hold considerable influence. In this Pingxing County, there is little we cannot resolve. Should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to confide in your elder brother." The 3 paintings had revitalized his ink bamboo pavilion, and if he could cultivate this relationship, it would undoubtedly grow stronger, allowing him to eventually inherit the family business. He would no longer need to recite the teachings of sages daily or immerse himself in their works. Chen Yan suddenly felt intrigued. "I wish to study at the Gao Clan Academy." The pride on Meng Yongchang's face faltered, and he glanced around to ensure no one was eavesdropping. Leaning closer to Chen Yan, he whispered, "Brother, do not put me in a difficult position. The Gao Clan Academy only admits 10 students each year, making entry exceedingly difficult." After a pause, he continued, "I share this with you as a brother. Minister Gao is in mourning, and the sage has not revoked his feelings." Chen Yan was taken aback. The term mourning referred to when a senior official from the great Liang passed away, compelling the official to return home for 3 years of filial piety. Revoked feelings implied that the emperor did not permit the official's mourning leave, requiring him to continue serving in the court. The great Liang was renowned for its flourishing literary culture and held great significance on reputation and integrity. Whenever a courtier presents a memorial of mourning to the emperor, and the emperor declines their request, the courtier may resubmit it. The emperor, taking into account the courtier's rank and merits, may judiciously refuse a few times to preserve the bond between sovereign and minister. The greater the number of refusals, the more it signifies the emperor's regard for the courtier. The esteemed vice minister, holding a position of the 3rd rank, finds himself disregarded by the emperor, which starkly undermines his dignity. This indicates that the vice minister has entirely fallen from favor, and after 3 years of mourning, his prospects for reinstatement seem bleak. Thus, the political career of this vice minister appears to have reached its conclusion. Students entering the Gao family academy bear the indelible mark of the Gao lineage. From the moment they step into the bureaucratic arena, they become aligned with the faction of the vice minister. Should the vice minister face total downfall, his political adversaries will undoubtedly seek to settle scores with these individuals. Such news must have already circulated throughout the capital, yet he, as a humble son of a farmer from a small county, remains oblivious. If he unwittingly becomes embroiled in the strife of court factions, this insignificant figure may perish without ever understanding the cause of his demise. Chapter 19. Return to the Zhou family. On the journey back, Chen Yan and Madame Lu rode in an ox cart. Initially reluctant, Madame Lu eventually acquiesced as Chen Yan insisted on honoring her with the fruits of his labor, declaring that she should not suffer any burdens. The precious grandson not only earned silver today, but also secured a new painting commission from the Meng family, proving to be a lucrative endeavor. Under the blazing sun, it was imperative to ensure the little golden grandson did not suffer from the heat. The ox cart jolted violently, stirring up considerable dust, making the ride rather uncomfortable. Chen Yan swayed like a withered leaf in the crisp autumn wind. Rather than returning home, Chen Yan took Madame Lu to Zujiaban. Upon reaching the village entrance, the stone tablet commemorating Zhou Rong, the scholar, was clearly visible. The county office of the great Liang Dynasty would assist local scholars in erecting such monuments. For Zujiaban, Scholar Zhou represented the village's aspirations and pride. Hence the tablet was prominently placed at the village's entrance for all passers-by to admire. As Chen Yan entered Zujiaban, many greeted him, and he reciprocated their salutations. Zhou Rong's son, having been in the village for 6 years, was regarded as young Master Zhou, a figure of immense fortune in the eyes of the villagers. Even after relocating to Qinjiaban, their bond remained intact. Zhou Rong's residence was centrally located in Zujiaban, characterized by its vermilion gate and white walls with black tiles forming a harmonious ensemble. Upon Chen Yan's arrival, the gatekeeper had already opened the side door in anticipation. "Young Master Yan, you have finally returned. The master and mistress have been yearning for you daily." Chen Yan inquired, "Is the master at home?" "The master has been waiting for you in the study, having heard of your return," replied the gatekeeper, wiping away non-existent tears with his sleeve. Chen Yan pretended not to notice and entrusted Madame Lu to the gatekeeper, instructing him to treat her well. Before departing, he specifically advised Madame Lu to eat her fill before heading straight to the study. The study boasted 3 walls lined with bookshelves, in stark contrast to the sparsely populated shelves of the book-filled inner chamber. Zhou Rong's study was brimming with volumes, and should the household ever find itself in financial straits, selling these books could potentially yield enough to purchase hundreds of acres of land. Directly facing the door sat a refined young man in his 20s, poised behind a desk, pen in hand, engrossed in writing. A man adorned with a scholar's cap and dressed in a cerulean round-collared robe sat gracefully upon a chair, embodying the essence of a talented individual. Chen Yan pulled out a chair and seated himself opposite him, gazing intently. Zhou Rong found himself unable to inscribe a single character. Setting aside his brush and lifting his gaze, "Have you finally deemed it worthwhile to return and pay a visit? Your mother and I had begun to believe you had forgotten that the Zhou family still has aged parents." Chen Yan observed the radiant countenance of Zhou Rong and gently reminded him, "Master Zhou, you are merely 26 this year, still far from the age of standing firm. It is hardly appropriate to label yourself as old. It is often said that achieving success in one's 30s denotes exceptional talent. And it is indeed rare for a youth such as Zhou Rong, who has attained such recognition at a tender age, to be considered a prodigy." This has always been the foundation of Chen Yan's complacency. "I have returned too often. My dear parents may grow sorrowful. And you? Have you not also refrained from allowing Zhou Jibai to visit the Chen household?" Chen Yan felt considerably more at ease conversing with Zhou Rong than he did with Chen Desho. However, since he had already returned to the old Chen residence, he had no intentions of taking advantage of the Zhou family. After exchanging pleasantries, Chen Yan relayed the information he had gathered to Zhou Rong, whose expression shifted dramatically. "From where did you acquire this information?" "A friend, though I cannot vouch for its authenticity. It is imperative for you, Master Zhou, to investigate further. Should this news prove true, you may need to expedite your departure from the Gao Clan Academy." Zhou Rong was already studying at the Gao Clan Academy. After achieving success in the examinations, he secured a teaching position there, both to earn a bit more silver and to engage in scholarly pursuits alongside others from the academy. Being youthful, Zhou Rong was not inclined to resign himself to a lifetime without further examinations, unlike those older scholars who had toiled tirelessly for their degrees. His expression grew increasingly solemn. If what you say is indeed true, Jibai can no longer enroll at the Gao Clan Academy. Zhou Jibai, Zhou Rong's own son, had returned to the Zhou household and had engaged a tutor for his studies. Though Chen Desho lacked significant academic distinction, he had spent 6 or 7 years studying and taught his son to write during the agricultural off-season, with progress comparable to that of Chen Yan. Zhou Rong intended for him to take the examinations for the Gao Clan Academy after the new year. These matters were secondary. The immediate priority was to encourage Chen Yan to pursue the imperial examinations. After all, Zhou Rong had raised him for many years and was reluctant to see him endure the hardships of a farmer. He urged him to study and sit for the examinations, firmly believing that with Chen Yan's innate talent, his future accomplishments would surely surpass his own. Upon learning that Chen Yan was already preparing for the upcoming examinations at the Gao Clan Academy, Zhou Rong was overjoyed and promptly handed him a collection of the 4 books and 5 classics from his bookshelf, saying, "Within these pages lie my reflections from years of study. Take them home and read them well." The weight of the collection felt substantial in Chen Yan's hands. The teachings contained within required guidance for proper understanding. Thus, a mentor's influence could be likened to a father's love. By gifting these books, Zhou Rong was imparting the entirety of his scholarly insights. Chen Yan was moved and finally uttered, "Thank you, Father." Zhou Rong, with a smile illuminating his features, was inspired and proposed to Chen Yan, "Why not take me as your teacher?" Although Chen Yan's emotions surged, he resolutely replied, "No." Zhou Rong's face displayed disbelief. "Why not? My knowledge is unparalleled throughout the entire Pingxing County, and in the esteemed Gao Clan Academy, I am among the elite. Should I choose to accept disciples, many would vie for the opportunity, yet this young man declines? As father and son, our bond is inherently unbreakable, and this position of mentor should rightfully be assigned to another." Chen Yan spoke with unassailable conviction. In Daliang, the relationship between teacher and student holds significance that can surpass that of father and son, representing a crucial network of connections. Although he returned to the old Chen family, his 6 years of paternal affection with Zhou Rong remained intact, rendering the need for an additional layer of mentorship unnecessary. Naturally, finding another supporter would be more advantageous. Zhou Rong, having grasped the implications, felt no resentment. Instead, he admired Chen Yan even more. This clever lad perceived matters with greater clarity than his father, and should he enter the court, he would undoubtedly thrive. Make sure to memorize these texts well, and the principles I have taught must also be committed to memory. Should you encounter any uncertainties, feel free to consult me, Zhou Rong advised. Chen Yan readily agreed, and after a brief exchange, Zhou Rong's wife, Mrs. Jiang, hurriedly arrived. Upon seeing Chen Yan's gaunt and darkened visage, her heart ached, and she inquired about his current life at the old Chen residence. Chen Yan selected some favorable aspects to share. As they prepared to depart, Mrs. Jiang presented him with the clothing and shoes she had previously made. Chen Yan, unable to refuse her earnest and sincere gaze, accepted her gifts. Burdened with such a multitude of items, he found it challenging to carry them alone. So Zhou Rong assisted him in transporting the load to the entrance. At the door, they noticed Lu Shi conversing with a child of similar age to Chen Yan. The boy, Zhou Jibai, had dark skin and a slender frame. Although he wore newly made clothing and shoes, his slight build made them appear ill-fitting. This was the true young master of the Zhou family, whom Chen Yan had seen before. Upon noticing Zhou Rong and Chen Yan approaching, he momentarily froze, then hurriedly bowed to Zhou Rong, his actions somewhat awkward, indicating he was not yet accustomed to such formalities. However, when he met Chen Yan's gaze, defiance flickered in his eyes. After the customary greetings, Mrs. Jiang sent an ample supply of food back home with Lu Shi. Once outside, Lu Shi, burdened with numerous bags, felt somewhat apologetic, mumbling that next time she would bring along 2 hens. For dinner, Lu Shi dined with the third branch of the family, as Mrs. Jiang had provided an overwhelming amount of food, including approximately 2 pounds of meat. She mentioned Zhou Jibai's studies at the Lu household and noted that he had grown plump, clad in fine cotton garments. Chen Desho and Lu Shi were greatly pleased. Zhou Jibai would assuredly lead a prosperous life. Yet it was Chen Yan who would endure hardship alongside them. Lu Shi's heart ached more for Chen Yan. Chen Yan replied, "Our lives will surely improve as well." Observing the child comforting the adults, Chen Desho laughed heartily, seemingly dismissing the significance of his words, until Lu Shi produced 9 taels of silver. Chapter 20. Is this how it is? At the end of August, Minister Gao returned to Pingxing County, and by the end of September, County Magistrate Qian of Pingxing was reassigned. Zhou Rong, having a close relationship with Magistrate Qian, naturally went to bid him farewell. Upon his return, Zhou Rong summoned Chen Yan into the house to attend classes with Zhou Jibai under Mr. Lu. Being an adult, Chen Yan did not wish to dampen Zhou Jibai's confidence. However, Zhou Jibai persistently sought to outdo him. For instance, if Mr. Lu assigned 10 sentences to memorize, Zhou Jibai insisted on learning 11. If Mr. Lu required 5 large characters to write, he would write 6. Each time such instances arose, Mr. Lu would commend Zhou Jibai for his diligence, then turn to Chen Yan and admonish, "Why can't you learn from Jibai and instead indulge in such laziness?" Chen Yan, who had completed Mr. Lu's assignments in a straightforward manner, pondered, "Is this how it is?" Do not blame him for bullying the children. If Zhou Jibai can recite 11 lines, then he should recite 12. Not only should he memorize them, but he should also practice writing, thereby reinforcing his memory while honing his penmanship. When Chen Yan flawlessly transcribed 12 lines, Zhou Jibai was left bewildered, drifting through the entire day in a daze. Nevertheless, Zhou Jibai was not one to concede defeat. The following day, he too committed 12 lines to memory. Although his punctuation was somewhat inaccurate, a little correction from Mr. Lu would suffice. For a 6-year-old child, the Confucian analects are intricate and challenging to memorize, to the point that their commotion attracted Zhou Rong's attention. Chen Yan had dinner at the Zhou residence, and Zhou Jibai hastily finished his meal before retreating to his room. Zhou Rong sighed, urging the impudent boy to grant Zhou Jibai some respite, for he had been sleeping merely 2 hours a night for several consecutive nights. Mr. Lu had also been feeling somewhat fatigued lately. He had contemplated resigning, yet I had managed to persuade him to stay. Initially, Mr. Lu was quite pleased to see their diligent efforts. However, it did not take long for him to realize that he could not endure such a pace. Once the students had completed their memorization and could transcribe, they needed to discuss the fundamental meanings. Each day, the 6-year-old children would learn a few lines, understand how to recite them, then transcribe them. And thus a day would pass. Yet now, Mr. Lu was required to lead them through a dozen lines daily and expound upon their meanings, leaving his throat dry and sore. By nightfall, he regretted having praised Zhou Jibai for those 2 lines. Had it not been for the desire to receive a few words of guidance from Zhou Jiren, he would have departed long ago. Chen Yan candidly expressed, "He is determined to compete with me. If I were to lose to him, it would be quite embarrassing. Other time travelers have overthrown governments. Surely, I cannot allow this time traveler to be outdone by a 6-year-old child." However, he did not wish to tarnish the reputation of time travelers, nor to perform poorly. Zhou Rong, recognizing Zhou Yan's innate talent, considered it a mark of pride, and he found himself in agreement, although he remarked, "Reciting 12 or 13 lines daily is sufficient. If there is spare time, practice writing more, but let us keep this from Jibai." The pursuit of knowledge inherently demands hard work and allows for no semblance of negligence. Zhou Rong did not wish to suppress Chen Yan. This was a compromise for both their sakes. Zhou Jibai possessed great talent, and Chen Yan did not want to hinder him. He envisioned illustrating the analects. How many young children can truly grasp the meanings within the analects upon their first reading? They rely solely on rote memorization. Lacking comprehension makes memorization arduous, while forgetting is all too easy. In the village, most private schools are established by ordinary scholars or aspiring candidates merely to earn some silver for further studies and examinations, affording little attention to the students. Since Chen Yan began attending classes at the Zhou residence, Chen Desho has been escorting him daily. The fields have long turned yellow, leaves fluttering down, occasionally landing on the shoulders or heads of passers-by, who gently brush them away to return them to the ground. Zhou Jiuan is somewhat distant from Chen Jiuan, and with Chen Yan being small in stature, he walks even more slowly. As they walked, Chen Desho guided him in reciting his lessons. Although Chen Desho had not touched a book in over a decade, he could recite the analects flawlessly and taught Chen Yan along the way. Chen Yan had an excellent memory. After merely reading along twice, he would remember it. By the time they arrived home, he had already memorized the lessons for the following day. Upon entering the courtyard, one is greeted by the sight of Mrs. Zhou emerging with a bowl of fragrant chicken soup. Spotting them, she unexpectedly calls out, "Ah Yan, you have returned?" This is indeed an unprecedented occurrence. Mrs. Zhou has taken the initiative to greet them today. Due to the division of the household, the main branch has seemingly endured great grievances, wearing solemn expressions even while sharing the same kitchen. Chen Yan, however, is intrigued. Is there something good happening, Aunt? Mrs. Zhou, anticipating his inquiry, eagerly replies. Your cousin Qingwei is going to the Gao family academy to study, so I specially prepared this chicken to nourish him. Chen Difu steps out from the room, hands clasped behind his back, adopting the demeanor of an old scholar. Third brother, it is not my place as the elder brother to criticize you. But one must look forward and not dwell on the past. He continues, isn't the Gao family academy only admitting students in the spring? How is it that Qingwei is entering now? Drawing closer, he lowers his voice. Others cannot go, but I have a good relationship with the steward of the Gao family. Although I cannot directly pay respects to Minister Gao as a teacher, gaining entrance to the academy can certainly be arranged. His gaze shifts to Chen Yan. If you wish to send Yan there, just say the word. As brothers, I would be willing to assist. Chen Desho is quite tempted. It is not ideal for Yan to continue studying at the Zhou family. He originally planned to send Yan to take the entrance exam in the spring, but given Yan's young age and his recent studies of the analects, his chances of passing remain uncertain. If only he could expend some money. Chen Desho returns indoors to discuss this with Lu Shi. Although 10 taels of silver is a considerable sum, it could secure a promising future for Yan, making it worthwhile. Chen Disha's heart races at the thought. This is the Gao family academy. During his own studies, he often admired the students from there. Although he had failed to gain admission when his father took him to the exam, the experience of witnessing the esteemed scholars within those walls was unforgettable. Lu Shi, however, harbors more concerns. With what Yan earns, we barely have 15 taels. If we part with 10, we would only have 5 left to cover the tuition, and it might not even be enough to purchase ink, paper, and brushes. What will we do then? This is compounded by the fact that they received books from old Master Zhou, sparing them the need to purchase additional materials. Otherwise, they would struggle to afford even the basics. Since the family division, Lu Shi and Chen Desho, fearing it would affect his studies, arranged for him to reside in a spacious house of blue bricks and tiles. At this hour, Chen Yan would typically practice writing on the stone slabs outside before returning to his own room to either write, recite, or draw. Yet today, he insists on staying in the earthen house where his parents reside and exclaims, Father, Mother, the Gao family academy is no longer a desirable place to attend. He recounts the recent fall from grace of Minister Gao. In previous times, the Gao family academy was flourishing. It would have required not just 10 taels, but even 100 to gain admission before spring. With such a decline, it seems that the Gao family is not far from decline themselves. Chen Desho counters. Aside from Minister Gao, there are several other officials from the Gao family. Their standing remains respectable. At this moment, Chen Yan is profoundly grateful that his father never entered the officialdom, remaining entirely virtuous. Minister Gao was the pillar of the Gao family. The other officials could only maintain their positions under his protection. Now that Minister Gao has fallen, those officials' positions will be scrutinized, and they will gradually be pushed out. Chen Desho and Lu Shi stand in stunned silence, unable to fathom the implications. Such matters seem far beyond their comprehension. Chen Desho pondered, is the Gao family truly defeated? The outcome hinges on whether the faction of Vice Minister Gao offers protection and the ferocity of the opposing faction's actions. Thus, Chen Yan's response was simply, I do not know. As dusk settled, Chen Yan returned to the house after inscribing large characters on the bluestone for nearly half an hour. His wrist ached significantly, prompting him to take a moment's respite to recite his lessons. In truth, he had already memorized the analects. Currently, he was revisiting the notes of Zhou Rong, though he had not disclosed this to others. To him, Zhou Rong was the true master. In his previous life, he had studied portions of the analects as well. And although he did not memorize every line, he possessed an adult's capacity for understanding and discernment. Mr. Liu, his teacher, was exceedingly pedantic, insisting that regardless of whether they had memorized the texts, they must read aloud 10 times each day, swaying their heads and projecting their voices loudly. As for the teachings conveyed, they were superficial, far inferior to Zhou Rong's annotations. Chen Yan preferred not to read aloud. His memory in this life was remarkably sharp, allowing him to memorize texts after only 2 readings. For any concepts he found perplexing, he would jot them down on paper and consult Zhou Rong once he had accumulated a sufficient number of queries. The The flickering light cast his shadow on the window. Meanwhile, a dark silhouette in the courtyard headed directly toward the main house. Before long, the door swung open again, and Chen Desho stormed out, furious, followed by Chen Defu's irate voice. If you are unwilling to part with your money, why must you hinder me? I, Qingwei, intend to attend the Gao Family Academy to secure a promising future. In the courtyard, Chen Desho seethed with indignation, feeling justified in his conscience. His gaze fell upon a wooden basin on the ground, as wide as his waist, filled to the brim with water. Typically, besides using paper and brush for Mr. Lu's assignments, Chen Yan practiced his calligraphy by writing with water on the blue stone. Each night, Chen Desho would replenish the basin with water, and tonight he would pour out this seemingly endless source. The next morning, the main house bustled with activity, and Chen Qingwei stood in the courtyard reciting his lessons. Mrs. Zhou had specially made him a new robe, intricately embroidered with a bamboo motif, symbolizing steady progress. It suited Chen Qingwei well, lending him an air of stature. Noticing Chen Yan's emergence, Chen Qingwei halted his recitation and raised his chin, asking, "What do you think?" "Quite commendable," Chen Yan complimented the garment. Indeed, Mrs. Zhou's embroidery was exquisite, the bamboo depicted with such vividness that it was no wonder she could earn a living through her skilled craft. "Today, I shall attend the Gao Family Academy," he continued. "Teachers and classmates are of utmost importance. You spend your days studying at the Zhou residence. With whom can you forge friendships?" As he concluded, Chen Qingwei expressed a trace of disdain. If he could directly study alongside the esteemed Zhou Jiren, it would be remarkable. Yet, as it stood, he was merely an old scholar. How could he compare to the Gao Family Academy? Let us not forget, even Zhou Jiren was a teacher at the Gao Family Academy. Chen Yan regarded him in silence for a moment before responding. "If you desire a bright future, you must engage in diligent study and practice. You fell asleep even earlier than I did last night." Chen Qingwei was set to sit for the county examination the following year. He ought to be even more industrious than a mere child. Chen Qingwei choked momentarily, but quickly sought to justify himself. "I must rise early to attend the Gao Clan Academy today, so it is only natural that I retire early." However, his words lacked conviction, especially since Chen Yan, who was considerably younger than him, had already risen. Embarrassed and irritated, Chen Qingwei found himself at a loss for words as he noticed Chen Yan gazing at him. In frustration, he stormed back into the house. Only then did Chen Yan turn to freshen up. With ample time before class, Chen Yan resolved to memorize the annotations of the Analects by Zhou Rong, intending to commence his illustrations of the work that very evening. Little did he anticipate that, a month later, the influence of the Gao Clan Academy would extend to him. Mr. Lu resigned. The Gao Clan Academy had embarked on a massive recruitment drive, poaching the best students from various colleges in the county. With an influx of students, there was an evident shortage of instructors. The academy began to solicit teachers widely, inviting all scholars to apply. Mr. Lu decided to give it a try and, to his surprise, succeeded, thereby approaching Scholar Zhou to resign. Scholar Zhou, seeing no reason to retain him, remarked that with Chen Yan's talent, he should seek a more learned teacher, as he could not bear to jeopardize the young man's future. This was, indeed, the very reason Mr. Lu was insistent on resigning. Teachers are eager to instruct bright students, yet the challenge of nurturing them to excellence is formidable. One day, intending to challenge Chen Yan, Mr. Lu casually asked about a chapter they had yet to study, only to discover that Chen Yan had already memorized the entire Analects and possessed a profound understanding of it. It dawned on him that Chen Yan had concealed his abilities. Consequently, despite his yearning for Scholar Zhou's guidance, he felt incapable of mentoring Chen Yan any further. Scholar Zhou had no choice but to acquiesce. Thus, Chen Yan found himself remaining at home. Yet he was not anxious. Instead, he combined his memorization with the annotations of the doctrine of the mean, planning to consult Zhou Rong for clarification on his day off, thereby learning more swiftly and deeply than he had under Mr. Lu. Zhou Rong was astonished by his progress, and although he had engaged another teacher for Zhou Jibai, he did not permit Chen Yan to study under that instructor. Meanwhile, the elders of the family, seeing him at home, exchanged a plethora of sarcastic remarks with Chen Desho and Lu Shi. Chen Yan confided in his parents. Even if the Gao Clan Academy expands further, it cannot siphon off all the students of Pingxing County, nor can it attract all the teachers. Once the dust settles, I shall seek a college where I can study in peace. All tumult eventually finds resolution. As autumn waned and winter approached, Chen Yan completed his studies of the Analects, the doctrine of the mean, and Mencius under Zhou Rong. He also finished his illustrations of the Analects and led Lu Shi to the county town. This time, he went directly to Mo Zhuxian. Inside, a few scholarly-looking individuals were engrossed in reading. Their modest attire indicated their humble backgrounds, clearly reluctant to purchase books, opting instead to peruse them here. Fortunately, the attendants did not rush them and even provided stools for seating. As Meng Yongchang would say, allowing them to browse the books and offering a bit of tea was a significant favor to them. And anyone who succeeded in their studies would owe a debt that mere books could not repay. Chen Yan was acutely aware of the challenges faced by impoverished students. Even with his artistic talent, he could barely sustain his studies. Thus, he held great admiration for Meng Yongchang, always the first to seek him out for his new works. The shopkeeper, upon noticing his arrival, warmly invited him into the inner chamber and went to summon Meng Yongchang. The Qingfeng Academy, where Meng Yongchang was situated, had experienced a depletion of teachers due to the High Clan poaching their scholars, resulting in a temporary holiday for students. Those eager to join the High Clan's academy were encouraged to leave, leaving only a handful of students to be taught by the few remaining instructors. "You've finally arrived," exclaimed Meng Yongchang, bursting into the room with fervor and an intense gaze. "Is your latest work the romance of the Three Kingdoms featuring female demons again?" "This time, it is the Analects," replied Chen Yan. Meng Yongchang lamented, "Why the Analects?" Over the past few months, Chen Yan had been frequently selling his illustrations, whether of the romance of the Three Kingdoms or female demons, both of which were well received by patrons. He even contemplated having Chen Yan illustrate the entire romance of the Three Kingdoms to bind and sell elsewhere, certain it would yield substantial profits. Yet, Chen Yan had chosen to depict the Analects. As a student tormented daily by its teachings, Meng Yongchang longed for something fresh and entertaining. Who would spend silver on illustrations of the Analects? Surely, one would invest in storybooks instead. Chapter 22. A great success. Chen Yan urged Meng Yongchang to take a look. And though initially reluctant, Meng Yongchang began to leaf through the pages. To his astonishment, he quickly became engrossed. This time, Chen Yan had not illustrated a single image per page as before, but instead crafted a series of comic strips. For each sage's saying, he devised a small narrative, with lively characters and dialogues in everyday vernacular, culminating in the sage's words at the end. After indulging in the stories, the sage's teachings were easily comprehensible. Unbeknownst to him, Meng Yongchang flipped through the entire collection, feeling a sense of longing as he noted, "Is this all there is?" Chen Yan replied, "This chapter on learning contains 16 small stories. I am presenting these to you first. If you are willing to acquire them, I shall proceed to illustrate the remainder." It was then that Meng Yongchang realized he had inadvertently finished the chapter from the Analects and found it immensely enjoyable. "Your illustrations are remarkable, but who would buy them?" "Young children learning the Analects," Chen Yan responded. Having encountered numerous educational comic books in his past life, known as picture books, he knew that parents purchased them without hesitation. They sought to nurture their children's education, aspiring for their success. Such books would surely find a willing audience. Instantly, Meng Yongchang seized the opportunity and eagerly collected these illustrations, urging Chen Yan to swiftly complete the remaining works for a collective printing. At this moment, Chen Yan could not help but admire Meng Yongchang's entrepreneurial acumen. Recognizing a business opportunity in such a short time and desiring a simultaneous release was impressive. As he departed, Meng Yongchang remarked, "I have a premonition that this book will sell hundreds of copies." Chen Yan, however, was not swayed by his enthusiasm and requested a fee of 10 taels of silver for his work. Naturally, thereafter, Meng Yongchang persistently urged him for more illustrations. Consequently, while others reveled and relaxed during the New Year festivities, Chen Yan locked himself away, diligently wielding his brush and ink. In truth, the charcoal he had been using was inadequate, greatly hindering his speed. Thus, he plucked a sturdy feather from his family's rooster, dipped it in ink, and found that the results were significantly improved, allowing for a much quicker pace. As the new year faded without much flourish, the first glimmers of grass emerged in early February. The county examinations of the great Liang Dynasty took place in February, and the sound of students reciting their lessons echoed throughout the county. It was also during this time that many children sought to embark on their educational journeys. In households with children of appropriate age, the time arrives to send them off to school. The first essential items to prepare are books along with writing materials. During this period, the bookstores in the county town become remarkably lively. Last year's MZH thrived during these days by selling children's enlightenment books and the 4 books and 5 classics. Thanks to the illustrated edition of Romance of the Three Kingdoms, MZH managed to earn some profit last year, alleviating its previous financial woes. Though it still could not compete with the other 3 bookstores. Meng Yongchang hung the comic version of the learning chapter at the entrance of the shop, causing adults accompanying children to inquire about the Analects. Meng Yongchang would then say, "Why should adults compel children to study? Is it not simply because they do not understand?" Now, with this story of the Analects, children will eagerly read and learn on their own, and when the teacher explains it, will it not be twice as effective? Half of the Analects can govern the world. Isn't investing a few coins in your child's future worth it? The elders, filled with enthusiasm, would eagerly part with their money, bringing smiles to the shopkeeper's face. A thick book taken home, filled with unfamiliar and fascinating illustrations and stories, captivated the children, who could hardly put it down. Some even stayed up late to read, and those with good memories could recite several passages after finishing. Many families had more than one child, leading to disputes and cries, astonishing the elders. In no time, MZH had captured a significant portion of business from the other 3 stores. Meng Yongchang had anticipated the book's success and printed 200 copies, aside from those sent to other bookstores in the Meng clan. The 50 copies remaining in Pingxing County were insufficient to meet demand. Craftsmen in the back courtyard of MZH worked day and night to print more. And even Meng Yongchang rolled up his sleeves to help. Amidst his bustling activity, the employees from other bookstores came to request supplies. Meng Yongchang simply replied, "We do not have enough for ourselves. How can we share with you?" The employees pleaded, "Young master, if you do not provide books, we cannot go back and explain ourselves. Please have compassion for us." Consequently, Meng Yongchang logically retained these employees to work as laborers. The dispatched employees took longer than expected to return, with the thresholds of various bookstores nearly worn out. Some nearby shopkeepers had to come personally, only to find the employees assisting with the work. They used this as an excuse to request books from Meng Yongchang. "Since they are helping you, surely you cannot deny them even a single book?" Meng Yongchang replied, "I do not have enough for myself. If you want books, bring your craftsmen back to help, as the employees can hardly manage the printing." He continued, "The more craftsmen you bring, the more books you will receive." Several nearby shopkeepers returned home that day, only to return the next day with their craftsmen in tow. Those from farther away took 3 to 5 days to arrive, while those from even greater distances would have to wait. What was once a desolate courtyard was now bustling with activity. Chen Yan only realized the value of the story of the Analects when Zhou Rong presented it to him like a treasure, revealing that even those who had passed the imperial examination sought connections to acquire it. He suddenly felt that earning only 30 taels for illustrating the entire book was rather meager. Upon further reflection, it becomes evident that prior to the book's introduction to the market, no one could guarantee its commercial success. Earning 30 taels would indeed be commendable. One must consider that those laborers at the docks toil all day for scarcely more than 30 copper coins. Due to the county examination, the Gao clan school granted a break, allowing Chen Yan to visit the Zhou family daily, where his progress in learning accelerated remarkably. Once the county examination concluded, Zhou Rong returned to the Gao clan school, reverting to his previous self-study routine. However, the atmosphere at home had significantly deteriorated since then. Chen Qingwei had failed the county examination. Not only him, but all students from the Gao clan school who sat for the exam faced the same fate. The gloom in the large house loomed like dark clouds, and Chen Qingwei isolated himself within his room, refusing to attend school. Although they had separated households, the shared kitchen made encounters inevitable. Recently, Lu had to clandestinely steam eggs for Chen Yan, fearing a confrontation with the Zhou family. As days passed, the oppressive mood only intensified, until one day, Chen Difu burst into Chen Disha's room, demanding answers. When Chen Yan entered Chen Disha's room, the old wooden door was kicked open, and the long bench inside was overturned. Lu, incensed, stood in front of Chen Desho, arguing with Chen Difu. "The head of the family advised you not to send Qingwei to the Gao clan school, and yet you disregarded his counsel. How can you then blame us?" Chen Difu, still seething with anger, retorted with a sarcastic laugh, "If you truly wish to advise, you should have shared everything you knew with me. Not a word was spoken to me, yet you watched as our Qingwei leapt into the fire." Chen Desho found himself at a loss for words. What could I possibly know? Last year, You were so determined to send Chen Yan to the Gao clan school. Why not send him now? Perhaps Master Zhou has spoken to you. The county examinations in Daliang occur biannually, and even if this time was a failure, there remains the opportunity for the following year. The true misfortune lies in the fact that none from the entire Gao clan school succeeded. This was unprecedented for the Gao clan school. Furthermore, with Vice Minister Gao returning home in mourning and the county magistrate being replaced, it seems the magistrate may have intentions to target the Gao clan school. It would be increasingly difficult for its students to achieve success in the future. Chapter 23. Leave some face for father. Next time Qingwei was sent to the Gao clan school by his uncle, if blame were to be assigned, it should rest with the uncle himself. Chen Difu turned around to find Chen Yan standing calmly at the door. Chen Difu forcibly suppressed his anger, stating, "Is there any fault in aspiring for greater heights? He has gone to great lengths for his son's education, even exhausting the family's resources, only to meet with such an unfortunate outcome. How can he possibly accept it? My father repeatedly tried to prevent you from pushing Qingwei into the fire. Do you think my father wishes ill upon you? Is that not sheer obstinacy?" Chen Yan's youthful eyes fixed on Chen Difu. "Even amidst our separation, you could not restrain the uncle. Is it not the uncle who has caused harm to Qingwei? Were I in his position, I would have exerted every effort to extricate Chen Qingwei from the Gao clan school, to prevent him from sinking deeper and jeopardizing his future." Chen Difu staggered slightly, his face devoid of color. Lu stepped forward protectively, stating, "Our family head is merely a farmer, lacking the uncle's capabilities. Today he seeks connections here, tomorrow there. Yet we understand the importance of reason. We have separated our households to live our own lives. If the uncle has not fared well, it is not the brother's fault." In the past, Lu had often been accommodating in front of the main house. After the division of the family, she took charge of her own affairs, and life became increasingly enjoyable. When Chen Difu came to visit, she could no longer contain her anger. How could he treat her so disdainfully? Chen Difu, deeply affected, turned to leave, only to hear Chen Disha's voice behind him. "Eldest brother looks down on me and disregards my words. Qingwei is still my nephew. I will urge you once more to heed Yan's advice and distance yourself from the Gao family academy." Once Chen Difu had exited, Lu began tidying up the house, her expression darkened by indignation. Chen Desho, who had been mentioned, took Chen Yan to the courtyard and finally sighed in relief. Then asked, "Is it truly impossible to attend the Gao family academy?" "Perhaps it is possible, but we are farmers, and when trouble arises, we must keep our distance. Otherwise, we risk being crushed to dust." If Chen Yan had merely speculated before, the county examination made it clear that a certain power was intent on severing the roots of the Gao family. The Gao family academy is the very foundation of the Gao clan. As long as it exists, it can not only nurture the descendants of Gao, but also send many talented individuals to the court, thus forming Gao's influence over the imperial court. Now, the candidates from the Gao family are barred from the county examination. Who would want to enroll in the Gao family academy if it continues like this? The large-scale recruitment by the Gao family academy indicates that the Gao clan will not sit idly by. They will surely fight back. When celestial beings clash, it is the common folk who suffer. Keeping a safe distance is the only way to ensure one's own survival. After a moment of silence, Chen Desho gently patted Chen Yan's head. "You need not concern yourself with the family finances. Focus on your studies, Yan." Even if he had devoted himself to studying back then, he likely would not have entered the officialdom. His son, perhaps influenced by being around Scholar Zhou, seemed to possess a far broader perspective and deeper thoughts, managing to navigate risks and opportunities even before turning 7. Surpassing him by leaps and bounds. Chen Yan looked up. "Father, you earn less than I do." Chen Desho chuckled in exasperation. "Do not think your father can only farm. Once the spring plowing is done, I'll head to the docks to carry bags. I can earn 30 coins a day. Last month, I sold a painting for 10 taels." "I see," replied Chen Yan. He did not intend to belittle his father, but realized that relying solely on his father's labor would not suffice to fund his education. Chen Yan possessed an exceptional memory. After reading something a few times, he could recall its contents. He had already memorized the 4 books and finished reading Zhou's annotations. Next, he was to study the principles of writing. Previously, the money he earned from selling paintings had not been taken by Lu. Instead, he purchased several reference books akin to the annotations of the 4 books. Coupled with his previous life's knowledge and his discussions with Scholar Zhou, he was able to fully comprehend the meanings within the 4 books. However, Mastering the principles of writing could not rely solely on his sessions with scholar Zhou. Critics of the imperial examination system often lamented its rigidity and decay, suggesting that capable individuals were hindered by such a system. Yet, upon experiencing a system similar to the Ming Dynasty's imperial examinations, Chen Yan understood the true difficulties of the examination process. While he could memorize the 4 books through diligence, he would need a teacher to guide him in crafting essays. The main house was not entirely mistaken in their efforts to ensure that Chen Qingwei had access to better mentors. In the past, the scholars of the Gao clan were esteemed above those from other academies, with their students faring significantly better in the imperial examinations. In Dream of the Red Chamber, although Lin Daiyu could not pursue an official career, she was able to engage a teacher of the caliber of Jia Yuzuan, a successful scholar. Conversely, the rural youth were predominantly acquainted with mere licentiates. How could a licentiate ever hope to compare with a scholar in literary composition or in the comprehension of classical texts? This is precisely the reason why it is said that humble origins seldom produce distinguished offspring. Among those acquainted with Chen Yan, the most learned and promising was Zhou, the licentiate, under whose guidance Chen Yan and others were nurtured. Their relationship had evolved into that of master and disciple, albeit Zhou was exceedingly busy, only able to offer his insights once every 10 days. Solely relying on Zhou's teachings was insufficient for Chen Yan, who grew increasingly anxious about his academic prospects. He had urged Zhou on several occasions to depart from the Gao clan's academy, yet Zhou was reluctant to leave. Having received kindness from the Gao clan, he could not abandon them in their time of crisis. If he could secure his academic credentials before the Gao clan's inevitable downfall, he could later assist Zhou as well. As Chen Yan contemplated inquiring with Meng Yongchang about suitable academies, Zhou had already arranged for a teacher, personally sending his carriage to fetch them. You must remember to uphold decorum in the presence of Master Yang. Do not behave inappropriately. It is essential to learn to be a person before one can pursue knowledge. Zhou earnestly instructed Chen Yan and Zhou Jibai. Both young men nodded in agreement. Zhou then recounted the background of Master Yang. Once a renowned prodigy from Pingxing County, he had memorized the 4 books at the tender age of 3, begun composing essays by 5, and attained the status of licentiate by 12. And an official candidate by 15, his future was indeed bright. Aspirants who sought to succeed in the imperial examinations often traveled widely to understand local customs and policies. During his travels, Master Yang encountered local gentry who unjustly seized farmland from peasants. Outraged, he took up their cause and successfully reclaimed their land, but in doing so, he incurred the wrath of the local aristocracy. Before he could depart, he suffered the grievous fate of having all 5 fingers of his right hand severed. The laws of the Liang Dynasty forbade those with physical disabilities from participating in the examinations, thus severing Master Yang's path to scholarly achievement. Subsequently, he became a tutor in a prominent household and, now advanced in years, has returned home to enjoy his twilight years. Zhou, having previously benefited from Master Yang's guidance, established a connection with him, which ultimately led to the opportunity for the 2 boys to meet Master Yang. Noticing Zhou Jibai's nervousness, which was tempered by a glimmer of excitement in his eyes, Zhou offered a subtle nod. When his gaze turned to Chen Yan, whose expression remained composed, Zhou inquired, "Do you not wish to become a disciple of Master Yang?" Chen Yan, unreserved before Zhou, replied, "It is too soon for me to take on a master. If I am to seek a mentor, it should be after I have attained the status of a licentiate. Only then may I have the chance to find a truly esteemed teacher. As the saying goes, one finds comfort in the shade of a great tree. By then, even if I were to lie idle, none would dare to bully me." Zhou, understanding Chen Yan's perspective, did not take offense. Instead, he replied gently, "With your intellect, you will surely enter the official realm in due time. However, if you align yourself too early, should those you depend upon fall from grace, you will undoubtedly be implicated. I have suffered greatly from this, unable to extricate myself, and I wish to guide you away from following my troubled path." Chapter 24. Apprenticeship. Reflecting on the esteemed Minister Gao and the Gao clan, Chen Yan lowered his gaze and murmured, "I understand, esteemed teacher." Mr. Zhou's words rang true. To rashly take a stand without understanding the court's dynamics was tantamount to courting disaster. It was indeed his folly. Yang, the scholar, unable to partake in the imperial examinations, devoted himself entirely to teaching, rendering him more suitable than many who bore titles of distinction. Furthermore, the profound respect Mr. Zhou held for Yang indicated the scholar's remarkable intellect. To study under such a master was a stroke of fortune. Upon arriving at Yang's residence, Mr. Zhou guided the two of them down from the carriage, and they walked to the entrance of the courtyard. Yang's home bore no distinction from the modest dwellings of the nearby villages. Enclosed by a fence, the small courtyard housed 3 or 4 chickens, and within stood 3 ancient houses of blue bricks and large tiles, their walls stacked high with firewood. In the southeastern corner, a low earthen structure with a crumbling chimney suggested it served as the kitchen. Mr. Zhou called out, "Is Mr. Yang at home?" The door of the main house creaked open, revealing a man clad in simple garments and wearing straw sandals, with a broad face, graying hair, and a lean physique. His presence evoked in Chen Yan the image of Tao Yuanming's verse about gathering chrysanthemums by the eastern fence, leisurely gazing at the southern mountains. Donning a straw hat, Yang replied, "As it is the season for spring plowing, I am quite occupied. If you two are willing, you may join me in the fields." Thus, Chen Yan and Zhou Jibai followed Yang into the rice paddies. The fields had already been tilled, and Yang set about planting seedlings with a focused demeanor. Mr. Zhou, rolling up his trousers, advised them, "Planting seedlings should be approached with the same diligence as writing. Each one deserves careful attention." Chen Yan and Zhou Jibai nodded in agreement, each rolling up their trousers and sleeves as they entered the waterlogged fields. With feet sinking into the soft mud, they bent to insert the seedlings, then stepped back to plant the next, repeating the process until a row was completed, then starting anew. The incessant bending caused their backs to ache painfully, yet fortunately, no leeches plagued them this time. By the time they finished a section of the field, evening had descended. Chen Yan felt as though his back were about to break from fatigue. Yang offered them water but made no mention of the apprenticeship, sending them on their way. Climbing back into the carriage, Mr. Zhou curled up with a look of utter despair. Chen Yan and Zhou Jibai, equally exhausted, leaned against the carriage, closing their eyes to rest. Upon returning to the Chen household, Lu prepared warm water and cloths to soothe their aching arms and legs, expressing concern. "You haven't had to toil at home, yet here you are, working hard elsewhere. It's as if you were not my own child." Chen Yan replied, "This is a test from Mr. Yang, but such treatment is excessive. We ought not to continue with him. Let us find a formal academy where a proper instructor can teach you." Lu's words warmed Chen Yan's heart. Nearby, Chen Desho, also soaking his feet, chimed in. "Only through enduring hardship can one rise above others. Mr. Zhou's recommendation suggests profound knowledge. No academy can compare." Despite her concerns, Lu could not deter Chen Yan from returning to Yang's home the next day to work. As they boarded the carriage, Chen Yan noticed Mr. Zhou was absent. When inquired, Zhou Jibai replied, "He is at home, unable to rise from bed." Chen Yan remarked, "How fortunate it is to possess a title, freeing one from such toil." The following day, they changed fields to transplant rice seedlings. At noon, they had only the flatbreads they had brought from home. By the time they returned in the evening, Chen Yan could not utter a single word, and upon glancing at Zhou Jibai, he found him equally exhausted, fingers too weary to move. Their eyes met, and a deep sense of mutual appreciation blossomed between them. In the days that followed, the two of them assisted Master Yang daily, from transplanting rice to planting corn and soybeans. Chen Yan and Zhou Jibai became sun-kissed and robust, their bodies strengthened significantly. From being so fatigued that they could hardly speak, they eventually found themselves chatting amiably on the cart, a testament to the resilience of human adaptability. A month later, Scholar Zhou finally visited Master Yang's home again. "How have those two children fared?" he inquired. Master Yang, rarely smiling, replied, "They have endured hardships, displaying perseverance and determination, and they do not resort to trickery. They are quite commendable. I have accepted these two disciples." Each day after sending Chen Yan and Zhou Jibai off, Master Yang would review the work they had done. For instance, initially, their rice planting was crooked and uneven, clearly indicating that they had never worked in the fields before. However, as time passed, their rows of seedlings became straighter, and the plants were spaced evenly, demonstrating their earnestness in labor without the slightest hint of negligence. When it came to tasks such as corn planting, hoeing, and creating ridges, their progress was evident, showcasing their diligence and ability to endure hardship. In the pursuit of knowledge, one must possess talent, but even more crucial are hard work and perseverance. Scholar Zhou rose, bowing solemnly to Master Yang. "I entrust these two to your guidance." Master Yang sighed. "You are but a master of the Gao family clan. If you wish to retreat, it is not too late. Why cling so tightly? When my parents passed away, The family assets were seized by our relatives, and I could scarcely afford the tuition, nearly abandoning my studies. It was Master Gao's compassion that exempted me from fees and provided me with monthly supplies of ink and paper, feeding me, which has led to the person I am today. I owe a debt of gratitude to the Gao family. How could I ever withdraw? Seeing Zhou's demeanor calm, Master Yang realized his attempts to persuade were futile and could only sigh deeply. He understood the futility of advising Zhou Rong, just as he had once known the impossibility of his own situation. I shall diligently teach these two. Thus, Master Yang made his promise. Scholar Zhou smiled. Then I congratulate you in advance on acquiring two fine disciples. My only son possesses talents rivaling my own, while my adopted son, in both memory and understanding, is the most exceptional individual I have ever encountered. Were it not for my inability to protect them, I would be reluctant to entrust them to you. Master Yang was taken aback. He was aware of Zhou Rong's character, which, though outwardly calm, was quite lofty, with ordinary individuals hardly capturing his interest. That these two children could earn such high praise from him was astonishing. From that day forth, Chen Yan and Zhou Jibai formally became disciples of Master Yang. Due to the considerable distance between Master Yang's residence and their homes, in order to avoid wasting time with daily commutes, they moved in with him. Once they began studying under Master Yang, Chen Yan finally understood why Zhou Rong was so insistent on having them enter Master Yang's tutelage. Master Yang, brimming with knowledge, would draw upon a wealth of references and intersperse various anecdotes during his lectures, making the classes engaging and delightful. Chen Yan listened with rapt attention, finding the experience utterly captivating and devoid of tedium. Master Yang is indeed a true lover of books. The papers inscribed by Chen Yan and Zhou Jibai are not to be discarded. They must be meticulously organized and placed on the bookshelf. In his words, paper that has been written upon is imbued with literary spirit and represents their efforts, serving as a constant reminder of their endeavors. After several days of lessons, Master Yang developed a general understanding of the two. Chen Yan possesses remarkable insight and a good memory, having already read the 4 books, yet his writing is overly mechanical. Were it not for Master Yang's scrutiny over his compositions, one might suspect he had employed someone else to write for him. Nevertheless, it is no small feat for one so young to produce writing of such propriety, and Master Yang does not chastise him, but rather casually points out a character, instructing Chen Yan to find and memorize the relevant verses. Zhou Jibai has only studied the analects and the doctrine of the mean, and Master Yang, noting his solid grasp of the material, has begun teaching him the Mencius. The days spent studying at Master Yang's home were tranquil yet fleeting, until one day, 6 months later, the serenity was shattered by a servant from the Zhou family bursting into the courtyard. Zhou Rong had been imprisoned. Chapter 25. Arrested. The magistrate of Pingxing County had consecutively caused all students from the Gao Clan Academy to fail their examinations. The students from Gao Clan, armed with their essays, brought their grievances to the Danyang Prefecture. Pingxing County falls under the jurisdiction of Danyang Prefecture, and the prefect compared the essays of the county's successful candidates with those of the Gao Clan's failed students, discovering a striking disparity in quality. The Danyang prefect promptly summoned the magistrate of Pingxing County for questioning, only to have the magistrate reveal the existence of examination fraud at the Gao Clan Academy. The imperial examination is the most crucial pathway for the state to select talent. Once officials are embroiled in a scandal involving it, the consequences can range from dismissal to execution and confiscation of property. Students implicated in such matters face a lifetime ban from examinations, thereby destroying their futures. Upon investigation, the Danyang prefect found that all students associated with the Gao Clan Academy were involved and immediately dispatched personnel to apprehend the implicated students for interrogation. The truth soon emerged. A student from the academy had bribed a court official to gain access to the examination questions, which were subsequently shared with the master, who then explained them to the students in class. The implicated master was none other than Zhou Rong, the scholar. Chen Yan and Zhou Jibai arrived at the Zhou residence, where Madame Zhou, her eyes swollen with tears, embraced each child tightly, weeping inconsolably. Her tears soaked Chen Yan's shoulder, burning against his skin. Zhou Jibai, merely a 7-year-old child, was left pale with fright at such a grave upheaval. Chen Yan comforted Madame Zhou, saying, "Mother, let us seek help from the Gao family. They may have a solution." Since returning to the Chen household, he had referred to his former parents as Lord Zhou and Madame Zhou, yet they had devoted 6 years to raising him. and he could vividly recall Madame Zhou softly singing lullabies to lull him to sleep, covering him with a blanket in the middle of the night, and smiling as she wiped his sweat with a cloth. At this moment, he could no longer force himself to call her Madame Zhou. Madame Zhou paused, tightening her embrace. And through her tears, she said, "Your father foresaw this day long ago and specifically instructed you not to get involved." The oppression faced by the Gao family would inevitably impact the Gao clan academy, and Zhou Rong, as a master within the academy, was certainly aware of this. He understood the principle that what rises must eventually fall, and arrangements had long been made for the aftermath. The family estate is entirely bequeathed to Zhou Jibai, while the collection of books in gold and silver is entrusted to Chen Yan. Madame Zhou, wiping her tears with a handkerchief, explains, should the master be convicted, Jibai will be the son of a criminal and will no longer be able to take the imperial examinations. The land left to Jibai ensures that he will live without worry for the rest of his life and can pass it down, allowing future generations to study and take the examinations. Moreover, it is fortunate that the master's plight will not affect Yan. The books are better suited for him. The expenses of education and examinations are substantial, and it would be arduous for the Chen family, who are farmers, to support Yan's studies. The family's silver is designated for Yan's education, and thereafter, he must rely on his own efforts to achieve success. There are 6 large chests of books, along with a smaller locked wooden box containing silver, which comprise all that Zhou Rong left for Chen Yan. The servants are bustling about, while Zhou Jibai stands in stunned silence. Chen Yan clenches his fists and gazes at Madame Zhou. "I do not want it." Madame Zhou, alarmed, queries, "This is what your father left for you. Why refuse it? He has merely been imprisoned. He will return. Why divide the inheritance prematurely?" Chen Yan's voice resonates throughout the room, silencing the commotion. Everyone is taken aback and turns to look at Chen Yan. Madame Zhou stands momentarily stunned before breaking into tears, covering her face with the handkerchief. Zhou Rong is the only one in the family with a degree. Now that he is captured, the family is left with only orphans and widows. "Mother, how can we know unless we try?" Chen Yan speaks again. Zhou Jibai's bewildered eyes gradually light up with hope as he looks at Chen Yan. "How shall we try?" "I must visit the Gao family," Chen Yan declares. Standing tall, Zhou Jibai immediately responds, "I will go with you." As they prepare to leave, Madame Zhou instructs the servants to block the door and brings them back. At this moment, Madame Zhou reveals a side of herself that is drastically different from before. "Your father said that if the Gao family has a way, they will come to our aid without us having to plead. If they do not have the means, visiting them would be futile and would extinguish any remaining goodwill. Even if the Gao family has fallen, they are not to be compared with our emerging family. In the future, should you encounter insurmountable obstacles, approaching the Gao family may yield assistance, for they might recall the kindness of Zhou Jiren. We must seize the opportunity while the news has not spread and distribute the books and silver to Chen Yan, so that when the clan members come to take advantage, they cannot seize much. As for the land contracts, they are recorded in the county office. As long as Madame Zhou and Zhou Jibai do not change the names, they cannot take it from us." Madame Zhou, exhibiting rare assertiveness, sends people to load the items onto a cart and accompanies Chen Yan back to the Chen family home. Upon entering Chunjiawan, the locals help to find Chun Desho and Lu Shi. The Zhou family cart has returned. Surely it is your Yan. Chen Desho and Lu Shi abandon their work, shouldering hoes and burdens as they hurry home. Upon arriving at their courtyard, they discover Steward Zhou directing the transfer of large wooden chests, with Chen Yan standing beside him. The elder Zhou and Lu families are watching in the courtyard. Chen Desho strides forward to greet Steward Zhou, who briefly explains the situation and adds, "Madam specifically instructed that you, Old Master Chen, keep a close watch on young Master Yan and ensure he does not go to the county." Chen Desho is left bewildered. Master Zhou is a scholar, yet he was so easily captured? He questioned whether he had misheard, but upon observing the sorrow etched on Butler Zhou's face, he refrained from further inquiries and could only courteously see him off. It was then that Mrs. Zhou approached, opening one of the wooden chests to reveal a neatly stacked collection of books. She was taken aback. Such a multitude of books, what value could they possibly hold? Books have become exceedingly expensive nowadays, with even the cheapest ones costing several hundred coins, and those of slightly better quality fetching 1 or 2 taels of silver. Even old books could be sold for a considerable sum. If these were sold, there would easily be several hundred taels. How could a child mistakenly taken be entitled to such riches? Mrs. Zhou nearly blurted out her thoughts. With a sharp clap, the wooden chest was forcefully closed, nearly pinching her hand had she not pulled back in time. Angrily, she turned to Chen Yan, but upon meeting his gaze, she instantly swallowed her reproach. Despite being merely 7 years old, Chen Yan's eyes brimmed with a fierce intensity that sent chills down her spine. "Auntie, you are still worried about your esteemed son. He is also a student of the Gao Clan Academy," Chen Yan stated, leaving Mrs. Zhou in a state of disarray. The examination scandal involved not only Zhou Rong, but also other scholars and students. "What are you still doing standing there? Quickly send someone to inform De Fu to investigate," Mrs. Liu exclaimed, slapping her thigh and directing her command at Mrs. Zhou. In a fluster, Mrs. Zhou paced the courtyard, anxious to find Chen Deshou. After helping Lu Shi move the chests indoors, Chen Deshou hurried to the county town to find Chen Defu, and together they made their way to the Gao Clan Academy. Upon arriving at the academy's entrance, they found it surrounded by the elders of the students' families. Chen Defu's legs turned to jelly, and it was only through Chen Deshou's insistence that they pushed to the front to seek news of Chen Qingwei, only to be told that all the students from Gao Clan Academy who participated in this year's imperial examination had been apprehended. Chen Qingwei was among them. Chapter 26. Imprisoned. When the two brothers returned home, their family awaited them anxiously in the courtyard. Even Chen Chuan, usually the most unruly, sat obediently beside Mrs. Zhou. Both Mrs. Liu and Mrs. Zhou stood simultaneously, asking, "Where's Qingwei?" Chen Defu's face turned ashen, rendering him speechless. Mrs. Zhou rushed over, gripping his arm tightly, her nails digging into his flesh. "Where's Qingwei?" Chen Defu hoarsely replied, "He has been taken to the capital." Mrs. Zhou almost instantly broke into tears. How could he be captured just for studying? He was doing so well at Lu Ming Academy. Yet you insisted on sending him to Gao Clan Academy. Now you have brought ruin upon the child. I see both of you are blinded by greed. Mrs. Liu pointed accusingly at the couple in the main house, unleashing a torrent of scorn. Mrs. Zhou wept uncontrollably, while Chen Defu lamented his regret. Chen Yan confirmed his suspicions and rose to return indoors. This action irked Chen Defu, who stormed in front of him, gritting his teeth as he glared at Chen Yan. "Your cousin has been captured, and you say nothing, merely returning to your room. Do you have no heart? Are you hoping your cousin will never study again, so that everyone will support you? Is that your wicked intent?" Chen Yan raised his eyelids to glance at him, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "Should I, like you, shout and scream in the courtyard for the entire village to hear?" Chen Defu was provoked to a boiling rage, raising his hand to strike Chen Yan, but before he could reach, he was seized by Chen Deshou. Lu shielded Chen Yan behind her and expressed her discontent, stating that even if her elder brother harbored anger, he should not unleash it upon a child. Having studied for many years and priding himself as a scholar, Chen Defu could not bring himself to argue with Lu, a woman, and thus he swept away in indignation. The lights in the main house burned through the night, while Chen Yan lay awake in bed, gazing at the 6 boxes of books in the room. As the rooster crowed, he sat up and muttered, "Studying the sages has made me foolish." The door creaked open, and Lu entered, bringing a kettle and a large bowl of noodles. Upon noticing Chen Yan's gaze, she promptly shut the door. Chen Yan rushed to open it, but found it locked. From outside, Lu's voice resonated, "Your father and I must go to work in the fields and cannot watch over you, so we must lock you in. You may read your books inside." When Chen Yan called out for someone, silence met his pleas. In a bid to prevent him from going to the county town, they had locked him away. Were they truly willing to let Zhou Rong perish? Filled with rage, Chen Yan consumed the entire bowl of noodles, then fetched a chair to sit at the door, waiting for Chen Deshou and his wife to leave home before he began to kick the door repeatedly. At this rate, the door would surely be damaged. Lu's voice was more hoarse than usual, lacking its former vigor. Chen Yan lamented, "Grandma, my parents have locked me up." Madame Zhou had specifically instructed his parents not to let him escape, so he was to remain at home. Lu sighed deeply. "Your brother Qingwei is still uncertain, and the family cannot spare attention for you. But Grandma, I have a plan to rescue Qingwei," Chen Yan declared boldly. Lu was skeptical, yet Zhou rushed to Chen Yan's door, inquiring how he intended to save Chen Qingwei. "If I could go to the Gao family, I could persuade them to rescue him," Chen Yan replied. Zhou's heart stirred, and she began to seek something to break the lock, but Lu hastily stopped her, saying, "Do not let him deceive you. If he could truly persuade the Gao family, why would Madame Zhou prevent him from rescuing Lord Zhou? I may offend the Gao family by going, which would jeopardize my future." My mother is concerned for me and does not wish for me to risk my father's life. But in comparison to my father and Qingwei's lives, what significance does my future hold? Chen Yan spoke with fervor. Whether he could escape depended entirely on Zhou. In truth, he was not worried. For Zhou, the life of Qin Qingwei was worth tenfold or 100-fold more than his own future. Indeed, Zhou sought a stone, and although Lu intended to intervene, Zhou's furious cry of "Do you wish to doom my son?" caused Lu to relent. After striking the lock with a large stone more than 10 times, it finally yielded. Chen Yan rose and stepped out of the house. The April sun had become quite fierce, and as he emerged, he felt beads of sweat forming on his back. Zhou grasped his clothing, attempting to pull him outside. But Chen Yan brushed her off, forbidding her from accompanying him. The reason was simple: Zhou would only hinder his efforts. Whether he could rescue his foolish father Zhou depended solely on this encounter, and he would not allow for any mishaps. Once again, Lu accompanied Chen Yan to the county town. Upon reaching the village entrance, they fortuitously encountered an ox cart bound for the county, and the grandmother and grandson climbed aboard, swaying all the way to the county town. In Pingxing County, it is unlikely that anyone is unaware of the location of the county office. However, when it comes to the Gao family, it is universally known that they reside along South Street. Before the tightly shut vermilion gates stand 2 stone lions, vigilantly watching over any approaching pedestrians, seemingly intent on deflecting all inquisitive gazes. Under such scrutiny, Chen Yan and Lu Shi made their way, knocking on the side door. When the doorkeeper opened, upon seeing the grandfather and grandson, his demeanor soured as he attempted to dismiss them. Chen Yan stepped forward, his voice resonant. "I am the son of Zhou Rong, the esteemed scholar, here to seek an audience with your master." As his words fell, Chen Yan grasped the doorkeeper's hand, slipping a piece of silver into it. The doorkeeper's expression softened. "I shall notify him, though I cannot say whether he is at home." The doorkeeper is most aware of whether the master has departed. Chen Yan clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. "If he is not in, I shall proceed to Dongyang." The doorkeeper then barred the entrance to Chen Yan and Lu Shi. Lu Shi, her palms clammy with sweat, whispered, "Will they grant us an audience? This is a distinguished family, typically one that common folk like them would avoid. We must at least make the attempt." Chen Yan replied. They waited at the entrance for nearly the duration of 2 incense sticks before the side door opened once more, and a young servant ushered them into the Gao residence. The first command from the servant was to keep their voices low and refrain from looking about, lest they disturb the household. Lu Shi tightly held onto Chen Yan's hand, her head bowed in silence, aware that this affluent family was indeed lavish with their wealth. Upon entering, they walked along a corridor paved with blue stone, flanked by railings, with columns thicker than her waist. They were brought to a pavilion where a man in his 30s, clad in a pale blue robe, sat on a stone bench, leisurely feeding fish in the river below. Lu Shi knelt before him, offering a bow, and then pulled at Chen Yan to do the same. However, Chen Yan stood tall and offered a respectful greeting. "I pay my respects to the second young master." The man paused in his feeding, casting a glance at Chen Yan. Despite his tender age of 7 or 8, he exuded an air of scholarly refinement, suggesting he had received a considerable education. "Tell me, how did you come to know of me?" Chen Yan maintained his bow. "My father has spoken of you, second young master, as one fond of fishing, which led me to this assumption upon witnessing you feed the fish personally." The second young master of the Gao family, known for his excursions to various rivers and lakes, appeared more tanned compared to the other young lords, making Chen Yan feel secure in his deduction, though he knew such thoughts could not be voiced. A hint of inscrutable meaning flickered in the second young master's eyes. "Zhou Rong has been implicated in examination fraud. How does this concern my family?" Chen Yan felt a surge of indignation. He had anticipated that the Gao family might allow Zhou Rong to bear the blame. Yet hearing the second young master express such shamelessness ignited a wildfire of anger within him. His father was intent on repaying a debt of gratitude. Yet the Gao family seemed to regard his life with utter indifference. To sacrifice a few scholars in order to extricate the Gao family from this predicament would undoubtedly be met with no hesitation on their part. This examination scandal likely has the Gao family as one of its instigators. Chen Yan suppressed the anger simmering within and calmly remarked, "Though the tree reaches upward, its ability to withstand storms depends on how deeply its roots are embedded in the earth. Once the roots decay, no matter how lush the tree may appear, it is ultimately in vain." The second young master of the Gao family wore a grim expression, his eyes betraying an anger that could no longer be concealed. Who taught you to speak in such a manner? The Gao family was effectively under the dominion of the second young master, and when he was enraged, his presence was most formidable. Lu Shi trembled in fear, urgently attempting to pull Chen Yan away, yet her efforts were in vain, causing her to break into a sweat. Chen Yan lifted his chin and stated, "During the sweltering summer, I often lean against trees to cool off, and thus these thoughts arise." The second young master narrowed his eyes, as if attempting to peer into Chen Yan's very soul. After a prolonged silence, he finally noticed Lu Shi kneeling on the ground and instructed her to rise. Having knelt for so long, her legs had gone numb. But Chen Yan was there to support her, preventing her from falling. The second young master seated himself at the stone table, poured himself a cup of tea, savored a sip, and then shifted his gaze back to Chen Yan. "Just a mere child, yet you possess considerable courage." However, he remained skeptical that a child of such youth could conceive these thoughts independently. He wondered who was truly orchestrating this. Was it Zhou Rong or someone else? To sever the decayed roots would preserve the healthy ones, allowing the grand tree to continue its ascent toward the heavens. The second young master placed fish feed upon the stone table and lifted his teacup, signaling the impending dismissal. Chen Yan feigned ignorance, continuing, "Once decay begins, it emits a foul odor, attracting pests that will gnaw away at it. At that point, not only the rotting roots, but even the healthy ones will be devoured." The second young master paused, placing the teacup back on the table, his demeanor becoming notably grave. The tree's roots already showed signs of decay, and if not removed, they would only attract more pests. Chen Yan asserted, "A tree that invites the wind, even if not decayed, will still attract pests. Only when targeted can one either apply measures to drive them away or summon birds to peck at them, thus preserving the tree." The second young master appeared contemplative, his expression softening after a moment. "Have you ever studied?" "I have read the 4 books and composed a few essays. It is time to select my primary texts." Chen Yan responded with remarkable eloquence. The second young master chuckled. "With your wit, you would be more than welcome at the Gao Clan Academy." Chen Yan smiled in return. "I dare not." During the Academy's grand enrollment, he speculated that the Gao family aimed to brand the scholars of Pingxing County with their mark, thus allowing them to manipulate the situation to their advantage. Even if the county magistrate was an agent of their rival, those who could evade the Gao family's influence would still be unable to completely avoid connections to them. It was only upon Zhou Rong's arrest that Chen Yan realized his error, misjudging the methods of such prominent families to be so unsullied. The Gao family, fully aware they would face scrutiny, deliberately exposed their academy as a potential vulnerability to their adversaries. The extensive recruitment of scholars served to facilitate the infiltration of their opponents. In the end, sacrificing a few scholars and students would allow them to escape unscathed. While their methods proved effective, they were undeniably nefarious. The Gao family relied on their long-accumulated reputation, gambling not only on their fleeting glory, but also on the future of their lineage. If the Gao family truly regards Zhou Rong and his companions as mere pawns, what scholar would dare to remain loyal to the Gao family in the future? How many students would choose to study at the Gao Clan Academy? Without those eminent scholars and the most gifted and diligent students, relying solely on the Gao offspring to uphold such vast power would be akin to a fool's dream. The second young master of the Gao family wore a frozen smile. Chen Yan disregarded him and performed a customary farewell gesture before departing with the perspiring Lu clan member. Once they exited the corner gate, Lu took several deep breaths to regain her composure and hastily grasped Chen Yan's arm, asking, after such a challenging endeavor to meet someone, "Why did you not mention your cousin at all, only discussing the matter of the rotten tree roots?" Chen Yan turned back to the firmly shut gate and replied, "I have already spoken on that matter." Lu pondered for a while, but could not recall when her precious grandson had mentioned anything about examination fraud. It had clearly been a discussion about planting trees. Though she had little experience with trees, she was well versed in agriculture. Had she known that the second young master of the Gao family had a penchant for tree planting, she would have gladly shared her insights on the best times for weeding and the most effective remedies for pests, as her knowledge far surpassed his. If only the second young master had found her advice agreeable, perhaps he could have saved both her grandson and old Master Zhou. Chen Yan inquired, "Did the second young master of the Gao family agree to help?" Lu pressed eagerly for an answer. Chen Yan paused before responding. "He should be willing. But this matter cannot be decided by him alone. It concerns the survival of the Gao clan and must be reported to the venerable Gao gentleman in mourning. Chen Yan had initially intended to visit the capital, yet Lu was adamant against it. The furthest she had ever traveled was to the county town. The capital was far beyond her courage, especially considering the prospect of traveling alone with a child. Thus, Chen Yan had no choice but to wait at home. Days passed, yet there was no word from the Gao family. Chen Yan's heart remained in turmoil. For the first time, he felt the weight of power in this era. Without authority, one lacked the means for self-preservation. A scholar who, in the eyes of the common folk, was akin to a celestial being could easily become a victim. It became evident that the notion of resting on one's laurels after passing the imperial examination could not withstand the trials of reality. Particularly upon seeing the once youthful Madame Zhou, now with graying hair at such a tender age, his heart swelled with turmoil. Just as he awaited news from the Gao family, he was met by the Zhou clan members. They surged into the courtyard of the old Chen residence, occupying half the space with their numbers. Blocking the entrance, a furious shout echoed within the yard. "Where is Chen Yan? Get out here!" Upon peering out the window, Zhou was instantly frightened pale by the crowd and quickly retreated. When Chen Yan emerged, he immediately spotted the elder leading the charge, leaning on a cane. "Why has my great-uncle come to our home?" The elder thrust his cane into the ground, puffing his beard as he bellowed. "You bear the surname Chen. While I am Zhou, who do you think is your great-uncle? Do not make false connections." Chen Yan scoffed, then inquired, "Old man, what brings you and your entourage to my house?" The elder nearly fainted from shock, prompting his followers to roar in indignation. "How dare you show such disrespect to your great-uncle? What kind of education has Zhou Rong provided you?" The speaker, Zhou Xing, a burly cousin of Zhou Rong, looked quite intimidating as he shouted. In the realm of verbal dueling, Chen Yan is not easily intimidated. Zhou Rong would never instruct me to rally a group to provoke trouble at another's home. Have you all sunk so low that you resort to banditry, attempting to rob us? The Zhou family was left in stunned disbelief. They had merely come to request items, yet in this young man's words, they had transformed into brigands. Chapter 28. Bullying at the door. "You're asking for a beating." Zhou Xing seethed, storming up to Chen Yan. Reaching out to grasp the fabric of Chen Yan's shirt, poised to lift him off the ground. Chen Yan's eyes glinted with menace. "Dare to touch even a single finger, and I shall ensure you rot in prison." A chill coursed through Zhou Xing's spine, causing his hand to retract. Once he regained his composure, the realization that he had been cowed by a mere boy ignited a smoldering rage within him. He seized Chen Yan and lifted him into the air, boasting arrogantly, "I'll do as I please. What will you do about it?" In the village, the might of one's fist dictated the truth. Even in conflicts between two villages, it was customary for the village leaders to negotiate, never involving the county court. If it ever escalated to that level, the magistrate would merely extort money from both sides. Who would dare to pursue such a course? In the past, Zhou Rong had been a formidable presence, allowing me to ride atop him. Now, with Zhou Rong himself reduced to a mere clay idol, who could possibly protect you? Chen Yan replied calmly, "I am a disciple of Master Yang, with two esteemed brothers who are both Jinshi. You may test whether your fist is mightier than the blades of the constables." Although Master Yang himself could not partake in the imperial examinations, both of his disciples were distinguished Jinshi, attracting the attention of numerous prominent families. This was precisely why Zhou Rong had gone to great lengths to ensure that Chen Yan and Zhou Jibai became apprentices under Master Yang. Today, it was fortuitous to invoke the names of those two brothers whom he had yet to meet. Zhou Xing shook Chen Yan's hand, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Though he was uneducated, he understood that Jinshi held a higher status than Jiren. When Zhou Rong had achieved the rank of Jiren, even the county magistrate had come to offer congratulations. Thereafter, they had always regarded Zhou Rong with a measure of respect. Now, with Chen Yan possessing two brothers who were even more accomplished than Jiren, how could he dare to provoke him? Zhou Xing, no longer brimming with arrogance, released Chen Yan and strode away with a scowl towards his uncle. "How could you be intimidated by just one word from him? Confront him. Are you afraid of a mere boy who hasn't even grown a full beard?" Zhou Xing, stung by the taunts of his kin, snapped back. "If you're not afraid, then go and strike him." The once indignant crowd fell silent. Though Zhou Rong seldom interacted with them, they all resided in the same village and were aware of Zhou Jibai's studies. Zhou Rong was a Jiren who, rather than educating his child himself, had chosen to send him to study under a master who was presumably even more capable than himself. Furthermore, having lived with Zhou Rong for 6 years, Chen Yan had always been favored by him. Thus, it was certain that such good fortune would not evade Chen Yan. Consequently, they harbored no doubts regarding Chen Yan's claim of having two Jinshe brothers. As the saying goes, the common folk do not contend with officials. They saw no need to invite trouble upon themselves. Seeing his clan subdued by Chen Yan, the elder uncle cursed inwardly at their lack of ambition. Upon a closer inspection, Chen Yan was calmly smoothing out the creases in his clothing. He, displeased, crossed his arms over his cane and raised his head, exclaiming, "No matter how capable your senior brothers may be, they cannot condone your theft of our Zhou family's possessions. Zhou Rong has raised you despite everything. Yet you dare to take advantage of his capture to seize his books and silver. What sort of scholar do you consider yourself to be?" Chen Yan harbored a profound disdain for his great-uncle and the others. In Zhou Rong's youth, these individuals nearly stripped his family bare. Now that Zhou Rong was apprehended, none showed concern. Instead, they sought to pilfer his belongings. "Those possessions belonged to my father. They were his before they became mine. When did they transform into your Zhou family's property?" The great-uncle presented his premeditated argument. "It is evident that you bribed a treacherous servant to remove these items, falsely claiming they were given to you by Zhou Rong. Now that we have uncovered your deception, return everything at once." Being of seniority within the clan, the great-uncle often wielded his age as authority. As he articulated his intent, the others who accompanied him echoed his demands for Chen Yan to surrender his possessions. Their shouts reverberated throughout the courtyard, as if threatening to lift the roof off its hinges. Chen Yan, observing the approaching clan members from a distance, curled his lips in a smirk and uttered two words toward the great-uncle and his ilk. "Fools." The great-uncle's pupils constricted sharply as he heard hurried footsteps behind him. Turning to look, he saw around 20 young men from Chen family bay, some wielding hoes and others brandishing shovels, rushing into the courtyard to encircle the Zhou family. Chen Desho rushed to Chen Yan's side to ensure his safety, then positioned him behind himself, confronting the Zhou family with a grim countenance. "You intrude upon our home with such a multitude. Do you intend to rob us?" The Zhou clan members were momentarily silenced, realizing that indeed, the apple does not fall far from the tree. The son of a rat can indeed squeak. Zhou Xing stepped forward, declaring loudly, "Chen Yan has usurped the silver and books belonging to our esteemed Zhou scholar. We have come to reclaim them." Chen Desho replied, "Those are possessions given to my son by Zhou the scholar. They have no connection to you." Zhou Xing asserted defiantly, "These items rightfully belong to our Zhou clan. We are kin to Zhou Rong, while you Chen family bay are mere outsiders. How dare you attempt to seize them?" This statement ignited a fierce outrage among the Chen family bay members. When Zhou Leoi's carriage delivered the items, many villagers bore witness. Should the Zhou family successfully take the belongings today, who would ever regard the Chen clan with respect in the surrounding 10 miles? A young man in his 20s suggested, "Do not waste words with them. Let us first deal with them physically." The Chen family members advanced toward the Zhou clan, causing Zhou Xing and his companions to huddle closer together under the mounting pressure. The great-uncle bellowed, "Hold on." Silence descended upon the courtyard. The great-uncle surveyed the surroundings and proclaimed, "Though we stand on your Chen family's territory, we have come to reclaim our own property. Do not presume to bully us." Thinking the Zhou clan is without support, the reputation of Zhou Rong had established the Zhou family as a prominent clan within the vicinity, a status not to be rivaled by the Chen clan. In a time such as this, regardless of any internal disputes, when faced with external conflict, the clans would unite as one. Often when two clans clash, it is merely one clan's members being bullied by another. In the Hui community, a mere lament can rally the entire clan to seek retribution. For instance, today, when the Zhou clan appeared menacingly in the village, a child immediately ran to the fields and shouted for help. Those laboring in the fields, armed with whatever implements they could muster, rushed towards the old Chen's residence. Just as Chen Yan was about to speak, he heard the arrival of the clan leader, who declared, "The Zhou clan has dared to bully us at our doorstep. Do you expect us to respond with courtesy?" Turning to see the clan leader accompanied by more than 20 others flooding into the courtyard, Chen Yan noted that the previously modest fenced yard was now overcrowded, and upon turning, he was met with a sea of faces. The Zhou clan's members were visibly shaken. Although the number of people from Qinjiabin had initially exceeded theirs, the prospect of a confrontation was daunting. Now surrounded entirely by the Qin clan, even a single spit from one of them would be enough to discomfort the Zhou clan, who had lost their earlier bravado. Even the voice of the fourth uncle had diminished, his words reduced to mere platitudes. The clan leader, uninterested in idle chatter, directly questioned Chen Yan. How did you acquire those books and silver? Chen Yan replied boldly. They were given to me by Scholar Zhou. The clan leader turned to the fourth uncle, asserting, our child claims that these items were bestowed by Scholar Zhou, thus they belong to him. Should anyone dare to seize them, we shall deal with that person severely. The members of the Zhou clan were now drenched in cold sweat. Zhou Xing whispered urgently to the fourth uncle, who, begrudgingly, announced to the group, let us depart. A group that had arrived with such fervor now fled in disarray. Once they had left, the clan leader turned to Chen Yan, his expression instantly falling, small in stature, yet bold in spirit. Chapter 29. Return of the released Chen Yan surveyed his surroundings, noting that the villagers remained within his family's courtyard. Chen Desho hastily explained, the Zhou clan has come to stir trouble. The clan leader's gaze shifted to him, his tone suddenly icy. Did I permit you to speak? Chen Desho fell silent. In Qinjiaban, the clan leader's authority surpassed even that of the county magistrate. Chen Yan stepped past Chen Desho to stand before the clan leader, performing a respectful bow before proclaiming, I am a member of the Chen clan. If I were to be timid and cowardly, it would indeed bring shame upon our lineage. The clan leader was momentarily taken aback, glaring at Chen Yan with his murky old eyes, while Chen Yan appeared oblivious to the disapproval, wearing a hopeful expression as if awaiting praise. The incident had unfolded in such a manner that the clan leader intended to admonish Chen Yan to prevent any resentment from brewing among the clan members. Clansmen naturally support each other against outsiders, and once the intruders departed, there would still be lingering grievances against the one who had caused the trouble. Should a true conflict arise, injuries could ensue, or even fatalities. Does no one have parents? Siblings? If tragedy were to strike, would their families not grieve? How would one navigate the latter part of their life, especially if they had a wife and children to support? Although a direct confrontation with the Zhou clan had been avoided today, the lingering resentment would remain palpable. The clan leader's public reprimand of Chen Yan was intended to allow everyone to vent their frustrations in the moment, ensuring that they could continue as a harmonious clan thereafter. However, Chen Yan's response rendered the leader's admonishment ineffective. After all, the Zhou clan's behavior had been unreasonable, and Chen Yan had done no wrong. Moreover, Chen Yan, being still quite young, exhibits remarkable courage in the presence of so many, a quality that deserves commendation. He cleared his throat and feigned a stern demeanor, asserting that in future encounters of this nature, one should first summon the clan for assistance. You are but a child. How can you safeguard yourself before them? He declared. Chen Yan replied emphatically, this is Qinjiawan. Our uncles and elders will surely come to my aid upon witnessing any disturbance. They would not dare to harm me. The clan leader found himself at a loss, unable to reprimand him further. Yan speaks wisely. If he were to be bullied in our own territory, it would bring disgrace upon the men of our clan wherever they go. In our own domain, we certainly possess the courage to stand firm. The atmosphere in the courtyard lightened, the previously tense air dissipating entirely. Chen Yan bowed to the gathered company and proclaimed, I once again express my heartfelt gratitude to the uncles and elders for their protection. In the Liang Dynasty, clans serve as natural alliances. For instance, had it not been for the Chen clan's assistance today, the Zhou clan would not have relented so easily. Chen Yan was not only expressing gratitude, but also seeking to forge closer ties. Such appreciation from a young boy endeared him further to the men who, amidst their joy, felt an increased sense of kinship towards him. Though Chen Yan did not grow up in Qinjiawan, he certainly stood out compared to the village's native children. However, today's words conveyed his belonging to Qinjiawan and the Chen clan, sharing the same roots and expressing gratitude, marking a significant change. The men thumped their chests, affirming that it was only natural for brothers and uncles to protect their kin. The courtyard brimmed with camaraderie. Meanwhile, the clan leader, feeling somewhat sidelined, was rendered speechless. This young lad, indeed, possessed a knack for winning hearts. With just a few words, he had nearly inspired the clansmen to pledge their loyalty to him. Unwilling to stop there, Chen Yan whispered a few more words to Chen Desho, who promptly invited everyone to stay for dinner. The villagers, however, declined, waving their hands and departing. They had merely come to lend their support and had not engaged in any real conflict. Thus, they felt no entitlement to a meal. In these trying times, no family could afford to feed such a crowd, lest they find themselves destitute. With their hoes in hand, they returned to the fields, while Chen Desho escorted the clan leader away. Lu and Lu soon returned after tending to the vegetables in a more distant plot. Upon hearing of the villagers' significant assistance, they hurried to the kitchen to prepare corn cakes to send to those who had helped. Reciprocity is essential for maintaining good relations. Lu had not shown a kind face to Zhou for several days, leaving Zhou feeling quite aggrieved. When Chen Difu returned, she complained to him about the situation. As a woman, she felt powerless to confront so many men. Hiding away seemed the only option to avoid being embroiled in their disputes. She recalled Chen Yan's earlier assertion about seeking assistance from the Gao family for Chen Qingwei, yet nearly a month had passed without any progress. Why did they not consider her feelings? Chen Difu, already vexed, found her incessant complaints even more irksome, snapping, "Did the villagers come running when you wailed inside? Did you even bother to cry out?" Zhou, chastened, fell silent. Chen Difu had made several visits to the Gao Clan Academy recently, seeking assistance from Chen Qingwei's former classmates to testify on his behalf in the capital. However, each time he was met with a closed door, leaving him utterly exhausted and devoid of patience to deal with the matters concerning the Zhou family. Following the incident with the Zhou family, Chen Yan could no longer frequent Zhou Jiawan. He resorted to writing a letter, entrusting it to a messenger for Zhou Jibai, urging him to take good care of Madame Zhou. Should the Zhou family cause further trouble, he would retreat to his maternal grandfather's house for a time. Fortunately, after that, no one from the Zhou family came to disturb him, allowing Chen Yan to spend his days practicing calligraphy on the bluestone slabs in the courtyard with clear water. Initially, he copied the Analects, which later transitioned to Mencius, and eventually, he completed the transcription of the 4 books. He began to memorize the articles left to him by Zhou Rong. Chen Yan had been diligently writing under the tutelage of Master Yang, even after Zhou Rong's arrest. He continued to produce 2 essays each day, contrary to the common belief that the 8-legged essay solely required knowledge of the 4 books and 5 classics. Mastering this form of writing demanded a thorough understanding of its structure and a wide-ranging familiarity with various texts and allusions, ensuring that the essays were substantive. Although Chen Yan grasped the form of the 8-legged essay, his writing often lacked depth and clarity, a reflection of his insufficient knowledge. To enhance his writing skills, he recognized the necessity of extensive reading, learning, and contemplation to firmly commit his essays to memory. Chen Yan not only had to memorize the texts, but also meticulously transcribe them on the bluestone slabs without error before he could claim to have mastered a piece. This regimen continued until the end of May, when the county magistrate was dismissed. The Provincial Supervision Office took over the investigation into the examination fraud, rigorously uncovering that the magistrate of Pingxing County had accepted bribes from candidates and leaked examination questions, resulting in the majority of candidates being aware of the test content. The scholars and students of Gao Clan Academy were merely collateral damage and were deemed innocent. After being detained for nearly 2 months, Chen Qingwei finally returned to the old Chen residence. When Chen Yan saw him, he appeared gaunt, with sunken eyes and hollow cheeks, resembling a lost soul. As the Zhou and Lu families embraced him in tears, Lu Shi had brought a chicken to nourish Chen Qingwei, while Zhou Shi prepared a large pot of stew for him to consume entirely. The following morning, after completing an essay, as Chen Yan stepped outside, he discovered Chen Qingwei standing at his door. Now dressed in clean clothes, Chen Qingwei seemed so emaciated that he resembled a mere skeleton within his garments. Grandma said that after I taught the second young master of the Gao family how to plant trees, I was released. Does the second young master enjoy planting trees? Chen Qingwei's voice was hoarse from disuse. Chen Yan replied, "What Grandma said is indeed true." Chen Qingwei gazed at his significantly shorter cousin with a complex expression, and after a prolonged silence, he clasped his hands together in a deep bow, saying, "I am profoundly grateful for your life-saving grace." Chapter 30. Visitors from the Gao family, regardless of whether Chen Yan genuinely sought to save him or was merely assisting in Zhou Laojia's rescue alongside his own. Chen Qingwei felt indebted and thus expressed his gratitude. Chen Yan observed his lowly demeanor and the calmness in his expression, stating, "You were wronged and should not have been imprisoned." Chen Qingwei was taken aback by the absence of any mocking retort from Chen Yan, nor did he exhibit an air of superiority from his act of kindness. Reflecting on his past interactions with Chen Yan, he felt a deep sense of remorse. Nonetheless, he remained the elder brother. Expressing gratitude to his cousin had already diminished his dignity, and asking him to apologize was simply beyond his capacity. He could only divert the conversation. "If you have the time, you should visit old Master Zhou." Chen Yan was startled and immediately inquired, What has happened to old Master Zhou? He was the one most deeply embroiled in the case and had to endure considerable hardship. Chen Qinggui spoke ambiguously, fearing Chen Yan would press for more information, and hurriedly departed. Previously, due to a falling out with his great-uncle and others, Chen Yan had not visited Zijiawan. Now that Zhou Rong had returned, he suspected that his great-uncle and the others would be reluctant to act rashly. He intended to visit Zijiawan today. But after Chen Qinggui's words, his mind became unsettled, and he rushed off without even having breakfast. Concerned for his safety, Chen Desho personally accompanied him. By the time they arrived at Zijiawan, it was already late morning, and many villagers were returning from the fields. During the slack season, villagers typically had 2 meals a day. They would rise early to work in the fields, return around noon for breakfast, rest a while, and then head back to work until late afternoon. In hot weather, they would return home to take a nap before resuming work in the fields when the sun was less harsh. However, today, the people of Zijiawan largely ignored Chen Yan. Even those families that had previously been quite close to him, Chen Yan did not take offense. He simply pretended not to notice and proceeded directly to Zhou Rong's residence. Last time, the people of Qinjiabin had nearly driven out his great-uncle and the others, and the residents of Zijiawan, for the sake of appearances, would align with Chen's great-uncle and his group. After all, they belonged to the same clan, and it was essential to maintain unity in such matters. Fortunately, he arrived smoothly at Zhou Rong's home. The steward Zhou personally welcomed him and recounted the entire ordeal. The dungeon was damp, and the prison food was spoiled. Zhou Jiren had been subjected to incessant interrogations, leaving him perpetually on edge, unable to eat or sleep well, which had taken a toll on his health. He had only been released yesterday, carried to the cart by steward Zhou. Chen Yan thought he was mentally prepared, but upon seeing the frail Zhou Rong lying on the bed, his heart sank. The once spirited old Master Zhou now had a waxen complexion and a gaunt frame, appearing as if he had no flesh left. At not yet 30, he already sported a considerable amount of white hair. Chen Qinggui, who had already become quite thin, seemed in better condition by comparison. What a terrifying place the dungeon was, transforming a once vibrant scholar into such a shadow in less than 2 months. In the face of corruption in the imperial examination, a scholar was indeed powerless. Chen Yan sat on a chair beside the bed, while Zhou Jibai and Madame Zhou sat nearby. The room filled only with Zhou Rong snoring. His frail body rose and fell with each breath, as if any moment of negligence could extinguish his life. After an unknown duration, Steward Zhou entered from outside and quietly informed Madame Zhou that someone from the Gao family had arrived. Madame Zhou wiped the corners of her eyes and, troubled, remarked, "The master is still asleep. It would be improper to leave him unattended." If it were the women of the Gao family, she could accompany them. But with men from the Gao family, it would be inappropriate for her, a woman, to make an appearance. Zhou Jibai stood up and said, "Mother, as a descendant of the Zhou family, I shall take on the responsibility of receiving them." Madame Zhou gazed at the still youthful Zhou Jibai, her heart a tumult of emotions. The child, not yet 10 years old, was compelled to uphold the family's honor at such a tender age. How could this not burden her with worry? If the master were in good health, he would never allow a mere child to confront such formidable challenges. As for the elders of the clan, she dared not seek their counsel. They were a ravenous pack, and she would not risk inviting them into her home. While lost in her sorrow, Chen Yan, seated beside her, rose and said, "I shall accompany Jibai. Two can look after one another." Madame Zhou's eyes reddened, and she nodded distractedly. Although Chen Yan was also young, her maturity and action instilled confidence in Madame Zhou. The two followed Steward Zhou to the reception hall, pondering various responses to the Gao family's inquiries along the way. Steward Zhou hesitated, sighing inwardly, ultimately remaining silent. Upon their arrival, however, the carefully prepared retorts of Chen Yan and Zhou Jibai were rendered futile. They were met by the 10-year-old young Master Gao Qi. Zhou Jibai, still unskilled in concealing his emotions, wore his displeasure plainly on his face. Young Master Gao Qi frowned upon seeing the two, his tone imperious. "You send merely 2 children to greet me? Where's Zhou Rong?" Steward Zhou hurriedly donned a smile, explaining, "The master has caught a chill in the magistrate's prison and is unable to rise. He just took his medicine and went to sleep." He had thought the master was preparing for an examination, but it turned out he was merely resting. Young Master Gao Qi scoffed derisively, his tone dripping with disdain. As a distinguished young master of the Gao family, he had personally come to visit Zhou Rong, yet Zhou Rong did not come to receive him and instead selfishly slept. Sending these two children to attend to him was a clear affront. His words pierced Zhou Jibai's heart. His father had been imprisoned due to the Gao family's academy, now that he had been released. It was only fitting for the Gao family to send someone to offer consolation. Yet, they had sent a mere child, a humiliation in itself. Compounded by Gao Qi's contemptuous remarks, Zhou Jibai could scarcely bear it, and, with a stern expression, retorted, "Young Master Gao, choose your words with care." Young Master Gao Qi, the youngest among his brothers and spoiled since childhood, could hardly tolerate being reprimanded by the son of a mere scholar. He shot back. "Zhou Rong is at least a scholar. What are you? Do you think yourself worthy to host me?" Such words were deeply hurtful. According to this Gao Qi, Zhou Rong barely qualified to entertain him. This belittling not only insulted Zhou Rong, but also looked down upon Zhou Jibai. Zhou Rong had devoted himself to repaying the Gao family's kindness, remaining at their academy until he was imprisoned, nearly losing his life. Now, the Gao family had dispatched nothing but a child, and to add insult to injury, they spoke in derision. Zhou Jibai trembled with rage, eager to argue, but was restrained by Chen Yan. Chen Yan spoke coolly. "When I visited the Gao residence to see young Master Gao Heir, I was not slighted. Young Master Qi, if you regard us so disdainfully, I presume you possess some title. Are you a scholar or a graduate? If the second young master, who manages the Gao family, does not look down upon me, what right does the seventh young master have to do so? Do you, young Master Qi, consider yourself more noble than the second young master? Others may dare to speak, but do you have the courage to respond?" The face of the seventh young master turned a shade akin to that of a pig's liver, yet he stubbornly refused to concede defeat. "In 2 years, I shall partake in the county examination, and then I shall surely earn my distinction," he proclaimed, though his voice lacked conviction. In the past, the Gao family could effortlessly secure their descendants' success in the county examination with a mere word to the county magistrate, but such was no longer the case. This year, the county magistrate had not only failed to grant success to the Gao heirs, but had also barred the students of the Gao clan academy from passing. Who could ascertain the affiliations of the next magistrate to be appointed? Chapter 31. Who will prevail, over whom Chen Yan did not entangle himself in the young master's words. Instead, he lifted his chin and declared with clarity, "How can the seventh young master be so certain that we shall not achieve distinction in the future? It is well known that the path of the imperial examination can lead a humble farmer to the halls of the emperor by night." The seventh young master, unaccustomed to such affronts, retorted angrily, "Then I shall see if you two can succeed in the county examination in 2 years. With that, he turned to leave, accompanied by a throng of servants. He had a renowned mentor, had diligently studied for many years, and possessed innate talent. He could not believe that these two could surpass him. However, just as he was about to cross the threshold, he heard Zhou Jibai's voice from behind, "Take the items with you." The seventh young master's foot stumbled, nearly causing him to fall. Once steadied by a servant, he turned back, incredulity etched on his face as he gazed at Zhou Jibai. "These were sent by my Gao family. Do you not want them?" Zhou Jibai maintained a serious demeanor, stating, "My family is impoverished and cannot accept such gifts. Do you wish to sever ties with the Gao family?" The tone of the seventh young master grew suddenly cold. Just as Zhou Jibai was about to speak further, Chen Yan interjected, "To humiliate my two brothers in such a manner, if we were to accept the gifts from the seventh young master, would we not appear spineless? If you do not take them back, my brothers will personally return these items to the second young master." The seventh young master's complexion drained of color. This was his first attempt at gifting, yet it had been rejected. How could he maintain his stature within his family thereafter? Yet, he dared not allow these two to approach his elder brother, for that would bring disgrace upon the entire Gao family. After much internal conflict, the seventh young master begrudgingly instructed his servants to take the items away once more. Before departing, he shot a fierce glare at the two. Once the door closed, the only sound that remained was that of the carriage wheels rolling away. Chen Yan turned to Zhou Jibai and remarked, "Even if we harbor resentment towards the Gao family, we should not sever ties while our father is ill. He has suffered for the Gao family, yet they hardly regard his plight. There is no need to present our warmth to their cold indifference." Zhou Jibai replied with indignation. Upon meeting Zhou Jibai's gaze, which resembled that of a wounded cub, Chen Yan paused before saying, "Our father is well enough. You need not bear such burdens prematurely. These matters should concern the adults. If you were in my position, what would you do?" Zhou Jibai's eyes were fixed intently on Chen Yan. Chen Yan smiled and said, I would ensure the seventh young master faces dire consequences. Who will prevail over whom? Thus, he would ultimately shift the blame onto the two for their inability to endure the seventh young master's insult, rather than any dissatisfaction with the Gao family. As long as they did not openly sever ties, the Gao family would have to swallow their grievances. Should they truly dare to act against the Zhou family after their father had endured such hardship on their behalf, the reputation of the Gao family would be irreparably tarnished. Zhou Jibai, recalling the seventh young master's expression as he departed, found himself smiling alongside Chen Yan, though his gaze towards Chen Yan shifted from one of provocation to one of admiration. In 2 years then, when this question was posed, Zhou Jibai was filled with anticipation. Chen Yan remarked, "Young Master Gao Qi has already issued a challenge. If we do not respond, would we not appear to be spineless?" Noting the fervor in Zhou Jibai's gaze, Chen Yan continued, "We currently lack the ability to compose the contemporary essays required for the examinations in 2 years. We must endure great hardships to succeed. Compared to the tribulations of recent days, what does a little hardship truly amount to?" Zhou Jibai clenched his teeth. Their fourth uncle and others had already caused a ruckus at Chun Jiawan, and disturbances at Zhou's residence had become a commonplace affair. With Chun Jiawan's support, Chen Yan had allies, while Zhou Jibai could rely only on his mother and the household servants, who were insufficient to fend off those coveting their family's assets. Recently, Zhou Jibai had been harboring a deep-seated frustration. He resolved to make a name for himself so that no one would dare to bully his family again. Chen Yan stated, "Only by ascending to great heights can one avoid being easily humiliated or manipulated. If any among them were a successful candidate or even a scholar, would young Master Qi dare to provoke us so brazenly? If he were an official, would the Gao family so casually dismiss those who serve them?" It was evident that only power could compel others to treat them with respect. Not only was Zhou Jibai feeling this pressure, but Chen Yan too bore a similar burden, which he intended to channel entirely into his studies from this day forth. "Brother, they truly do not know what is good for them. They have returned the gifts we personally delivered, clearly showing their disdain for the Gao family." Young Master Qi expressed his indignation while casting furtive glances at the second young master sitting by the lake, fishing. Unable to see the second young master's expression, he was left uncertain of his thoughts. Beneath the scorching sun, the lake shimmered with a silvery glow. Young Master Qi mused that his elder brother knew nothing of fishing. How could he possibly catch any fish at midday? "From this day forth, you are forbidden to leave the house for a month." The second young master's cold voice made young Master Qi tremble. "How is it that I am punished when it is they who are in the wrong?" he thought. "You managed to botch a simple act of kindness. Indeed, we have indulged you too much." The second young master finally set down his fishing rod and turned to face young Master Qi. "Zhou Rong has suffered greatly for our Gao family, and yet you went to his home to insult him, severely damaging our family's reputation. This is your first transgression." Chen Yan, at merely 7 years old, had the audacity to come to me and discuss matters of strategy. Such talent should be embraced within our family, yet you foolishly made an enemy of him. This counts as your second offense. Thus, to penalize you for both transgressions with merely a month of confinement is a show of great leniency. Young Master Qi pressed his lips together and turned to leave. Just from his silhouette, the second young master could tell that his younger brother was not satisfied. Shaking his head, he thought that this brother had been overly sheltered by their grandmother. Turning back, he cast his fishing rod into the water, creating ripples. Zhou Rong was now of no use to them, and it was a pity for his foster son. Had they accepted the Gao family's gifts, they could have brought Chen Yan under their wing, securing a significant ally for the Gao family. Since they refused the gifts, it indicated an enduring resentment towards the Gao family, which would hinder their growth. Reflecting on the day Chen Yan had spoken so eloquently with him, the second young master couldn't help but smirk at the thought of someone believing that mere cleverness could breed arrogance. Unbeknownst to many, numerous prodigies fade into obscurity. Chen Yan remained oblivious to the matters concerning the Gao family, and even if he were aware, he would not have cared. His current endeavor was to devote himself wholeheartedly to his studies. Since rest was not an option, he would immerse himself in relentless effort. He once again moved into Master Yang's residence, and the following day, Zhou Jibai also took up residence there. Master Yang had been tirelessly seeking solutions for Zhou Rong's situation, and upon Zhou Rong's return, he instructed the two disciples to resume their lessons. The brothers were fueled by a sense of determination, rising at the crack of dawn to memorize texts, attending lectures on classical literature in the morning, studying practical skills in the afternoon, and writing essays in the evening. Chen Yan was not satisfied, even appropriating his lunchtime for the practice of thesis formulation. Since the previous dynasty, the eight-legged essay had become the principal literary form for imperial examinations. Failing to master it would render even the most talented individual devoid of a promising career. The fixed structure of the eight-legged essay comprised the thesis, the introduction, the main argument, the first section, the second section, the third section, and the conclusion. To craft a compelling eight-legged essay, one must first articulate the thesis effectively. The so-called thesis formulation involves succinctly conveying the essence of the topic in 1 or 2 sentences. Numerous rules govern this process. The foremost being the prohibition of using words or phrases from the topic itself, avoiding the mention of personal names, and employing alternative references from classical texts, all while elucidating the key point within 2 sentences. Given such constraints, articulating profound ideas in a few sentences while avoiding clichés truly tests one's literary prowess. Chen Yan, having little experience, found himself lacking in skill. In the absence of proficiency, he could only resort to the most rudimentary yet effective method, extensive memorization and practice. He memorized the works of esteemed scholars and practiced formulating theses on his own. Randomly selecting a line from the 4 books, he would delve into it, employing various techniques of thesis formulation from different perspectives, repeating the process multiple times. Initially, he struggled to piece together coherent thoughts, but after a month, he began to express himself more fluently. Chen Yan could not help but reflect on the efficacy of the tactic known as thesis warfare for ordinary individuals. His ability to articulate theses improved significantly, to the point where he became so absorbed in the task that he would seize every moment of free time for thesis formulation, prompting Master Yang to intervene and send him outdoors for a reprieve. Chapter 32. Selecting the core text. This frenzied state of mind nearly drove Zhou Jibai to madness. Fearing he would fall behind, Zhou Jibai meticulously adopted Chen Yan's study schedule. However, the prolonged immersion in literature, coupled with inadequate sleep, left him with a persistent throbbing headache. On one occasion, while fetching water to wash his face, he dozed off by the well, nearly toppling in. From that day forward, Master Yang vigilantly ensured Zhou Jibai adhered to a proper sleep schedule, waking him promptly each morning. Zhou Jibai feigned slumber, waiting for Master Yang to leave before rising to study late into the night. Had it not been for Master Yang's midnight trip to the latrine, this secret would have remained undiscovered. In a fit of anger, Master Yang confiscated Zhou Jibai's lamp oil, prompting Zhou Jibai to protest, questioning why Chen Yan was allowed to study by lamplight. Consequently, Chen Yan's oil lamp was also taken away. Chen Yan expressed his dissatisfaction with Zhou Jibai, claiming, "You are jeopardizing my future." To which Zhou Jibai replied, "Master has stated that we are still young, and proper rest is paramount. I am merely concerned for your health." Chen Yan clearly recognized that this young man was reluctant to fall behind academically. However, with the understanding befitting an adult, combined with the advantageous memory bestowed upon him by his extraordinary circumstances, he was far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary 7-year-old. Competing with him would only lead to Zhou Jibai's premature decline. Since studying at night was not an option, they had no choice but to double their efforts during the day, exhibiting a diligence that surpassed even that of preparing for the imperial examinations. Master Yang, who regarded himself as a stern teacher, could hardly overlook their dedication. He understood that studying strains the mind, necessitating regular breaks. Yet, he was aware that even if he voiced his concerns, the two would not heed them. After their early morning studies, he would lead them to practice martial arts in the courtyard, and after each hour of learning, take them to the fields to observe the industrious farmers at work. As they wandered through the countryside, Chen Yan became acquainted with the villagers, greeting them when they crossed paths. It was only at this juncture that he realized the fields they cultivated under Master Yang's guidance were rented and had to be returned to the farmers upon harvest. When confronted, Master Yang showed no shame, stating that if he devoted himself solely to agriculture, he would neglect their education, thereby jeopardizing their future. Chen Yan admired Master Yang's audacity. It was the first time he had encountered someone who could articulate a lie so refreshingly. Their rural excursions allowed the previously indolent Chen Yan to distinguish the various grains and comprehend the seasons, leading to a profound understanding of the hardships faced by farmers. He came to realize that the old Chen family, with its fields and stable monthly income, was hardly impoverished. In contrast, those with scant land who rented to farm endured a grueling year. and after paying taxes to the state and rent to the landlords, they had barely enough to feed their families. If illness struck, they either recovered or awaited death, lacking the funds for a physician and unable to afford medicine. Chen Yan felt a growing empathy for these farmers, resolving that if he were to ascend to a higher position in the future, he would fulfill his duties as an official. Despite Master Yang's strictness, they managed to complete their reading of the 5 classics by year-end and were now to choose their foundational texts. Master Yang himself was studying the Book of Songs, and if the two selected the same, it would facilitate their subsequent instruction. Zhu Jibai indeed chose the Book of Poems, but Chen Yan found himself unable to do so. Although he had memorized many poems, he could never grasp their essence. No matter how Master Yang instructed him, he could only produce verses that were laborious and devoid of aesthetic appeal. In such moments, Chen Yan deeply admired the 7-year-old Luo Bin Wang for composing the timeless ode to the goose. Talent cannot be concealed. It was evident that poetry was not his forte, and thus, he resolved to pursue the spring and autumn annals, which suited him better. When he disclosed this decision to Master Yang, the latter remained silent for a considerable time. Do you know why so few choose the spring and autumn annals as their foundational text? Chen Yan replied confidently, I do not know, sir. Master Yang stroked his beard and explained, the spring and autumn annals is terse yet profound. Its subtle meanings are challenging to decipher. The examination questions can be quite obscure, and one might expose their political views too early, incurring the displeasure of an opposing examiner, leading to disqualification. Chen Yan initially believed Master Yang would urge him to abandon this choice, but to his surprise, Master Yang shifted his tone, saying, however, should you master the spring and autumn annals, it will greatly benefit you in your future official career. Gu Zhongqing once criticized scholars for their fear of difficulty, often neglecting the spring and autumn annals. Your willingness to confront challenges is commendable. Moreover, the study of the spring and autumn annals attracts few students, resulting in less competition during examinations, making it a commendable choice. However, the number of esteemed teachers of this subject is exceedingly rare, and truly exceptional mentors are even harder to come by. As Master Yang furrowed his brow, contemplating where to assist Chen Yan in finding another teacher, he was interrupted by a youthful voice saying, I must trouble you again. Esteemed teacher. Master Yang abruptly looked up to see Chen Yan standing before him. At that moment, seated as he was, Master Yang found himself gazing up at Chen Yan. He replied, my fundamental teachings revolve around the Book of Songs. Chen Yan clasped his hands and bowed deeply. Then, lifting his gaze, expressed his remorse. It is indeed inappropriate for me to impose upon you, an elder, to revisit the spring and autumn annals simply because I have chosen it as my primary text. With a slight tremor, Master Yang inadvertently plucked several of his own beard hairs. Wincing in pain, he discreetly tucked the hairs behind him and then remarked, I have surpassed 40 years. To delve into the spring and autumn anew may be too late for me. Su Sun began his solitary studies at the age of 27. Eventually rising to prominence among the 8 great masters of the Tang and Song dynasties. Huangzhong only achieved renown near 60, following the battle at Dingjun Mountain. And Jiang Taigong, in his advanced years, encountered King Wen of Zhou, allowing him to showcase his talents and establish an enduring legacy. You, esteemed student, are merely in your 40s, the prime of your life. Chen Yan's impassioned declaration left Master Yang at a loss for words. Should he, as a teacher, dissuade a student from their pursuit of knowledge? Master Yang remained silent, engaging in a silent contest of gazes with Chen Yan. Ultimately, Master Yang conceded. From that day forth, he, along with Chen Yan and Zhou Jibai, dedicated themselves to rigorous study, even continuing their scholarly pursuits late into the night. Fortunately, Master Yang had spent years immersed in literature, having thoroughly read the spring and autumn annals, and with additional scholarly resources such as commentaries, he was able to impart the foundational teachings to Chen Yan after considerable time and effort. Nonetheless, Master Yang was exceedingly cautious with his students, reluctant to hinder their progress, which inevitably took a toll on him. When Zhou Rong, now in better health, visited Master Yang bearing a jug of coarse wine, he was struck by how much older Master Yang appeared, as if a decade had been added to his countenance. This deeply moved him. I was only detained for 2 months, yet my esteemed brother seems to have aged so considerably. It is truly heart-wrenching. Even he himself had not aged so drastically. Master Yang suppressed the urge to cast Zhou Rong out, reluctantly welcoming him inside, and after a few cups of wine, began to voice his grievances. Zhou Rong was astonished. How can you manage to teach while learning? Do you even have the time? As a teacher of the spring and autumn, can you truly guide Chen Yan? Master Yang's succinct response rendered Zhou Rong speechless. Among the 5 classics, those who teach the Book of Songs are numerous, making it relatively easy to find a teacher. In contrast, there are far fewer who instruct in the spring and autumn annals. While there are indeed some teachers available, the more reputable ones tend to be coveted by prestigious families and esteemed academies, making them difficult to engage. It would be possible for Chen Yan to seek admission to those renowned academies, but given his tender age, it would be unwise for him to venture out alone for his studies. After much contemplation, it seemed the only option was to endure a bit longer with Master Yang, allowing a few years to pass until Chen Yan was older and better prepared to apply to those grand institutions. As the scholar gazed upon Master Yang, he noticed that despite their brief separation of merely 2 months, Master Yang had already acquired a significant amount of white hair. Zhou Jiren, suddenly relieved to have escaped a calamity, could not help but feel a pang of sympathy for Master Yang. You have truly suffered. The normally austere and dignified Master Yang, in front of others, had tear-filled eyes as he raised his cup and drank heartily with Zhou Jiren. A few days later, Zhou Jiren set off for the capital to take the imperial examination. The examinations were held every 3 years, and during the last cycle, Zhou Jiren had refrained from attending, feeling that his writing was not yet sufficiently refined. This year, having gained profound insights from a recent experience in prison, he believed his literary skills had reached a pinnacle. After formally resigning from the Gao Family Academy, he intended to journey to the capital before the snowfall, lest he miss the upcoming spring examination. Chen Yan gave Zhou Rong the silver he had received, which Zhou Rong hesitantly accepted. Upon hearing Chen Yan's remark that if he felt guilty, he should earn more money in the latter half of his life so that Chen Yan could live like a young master, Zhou Rong took the silver without hesitation. He even added, I hope you will ascend to a high position so that I may lead a better life. It was always about aspiring for one's children to excel. Who would ever wish for their father to achieve greatness? When Zhou Jiren looked at his son Zhou Jibai, he saw the eager anticipation in the boy's eyes. Noticing the dark circles beneath his child's eyes, Zhou Jiren felt a profound sorrow welling up within him. Zhou Jibai had considerable potential, yet he constantly found himself overshadowed by the more gifted Chen Yan, making his journey a challenging one. Nevertheless, the boy remained undeterred, enduring hardships with resilience. Zhou Jiren gently patted Zhou Jibai's shoulder, his heart brimming with paternal affection. Every plant and tree has its innate purpose. Why seek the beauty of others? With your talents, you are destined for greatness. Do not let personal rivalries lead you astray. Zhou Jibai was deeply moved, quickly lowering his gaze to hide the warmth in his eyes, and replied in a hushed voice, Son understands. Zhou Jiren then smiled brightly at Chen Yan, saying, Upon my return from the examination, I shall repay you double. As Zhou Jiren stepped onto the autumn leaves, filled with fervor, he ventured towards the capital. That winter was exceptionally harsh, with snow falling throughout the season. Chen Yan found himself needing to rise and stretch frequently to keep warm before resuming his writing. Having been nurtured from a young age, he maintained a robust constitution. In contrast, Zhou Jibai fell ill as winter set in, suffering from a persistent cough that hindered his studies. However, he remained cheerful, focusing intently on his studies without comparing himself to Chen Yan. Unbeknownst to Chen Yan, who was wholly absorbed in his studies of the spring and autumn annals, he diligently read through related figures and historical events, scrutinizing all available commentaries. After Master Yang's explanations, he was required to write 2 essays for him. As Master Yang's forehead grew increasingly furrowed, he ultimately resolved to take his 2 students on an outing to enjoy the spring. Students should not confine themselves solely to the teachings of sages. They must also venture outdoors to strengthen their bodies. Chen Yan was reluctant, stating, Master, the foundation of the year lies in spring. Such splendid springtime should be devoted to hard work, not frivolous outings. Zhou Jibai, with the innocence of youth, was elated at the prospect of an excursion, but upon hearing Chen Yan's words, he felt a wave of shame wash over him. No wonder Chen Yan's writing flourished so rapidly. He felt inadequate in comparison. As he pondered this, he heard Master Yang lamentingly point to his own forehead, asking, What do you see? Zhou Jibai tentatively inquired, Is your mind brimming with knowledge? Yet, Master Yang, in a fit of indignation, retorted, It is a barren mind devoid of any growth. If you do not grant me a proper respite soon, I shall be left bald. Zhou Jibai was taken aback by Master Yang's unexpected temper. Typically, Master Yang exuded a dignified calmness, revealing an astonishingly irritable side. Chen Yan interjected. It is merely a trifling annoyance. If it falls away, let it be. You are alone, Master. Why should you be troubled? Yang's fury caused the veins on his forehead to throb, further accentuating his gleaming pate, and his tone grew more irritable. You are still growing. You exhaust yourself daily with your studies. Be cautious, or you may not grow tall in the future. This threat was indeed terrifying, prompting Chen Yan to abandon his brush. Declaring he would bask in the sun to promote his growth, Master Yang led them to a nearby small literary hill. Chen Yan estimated the mountain's elevation to be little over 200 meters, with a pavilion nestled halfway up where many local literati gathered to compose poetry. Hence the mountain's name. Upon their arrival, they found a poetry gathering underway in the pavilion. Chen Yan, wishing to flee, was halted by Master Yang's call. Since we are here, we must make the best of it. Noticing a faint smile on Master Yang's face, Chen Yan suspected he was intentionally tormenting him. Coincidentally, the haughty Gao Qiyun was present. Gao Qiyun, known for his illustrious reputation, had composed a spring poem, which was met with enthusiastic applause from the scholars in the pavilion. Some lamented, such an exquisite poem deserves to be included in a collection and widely circulated. Others echoed their sentiments, while Gao Qiyun, with his chin held high, basked in the glory of the moment, eager to mock his rival. He pointed at Chen Yan. Do you know this person's name? When the crowd shook their heads, Gao Qiyun laughed. He is Chen Yan, though he is yet to succeed in the examination. He fancies himself exceptionally talented and boldly claims he will surpass me in next year's county test. Immediately, someone derided. Who does not know that Brother Xiao Yuan's talents are unparalleled? He is likely to step on Brother Xiao Yuan's shoulders to make a name for himself. Another scoffed. If he truly possessed talent, he would have already made a name for himself without resorting to such means. Amidst the jeers and ridicule, while Chen Yan remained composed, Zhou Jibai was incensed, exclaiming, Chen Yan is undeniably gifted. He shall surely make his mark in the world without needing to belittle others. Gao Qiyun, arms crossed, challenged. Then let us hear a poem from him, and we shall judge whether he possesses any literary merit. Chen Yan replied, he is here to enjoy the scenery, not to compose poetry. From the corner of his eye, he noticed Zhou Jibai's sleeve fluttering. He reached out to stop him, but it was too late. Zhou Jibai had already approached the stone table, dipped his brush in ink, and proclaimed, there is no need for him to take action. I, a person of far lesser talent, shall compose a poem sufficient for our evaluation. Although Zhou Jibai was inferior in craftsmanship, he far surpassed Chen Yan in poetic expression. Chen Yan then settled beside Master Yang, producing a handful of peanuts from his pocket and presenting them to Master Yang. Lu, having heard that peanuts were good for the brain, had roasted a large bowl during the new year. Each month, when Chen Yan returned home, she would pack some for him to take to Master Yang's home, to share with Master Yang, Chen Yan, and Zhou Jibai, intending to replenish them the following month. While many other families struggled to fill their stomachs, Chen Yan enjoyed the luxury of peanuts as a snack, a true indulgence in his life. Master Yang glanced at his idleness and said, upon your return, recite 10 poems daily and compose one of your own. Chen Yan considered countering that the imperial examination did not require poetry, but upon seeing Master Yang's stern expression, he ultimately swallowed his words. There would always be opportunities to participate in literary gatherings. He could not continually rely on Zhou Jibai to defend him. Once Zhou Jibai completed his poem, someone in the pavilion remarked with a hint of envy, it's nothing remarkable. Others quickly echoed, it pales in comparison to the artistic essence of Brother Xiao Yuan's work. Zhou Jibai's face flushed with anger. He knew his poetry surpassed Gao Xiao Yuan's, yet these individuals, blinded by bias, belittled him. How could he possibly prevail? At this opportune moment, Chen Yan's voice rang out. The illustrious young Master Gao dares to compare poetry against an 8-year-old child? The critical murmurs in the pavilion abruptly ceased as they realized the author of the poem was merely 8 years old. Competing with someone so young, regardless of the quality of their poetry, meant they had already lost. Stealing a glance at Gao Xiao Yuan, they noted his ashen complexion, and one by one, they fell silent, hesitant to speak further. Chapter 34. Let us see if you can pass the county examination next year. Gao Xiao Yuan, publicly humiliated, was understandably furious. With a cold smirk, he retorted, Aren't you all boasting about your exceptional talents? Why bring up age? Chen Yan replied. Young Master Gao may freely proclaim your victory over an 8-year-old child, and I shall gladly concede to you. The people in the pavilion dared not even breathe. Gao Xiao Yuan was already 11. Boasting about triumphing over an 8-year-old was truly laughable. His expression darkened further. Having previously experienced Chen Yan's sharp wit, he found himself at a disadvantage once again. Unwilling to accept defeat, he declared, "The county examination does not consider age. I wonder if you can pass it next year." With that, he flung his sleeve and stormed away. Others hastily followed, leaving only Chen Yan and 2 others in the pavilion. Zhou Jibai exclaimed, Yan's combativeness is truly formidable. Chen Yan took out the peanuts he had brought and placed them on the stone table before stating, in an argument, if one must defend oneself, one has already lost. It is better to adopt an offensive stance to remain invincible. Zhou Jibai pondered this, wishing to jot it down, only to remember he had not brought his writing materials for their outing. Since Zhou Rong had imparted that wisdom to him, he had kept a small booklet to record Chen Yan's words for future study. Master Yang paid no heed to their discourse, instead savoring the spring breeze, enjoying the beautiful scenery and leisurely shelling peanuts, feeling utterly content. Upon returning, Master Yang began to enhance Chen Yan's poetry skills. Although the examination did not test poetry, there would inevitably be gatherings of literati in the future, if others could recite verses while Chen Yan could not. It would be exceedingly difficult for him to engage with them. Master Yang did not expect Chen Yan to effortlessly produce masterpieces, yet he could not afford to falter. Each time he witnessed Chen Yan's progress in prose, he felt a quiet joy. However, upon seeing Chen Yan's poetry, his brows furrowed with concern. The writing was too literal. Poetry should possess an ethereal quality, allowing readers to imagine and find beauty within. Chen Yan understood, yet struggled to express it. In a past life, before becoming a comic artist, he had been a student of the sciences, steeped in formulas and bound by their constraints. Although the 8-legged essay is arduous, he is adept at grasping the essence and applying formulas. As for poetry, it eludes him entirely. In contrast, Zhou Jibai effortlessly crafted a poem that surpassed his own laborious attempts, leading Chen Yan to muse that indeed, only those of antiquity possess such romanticism. He remains too pragmatic. This monotonous existence was abruptly interrupted by Zhou Rong's return after failing the examinations. Zhou Rong submitted his essay to Master Yang, who, after reviewing it, remarked, "The composition has reached its maturity, yet your acumen concerning the imperial edicts is rather lacking. You should no longer confine yourself to the drudgery of study at home. It is time to venture out." Zhou Rong then took his younger siblings to the county town for a brief excursion before embarking on his scholarly journey. Once Zhou Rong departed, Chen Yan's trials resumed. Master Yang, possessing extraordinary talent, managed to inspire Chen Yan to compose commendable poetry within a year. With the improvement in his poetic endeavors, his prose flourished even more. Previously, his writings, though solid, lacked emotional resonance. Now, they could indeed stir the heart. Earning praise from Master Yang, "Your writing has made significant strides." In Yang's opinion, this piece was more than sufficient for the county examination, and could even stand up to the provincial and metropolitan tests. However, he refrained from voicing such sentiments openly, lest it disrupt Chen Yan's mindset. After a year of diligent study, Master Yang granted Chen Yan and Zhou Jibai a 10-day respite for rest. Most importantly, he needed to recuperate. Upon returning home, Chen Yan awoke before dawn, suddenly reminded that it was the new year, and lingered in bed a while longer before rising. Chen Desho and Lu were bustling about with preparations for the festivities, and Chen Yan found the sudden leisure quite disconcerting. Once back in his room, he recalled that Master Yang had advised him against bringing books home, leaving only writing materials. Chen Yan resolved to illustrate Mencius, Master Yang's extensive collection of books. Combined with those gifted by Zhou Rong, meant that Chen Yan had not needed to purchase any additional texts. Aside from providing Master Yang with customary gifts and a stipend of 2 taels of silver, he had only acquired writing supplies. Even so, the 10 taels he earned from the Analects had nearly been exhausted. To participate in the county examination, not only must 5 candidates guarantee one another, but it is also necessary to find a stipend scholar to vouch for them, requiring an additional 2 taels as a guarantee, an imposing sum indeed. Zhou Rong's recent trip to the capital cost nearly 300 taels, which astonished Chen Yan greatly. The expenses seemed endless, prompting Chen Yan to consider earning some money during his leisure time. Thus, apart from visiting Master Yang and his maternal grandfather to extend New Year greetings, he remained indoors, engrossed in illustrating. After completing the Analects, he felt a deeper understanding of the text. Now, as he illustrated Mencius, it served as an opportunity to revisit the work multiple times. He initially intended to create 2 pieces for Meng Yongchang in exchange for silver, with plans to complete the remainder post-examination. However, on the first day of the new year, when Meng Yongchang visited him and learned that he was illustrating Mencius, he refused to leave. Ever since your comic adaptation of the Analects became a bestseller, other bookstores have found illustrators to adapt the 4 books, and they have sold quite well. I have read them. Their artistry is crude, and their narrative simplistic, utterly incomparable to yours. If you were to illustrate Mencius, you would surely outshine all others. Meng Yongchang spoke with confidence, as many bookstores had noticed the success of their comic adaptation of the Analects and subsequently released their own versions, selling them at a lower price than those from Ms. Huxuan. Initially, some customers opted for the cheaper versions, but when children compared them with the original, they were displeased, leading their elders to purchase the authentic copies from Ms. Huxuan. Eventually, those bookstores ceased selling the Analects and instead profited handsomely from the 3 other books that Ms. Huxuan had yet to release. This ignited a sense of urgency in Meng Yongchang, who, despite his academic commitments and the thriving sales of the Analects, found himself overwhelmed by the need to combat piracy. During the festive season, he sought to prompt Chen Yan, who, to his astonishment, was diligently painting. Thus, Meng visited daily, staying until late into the night. He was particularly intrigued by Chen Yan's unique technique of using feathers dipped in ink, which set his artwork apart from others. Under the pressure of tight deadlines, Chen Yan worked with remarkable speed, completing 5 pieces in just 10 days. Although Meng Yongchang wished for him to continue, Chen Yan expressed the necessity of returning to Yang Fuji's residence to resume his studies. Consequently, Meng purchased the 5 paintings, planning to have Chen Yan create more after the county examination. With the booming sales of the Analects, Chen Yan's value soared, and Meng Yongchang paid 100 taels for those 5 pieces. Chen Yan contemplated finishing the Mencius after the county exam to earn a substantial profit, alleviating his financial worries for the time being. At the end of January, the county office posted a notice announcing that the county examination would take place on the 9th of February, with the county magistrate serving as the chief examiner. Yang Fuji assisted both of them in finding students for mutual support and encouraged them to prepare independently at home. Only having studied for a little over 2 years and already participating in the county exam? What extravagance, Zhou Shi remarked while standing in the courtyard, conversing with Lu Shi, who was feeding chickens. Lu Shi scattered the feed on the ground, and the chickens fluttered over to peck at it. Yang Fuji had suggested that a Yan's writing was ripe for examination, yet Zhou Shi dismissed the notion, asserting, if he truly possessed talent, why not teach at an academy? Clearly, no academy would accept him, leading him to set up a private school at home. Others are unwilling to attend, and he feigns admiration for your son's abilities to win your favor and solicit money, unable to endure the disparagement of his work any longer. Chen Yan rose and stepped into the courtyard, proclaiming loudly, Zhou Jiren praised Yang Fuji for his vast scholarship. It seems that Auntie understands better than the Jiren himself. Zhou Shi was momentarily silenced. Being illiterate, how could she dare to compare herself to a Jiren? Cornered, she retorted angrily. We have studied for over a decade before daring to take the exam. Can you claim to be more qualified than us? I am merely looking out for your best interests by advising you to save your money. Just the surety alone costs 2 taels, and with food and lodging. Participating in a county examination will require at least 3 or 4 taels. You are merely throwing your money into the water without a ripple. Lu Shi felt discomfort. Their family had already been divided, yet her sister-in-law still meddled in her children's examination matters. Bringing this up so close to the exam was bound to affect the children's mindset. As Lu Shi began to speak, she was interrupted by Chen Yan's remark, fortunately, my family is affluent. Lu Shi silently closed her mouth, stealing a glance at Zhou Shi, who, as expected, appeared pale and flushed with anger. In order to enable Chen Qingwei to take the county examination, the main house recently sold an acre of land. This was akin to thrusting a dagger into the heart of the Zhou family. Zhou, incensed, retorted, the expenses of education are exorbitant. Can your family's finances withstand such burdens? Chen Yan, feeling fortunate, responded, fortunately, I possess the ability to earn money. During the new year, Meng Yongchang stayed at home, urging Chen Yan to create illustrations. which led the main house to realize that Chen Yan's artwork could fetch a substantial price. Chen Yan's remarks today were merely a display before her. So, having endured repeated indignities, contorted her features in frustration, focusing solely on painting, how can one possibly devote attention to studies? Our Qingwei is studying at the esteemed Gao Clan Academy, guided by distinguished scholars. This time, he is certain to succeed in the county examination, and who knows? He might even become a scholar and receive imperial provisions. The term scholar refers to those who must pass both the county and prefectural examinations. Should a scholar further pass the academy examination, he attains the status of a student, commonly known as a scholar. Amongst these students, the most outstanding are designated as stipend students, receiving 6 dough of rice monthly from the government, in addition to securing endorsements for candidates. Other students are merely exempt from corvée labor and permitted to enter official academies, yet do not receive imperial provisions. Only the top 20 candidates in the annual examination qualify as stipend students, and one cannot directly become a stipend student through the academy examination. So, evidently ignorant of these details, realized she could not best Chen Yan in debate and, with a dismissive remark, retreated into the house. Lu then remarked, "When I first attempted cooking, the meals were undercooked. The second time, they were overcooked, wasting considerable firewood. However, as I practiced more, I improved. I believe the county examination follows the same principle. We should practice a few times, and once familiarized, we shall succeed." Chen Yan comprehended that his mother fundamentally doubted his capability to pass the county examination. Soon, he discovered that not only his mother but also his father and grandmother held similar disbelief, considering his endeavor merely an experiment. When Chen Difu returned, he commented to the villagers at the courtyard entrance, "Desho is too indulgent with the child. After only a few days of study, he seeks to take the county examination? I suspect he merely wishes to play." That evening, Chen Difu advised Chen Desho, "The child is not to be coddled in such a manner. You are but a farmer, capable of earning limited income. As your elder brother, I advise you. Do I interfere in others' affairs?" Even Lu came to counsel Chen Yan to study for several more years. 3 or 4 taels of silver would suffice to secure a bride for you. Prior to the county examination, candidates must first visit the county office's ceremonial room to submit their endorsements. In addition to the candidate's name, age, place of origin, and appearance, information concerning the 3 preceding generations must also be provided to ensure a clear lineage, free from any undesirable associations. Besides the endorsements from the candidates, neighbors must also vouch for their integrity. Chen Yan traveled to the county to register for the examination alongside Chen Qingwei, riding in an ox cart. Besides the 2 brothers, there was also a resident of Qinjiabian, whom Chen Yan ought to address as 6th uncle. Upon learning that they intended to participate in the county examination, 6th uncle beamed with repeated nods. "After so many years of study, you are surely destined to succeed." Though he did not directly name anyone, his gaze remained fixed on Chen Qingwei, clearly harboring expectations for him. Chen Difu interjected, "The scholars at Gao Clan Academy often praised Qingwei's writing. Had it not been for that incident 2 years ago, he would already have been a scholar." 6th uncle's eyes sparkled even brighter. "This year, he is bound to succeed as well. Our Qinjiabian shall produce another scholar." Chen Difu cast a triumphant glance at Chen Desho and sighed, lamenting the difficulties of providing for him, noting that even their family had been torn apart, and yet he was being reproached for neglecting his brother. The elder, knowing well of the Chen family's division, glanced at Chen Desho and remarked, "As a family, you should stand united. How can you so easily bring up the notion of separation? Such good brothers have become estranged." With the seniors speaking, Chen Desho had no choice but to listen. Yet, Chen Difu was not inclined to relent, continuing to voice his grievances. "A nephew can never compare to a biological son. Everyone believes their own offspring to be the most astute. We do not force it. I shall sell my land to support him." Chen Yan nearly rolled his eyes at this. The county examination had yet to commence, yet Chen Difu spoke as if Chen Qingwei had already succeeded, leaving no room for retreat. However, Chen Qingwei seemed to revel in the situation, so Chen Yan refrained from offering any reminders. For others, securing a scholar as a guarantor was exceedingly difficult. For Chen Yan, it was remarkably easy. By simply presenting the name of the esteemed Zhou Jiren, he could readily find scholars willing to serve as sureties for a fee. As for the guarantors, besides Zhou Jibai and Chen Qingwei, the other 2 were also scholars from nearby villages, making them well-acquainted acquaintances. Upon receiving the certificate from the county office, he felt as though he were being observed. Following the sensation, he looked around the corner, finding no one, and suspected he was overthinking. Once he departed, in the carriage around the corner, an elegant young gentleman smiled at another bearded gentleman, saying, "He is the Chen Yan I mentioned to the county magistrate." The bearded gentleman was none other than Tao Du, the newly appointed county magistrate of Pingxing County. With the county examination approaching, he had been extremely busy. Yet the second son of the Gao family had invited him for tea, prompting him to set aside his official duties to wait for Chen Yan at the county office. Now witnessing him, he commented, "Though young, he possesses considerable astuteness. This lad, despite having received some education, thinks differently from the norm. If he were to succeed in his examinations, he might cause considerable trouble for the county magistrate." Although the second son of the Gao family smiled, a chilling undertone resonated in his words. Reflecting on the fate of his predecessor filled Tao with trepidation. The day before the county examination, Chen Yan took lodging at an inn in the county town. According to Lu's plan, he arranged for an ox cart, intending to return home each evening after the exams, where hot water and meals would be readily available to ensure Chen Yan's comfort. Chen Desho, having witnessed his father and elder brother prepare for the examinations, understood the hardships involved, recognizing that after each day's exam, rest was paramount, leaving no room for back-and-forth travel. They ultimately secured an expensive room in the county town, with Chen Desho hiring an ox cart to accompany them. However, during this time, an issue arose with Chen Qinghui. Without a room booked, Chen Qinghui found himself without lodging. Thus, Chen Difu sought out Chen Desho, proposing that Chen Qinghui share a room with Chen Yan. As cousins traveling for the examination, sharing a room would allow for mutual support, Chen Difu asserted with an elder brother's authority. Chapter 36. Entering the venue, Chen Yan initially believed his father might yield for the sake of brotherly bonds, only to find Chen Desho cheerfully declaring, "I fear my snoring might disturb Yan's rest at night, so I have specifically reserved 2 rooms. Mine shall be given to Qinghui." Chen Difu's face turned a shade of green. He had been traversing the county town daily and had participated in past examinations. He was well aware of the necessity of booking rooms in advance. Yet, during examinations, the inns in the county town hiked their prices exorbitantly, with a single room costing 100 won for one night. The county examination is set to span 5 days, and the cost of accommodation alone amounts to an entire month's wages, which he finds difficult to part with. Therefore, he suggests that Qinghui and Chen Yan share a room, thus saving on expenses. However, Chen Desho insists on reserving a separate room for himself, which would require him to spend his own money. Chen Difu promptly declines, leaving in a huff. This action of Chen Desho endears him to Lu Shi, and that very evening, a chicken egg mysteriously appears in Chen Dishi's bowl. Chen Desho beams with delight. Lu Shi remarks that not residing at home is indeed advantageous, as it spares the children from unnecessary disturbances. Nevertheless, both Chen Qinghui and Chen Difu still take Chen Dishi's carriage to the county city. Given that Chen Difu manages the accounts, he has a small separate room furnished with a cot, where he typically takes his midday naps. This arrangement conveniently allows Chen Qinghui to sleep there, eliminating the need for travel and expenses. Aside from the adjacent room occupied by several servants, the situation is quite satisfactory. Upon observing the cramped quarters, Chen Desho several times contemplates urging Chen Difu to spend a little money to secure a proper room for Chen Qinghui, yet he ultimately refrains from voicing his thoughts. When Chen Yan and Chen Desho arrive at the inn, the main hall is already filled with scholars, some engaging in lively discussions about political matters, while others share their study strategies for the exam. After settling in, Chen Yan and Chen Desho head back to the entrance of the examination pavilion to gauge the time it would take to reach there from the inn. When they return, Zhou Jibai has already been brought over by Steward Zhou. Since Zhou Ju Run is away from home, Chen Desho, while arranging accommodations for Chen Yan, also secures a room for Zhou Jibai. When Chen Desho goes to the Zhou residence to discuss this matter, he prepares himself for the possibility of displeasing Madame Zhou, as Zhou Jibai has returned home, and thus, the bond between him and Chen Dishi's family should naturally come to an end. However, to his surprise, Madame Zhou expresses her gratitude towards Chen Desho, indicating that with Zhou Ju Ren absent, she appreciates Chen Dishi's willingness to look after Zhou Jibai. Chen Desho feels reassured and returns to share with Lu Shi and Chen Yan his commendation of Madame Zhou's reasonableness. Upon meeting Chen Desho, Zhou Jibai is filled with joy, eagerly engaging in conversation with him for quite some time. After nightfall, Chen Yan and Zhou Jibai double-check their writing instruments and other essentials for the examination. And once everything is confirmed to be in order, they retire early for the night. The next morning, before dawn breaks, the innkeeper rouses all the examinees. The February morning is bitterly cold. Despite being warmly dressed, Chen Yan's hands still feel frigid. Once they board the ox cart, Chen Desho and steward Zhou encircle the two like hawks guarding their chicks, proceeding along with the throng towards the examination pavilion. A serpent-like line of scholars and their accompanying relatives forms, and Chen Yan, being of shorter stature, can only gaze upward at the swaying figures ahead. Flickering lanterns emerge from various ends, winding their way toward the examination pavilion, as if illuminating the path to ascension. Pingxing County is a bustling area with a large population, and hundreds of scholars are en route to the examination, which is held in a wooden pavilion erected in an open space on the western outskirts of the county. While constructed of wood, it provides a decent shelter from wind and rain, and the area remains undisturbed by merchants or passers-by. There is a towering entrance to the pavilion, beyond which a vast expanse of land awaits the examinees and their elders. Chen Yan and Zhou Jibai locate the other 3 members of their mutual assurance group, as previously arranged. Chen Qinghui appears visibly fatigued, and upon inquiry, he explains the circumstances to Chen Desho. The noise from the laborers in the adjacent room, who were changing shifts in the dead of night, roused Chen Qinghui from his slumber, and he found himself unable to return to sleep. Chen Desho hesitated to speak. The county examination's first round was of paramount importance. Insufficient rest at such a critical juncture would inevitably affect the quality of one's essay. Should he fail, the consequences would be dire. The surroundings buzzed with activity, with candidates ranging from elderly men with white hair to young children like Chen Yan, who had not yet reached the age of 10, showcasing a wide span of ages. The officials, bearing torches, streamed out of the examination tents and positioned themselves around Long Men. The flickering flames illuminated the scene like a celestial river, segregating the interior of the tent from the outside world. Another official emerged, bellowing, "No idlers allowed. Candidates, line up for inspection." The individuals who had come to escort the candidates were compelled to leave. Chen Desho placed a reassuring hand upon Chen Yan's head and advised him to eat well and stay hydrated. After all, it was merely a trial, and one's health was of utmost importance. He refrained from voicing the latter part of his thought. Chen Yan was about to face the battlefield of exams, and it was imperative not to waver his morale. "I will certainly perform well in the examination," Chen Yan declared. Chen Desho nodded in approval and offered a few more words of encouragement to Zhou Jibai before being ushered away by the approaching official. The candidates lined up according to their respective townships, awaiting the officials to conduct body searches to prevent any form of cheating. Those being searched were required to remove their garments, leaving only their underclothes, while shoes and socks were also to be discarded. Writing implements and other items were thoroughly examined, and even food items such as cakes and buns had to be broken apart for inspection. It was said that the body searches for the county examination were relatively lenient, but at the prefectural examination, the scrutiny was far more stringent. As Chen Yan waited at the back, a sudden terrified voice from the front of the line pierced the air. "This does not belong to me. Someone is framing me." Chen Yan stood on tiptoe, yearning to see the commotion, yet was met with disappointment as his height proved a disadvantage. He silently mourned for the 4 individuals who had formed a bond with the accused. The one caught carrying contraband would implicate them all. Soon enough, a shrill scream echoed. "Why did you bring that to harm me?" The atmosphere escalated into chaos, filled with cries and accusations. Once the officials had expelled the 5 individuals, the body search resumed. When it was Chen Yan's turn, without waiting for the official to speak, he swiftly disrobed, removing his clothing and shoes, and laid out his examination tools before him. A chilling breeze swept through, causing him to shiver. This was not the moment for pride. The official, noticing his proactive demeanor and youth, did not impose the same strictness upon him as he had on others. After giving his belongings a cursory inspection, the official allowed him to pass. After crossing the Long Men, they continued to line up in the open courtyard. Before them stood a high platform constructed from rough timber, surrounded by officials brandishing torches. Upon the platform sat a man clad in a blue official robe, the esteemed county magistrate of Pingxing County. Behind him stood around 20 scholars dressed in blue scholar robes. The candidates at the front presented their credentials to the officials, who called out the names of the candidates in a loud voice, followed by the names of their guarantors. By the flickering torchlight, the guarantors could clearly discern the candidates' appearances and, upon confirming their identities, would pledge their support. The student serving as a guarantor bears joint responsibility and must exercise utmost caution while doing so. Should the guarantor discover any irregularities, such as someone else taking the examination on behalf of the candidate, or if he is unaware of the examinee's circumstances, he may raise an objection immediately, resulting in the disqualification of the candidate. When it was Chen Yan and his companions' turn to step forward and present their credentials, the official called out their names, declaring, "Guarantor Zhang Jiang." A clear voice resonated from the platform above. Student Zhang Jiang serves as the guarantor. Chen Yan looked up to see a young man in his 20s, standing tall like a green pine, surveying Chen Yan and the others. Just as he was about to avert his gaze, he caught sight of the county magistrate looking in his direction. Chen Yan met the magistrate's gaze directly, and the flickering light cast shadows on the magistrate's somewhat aged face. The officials distributed the examination papers and writing sheets, with Chen Yan's name, place of origin, and examination number already inscribed on the paper. He entered the examination pavilion according to his assigned seat number. Upon entering, a foul stench assailed Chen Yan, and two words sprang to his mind: toilet number. The term toilet number referred to the examination pavilion adjacent to the latrine, the most undesirable location within the entire examination venue. Candidates dreaded being assigned to such a pavilion, as those who found themselves in this predicament were often doomed to failure. Imagine attempting to concentrate on answering questions while being overwhelmed by an unbearable odor. It would be enough to render anyone dazed. To be placed in the toilet number was either a stroke of misfortune or a deliberate act of sabotage. As the examination time approached, Chen Yan could not indulge in further thoughts. He covered his nose and mouth as he wiped down the aged desks and chairs, arranging the examination paper neatly with a weight. He intended to meditate and block out the foul smell, but his cultivation was insufficient to ignore external distractions. Instead, he took out the cloth that had wrapped his bun to cover his nose and mouth, which provided some relief. He had no choice but to expedite the process. The county examination comprised 5 sessions, held one per day, commencing at dawn and concluding at sunset, with no candles allowed to be lit thereafter. As daylight broke, the gongs sounded, signaling a solemn silence in the examination hall. The first session of the county examination officially commenced. The officials, holding the examination questions, passed by each pavilion. When they reached Chen Yan's pavilion, one official frowned deeply, nearly covering his nose, but upon regaining his composure, he held his breath, casting a more sympathetic glance at Chen Yan. Once Chen Yan transcribed the question, the official nearly fled in haste. Chen Yan poured fresh water into the inkstone and began to grind the ink stick slowly, his gaze lingering on the question he had just copied. Learning without thought leads to confusion, a phrase from the Analects, was chosen directly from the 4 books, and such straightforward prompts were typically reserved for the county examination. After many years of the imperial examination system, questions of this nature were now predominantly found at the county level. In no time, the official approached with the second question, which pertained to the 5 classics. Under the regulations of the Great Liang, candidates were required to select one of the 5 classics for in-depth study, while the remaining 4 could be read in a more cursory manner. During the examination, candidates would choose one question to answer based on their selected classic. The third question required a composition of a 5-character, 8-rhyme test poem. Although poetry was not examined in the imperial examinations, the composition of test poems was still an essential requirement. However, the standards for test poems were not excessively stringent. They merely needed to exhibit rhyme, proper parallelism, adherence to tonal patterns, and a degree of literary flair and artistic depth. To Chen Yan, these rules were akin to formulas, far simpler than the aimless spontaneity of poetry. Master Yang had conducted a month-long intensive training on poetry for Chen Yan just before the new year, enabling him to write with considerable competence. After transcribing all 3 questions, the examination hall fell silent, save for the patrolling officials. The adjacent examination room was already filled with the sounds of rustling clothes and paper, indicating that the candidates there were eagerly at work. Chen Yan did not immediately take up his pen. Instead, he gazed thoughtfully at the questions. To learn without contemplation leads to confusion. Reading without reflection results merely in bewilderment. As these questions were set for the county examination, it indicated that the county magistrate had a genuine interest in promoting education. The imperial examinations also served as a measure of administrative performance. Recently, Pingxing County had been embroiled in a scandal regarding examination fraud, leading to the arrest of the former magistrate. Consequently, many eyes were fixed upon this county's examinations. If the new magistrate could successfully reform the examination practices and produce a few scholars of merit, his administrative performance would undoubtedly receive a significant boost, paving the way for a prosperous future filled with accolades. It appeared that the current magistrate was quite ambitious. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Yan arrived at a conclusion. Since the magistrate aimed to promote learning, he resolved to expound upon the significance of reading and reflection, elevating the discourse on their importance. With pen in hand, he inscribed his opening statement on the rough paper. To learn without seeking understanding leads to confusion and a lack of personal gain. With this foundation laid, the tone of the essay was set. Chen Yan proceeded to elaborate. Indeed, the essence of learning lies in contemplation. Otherwise, how can one avoid the pitfalls of ignorance? Following this, it was merely a matter of articulating his thoughts coherently. His daily practice of writing enabled him to compose his essays with remarkable speed, almost as if he were breathing life into them in a single breath. Once he completed the piece and allowed the ink to dry, he set it aside and turned to the second question. The second question was derived from the spring and autumn annals. The Qi army attacked us. Who did the Qi army attack? The Spring and Autumn Annals is an official history of the Lu state, chronicling events from its perspective, hence the use of us. Why did they attack? How did the Lu state respond? What lessons can be drawn? After dissecting the question into several components, Chen Yan synthesized his thoughts, and the essay began to take shape. Drafting a rough outline, he then picked up his pen and began to write. Given the large number of candidates for the county examination, the magistrate could hardly read every single paper. Thus, the focus was primarily on the first question of the first section, which pertained to the 4 books. Most candidates would invest their energy in perfecting this question, while the subsequent question regarding the 5 classics would only require coherent sentences and sufficient word count, as the magistrate was unlikely to scrutinize it closely. However, Chen Yan refused to indulge in any form of complacency. Although the county examination might not emphasize the 5 classics, could the subsequent provincial, prefectural, and even local examinations afford such leniency? Once he set pen to paper, he was determined to give his utmost effort. Upon completing the second essay, he felt somewhat fatigued. Glancing at the time, he realized it was nearly noon, and some candidates had begun to take out food they had brought. Chen Yan noticed the stale cakes in the basket and reached out, but the foul odor that wafted towards him extinguished his appetite, prompting him to withdraw his hand. He had been so engrossed in his writing that he hadn't noticed the stench. Now that he relaxed, the foul smell made him feel as if he might vomit the breakfast he had consumed. No longer hungry, he felt revitalized and immediately resumed revising his first essay, judiciously adding and removing words as necessary. After completing the revisions, I read through the text twice more to ensure its accuracy before transcribing it onto the official paper. Only after composing the trial poem did I proceed to amend the second essay on the 5 classics. Once I had finished the transcription, I returned to review my trial poem. Chen Yan expressed considerable dissatisfaction with his trial poem, yet he recognized that this was the pinnacle of his current abilities and had to endure it. As the saying goes, every length has its shortness. He needed to accept his shortcomings. After comforting himself in this manner, he looked again at his written trial poem and found it somewhat commendable, prompting him to eagerly transcribe it once more. Glancing at the sky, I noted it was just past noon. Under the sun's glare, the odor emanating from the outhouse intensified, and Chen Yan could no longer bear it. He rose to submit his examination paper. The official in charge of collecting the papers at the county school instinctively glanced at the time upon Chen Yan's arrival and realized it was still not yet the appointed hour. In previous county examinations, many candidates had submitted their papers early in hopes of a favorable outcome, but it was the first time witnessing someone this early. The official's mind filled with curiosity as he scanned the name and origin on the paper, finding no issues, and instructed the attendants to lead Chen Yan to the long men to wait. According to examination protocol, a minimum of 10 candidates was required to exit, leaving Chen Yan to stand under the sun, hoping for others to submit their papers promptly. His stomach protested audibly, and Chen Yan's gaze fell upon a cake in the examination basket. It was a cake that Lu had fried the previous day, made with fine flour and generously oiled to achieve a golden crisp. However, the mere sight of the cake conjured up an unpleasant odor in his mind. and he would rather endure hunger than consume it. As he waited, half an hour slipped by, and Chen Yan, feeling faint from hunger, contemplated whether to disregard decorum and sit on the ground when, at last, someone arrived. It was none other than Gao Shiyuan. He had come with an air of triumph, believing himself to be the first to submit his paper, only to find Chen Yan already waiting at the door. His sense of elation diminished significantly, and with a cold snort, he positioned himself at a considerable distance from Chen Yan. One by one, others began to arrive, some recognizing Gao Shiyuan and quickly gathering around him to discuss the first question. This year's first question was remarkably simple. What scholar does not know that learning without thought is labor lost? With Shiyuan's talent, it was surely an effortless task to craft an essay on this topic. Feeling quite pleased with himself, Gao Xian reveled in the attention. This question had been posed many times before, yielding numerous commendable essays. And crafting something exceptional was indeed a challenge. Renowned for his intellect in Pingxing County, and hailing from the esteemed Gao family, he was well known among the students. Hearing him express the difficulty of the question caused many to change their expressions. One person lamented, "If even Brother Shiyuan finds it challenging, then I have yet to uncover its intricacies," trailing off, their countenance hardly reflecting confidence. Chen Yan stole a glance at the lines on the man's face, which suggested he was at least in his 40s, yet here he was, addressing the mere teenager Gao Shiyuan as Brother Shiyuan, a testament to his admirable deference. The fact that Brother Shiyuan had submitted his paper so early indicated he was confident. He was undoubtedly the frontrunner for the county's top score. Gao Shiyuan felt his essay was superb, and the flattery he received only served to elevate his spirits further. Out of the corner of his eye, Chen Yan caught sight of the figure standing nearby, and a discomfort akin to having a fishbone lodged in his throat overcame him. He let out a cold hum. What of being the first to finish? Who could tell if he had merely submitted a blank paper? Those who submitted early were undoubtedly confident in their answers. After extolling Gao Shiyuan, everyone began discussing their own essays, feigning modesty while secretly yearning for praise. This mutual flattery created a warm atmosphere, rendering Chen Yan's quiet presence starkly out of place. Having grown weak from hunger, Chen Yan focused intently on counting heads. When he finally gathered 10 people, a surge of energy coursed through him. At last, he could leave. As the gates swung wide, those surrounding Gao Shiyuan politely urged him to proceed first. Though Gao, proud by nature, was a scholar who valued humility, intending to let others go ahead, his peripheral vision caught a figure striding past. He turned to see Chen Yan boldly stepping through the gates. The previously courteous crowd froze in their tracks, watching the diminutive figure depart amidst the celebratory sounds of a band. Outside, the waiting candidates recognized the music as a signal that someone was emerging after finishing early, each of them eagerly peering towards the entrance, hoping it was their own. Chen Desho, who was busily feeding his cattle with pre-prepared fodder, initially paid no mind. But the commotion drew his attention, and upon looking up, he saw Chen Yan emerge from the gates amidst the fanfare. Startled, he dropped the fodder and pushed through the crowd to rush towards him, foolishly inquiring, "Have you completed all the questions?" Chen Yan nodded in affirmation. Gao Shiyuan, who followed shortly after, overheard the exchange and sneered, "Submitting a disorganized essay is hardly completion." Chen Yan, already irritable from hunger, was further provoked by Gao's derision in front of Chen Desho. He retorted without hesitation, "You are not the one grading the papers. So how can you claim I wrote carelessly?" Gao scoffed, "If the county exam requires sharp wit, you would certainly be among the lowest." Chen Yan stood his ground, replying, "Then you are destined to fail." The companions accompanying Gao halted in their tracks, instinctively distancing themselves from the two. They had submitted early to secure favorable fortunes. The thought of this brash youth's words possibly jinxing their chances was enough to instill a sense of dread. Gao's expression darkened, shooting Chen Yan a fierce glare before hastily departing. Chen Yan cast a sharp glance at the nearby candidates, whose faces blanched in fear, scattering like leaves in the wind. Turning to Chen Desho, he said, "Father, I am hungry." With the first round of the county exam concluded, the candidates returned to rest, while County Magistrate Tao prepared for a long night of grading. The flickering candlelight attracted early spring insects seeking warmth. With a crack, an insect was singed to a crisp on the candle, leaving a dark spot on its surface. Beside the candle, Magistrate Tao furrowed his brow, torn between competing thoughts. Before him lay 2 examination papers, one from Gao Shiyuan and the other from Chen Yan. Though the county exam was anonymous, It was easy for the magistrate to discern the authorship given that he oversaw the examination. Gao Shiyuan's essay was conventional, sufficient to pass. Given the considerable influence of the Gao family in Pingxing County, the county magistrate must navigate his position with utmost caution to avoid offending them. The prospect of appointing Gao Shiyuan as the head of the examination does not seem entirely unfeasible. However, the challenge lies with Chen Yan. As Magistrate Tao's gaze fell upon Chen Yan's essay, he felt an immediate surge of delight. The composition was not only meticulous and comprehensive, but also profoundly thought-provoking, aligning perfectly with his own sentiments. He was convinced that this individual would undoubtedly enhance his administrative achievements. Yet, upon realizing that this essay was penned by Chen Yan, his enthusiasm waned considerably. He subsequently examined Chen Yan's responses to the 5 classics and discovered that even those were marked by clarity and ambition, warranting the position of head candidate. However, considering that Chen Yan had been deliberately overlooked by the Gao family, appointing him would be tantamount to directly opposing them. This realization sent a chill down Magistrate Tao's spine. Failing to select Chen Yan would imply an unfair evaluation of the papers, and if taken to the extreme, could even be construed as exploiting the examination for personal gain. In any other county, such a minor issue might go unnoticed. Yet, this was Pingxing County, freshly marred by a scandal of examination fraud. Even trivial matters could escalate into significant controversies. Initially, Magistrate Tao perceived Chen Yan as merely a child, one who had studied for only a few years and was now preparing for the imperial examination, questioning the quality of his work. However, upon closer inspection, he had transformed into a prodigy. To Magistrate Tao, this presented a dilemma of monumental proportions. The previous magistrate's misdeeds had not yet faded from memory. After much contemplation, he directed his attention to Gao Shiyuan's response. Only he could potentially navigate this complex situation. For the next 4 days, Chen Yan was the first to submit his examination paper, promptly departing. Although he had to stand at Longman, he was spared the unpleasantness of waiting in line. Gao Shiyuan seemed to compete with him, also submitting his paper early each day, eagerly arriving at Longman, only to find his expression darken upon seeing Chen Yan. Chen Yan, however, remained entirely indifferent, returning home post-examination to sleep. He anticipated a slumber until midday, only to awaken before dawn. With time on his hands, he meticulously transcribed his essays from memory, intending to seek guidance from Master Yang at daybreak. As Master Yang prepared to leave with his fishing rod and wooden bucket, he was taken aback upon seeing Chen Yan. The county examination has just concluded, and the papers have yet to be submitted. Why aren't you resting at home? Chen Yan presented his essays, requesting, "Please offer your insights, Master." Reluctantly, Master Yang set aside his belongings and accepted the papers for careful scrutiny. Before he could provide feedback, Zhou Jibai entered the courtyard with his own essays. Upon seeing Chen Yan already present, Zhou Jibai felt a pang of guilt and lamented, "I must admit, I am not as diligent as Chen Yan. Henceforth, I must strive harder and resist the allure of leisure." Master Yang's left hand trembled slightly at this remark. Chen Yan patted Zhou Jibai on the shoulder, offering words of encouragement. "Your accomplishments are commendable in their own right." In a previous life, he had been a formidable scholar, capable of producing multiple essays in a single sitting, often sacrificing sleep to meet deadlines, while his assistants could barely endure 6 months in his demanding company. Zhou Jibai, still a mere child, had managed to keep pace with him for over 2 years, earning the title of a diligent scholar. After all, in his past life, he had still been reluctant to rise from bed at the tender age of 8 or 9. In this respect, Zhou Jibai surpassed him. Chapter 39. Practice makes perfect. Zhou Jibai shook his head resolutely, acknowledging, "Since my innate talent pales in comparison to yours, it is imperative that I exert even greater effort. Otherwise, I shall find myself left far behind." Upon returning to the Zhou family, Zhou Rong had attempted to guide him, yet he struggled to keep pace. In those moments, Zhou Rong's expression grew complex, a mixture of disappointment and perhaps guilt clouding his features. Zhou Jibai understood that Zhou Rong was unconsciously comparing him to Chen Yan. When Chen Yan came to study at the Zhou residence, a spark of competitive spirit ignited within him. He could not allow himself to be outdone by Chen Yan. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, he always fell short. It was only at Yang Fuji's home that he truly grasped the depth of Chen Yan's diligence. Though his heart remained defiant, his admiration for Chen Yan grew, prompting him to strive even more to match Chen Yan's pace. Yang Fuji, weary of reading, neatly folded the papers and tucked them away, then led his two disciples to a nearby river to fish. By the riverbank lay a large stone where the three settled. Yang Fuji hung the earthworms he had dug up the previous day onto the hooks and cast them into the water, saying, "Fishing requires patience and tranquility. Wait for the fish to bite, and when the moment comes, act swiftly to reel it in." Zhou Jibai, retrieving paper and pen from somewhere, eagerly took notes, nodding as he wrote. Just then, a fish, about the size of an adult's palm, bit the bait. With quick reflexes, Yang Fuji lifted the rod, only to find an empty hook. Chen Yan silently observed Yang Fuji. After wiping his increasingly shiny forehead, Yang Fuji casually rebaited the hook and remarked, "Fishing is akin to scientific exploration. Despite thorough preparation, the uncertainties of life remain unpredictable. Remember this. Do good deeds without questioning the future." Zhou Jibai felt a surge of excitement and hurriedly jotted down this profound statement. The river's waters were crystal clear, allowing them to see the fish leisurely swaying their tails, circling the hook. This time, Yang Fuji remained unhurried, allowing the fish to fully engulf the hook and devour the worm before swimming away gracefully. Chen Yan turned to Yang Fuji and inquired, "Master, why do you not lift the fishing rod?" Yang Fuji replied, "This is to show you how opportunities slip away. When you encounter such favorable chances again, you must seize them firmly." Zhou Jibai experienced a moment of enlightenment and quickly noted this wisdom as well. Accompanying Yang Fuji for fishing turned out to be far more enlightening than he had anticipated. Chen Yan asked, "Master, may I give it a try?" Yang Fuji handed the bamboo rod to Chen Yan, who skillfully baited the hook and cast it back into the river, continuing. Although the imperial examination is a ladder to ascend, many who face setbacks in these trials can still leave their mark in history. The vastness of the world renders a mere county examination insignificant. Zhou Jibai felt his earlier anxieties regarding the county examination gradually dissipate, his heart opening to newfound clarity. He set down his paper and pen, rising to respectfully bow to Yang Fuji, expressing, "Thank you, Master, for your teachings." Yang Fuji nodded with a smile, stating, "As the saying goes, reading thousands of books is not as beneficial as traveling thousands of miles. Do not confine yourselves to books alone. You must also gaze upon the splendid landscapes and local customs to truly resonate with the words of the sages." The spring breeze carried a faint floral fragrance, and Zhou Jibai felt as if everything before him had become clear, as if he had gained profound insights. In the next moment, a cold splash of water hit his face. He turned to see a fish, as large as an adult's forearm, struggling vigorously on the hook that Chen Yan had raised. The clarity in his heart was instantly replaced by exhilaration, and he hurried over to assist. The three of them removed the fish and placed it into a wooden bucket, where the large creature could scarcely move, thrashing its tail in a desperate attempt to leap out. However, Chen Yan pressed it back down and placed a heavy stone atop the bucket's opening, rendering its efforts futile. Ignoring the droplets splattering on his face, Chen Yan rebaited the hook and cast it back into the water with a splash. Though the world is vast, you and I are but small fish. No matter how intently we focus on ourselves or comprehend the universe, we may simply grow into larger fish, perhaps destined to perish due to a mere bait. It is better to strive with all our might to leap over the dragon gate, to become those who wield the fishing rod, choosing which fish to catch and which to release. Master Yang felt a sudden itch on his head and could not help but scratch his shining bald spot. Everyone desires their disciples to succeed, yet who truly understands the heartache of guiding a gifted and opinionated student? After a moment of contemplation, Master Yang finally spoke. One must recognize that the one holding the fishing rod may return empty-handed. If one's obsession runs too deep, it may lead to injury of both self and others. Chen Yan declared with clarity, "If the fish does not favor the earthworm bait, then let us try another. If that too is rejected, let us change again. There will always be a bait that entices the fish. If all else fails, we can abandon the rod and resort to a net. As long as one's resolve is steadfast, all means must be employed to achieve one's desires." Master Yang gazed at Chen Yan quietly, and after a moment, he remarked, "Excessive rigidity can lead to breakage. Only through the harmony of strength and softness can one achieve success. In fishing, one needs both the hard tools of rod and hook, as well as the soft line." Chen Yan pondered. No one understood the balance of rigidity and softness better than he. In his previous life, he had effectively exhausted himself to death. In this life, Having lain low for 6 years, he had sufficiently yielded, resulting in an inability to retaliate against the Gao family. As he mulled over these thoughts, the fishing rod in his hand twitched, and he swiftly raised it, as a grass carp leapt from the water, flailing in midair. Zhou Jibai cried out in delight, "Chen Yan, you truly are a master angler." He swallowed the latter part of his sentence. Master Yang could not reveal his own lack of fishing skill, for that would show a lack of respect for his mentor. With a hiss, Master Yang felt the itch return and handed the rod to Chen Yan, who cast the line into the water again. After sitting in silence for a considerable time without any catch, Chen Yan, losing patience, instructed Zhou Jibai to gather dry twigs. He then used a sharp stone from the riverbank to gut the fish, cleaning it before starting a fire to grill it. The aroma of the fish wafted along the riverbank, and Master Yang looked on with irritation at the two busy figures. How could the fish in the water be tempted to bite? Suddenly, the fishing rod in his hands trembled, and Master Yang was taken aback, hastily reeling in. A small fish, roughly an inch long, was caught. Observing its desperate struggles, he felt a pang of compassion and ultimately released it back into the water. As the fish hurriedly darted away, Master Yang paused, turning to look at Chen Yan, his heart feeling somewhat lighter. Chen Yan offered the large fish to Master Yang, while dividing the other one equally with Zhou Jibai. A fish roasted without any seasoning can hardly be deemed delicious, yet it suffices to satiate one's hunger. On the day of the examination, with the first crow of the rooster, the household sprang to life. Soon, Chen Difu knocked on Chen Disha's door, urging him to rise and head to the county town, while Mrs. Zhou prompted Chen Xingwei to take along some pancakes to eat on the way. Chen Yan, observing the bustling household from his place, mused that if one could rise early on the day of the results and achieve success, he would forego sleep for an entire night. He believed that other candidates might do the same. Living in such a crowded courtyard was indeed bothersome. It seemed imperative for him to earn more money quickly and build a separate house outside. Once again, it was Chen Disha's ox cart that carried them. In addition to accommodating the household, it also made a stop at Zijaiwan to pick up Zhou Jibai for the journey to the county town. Chen Yan thought he had arrived early enough, but upon reaching the county office, he discovered a throng of people already gathered, unable to squeeze in. As the gates of the county office swung open, the officers poured out, causing the crowd outside to stir with excitement. The announcement was imminent. Chapter 40. The announcement. The county examination announcement, also known as the group announcement, featured a large red character inscribed at the center of the paper, with the top half longer than the bottom. The first place was positioned directly above this character, while the subsequent 20 names formed an inner circle arranged in a clockwise manner around it. Outside this inner circle, the following 30 names created an outer circle arranged counterclockwise. Thus, the total of 50 individuals represented those selected for the county examination. Rather than names, seating numbers were assigned to both circles. Just as Chen Yan contemplated pushing forward, he suddenly heard footsteps behind him, accompanied by shouts urging everyone to retreat. Turning around, he beheld a dozen robust servants charging forward with great vigor, slicing through the crowd like two sharp blades, forcibly parting the masses to clear a path. The crowd recoiled, some stumbling and crying out in pain. An individual, unable to contain his anger, exclaimed, "This is utterly outrageous. Such a disgrace to civility." The servants seemed deaf to the protests, wielding their sticks to keep the onlookers at bay. Amidst the commotion, a luxurious silk carriage rolled to a stop beneath the announcement board. The coachman hastily placed a stool on the ground, and a refined gentleman clad in a moon-white robe stepped down from the carriage. Upon recognizing the newcomer, many in the crowd lowered their voices, and the raucous shouts ceased. It was the Gao family, and their audacity became apparent. Though resentment simmered among the crowd, they could only endure in silence. Following closely was a young man dressed in blue who leaped from the carriage and rushed toward the announcement board. Spotting his seating number, he turned back and exclaimed, "Second brother, I am indeed at the top." This young man was none other than Gao Shiyuan, the esteemed son of the Gao family, while the gentleman in the moon-white robe was Gao Heir, his elder brother. Given the Gao family's influence in Pingxing County, their boldness was hardly surprising. Gao Heir nodded slightly, affirming his brother's words. Gao Shiyuan, filled with pride, scanned the crowd but found no one he sought, feeling a twinge of discontent. In moments of triumph, he was determined to humiliate the boy who had persistently provoked him. With so many people around, he could not locate his target, so he called out loudly, "Where's Chen Yan?" The crowd began to glance around in search of the person, when a middle-aged man at the edge of the gathering excitedly shouted, "The young master of the Gao family is calling for you. Chen Yan, why are you still standing there? Go on." A crowd turned their gaze towards a middle-aged man on a carriage, who excitedly pulled a youth of no more than 20 and a boy of less than 10 towards the examination list. His eager demeanor caused many scholars to furrow their brows in disdain. Such a desperate attempt to latch onto the Gao family was utterly devoid of integrity. Chen Difu rushed to the Gao family's side, releasing the two only to wear a facade of sycophantic flattery. "Young Master Gao, Chen Yan is here." Before Gao Shiyuan could respond, Chen Difu shoved Chen Qinghui forward, urging him, "Hurry and pay your respects to young Master Gao." Faced with the scornful gazes surrounding him, Chen Qinghui awkwardly performed a gesture of respect appropriate for his peers, intending to retreat. However, Chen Difu was unwilling to grant him that wish, pulling him closer to Gao Gongzi with a sycophantic grin. "This is my son, Chen Qinghui, the cousin of Chen Yan. He studies at your esteemed Gao family academy, and the instructors praise his writing." At this, Chen Yan halted his adjustment of clothing. Did his uncle truly believe he could gain favor in front of Gao Shiyuan? Alas, Gao Shiyuan harbored nothing but resentment towards him, wishing to see him crushed. He couldn't help but feel a flicker of anticipation at the thought of Chen Difu's reaction upon discovering the truth. Gao Shiyuan did not conceal his disdain. "I've never heard of you. Did you pass the county examination?" Chen Difu nodded eagerly, smiling. "We are on our way to check the list." He pushed Chen Qinghui toward the announcement, urging, "Young Master Gao is eager to learn your ranking. Hurry and report back to the two young masters." With a heavy heart, Chen Qinghui approached the list, scanning the outer circle for his seat number. Nothing. A cold sweat broke out on his palms as he desperately searched the inner circle. Still nothing. His back now drenched in perspiration, he searched once more, only to find the same empty result. Chen Qinghui's complexion drained of color. Observing his expression, Gao Shiyuan let out a derisive laugh. "You're not on the list? I thought your writing was exceptional. It seems you are merely boasting." Chen Difu hurried to Chen Qinghui's side, demanding, "You must have overlooked it. Look again." The unabashedly mocking gazes from those around him felt like daggers, and Chen Qinghui's voice trembled as he whispered, "I did not pass." "How could you not pass? After so many years of study, was it all for naught?" The disappointment shattered Chen Difu's composure, leading him to roar in fury. "We have sacrificed so much for your education, and you fail to succeed? What do you do at the academy every day?" With his head bowed, Chen Qinghui tugged at Chen Difu, his voice shaking. "Father, let us discuss this at home." Chen Difu shook him off, fuming. "We sold land to fund your education, and now you bring us shame?" Under the scrutinizing eyes, filled with mockery and pity, Chen Qinghui's youthful pride shook him to his core, leaving him lightheaded. Chen Desho, feeling a pang of sympathy, stepped in front of Chen Qinghui and addressed Chen Difu. "Many here have attempted the examination for years without success. Qinghui is still so young. It is only natural he did not pass. Did you not also fail in your time?" Chen Difu, panting with anger, ultimately refrained from further comment. Yet, the commotion only deepened Gao Shiyuan's disdain. The rustic villager is indeed unremarkable. It is no wonder that he has raised a brash youth like Chen Yan. Gao Shiyuan crossed his arms, casting a condescending glance at Chen Yan. "Your family possesses no remarkable talents, yet the art of boasting seems to be an inherited skill. Before the examination, you made such grand claims. Now, the results are here. Did you succeed?" "I did, placing 50th, Chen Yan replied coolly. Gao Shiyuan's smile faltered momentarily, only to be replaced by a cold smirk. "When did you see the results?" Chen Yan pointed toward the notice board behind him. "I stood right here while everyone was watching Chen Difu make a fool of himself. I saw the list. I am in room 6 of the Ing section." The seating arrangement was based on the 1,000-character classic, and the restroom number was indeed room 6 of the Ing section, which Gao Shiyuan had personally arranged for Chen Yan. Gao Shiyuan occupied the first seat in the inner circle, while Chen Yan was at the very end of the outer circle. Their seats were in close proximity, which made it all the more uncomfortable for Gao Shiyuan. Even the typically composed second young master of Gao could not maintain his usual indifference, displaying a look of astonishment. He had clearly spoken to Tao Du, so why had Chen Yan still been selected? Tao Du seemed to disregard the Gao family entirely. A glint of cold light flashed in the second young master's eyes. Pingxing County was the Gao family's stronghold, and they could not allow a disloyal county magistrate to exist. "Just because you placed last, you act so proud. One might think you were the top scholar. Gao Shiyuan's tone sharpened further. The Gao family's retainers erupted in laughter, and even those crowded outside joined in the mockery. Chen Desho anxiously attempted to pull Chen Yan away, but Chen Yan evaded him, standing resolutely in place. Meeting Gao Shiyuan's gaze with calmness, his voice resonant. Were I to bear the surname Gao, I too would be the top scholar. But I do not share your surname. So I must exert myself to the utmost, studying day and night, adhering to the words of the sages, to achieve this 50th place. If you were not a Gao, would you have succeeded in this county examination? With these words, the laughter abruptly ceased. A loud cheer erupted from the crowd that had been left outside. Well said. Among those who came to take the exam, most were farmers' sons, lacking any familial background, toiling for years yet failing to succeed. Why? Because such privileged youths occupied the county examination slots, leaving little room for them. Gao Shiyuan, merely in his early teens, had attained the top position and now stood beneath the list to mock those who had studied diligently yet failed. The county examination was designed to select only 50 out of hundreds, with the majority facing rejection. Gao Shiyuan's derision towards Chen Qingwei inadvertently mocked those who had also not passed. Scholars naturally possess a certain pride, and they were quite displeased with Gao Shiyuan's oppressive behavior. Leveraging the Gao family's influence, with someone speaking out, their anger was stirred. Someone then exclaimed, "Is this truly the imperial county examination, or merely the Gao family's examination?" This statement ignited the crowd's fury completely, and soon someone boldly declared, "How did Gao Shiyuan achieve the top position? Did he earn it through merit or merely by his surname? One glance at his writing will reveal the truth." Yes, we demand to see Gao Shiyuan's writing. We want to see Gao Shiyuan's writing. The surrounding discussions gradually unified into a chorus of calls. The discontented voices of those who have yet to succeed mingled with the grievances of those who have already triumphed, resonating through the air outside the county office. The second son of the Gao family felt a sudden darkness cloud his expression as he cast a malevolent glance towards Chen Yan. It was infuriating that this young man's mere words had cast the Gao family into such a predicament. Sensing the hostility in the gaze directed at him, Chen Yan turned to meet it, offering a slow smile. No matter how powerful the Gao family might be, this world does not bear their surname. Before the might of the imperial authority, even they must bow their heads. Scholars are the most challenging yet easily swayed individuals. He could not believe that the Gao family could silence the voices of the masses. The second son of the Gao family, taken aback by Chen Yan's audacity, halted abruptly. His eyes turned icy as he pointed a finger at Chen Yan and commanded, "Arrest him." The family servants of the Gao clan, upon receiving the order, armed themselves with sturdy wooden clubs and began to encircle Chen Yan. Chen Desho was alarmed and quickly shielded Chen Yan behind him. Zhou Jibai, clutching his writing materials, rushed over alongside Steward Zhou, inquiring urgently, "What shall we do next?" As he spoke, he held out his notebook, pen poised, eagerly awaiting Chen Yan's words to record. Chen Yan glanced at the notebook, which was filled with his previous statements. "You must write quickly," he advised. With that, he raised his voice once more, proclaiming, "Can the Gao family silence me? Can they silence the voices of the multitude? Can they suppress the undeniable truths of this world? As scholars, we must adhere to our principles and fear no authority. Even in death, we shall preserve our honorable names within this realm." His words fell like cold water into a pot of boiling oil, causing a frenzied reaction among the scholars. The scholars of Daliang were never short of fervor and sought to uphold their reputations. Those ministers in the court, desperate to maintain a good name among scholars, would dare to oppose the emperor, even going so far as to openly denounce him. If the emperor were to execute them, they would gain a reputation for honor. Although the scholars of Pingxing County could not behold the emperor's countenance, the Gao family held immense power within their domain. Their defiance was, in essence, a stand against tyranny and a voice for the sage. The atmosphere was charged with collective outrage. It was utterly brazen for the Gao family to attempt to arrest a child who spoke the truth before them. Moreover, this child had just triumphed in the county examination, a goal they had all aspired to through years of diligent study. If he were to be captured, what would their years of effort amount to? They could not allow for arbitrary arrests. A roar of indignation erupted from the crowd, and the scholars surged towards the Gao family as servants. With fewer than 20 servants facing off against 500 or 600 scholars, the Gao family's men found themselves utterly overwhelmed and unable to defend themselves. In the aftermath of the tumultuous events following the mutiny at Tumu Fort, where the civil officials had beaten Ma Shun to death in the court. Now hundreds of scholars were assailing the Gao family's servants at the county office's entrance. The second son of the Gao family was taken aback, dragging the now stunned Gao Shuyan through the remaining guards as they squeezed from the crowd, retreating into the county office like a lost dog. When County Magistrate Tao learned of the riot outside, his legs turned to jelly, and he hastily summoned the Yamen runners to rush to the entrance, only to find the once proud second son of the Gao family disheveled, his clothes in disarray and one shoe missing. Gao Shuyuan fared even worse, his hair in disarray and the left sleeve of his outer garment torn asunder. The county magistrate paused, and upon noticing the gaze of the young Master Gao, he exclaimed with urgency as he hurried to his side, "Who dares to be so ruthless towards the two young masters?" Gao Shuyuan had never endured such indignity. He promptly addressed the magistrate, saying, "Your Excellency, those scholars are rebelling. You must send someone to apprehend them all at once." The magistrate inwardly cursed Gao Shuyuan for his ignorance. In a bid to vent his frustration, Gao labeled the scholars as rebels. Did he even consider the implications of his words for the magistrate's authority? Ignoring Gao's remarks, the magistrate turned to the young Master Gao, asking, "What do you propose we do?" The young master, adjusting his attire, spoke while still catching his breath. Yet his composure had returned. "It is merely a reaction from the unsuccessful candidates after the county examination results were announced. A few words of guidance will suffice. Brother, they have clearly assaulted our servants." Gao Shiyuan's protest was abruptly silenced by the young master's fierce reprimand. He then bowed respectfully to the magistrate, saying, "It is natural for unsuccessful candidates to be agitated after the examination. This matter requires your attention, Your Excellency." The magistrate replied courteously, "It is my duty to handle such matters. Since the second young master has been startled today, it would be prudent to rest at the Yamen until I resolve this issue and can properly host you." The young master did not refuse and led Gao Shiyuan to the back courtyard of the county office. The magistrate adjusted his official attire, his expression stern, and bellowed to the constables, "Open the doors." The imposing gates of the county office slowly creaked open, drowning out the cacophony outside, and as the magistrate commanded, "Stop," the constables surged into the crowd, rescuing the Gao family servants. Those servants, battered and bloodied, were hardly recognizable from their earlier bravado. The magistrate's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. These scholars, typically frail, displayed remarkable ferocity when engaged in conflict. Just look at the state they had reduced the servants to. Had the two young masters not fled swiftly, they too might have met the same fate. The magistrate cast a fierce glare at the throng below, his countenance imposing. "This is the county office of Pingxing. How dare you create a disturbance here?" The magistrate, unabashedly asserting his authority, stood at the entrance, embodying the will of the court. Anyone daring to confront him would be challenging the imperial authority itself. The scholars, already incensed by their failures and further humiliated by the Gao family, allowed their emotions to boil over, resorting to violence against the Gao servants. Now, witnessing the magistrate's apparent favoritism towards the Gao family, their anger flared anew. And someone shouted, "The Gao family is arrogant and tyrannical, allowing their servants to commit violence. How can we endure this? The magistrate is the father of our county. Should he truly fear the Gao family's power?" This provoked another twitch from the magistrate's eyelids. If he acknowledged their claims, his reputation among the scholars would be irreparably tarnished. Chapter 42. Caution in Governance. The magistrate inwardly chastised the Gao family for their meddling. Did they not understand how Gao Shuyuan had achieved his position? How could they revel in their status while waiting to be ensnared? Just moments ago, the constables had rushed in to report the events, fully aware of the situation's origin. And the magistrate surveyed the crowd, proclaiming loudly, "I have always been fair and upright. I have reviewed your examination papers, and indeed, some deserving candidates have been overlooked. In the examination of Pingxing County, only 50 candidates could achieve success. Those who made it onto the list crafted their essays more eloquently than the others. Should there be any dissent, I shall publicly display their submissions for comparison." The scholars merely harbor suspicions towards Gao Shiyuan. Thus, let us unveil the examination papers. Are we concerned that revealing only Gao Shiyuan's work might offend the Gao family? Then let all the papers be displayed, leaving the Gao family with no grounds for complaint, and preventing any unrest among the scholars. The scholars' anger diminished significantly, and when County Magistrate Tao displayed all the essays, the crowd gathered to examine those 50 compositions, neglecting the communal table entirely. Zhou Jibai easily discerned his rank at 32 on the communal table, surpassing Chen Yan. While Zhou Jibai felt a surge of joy, he could not shake off a lingering unease. Chen Yan's talent was evidently superior, and his writing was undeniably more refined. Why then was he ranked below Zhou? Chen Yan remarked, "Being successful is commendable enough. Why concern ourselves with rank?" Perhaps County Magistrate Tao employed a balancing act to ensure his inclusion. When Gao Heir Gongzi mocked him, it seemed as though he was certain of Zhou's failure. It was likely that Gao Heir Gongzi had orchestrated something behind the scenes. It appeared that Zhou's unfortunate circumstances were inextricably linked to the Gao family. Understanding this dynamic, Zhou chose to confront the Gao family openly, compelling them to act with caution, lest they harm him openly, while also praying for his safety, for any misfortune that befell him would surely implicate the Gao family. To them, eliminating him would be as trivial as squashing an ant, yet doing so would grant their political adversaries a potent weapon against them. The Gao family would never willingly engage in such a detrimental transaction. Consequently, the grievances of today were theirs to swallow. As for the future, it was beyond Zhou's current foresight. His sole focus was to ascend, for the higher he climbed, the more difficult it would be for the Gao family to target him. Chen Yan felt a rising urgency within, wishing fervently to return home and immerse himself in study. As the ox cart departed the county seat and traversed the countryside, the spring breeze washed away his discontent linked to the Gao family, leaving only the joy of having passed the county examination. Chen Desho struggled to suppress his laughter, pinching his thigh to maintain composure. The Chen family had labored through 3 generations, yet had consistently reaped no rewards from the imperial examination. Yet today his son had succeeded. At the tender age of 9, he had passed the county examination. The ancestral grave had finally emitted a wisp of smoke once more. Such a joyous occasion warranted a hearty laugh. Yet with Chen Qinggui's failure, Chen Disha's expression turned sour, compelling him to stifle his exuberance. He recalled the myriad sorrows of his life, including the painful realization that Jibai was not his biological son. Then he remembered that both his biological son and the child he had raised for 6 years had passed the examination, causing his lips to curl upwards uncontrollably. After delivering Zhou Jibai back to the Zhou family, the ox cart made its way directly to Qinjiawan. Upon entering the village, a throng of villagers gathered around. "Did you succeed?" they inquired. "Indeed," Chen Desho replied. The villagers, initially asking out of mere curiosity, were taken aback by the affirmative response. And soon they erupted in cheers. "He has succeeded. The grandson of the Chen family has triumphed." Just as Uncle Lu returned from the fields, wielding a hoe, he heard the shouts and hurriedly squeezed into the crowd. With a joyful pat on Chen Qingwei's shoulder, he exclaimed, "I knew all along that you, Qingwei, were clever. You truly passed the county examination? Your grandfather can finally rest easy." Chen Qingwei, feeling a wave of shame, turned to glance at Chen Difu, only to find his expression had shifted from green to a deep shade of black, his teeth grinding audibly. In his excitement, Uncle Lu failed to notice the odd expressions on Chen Difu and the others, and seeing no trace of pride on Chen Qingwei's face only heightened his elation. "You all passed the county exam and yet remained so composed. Indeed, you are the scholar among us. Surely you will also succeed in the provincial exam, becoming the sole student from our village." Chen Difu's countenance darkened further, feeling that Uncle Lu was intentionally provoking him, which only fueled his resentment toward the man. The villagers gathered nearby could no longer bear the tension and called out, "Qingwei did not pass. It is Ian who succeeded in the county exam." Uncle Lu's smile faltered, his gaze shifting from Chen Qingwei to Chen Yan, filled with disbelief. How could this be? Qingwei had studied diligently for over a decade, consistently praised by his teachers for his intellect, while Chen Yan was still quite young and had yet to attend a formal academy. How could it be that Chen Yan passed while Chen Qingwei did not? Though Ian ranked 50, he still passed, Chen Desho stated, pride unmistakable in his tone. Uncle Lu's eyes widened in shock, and after a prolonged moment of silence, his expression became increasingly complex. "It is indeed good. It matters not which of the brothers succeeded, for they are both grandsons of my elder brother." Yet his tone bore a tinge of melancholy. Chen Yan addressed Uncle Lu earnestly. "Rest assured, Uncle Lu, I shall diligently prepare for the provincial examination." Uncle Lu's smile grew increasingly strained as he nodded, his spirits seemingly adrift. Unable to contain his frustration any longer, Chen Difu leapt from the ox cart and stormed home. Chen Qingwei hurriedly followed, head bowed. Chen Yan turned. calling after Chen Defu's retreating figure. "Uncle, are you not taking the ox cart anymore?" Defu turned back, his glare as fierce as if he intended to devour Chen Yan. "I will walk home myself." With that, he spun around and strode away, each step heavy upon the ground, as if he wished to leave a deep imprint in the earth. Chen Yan felt a surge of satisfaction, his spirits considerably lifted. At the county office, the officials understood that provoking scholars could lead to unrest. If they wished to see the writings of these learned individuals, then they would oblige. As the saying goes, there is no definitive first in literature, even if they believe their compositions superior to those of the successful candidates. They would be hard-pressed to articulate their reasoning. The magistrate, Tao, spoke until his throat was parched, finishing a cup of tea and spitting out the leaves before continuing. In fact, concealing their intentions only breeds further suspicion. The second son inquired, gently scraping the tea bowl with its lid, "Does Master Tao hold Chen Yan in high regard?" Despite having given prior instructions, the magistrate still chose to acknowledge Chen Yan. Was he seeking to champion him or to counter the Gao family? Tao's eyes glinted with subtle intrigue, his smile taking on a more ingratiating tone. While Chen Yan cannot be compared to the seventh young master, his writing is ambitious and innovative. He deserves to be called a prodigy. If we do not recognize him now, the day he gains renown will coincide with our own disgrace. Assigning the case to Gao Shiyuan demonstrated the magistrate's earnestness toward the Gao family. No matter how much respect Tao County magistrate had for the Gao family, he still needed to prepare an escape route for himself. As someone who rose through the ranks as a scholar with no influential background, he remained a mere county magistrate after years in office. Having navigated the treacherous waters of bureaucracy for so long, he had mastered the art of striking a balance. While it was essential not to offend the Gao family, he could not afford to leave himself open to accusations either. The second young master squinted slightly. Pingxing County was merely a remote town, and even if one had talent, it would not spread far. In this Pingxing County, the Gao family wished to keep Chen Yan from gaining fame. As long as Magistrate Tao was willing to assist, Chen Yan would not stir up any waves. However, Chen Yan had passed the county examination, which displeased the second young master considerably. This Pingxing County did not require a magistrate who defied the Gao family. Internally, Magistrate Tao cursed the Gao family for their shamelessness in attempting to ruin a prodigy. After years of service, he had finally witnessed the emergence of such a talented individual, and he was unwilling to let him be buried in obscurity. Just as he was about to speak, a constable rushed in, agitated, and said, "Your Excellency, those scholars outside have started causing a ruckus again." Magistrate Tao was taken aback. What are they in an uproar about now? They claim that Chen Yan's essay deserves to be at the top and should not be relegated to a lesser position. The constable hesitated, glancing at Gao Shiyuan, and swallowed the rest of his words. With a heavy sigh, Magistrate Tao lamented, "Gentlemen, look at my predicament. I have selected Chen Yan for recognition, and I can still claim that it is based on personal preference for his writing. But if Chen Yan had not been selected, it would have created a significant problem." An eerie silence enveloped the room. Gao Shiyuan, feeling indignant, glanced at his elder brother's expression and forcibly swallowed his words. The second young master, no longer composed as before, now wore a grimace, his fingers tightly gripping the armrest of the chair as if he were throttling someone's neck. After a long pause, he finally spoke, "Your Excellency has official business to attend to. We shall not impose further and take our leave." Once seated in the carriage, Gao Shiyuan remarked, "Elder brother, we should simply arrest those troublesome commoners. Why let them go?" The second young master looked at Gao Shiyuan with disappointment, as if saying, "Do you think we don't have enough troubles as it is? If our father were still a third-ranking official, we would not need to endure such humiliation. But now he has returned in mourning. With political enemies lurking, we cannot afford to offend the scholarly community. The magistrate here is an inconsequential Tao, who dares to openly defy our Gao family. If today's incident escalates, whoever is appointed as the magistrate next will not be under our family's control. I often urge you to read more. If you had heeded my advice, you would not have to suffer this humiliation today." The second young master scolded angrily, outwardly arrogant. Gao Shiyuan became meek as a cat in front of his elder brother. Yet, he felt resentful. He was clearly the top scorer in the county examination, and he should be basking in glory. Yet now he had to sneak away from the county office in disgrace, which was utterly humiliating. That very night, Gao Shiyuan secretly had someone transcribe Chen Yan's essay, thinking it was overrated. However, the scholars in the county disagreed. They felt Chen Yan deserved recognition for his outstanding work. Yet he was relegated to the 50th position, while Gao Shiyuan's essay, inferior to many failed candidates, was awarded the top spot, inciting their ire. How could Gao Shiyuan be so certain that Chen Yan would not succeed? Was it possible that the Gao family had resorted to underhanded tactics? The various academies engaged in fervent discussions regarding this matter, insinuating that the Gao family deliberately suppressed the prodigy Chen Yan to elevate Gao Shiyuan's reputation. Indeed, following the county examination, Chen Yan had emerged as a prodigy in Pingxing County. His literary compositions were among the finest among the candidates, though still somewhat lacking when compared to those truly renowned scholars. However, his tender age and his audacious defiance of Gao Shiyuan's public disparagement allowed him to eclipse all other candidates in prominence. Society has an innate tendency to create idols, and thus, Chen Yan became the celebrated prodigy of Pingxing County. Alongside this, ridicule towards Gao Shiyuan, the examination's top candidate, spread like wildfire. Once a figure of esteem, Gao Shiyuan was now the subject of mockery, retreating into his dwelling in shame. In stark contrast to the looming shadows surrounding the Gao family, the Chen family bay was filled with jubilation. It had been years since anyone in the village had successfully passed the county examination, and Chen Yan's achievement was a remarkable event. When news of Chen Yan's status as a prodigy reached the village, it sent ripples of excitement throughout. Some remarked, "From the moment a Yan returned, I could tell he was no ordinary person. Look at that intelligent demeanor." Others chimed in, "Our Yan is destined to become a scholar. The old Chen family has truly benefited from the division of households, allowing a Yan to pursue his education." Amidst being the center of attention, Chen Yan thought to himself, "You were not so complimentary before." The Liu and Lu families were positively ecstatic, offering tea, sunflower seeds, and peanuts to entertain guests, while extolling Chen Yan's diligence. Such delicacies were typically reserved for the new year, yet here, in the old Chen residence, they were readily available, drawing villagers in waves. Even the clan leader and elders personally visited the old Chen family, bestowing some silver as a reward from the clan. Chen Yan then spoke of his upcoming participation in the provincial examination in April, which brought great joy to the clan leader and elders, who decreed that no one in the village was to disturb Chen Yan's studies, allowing the old Chen family to gradually regain tranquility. Only through success in the provincial examination could one be designated as a tongsheng, a title that enabled direct participation in the subsequent academy examination. Should one fail the provincial examination, they would have to retake the county examination the following year. Chen Yan was resolute in his desire to avoid retaking the county examination. He had to succeed in the April provincial examination. Not only did Chen Yan harbor this aspiration, but Master Yang shared the same sentiment. Thus, he abandoned his fishing endeavors and took Chen Yan and Zhou Jibai to Danyang Prefecture early. The provincial examination encompassed 12 counties, each presenting 50 candidates who had passed the county examination, resulting in a total of 600 participants for the Danyang provincial examination, with only 50 spots available. This meant that the odds were 1 in 12 for acceptance. Moreover, the top candidates from each county were almost guaranteed to pass. To achieve the status of a top candidate, one must be highly esteemed by the local magistrate. The provincial examination was presided over by the governor, who, despite having authority over the county magistrates, was also a colleague in the same administration. The governor would be inclined to grant the county magistrates face, making it unlikely for them to dismiss the top candidates from their jurisdictions easily. Thus, 12 of the 50 provincial examination slots were already claimed, leaving 38 to be contested among the remaining candidates. Out of 588 scholars who had passed the county examination, 550 would inevitably be eliminated. While a tongsheng is not an official title, it nonetheless represents an elite echelon among thousands. In order to ensure the tranquility of their studies, Master Yang led the two of them to Danyang Prefecture. Although it had only been a few days since the county examination, the inns in Danyang were already fully booked with scholars and their escorts. The innkeepers, seizing the opportunity, had raised their prices to an exorbitant 200 won per night. You should secure your accommodations early. In a couple of days, there may not even be a room available, and you would miss the prefectural examination, the innkeeper warned, his shrewd eyes glimmering as he regarded the aspiring scholars as if they were plump sheep ready for slaughter. Chen Yan felt a pang of distress. The cost of lodging alone would exceed 12 taels, rendering them mere lambs for the slaughter. It seemed that the inn thrived solely on the profits from the prefectural examinations throughout the year. Yet, they had no choice but to endure it, unless they forsook the path of the imperial examination altogether. To avoid disrupting their rest, Master Yang promptly reserved 3 rooms. Upon settling the payment, both Chen Yan and Zhou Jibai gasped in disbelief. Once Chen Yan had arranged himself in his room, Master Yang escorted Zhou Jibai inside. The prefect of Dongyang, surnamed Wang and bearing the given name Shan, was a scholar who had graduated in the 2nd degree and had served as the prefect for 5 years. Having presided over the prefectural examination twice, under his stewardship, over 100 scholars had passed, all producing works marked by simplicity and sincerity. Master Yang placed before Chen Yan and Zhou Jibai a collection of essays that had successfully passed under Prefect Wang's scrutiny. This is the compilation of essays from the prefectural examination. Chapter 44. The Misleading Prodigy. He then produced another volume containing essays from the imperial examination, stating, "This book encompasses the writings from Prefect Wang's examination. You are to memorize all these essays within a fortnight, after which I shall rigorously train you." Zhou Jibai's complexion paled slightly. "Master, will a change in writing style not hinder our ability to compose quality essays?" Master Yang's expression grew serious. "Open the collection in your hands." Chen Yan, with remarkable speed, perused the texts, skimming through several pieces without pause as Master Yang permitted. The more he read, the more astonished he became. Master Yang's voice resonated at the opportune moment. "No matter how ornate your writing may be, if the examiner disapproves, you shall face rejection. Each examiner harbors personal preferences. A piece deemed a masterpiece by one may be dismissed as nonsense by another. Given the evident subjectivity of the examiners, to gain their favor, one must cater to their tastes." Chen Yan lifted his gaze to Master Yang, declaring, "I will need no more than 10 days to memorize all of these." Zhou Jibai turned in surprise to look at Chen Yan. After all, there were a total of 101 essays to commit to memory within 10 days. Master Yang responded with approval. "If you manage it in 10 days, you shall have an additional 5 days to practice your writing. Ample time to refine your style before the examination. If it seems too daunting, you may extend it to 15 days. Zhou Jibai gritted his teeth. "I too shall memorize them within 10 days. Even if it meant sacrificing sleep, he was determined to master these essays. From that day forth, the bustling vibrancy of the prefectural city had no bearing on the two of them. They did not even need to step outside their rooms. Each morning, they began with breakfast that Master Yang had procured, followed by a morning dedicated to memorizing essays. They would break for lunch, again provided by Master Yang, and continue their studies in the afternoon. After dinner, they would devote another 2 hours to further memorization. As scholars and their attendants flock to the capital for examinations, the city becomes increasingly lively. The inn's common room is filled with numerous scholars passionately discussing current affairs. In such an atmosphere, it seems that one cannot be considered a true scholar without engaging in political discourse. When Chen Yan's mind feels overwhelmed from memorizing his texts, he quietly listens to the discussions below, smiles to himself, and resumes his studies. Master Yang arranges the meals on the table, and as Chen Yan takes a seat, he casually remarks, "Master, I have finished my memorization." Zhou Jibai, eyes widening in disbelief, exclaims, "Only 8 days. Remarkable, that's 2 days faster than I anticipated." Chen Yan nods in acknowledgement. Zhou Jibai inquires, "Have you gleaned any insights?" Master Yang, maintaining his usual demeanor, asks, "What reflections do you have?" Chen Yan responds, "Governor Wang is a man of action, disdaining mere superficiality." A faint smile finally appears on Master Yang's face. "Indeed, to comprehend Governor Wang so thoroughly in just 8 days speaks to your remarkable acumen." Turning to Zhou Jibai, he asks, "What about you? Any other insights?" Zhou Jibai, feeling ashamed, lowers his head. "I am at a loss. Having tirelessly memorized over 60 pieces, I am troubled by the thought of not completing them in 10 days. I have no energy left for reflection." Master Yang does not reproach Zhou Jibai, but elaborates. Governor Wang has served in Dongyang for 5 years, focusing singularly on flood control. The Yin River runs through Dongyang, and during the rainy season, the waters inevitably swell. In years of abundant rain, breaches occur, flooding the fields. Although many officials were dispatched to address the flooding, the levees grew higher, yet the waters continued to surge. It became a common belief that flood control was futile. It was better to wait for disasters to report to the court for relief. After all, it was a persistent problem. Previous officials had failed. And if it happened under one's own tenure, the court would not assign blame. But Wang Shun tackled this formidable challenge head-on. Over 5 years, he dredged the river, constructed reservoirs, and personally oversaw the levees during the rainy season. Such a practical official naturally abhors mere rhetoric. Master Yang opens the collection of essays for the imperial examination and finds Wang Shun's piece. This article by Governor Wang is written in a simple style, yet conveys heartfelt sincerity. To compose such a work, one must possess grand aspirations. Although the individuals Governor Wang selects may not exhibit outstanding literary talent, they are all capable of getting things done. Chen Yan responds affirmatively. Master Yang nods in approval, saying, "When I went to the bookstore to purchase this collection, many scholars were clamoring for such works, all eager to cater to the governor's preferences. If one wishes to succeed, it is not enough to merely alter one's writing style. One must also contemplate the purpose of the imperial examination. If one truly enters the court, what then shall one do?" Chen Yan bows his head in contemplation. Why pursue the imperial examination? It is undoubtedly the only path to ascend and avoid being oppressed by others. He had only thought, after witnessing the hardships of the common people, that should he attain power, he would assist them. He had never seriously considered what he could actually accomplish for them once in office. Lost in thought, he hears Master Yang say, "At your age and with your limited experience, it is natural not to comprehend what one should do or can do within the officialdom. Your inclination to align with the governor's approach to governance is quite understandable." Chen Yan reflects, "Indeed, Master, you are truly a guiding light on my path to the imperial examination." Subsequently, Chen Yan plunged into an intense period of study. Rising before dawn, he would compose an article, and after breakfast, he would seek the critique of Master Yang, revising the piece repeatedly until Master Yang nodded in approval, granting him respite for lunch. In the afternoon, he would write another article, continuing the cycle of revision. After dinner, Master Yang would take him and Zhou Jibai for a stroll, enjoying the evening breeze. The city of Danyang was bustling before curfew, with shops aglow and the sounds of vendors calling out their wares. Occasionally, one could observe clusters of scholars engaged in discussions about poetry, current affairs, or gossip. As Chen Yan walked, he overheard several young scholars mention his name. Slowing his pace, he listened intently. They were discussing how Gao Shiyuan's reputation was unmerited. Even the article of the last-place finisher paled in comparison. This last-place finisher referred to him. "We have toiled for years in our studies. Yet it seems fortune favors the undeserving. I hear that the last place from Pingxing County is a prodigy. I find that his writing is rather mediocre. Is there truly no one left in Pingxing County? Nowadays, anyone can be called a prodigy. Why should we bother to care?" Chen Yan was indifferent to the title of prodigy. He was an adult and had no desire for such hollow accolades. Just as he was about to leave, Zhou Jibai rushed past like a gust of wind. Confronting the group of scholars with a loud declaration, the sage said, "Do not speak of what is improper. To discuss others behind their backs is no different from being a gossiping woman." Chen Yan realized that this matter would not end amicably. "Are you the so-called prodigy with an undeserved reputation?" Several scholars scrutinized Zhou Jibai. Being of similar age, dressed in long robes, and hailing from Pingxing County, his indignation was hard to overlook. Zhou Jibai pointed at Chen Yan and proclaimed, "He is the true Chen Yan." Countless gazes turned to Chen Yan, who, having intended to walk away, found himself rooted to the spot. The scholar with a square face, wearing a cap, cast a disdainful glance at Chen Yan and remarked, "The title of prodigy is not one that just anyone can bear. For Pingxing County to elevate such a mediocre individual, the entire county's talent must indeed be lacking." Zhou Jibai, incensed, retorted, "You speak with such arrogance. Why not present your own writings for us to critique and see if they can compare to Chen Yan's?" For Zhou Jibai, Chen Yan represented the person he aspired to emulate, and he could not tolerate the ridicule directed at him. He felt compelled to defend Chen Yan's honor. "We have not boasted of being prodigies. Why must we prove ourselves?" The long-faced scholar interjected. Zhou Jibai's face flushed crimson from the rebuttal, eager to argue further. But Chen Yan held him back. Zhou Jibai then gazed at Chen Yan expectantly, waiting for him to deliver a scathing retort to those scholars. Habitually reaching for paper and pen, he realized he had left them behind in his haste. Regrettably, he could not record Chen Yan's sharp words on the spot. So he kept his ears attuned, determined to remember every detail for later study. Chen Yan turned his gaze to the scholars. "From which county do you hail?" The long-faced scholar stood proudly with his hands clasped behind his back and declared, "We come from Ningyu County." What you just said about Pingshin County's learning being so lacking, is that your personal opinion, or does it represent the sentiments of Ningyu County? Chen Yan stepped closer to the long-faced scholar. Naturally, the long-faced scholar dared not represent the entirety of Ningyu County alone, so he mustered his courage and retorted, "What weight does my solitary opinion carry? If you dare to speak thus, you must believe your talents surpass those of all scholars from Pingshin County. Surely, your ranking in this provincial examination will be above all the scholars from Pingshin County?" Chen Yan's probing questions caused beads of sweat to form on the scholar's forehead, prompting him to hastily declare, "I never claimed such a thing." He did not even know if he would pass the provincial examination. How could he audaciously claim to overshadow all the scholars from Pingshin County? Chen Yan sneered. Then what face do you possess to mock the lack of talent in Pingshin County? The long-faced scholar found himself at a loss for words. The other scholars were utterly unprepared for Chen Yan's formidable presence despite his youth, causing even their classmates to retreat in defeat. The crux of the matter was that they dared not respond to Chen Yan's remarks, if they claimed to represent all of Ningyu County. Before the scholars from Pingshin County could react, they would be met with scorn from their own peers. The scholars participating in the provincial examination were generally older than those in the county examination. For instance, the scholars from Ningyu County were mostly over 20, with the eldest among them reaching their 30s or 40s. A group of 5 or 6 was rendered silent by a boy not yet 10 years old, drawing the attention of many passers-by. Among them were also scholars from Ningyu County, who then spoke up. Though young, his aggression reveals a complete lack of grace. Calmly, Chen Yan replied, "Do you comprehend the principle of repaying virtue with virtue and addressing grievances with integrity?" The interjecting scholar's face flushed crimson, his eyes brimming with fury. Yet he could only glare at Chen Yan in silence. Chen Yan stood tall, proclaiming, "The scholars of Pingshin County possess integrity. We fear not authority and resist injustice, which has earned me the title of child prodigy. Whether I truly deserve this title is debatable, but the talents and integrity of the scholars from Pingshin County shall never be subjected to the disdain of individuals like you." Cheers erupted from the gathered scholars of Pingshin County, who affirmed their commitment to integrity and their fearless stance against the Gao family's influence. The recent incident where scholars from Pingshin County had beaten Gao family servants at the county office had already spread throughout the provincial city. With Chen Yan bringing it up, the eyes of other scholars turned towards them, filled with admiration. The scholars of Pingshin County truly stood as their role models, while the scholars of Ningyu County paled in comparison. The troublesome scholars from Ningyu County fled in embarrassment, and only then did Chen Yan bow slightly in a scholarly manner to the crowd, pulling Zhou Jibai's sleeve to follow Master Yang as they departed. Zhou Jibai gazed at him with even greater admiration, exclaiming, "Ah Yan, you were truly remarkable. You drove them away." Chen Yan found himself at a loss for words. "Why did you have the courage to confront them?" Zhou Jibai replied defiantly, "I could not allow them to tarnish your reputation." Faced with the clear yet naive determination in his eyes, Chen Yan found it difficult to scold him. "This clash of yours, in truth, holds both good and bad." Master Yang stroked his beard and chuckled, "You may find yourselves renowned because of this." In these times, many scholars reside in the provincial city, often gathering to converse over tea and meals. For instance, the recent events in Pingshin County and the conflict of this evening. The scholars of Pingshin County have recently walked with an air of confidence, their reputation flourishing and their renown expanding. Although the provincial examination has yet to commence, they have already achieved notable feats. Alongside these occurrences, the name Chen Yan has also emerged, as the scholars of Pingshin County extolled him. Chen Yan's declaration at the entrance of the county examination, urging us, as scholars, to remain steadfast in our principles and unafraid of tyranny. Even in death, we must preserve our honorable name in this world, has resonated widely, earning him considerable admiration. At such a young age, to articulate such resounding sentiments is truly exemplary of a learned individual. Throughout these matters, the shadow of the Gao family looms large. Many have taken it upon themselves to examine the writings of Gao Shiyuan, the top scholar of the county, only to vehemently criticize the Gao family for their disgraceful conduct. It is not uncommon for connections to be leveraged in the imperial examinations, particularly when the outcomes of county and provincial tests hinge upon a single official's decision. However, such dealings are typically veiled. As long as one achieves success, a modicum of dignity must be preserved. The position of the top scholar ought to be fiercely contested by those of genuine talent. Yet the Gao family has brazenly seized even this title, showing a blatant disregard for their own reputation. The Gao family possesses a residence in Danyang Prefecture, and due to the severe criticisms they have faced in Pingxing County, Gao Shiyuan has retreated to their estate in Danyang to immerse himself in his studies. In his youth, he was prone to frivolity, and after being confined for too long, he naturally felt reluctant and ventured out with a servant. After a brief excursion, he returned in a fit of anger. To be criticized in Pingxing County was one thing, but to encounter further disparagement in the capital city was intolerable for the esteemed seventh young master of the Gao family. He immediately instructed his servant to convey the matter back home. The second young master, recognizing the gravity of the situation, promptly declared, "Prepare the carriage. We shall visit the ancestral grave." In Pingxing County, there lies a mountain resembling a snake's head, known as Huaxing Mountain, celebrated as a site of auspicious feng shui. Since the Gao family acquired this mountain and relocated their ancestors' graves there, their fortunes have only flourished. Gao Jian of the Gao family has ascended the ranks, achieving the position of Shilang, just one step away from entering the cabinet. However, his return home to mourn for his ancestors has greatly impeded his political career. According to the laws of Daliang, when a close relative of an official passes away, they must return home to mourn for 3 years, fulfilling their filial duty. The Gao family has even built a rustic hut beside their ancestral grave, where Gao Jian has taken residence since his return, refusing all visitors. When the second young master arrived, Gao Jian was clad in simple attire, tending to the vegetable patch before the door. Dismissing the others, the second young master stood beside him and said, "Father, if this matter is not curtailed, it will greatly disadvantage your future return to court." Gao Jian rose, his humble garments now soiled with earth, and with a gaze that commanded respect without anger, he replied, "I have always taught you to think thrice before acting. Did you consider that today, as events might unfold?" The second young master, feeling aggrieved, retorted, "It is but a minor case. Who could foresee such significant repercussions? This is your oversight. If you seek the position of top scholar, you must also be prepared to manage the aftermath. Once you have resorted to violence, you must ensure it is decisive, rendering any possibility of recovery impossible." The second young master furrowed his brow. "The prefect of Danyang, Wang Shun, is not aligned with us, making the provincial examination challenging to navigate. Moreover, should we attempt to suppress Chen Yan now, the scrutiny will undoubtedly fall squarely upon our Gao family, causing even greater damage to our reputation." Gao Jian cast his gaze upon a solitary weed on the ground and remarked, "Humanity delights in deifying figures only to subsequently drag them down from their pedestals, trampling them beneath their feet to showcase their own virtuous character." He bent down, uprooted the weed, and placed it in the hands of the second young master, stating, "In the end, who will truly care for a mere county magistrate?" Chapter 46. Debts of affection. Amidst the tumult of the outside world, Chen Yan once again sequestered himself within the confines of an inn room, engrossed in his writings. In addition to perusing the past works of Wang Shun, Chen Yan acquired over 10 volumes of the essays from the Imperial Examination compilation. By day, he composed and revised his articles, while by night, he illuminated the pages to juxtapose them with those of the compilation, diligently identifying areas for improvement. This rigorous regimen of study left Chen Yan utterly fatigued, yet the rapid advancement in his writing was undeniable. It was no longer comparable to his performance in the county examination. By the end of March, the magistrate's office issued a notice that the provincial examination would take place on the 9th of April at the Danyang Prefectural Examination Hall. The provincial examination required the endorsement of 2 students, and through Zhang Jiang's introduction, another scholar named Zheng Mingzi agreed to vouch for both Chen Yan and Zhou Jibai, albeit with the guarantee fee rising from 2 taels to 3. The total cost for the 2 students' endorsements amounted to 6 taels, and when factoring in accommodation, meals, and books, Chen Yan had already expended 26 taels of silver before even sitting for the examination. This expenditure was incurred without any social engagements. Had he mingled with other scholars as was customary, his purse would have surely been empty. When Chen Yan departed from home, Madame Lu had gathered all the family's silver, which amounted to no more than 16 taels, insufficient for even a single provincial examination. Such exorbitant costs posed an insurmountable burden for farming families, which is why many rural households exert their collective strength to support a scholar, pinning their hopes on a single individual. Success would bring joy to all, yet failure would render the entire family's efforts futile. Once a farmer's child enters academia, they are bound to endure tremendous hardship. Nevertheless, during the provincial examination, most successful candidates are from affluent families. This disparity arises from the social networking within the examination halls, the ability of wealthy families to employ erudite teachers, and the cultural advantages that affluent youths enjoy from an early age, advantages that are unattainable for those from farming backgrounds. For a farmer's child to ascend the ranks solely through personal merit is indeed a formidable challenge. The three scholars who joined Chen Yan as guarantors were all from rural backgrounds, sharing a modest room and subsisting on the cheapest steamed buns. However, Chen Yan did not share a close camaraderie with them, so he was quite surprised when they knocked on his door. They hesitated to express their recent academic struggles, having come specifically to seek Chen Yan's guidance. Lu Su, one of the scholars, earnestly stated, "We lack a wise mentor to guide us, often relying on our own fumbling efforts. Though we succeeded in the county examination, our writing remains rather crude. We are in awe of your talents and humbly seek your instruction." At this moment, Chen Yan realized that due to his earlier confrontation with the Gao family and the spirited debates he had engaged in with scholars from the provincial city and Ningyu County, he had subtly emerged as a leading figure among those participating in the provincial examination from Pingshan County. Naturally, Chen Yan modestly downplayed his achievements and shared all that he knew. The three scholars departed with elation. Thereafter, Chen Yan's life resumed its course of writing and revising. This incident merely a fleeting interlude that stirred no significant ripples. On the evening of the 8th day of the 4th month, Chen Yan meticulously prepared all the items required for the provincial examination and retired to bed early. The following day, before dawn, the scholars at the inn were bustling about. Awakened by the commotion, Chen Yan rose to double-check his belongings and stepped out of his room with his examination basket. The inn was abuzz with the comings and goings of the examination couriers and scholars, creating a lively atmosphere. The main hall of the inn was already filled with breakfast items such as congee and red date cakes, symbolizing success in the examination. However, Master Yang did not allow the two to partake. Instead, he distributed the steamed buns he had prepared the previous evening. These provisions remained in the hall, and should anyone harbor ill intent and sprinkle poisonous substances into them, the candidates would surely fail the examination. Zhou Jibai, having had a restless night, appeared quite disheveled, and upon being startled by Master Yang, he regained his senses, no longer daring to gaze at the steaming breakfast spread on the table. The inn was quite distant from the examination hall, and the scholars residing there only needed to pay 51 for the inn's carriage to transport them. Despite their usual frugality, at this juncture, everyone willingly parted with their money. Chen Yan finally grasped Master Yang's reasoning for discouraging his family from accompanying him to the examination. Such an escort could render his household impoverished. He secretly resolved that after completing the provincial examination, he would dedicate time to create several comic illustrations to recuperate his finances. Otherwise, he would be left to endure the harsh winds of the northwest on his next journey. Suddenly, the carriage came to a halt, causing the occupants to nearly collide with one another. Before anyone could inquire about the disturbance, the coachman was already outside, furiously scolding, "Are you seeking death this early in the morning?" A young woman's voice pleaded from outside, "Yan Lang, please come out to see me. If you do not emerge soon, I shall no longer wish to live." Within the carriage, someone murmured, "Whose romantic debt is it this time? Hurry up and resolve your own matters. Do not delay our journey to the examination." Another voice interjected, "Which one of you is Yan Lang? The lady is at the door. It would be unseemly to hide away." The voices within the carriage grew animated. The woman's voice rang out again. "Yan Lang is from Pingshan County, named Chen Yan." Chen Yan was taken aback. Who? Was he truly Yan Lang? The chatter within the carriage ceased abruptly, and all eyes turned toward Chen Yan's direction, their thoughts echoing a singular sentiment. Impressive. Recently, the most renowned scholar in the entire prefectural city was none other than Chen Yan from Pingshan County. Though he seldom ventured out, he did have his moments, and the scholars from Pingshan County would proudly point him out to others, declaring him a prodigy. Thus, the entirety of the inn was familiar with Chen Yan. How could this youth, not yet 10 years old, be burdened with a romantic entanglement? Chen Yan was at a loss for words. While he could understand the desire to harm him, must they resort to such ridiculous means? To ascribe a romantic debt to him? Was this not exceedingly outrageous? Had he been a few years older, the matter might not seem so absurd. As the curtain was drawn back, The moonlight illuminated the coachman's face, which bore a perplexed expression. Master Chen, that young lady is seeking you. Would you not come down to meet her? Just as Chen Yan was about to rise, Master Yang pressed him down and gently nudged Zhou Jibai, exclaiming in a stern voice, "How can you, a scholar, be so foolish at such a young age? Quickly, descend from the carriage." Zhou Jibai hesitated for a moment, but soon regained his composure, rising silently to step down from the carriage and standing beside the young woman. Beneath the moonlight, the onlookers in the carriage could clearly see that the young boy barely reached the woman's shoulder, rendering the scene rather peculiar. As Zhou Jibai had his back turned to the carriage, the occupants could not discern his features, yet his stature seemed comparable. The woman gazed at Chen Yan with tear-filled eyes, pleading, "Yin Lang, we had agreed that you would redeem me. I have entrusted you with all my savings over the years. Why do you now evade me?" Her words struck like thunder on a clear day, leaving everyone in the carriage utterly stunned. Was this woman truly a courtesan? The illustrious Chen Yan, at such a tender age, had ventured into such establishments and absconded with the courtesan's earnings. It was not uncommon for talented scholars to indulge in romantic escapades, often praised for their affection and tenderness. However, to deceive a courtesan and rob her of her earnings was truly disgraceful. The gazes directed at the boy beneath the carriage turned more scornful. Zhou Jibai responded, "I do not know you at all. When did I take your money?" The woman trembled, disbelief etched on her face. You feigned ignorance of me? We shared a passionate night, and now you are so cruel?" Tears streamed down her cheeks, painting a picture of sorrowful beauty. "How could I mistake you? You are my Yin Lang. Your brush still bears my name, Wan Yan. Produce it, and all will be revealed." Chapter 47. The Provincial Examination. Zhou Jibai finally spoke. "No need to look further. I am Zhou Jibai, not Chen Yan. You have mistaken the person entirely, so what use is there in mentioning the brush?" The woman's complexion drained of color, resembling a leaf caught in an autumn gust, swaying precariously. Zhou Jibai turned to face her, and by the moonlight, the occupants of the carriage could finally see his visage. The scholars quickly deduced that this woman had never even met Chen Yan. This was a case of slander. The woman seemed to recall something and hastily defended herself. "It was too dark that night. I was so caught up in our affection that I did not clearly see your face." Her words sounded ludicrous to the scholars within the carriage. Many had frequented such places, and though it was night, the atmosphere was well lit by candlelight. How could one fail to discern a person's appearance? Zhou Jibai countered, "Then how is it that you cannot even recognize my voice?" The woman, caught off guard by the turn of events, stammered, "You have not come to find me in so long. I cannot recall." Laughter erupted within the carriage, with someone remarking, "You cannot recognize both his appearance and voice? It seems you hardly cared for him. Why then, did you willingly part with all your savings?" The woman's pallor deepened. Another voice chimed in, "With the provincial examination imminent, to publicly obstruct the carriage, is it not an attempt to hinder Chen Shintong from participating? Such malice is truly insidious. To employ such despicable tactics to harm a scholar reveals a truly nefarious intent." When literati engage in criticism, their words pierce the heart like daggers. As the woman listened, tears began to fall. Naturally beautiful, she stood beneath the moonlight with tearful eyes, evoking pity from several scholars, who found themselves unable to voice further reproach and shifted the conversation. Let it be. Do not hold it against the woman. We must leave swiftly, lest we miss the examination." With someone stepping in to mediate, the others gradually fell silent. At that moment, an inopportune voice rang out. "If today were not the day of my name's reckoning, my reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. How could this be resolved?" The crowd turned to the speaker, Chen Yan. Master Yang added, "Matters of love and desire are the most difficult to clarify. This issue cannot simply be dismissed." Someone remarked, "We are all scholars. We should possess magnanimity and not bicker with a sorrowful woman." Chen Yan scoffed, "You possess admirable forbearance. But should she ruin your reputation today and bar you from the provincial examination, I wonder if you would maintain such grace." The man replied, "As the saying goes, a true gentleman does not contend with a woman. Why must we be so meticulous?" Chen Yan retorted with a sneer, "If you are willing to forego the provincial examination and personally escort her away, I shall let this matter rest." The man hastily replied, "What does this have to do with me? When advising others, you may appear virtuous, yet when your own interests are at stake, you are quick to retaliate. Such shamelessness is beneath my contempt." Chen Yan's words left the man trembling with anger, and after much stammering, he could utter nothing of substance. The other scholars in the carriage found merit in Chen Yan's argument. Upon reflection, how could a mere courtesan falsely accuse a scholar she had never met? Surely, there must be someone orchestrating this from behind the scenes. Thus, it became evident that she could not be easily overlooked. Chen Yan respectfully clasped his hands before Master Yang, earnestly requesting, "I implore you, Master, to keep an eye on this woman. Once I have completed the provincial examination, please ensure she is reported to the authorities." Master Yang smiled. "Rest assured and focus on your examination. I shall take care of the rest." He disembarked the carriage and stood beside the woman, while Zhou Jibai entered the carriage, which finally resumed its journey. As the carriage rolled further away, the woman's cries gradually faded. Chen Yan quietly expressed his gratitude to Zhou Jibai, who waved his hand dismissively, saying, "There is no need for such formality between us." He leaned closer to Chen Yan and whispered, "I have noted all your scathing remarks. I shall reflect upon them during my leisure, and today they have proven quite useful." Chen Yan replied, "Could you perhaps engage in more serious matters?" Having risen early and been startled by the woman, Chen Yan felt somewhat fatigued and leaned against the carriage. Closing his eyes, the carriage swayed, preventing him from truly sleeping, yet merely shutting his eyes offered considerable comfort. When the carriage finally came to a halt, Chen Yan and the others disembarked to find the carriage arrayed in disarray, lanterns shimmering brilliantly in the darkness. The driver proclaimed loudly, "Congratulations to all the young gentlemen for being named on the list." The scholars inhaled deeply, bowing in unison before proceeding to queue for inspection. Compared to the county examination, the scrutiny at the provincial examination was far more stringent. Clothing and footwear were entirely removed, even hair had to be loosened, and the steamed buns brought by the candidates were meticulously crumbled. Under such rigorous examination, numerous instances of cheating were indeed uncovered. For instance, some had inscribed notes on their thighs with mouse hair, concealed slips of paper within their writing brushes, hidden notes in their hair, and even carved characters on the inner sides of brush handles. This truly opened Chen Yan's eyes. After the inspection was completed, Chen Yan joined the line to enter Longman, where his identity was verified, and after reciting the necessary affirmations, he received his examination paper and entered his designated room. Upon entering, he found that half of the roof tiles were missing. Under the blazing sun, he would be scorched, and during rain, he would be drenched like a drenched chicken. The ability to answer questions was utterly compromised. This was worse than a latrine. One cannot perpetually suffer misfortune unless someone conspires against them. The Gao family truly lacks integrity. Having faced the county examination and now the provincial one, this marks the second time. If that woman was indeed orchestrated by the Gao family, it is evident that they intend to utterly ruin him. A surge of resentment welled up within Chen Yan, compelling him to scrub the wooden planks with greater fervor than others. Once he had tidied up, he seated himself and closed his eyes. In a brief moment, his emotions calmed. The main board resonated, and the officials approached with the examination papers, which Chen Yan diligently recorded. The provincial examination also commenced before dawn and concluded in darkness, though it consisted of only 3 sessions. The first session still included a question from the 4 books, one from the 5 classics, and a 5-character, 6-rhyme poem. Compared to the county examination, the provincial questions were significantly more challenging and lengthy. Upon encountering the question, "To give loudly to a passerby, the hungry shall not accept. To kick and give, even a beggar would disdain," Chen Yan reflected on how accurately Confucius evaluated Prefect Wang. As even the examination questions were grounded in practicality, this inquiry originates from Mencius, Gaozi, conveying the principle that loud proclamations of generosity do not compel acceptance from the famished, nor does a kick suffice to garner respect from a beggar. This illustrates a fundamental truth in human interactions. Some individuals perform good deeds from a position of superiority, humiliating those they intend to benefit, leaving the recipients ungrateful and resentful. The doers of good become indignant at the perceived lack of gratitude. The Gao family has indeed erred in this regard. In their eyes, Zhou Rong owes them a debt of gratitude so profound that he should bear their sins and even sacrifice himself. His descendants, including his adopted son, must express unyielding gratitude and serve the Gao family diligently. Upon his refusal, the Gao family seemed to perceive betrayal, repeatedly targeting him, even to the point of wishing him dead. Chen Yan had not wronged the Gao family. He was merely Zhou Rong's adopted son. Yet the Gao family clung to him with relentless fervor, betraying an imbalance in their mindset. Contemplating the Gao family reignited the suppressed resentment within Chen Yan. By then, the sun had risen fully, its rays streaming through the unobstructed roof, illuminating Chen Yan's head. A glance upward revealed clouds drifting across the sky. Inspiration surged forth. Chapter 48. Provincial Examination 2. Chen Yan grasped his brush and inscribed the thesis on paper. In the moment of life and death, it is not solely the wise who are concerned. Once the thesis was established, the words flowed effortlessly, as smooth as a river in motion. How can a traveler, a beggar, forsake life for righteousness, refusing the loud and the contemptuous? In one breath, he completed the piece, then meticulously reviewed it for errors or any potential transgressions, considering whether to amend or elaborate before transcribing it onto the examination paper. This process consumed merely half an hour, and by then the sun hung high in the sky, casting a particularly blinding light. He needed to finish the remaining questions from the 5 classics and the poetry before noon, lest his eyes suffer. The officials patrolling outside the examination hall walked back and forth, their gazes fixed upon the candidates. As they observed, the examinees tugged at their ears and scratched their heads, resembling distressed monkeys. This spectacle amused the officials greatly. In the eyes of the common folk, the officials represented the government, and one must never offend them. Yet, to the scholars, the officials were merely clerks, unworthy of the scholarly pursuits of examination. Today, witnessing the plight of these scholars, the officials' lips curled higher and higher. However, upon seeing a certain examination room, their smiles froze. Was the candidate in room 5 of the Chen section actually asleep? How could he afford such comfort? The official stood still, his gaze fixed intently on the slumbering figure. The examination room was cramped, with merely 2 wooden boards, one serving as a table and the other as a chair. When resting, the boards could be removed to create a makeshift bed. The scholar curled up and sighed, his feet protruding awkwardly, a picture of discomfort. Yet, the young candidate in room 5, being smaller in stature, found sufficient space to lie comfortably and even turn over, basking in the warmth of the spring sun filtering through the roofless structure, while others were in utter torment. This candidate appeared at ease. The official lingered beside room 5, scrutinizing the sleeper. It was well before noon, and with no work produced. He surmised the scholar must have succumbed to despair. He could hardly believe the candidate was able to sleep soundly. The stillness of the candidate disturbed the 2 scholars in adjacent rooms, their thoughts muddled, their creativity stifled. They cast forlorn glances at the official, who, after being subjected to their stares, reluctantly departed. When he returned, he found the candidate had finally sat up. The official felt a surge of relief. His assumption was correct, for the candidate must have commenced eating. The flatbread had already been crumbled into bite-sized pieces by the officials during the search, and the scholar savored each morsel with delight. The officials had designated meal times, and though their appetites were whetted, they had to endure the wait. After finishing his meal and taking a sip of water, the candidate lay back down, turning to present his back to the official. The warmth of the sun embraced him, making sleep all the more inviting. Chen Yan continued his slumber until the sun dipped below the horizon. By this time, many had submitted their papers early. Chen Yan, unable to sleep any longer, finally arose to stretch and move about the examination hall. He waited until the exam overseer personally arrived before submitting his paper and departing with his examination basket. Before the official who had watched over him all day, he maintained a demeanor of calm and composure. As night fell, the candidates left the examination hall, which remained a hive of activity. The back door of an unremarkable small courtyard nearby was knocked upon, and it was opened from within. Upon seeing the visitor, the resident stepped aside to allow entry, swiftly closing the door behind them. The official lowered his head, following a servant into a room where others were partaking of their evening meal. The official hastily bowed and announced, "Greetings, Master Tong." Master Zhao, holding his bowl and chopsticks, casually inquired, "How fares the candidate in room 5 of the Chen section?" The official hesitated. He has been asleep the entire time. Master Zhao's hand paused, surprise crossing his face as he looked up at the official. Asleep? During the day of the examination, candidates can submit their papers early if completed. Why would anyone sleep in the examination hall? Is it a place for rest? The official responded with certainty. He lay down before noon and did not leave until the first session concluded. I suspect he found the questions too challenging and chose to forfeit. Zhao Tongpan waved his hand, sending the yamen runners away. From the inner chamber emerged a man clad in a pale blue long gown. who gracefully took a seat at the dining table and gently swirled the cup in his hand. A faintly obsequious smile graced Zhao Tongpan's face as he addressed the young master, second young master. It seems that Chen Yan has realized his own limitations and has chosen to forego this imperial examination. The young master narrowed his eyes slightly. Are you aware that he consistently submits his county examination papers by noon? The imperial examination is significantly more challenging than the county one. Even those who submit early typically do so only by the time of the afternoon. Zhao Tongpan privately thought that the young master held Chen Yan in too high regard. After all, he was merely a young lad, lacking the capabilities to effect any substantial change. The young master paused, setting down his cup, and then stated, regardless of whether he has completed his answers, the examination paper must be destroyed. Zhao Tongpan readily agreed, inwardly believing that the young master was being overly cautious. When Chen Yan returned to the carriage, the other candidates were already seated. Following the earlier commotion, he immediately found himself the center of attention among the occupants. Chen Yan calmly took his place, reserved for him by Zhou Jibai, and they swayed back to the inn. Teacher Yang was seated in the main hall with the young woman. His initial intention was to request a storeroom from the innkeeper to confine her, but with the ongoing imperial examination, even the storerooms were fully occupied. Unable to take her to his own room, he had no choice but to remain in the hall. The inn was bustling with people, and the sight of such a beautiful woman sitting in the main room naturally drew many curious glances. Upon inquiry, they discovered her malicious association with the prodigy Chen Yan. Currently, the only lodgers at the inn were scholars attending the examination and their accompanying families. These individuals were acutely aware of the significance of a scholar's reputation. Throughout history, scandalous tales spread swiftly, and once tarnished, it was nearly impossible to clear one's name. The woman's actions threatened to ruin the future of a scholar. It was no small feat for a family to produce a scholar, and should one be unjustly slandered by a courtesan, even the act of killing her would not suffice to quench their fury. United in their disdain, they regarded the woman with contempt and growing aversion. Even a courtesan had never endured such indignity. In her grief and anger, she wept throughout the day, filled with regret. When Chen Yan inquired why she had slandered him, the woman, filled with sorrow, exclaimed, "You must turn me in." Chen Yan smiled. "I fear that the moment I hand you over, you will be rescued almost instantly." The woman's expression flickered. "I do not understand what you are saying. If you do not comprehend, then ponder it here slowly until you do," Chen Yan replied amicably. "The imperial examination does not conclude for another 2 days, and I lack the energy to concern myself with you." The woman's complexion changed slightly. She would have to endure the weight of those unusual gazes for a full 2 days. Zhou Jibai pondered, "What shall we do tonight?" Teacher Yang was also contemplating the situation. Both Chen Yan and Zhou Jibai needed to prepare for the examination, and resting alone would be more beneficial. Though no longer young, he was still a man. How could he share a room with a woman? As he mulled over this, he heard Chen Yan propose, "Let us bind her with a rope in the main hall. This way, we need not worry about her escaping, and our reputations remain intact," a solution that serves both purposes. The woman's face turned as pale as paper, and she trembled uncontrollably. To be a woman, bound alone in the main hall of an inn at night. How utterly tragic. Chapter 49. The provincial examination. 3 Zhou Jibai's eyes sparkled with inspiration as he remarked, "How did you conceive such an excellent plan?" Chen Yan pondered thoughtfully. "Perhaps it is due to my intellect." After all, he had already been dubbed a prodigy, so this reasoning was entirely acceptable. Master Yang interjected, "This will not do. It is best to have the lady reside in my chamber while I take the great hall." The lady looked at Master Yang with tear-filled eyes, brimming with gratitude. "How can it be that the master sleeps in the great hall while we students occupy the rooms? This is utterly unacceptable." Chen Yan firmly objected. Zhou Jibai nodded in agreement. "Shouldn't the master stay with me?" However, Master Yang's expression grew stern. "It is the time of the provincial examination. You must rest well, and I cannot disturb you." Chen Yan retorted, "This lady has already wronged me. Why should she occupy the room? It is only right that she sleeps in the great hall, and the master should not be put to such inconvenience." The lady's heart sank once more, a thin sheen of perspiration forming on her back as she gazed hopefully at Master Yang. Yet, Master Yang remained resolute. "It is exceedingly perilous for a lady to be alone in the hall. Even if she is erred, it is for the authorities to pass judgment. This matter is settled as such." The lady was taken aback yet elated. Upon moving into Master Yang's room, She felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude towards him. Even though they had locked the room and had not provided her with dinner, she felt as if she had narrowly escaped a calamity. The three of them finished their dinner in the room, and Master Yang handed a brush to Chen Yan. The candlelight revealing the words warm smoke delicately etched on the handle. Chen Yan's expression turned cold. Had he disembarked today, the lady might have clung to him. Discovering this brush in his examination basket, thus making it difficult for him to prove his innocence. Fortunately, Master Yang had been considerate, aiding his student through this predicament. Chen Yan expressed his sincere gratitude. Master Yang, stroking his shiny forehead, voiced his concerns. You have not ventured out, nor have you interacted with others. How then did the lady come to possess your name? Chen Yan's gaze turned frosty. Jingsu and his companions sought me out. He had no prior connection with them, and their sudden approach seemed exceedingly suspicious. Considering today's events, everything began to connect. During the examination, he had sensed something amiss with the official. To avert any foul play, he had waited until the examiner personally collected the answer sheets before departing the examination hall. The Gao family certainly regarded him highly. From the moment the lady obstructed his carriage to the missing tiles in the examination hall, and the official who kept a close watch on him, it was as if they were determined to prevent him from succeeding in the provincial examination. Given the strict nature of the imperial examination, the county and provincial tests were the most susceptible to manipulation. Once past these, the higher examinations would rely solely on merit. Thus, the Gao family's influence was waning, unable to sway the higher levels. Once he surpassed the provincial hurdles and reached the higher examinations, it would be entirely dependent on his abilities. It was precisely for this reason that the Gao family would resort to various means, leaving him uncertain of what further schemes awaited him. This provincial examination proved to be exceedingly arduous. A sense of absurdity arose within Chen Yan. He bore no deep-seated grudge against the Gao family. His only transgression was declining their invitation to their academy, yet they expended such vast resources to thwart him, which was indeed ludicrous. In Chen Yan's view, this was a sheer waste of resources. If they truly wished to set an example, they ought to retaliate against their enemies. If they sought to regain their strength in the future, they should consolidate their power and bide their time, gathering energy for a resurgence. Gao's family now finds themselves in a precarious position, devoid of any substantial advantage from their actions. Ultimately, he is merely a farmer's son, lacking both power and influence, with nothing to gain. Chen Yan, however, does not dwell on such matters. He must conserve his energy to prepare for tomorrow's provincial examination. After an afternoon of rest, he anticipated a sleepless night, yet he fell into a deep slumber, becoming oblivious to his surroundings. In contrast, his roommate, Zhou Jibai, struggled with insomnia for over an hour. Meanwhile, the examination hall within was ablaze with light. Governor Wang had a cup of tea, long since cooled, at his side, while a mountain of examination papers cluttered his desk. The decision of whether to pass or fail the candidates rested solely with the chief examiner, Governor Wang, who began reviewing the first set of papers even before the examination concluded. Should the initial essays prove unsatisfactory, he would deem the subsequent submissions unnecessary. After perusing 40 or 50 essays, none caught his discerning eye, and his brow furrowed deeper with each passing moment. He paused in his review of the ordinary candidate submissions and turned his attention to the essays of the county's top scholars. Those ranked among the top 10 would be called to the court for further examination, known as allowing the governor to easily select from among them, as their identities were not concealed. Upon completing his review, Governor Wang's frown deepened even further. Although the essays of these county scholars attempted to align with his preferences, they were vacuous and utterly lackluster. At last, he encountered the essay of Gao Shiyuan, the top scholar from Pingxing County, and his expression shifted dramatically. The composition was nothing but a superfluous display of ornate language devoid of meaning. Just as he was about to cast it aside into the reject pile, the eager Zhao Tongpan intervened. "My lord, this individual is the top scholar from Pingxing County. Should you dismiss him, Magistrate Tao would lose face before his peers." Governor Wang hesitated, ultimately placing the essay in the accepted pile. Previously, Gao's family had sent him a note, and although he was not fond of such influence, there were times he had to accommodate it. Since the resignation of the esteemed minister from Gao's family due to personal mourning, their influence had waned. Yet their sway in Dongyang Prefecture remained formidable. It was unwise to offend such local power brokers over a single examination spot. especially when relying on Gao's family for funds to reinforce the dikes. At this moment, Governor Wang finally lifted the now tepid tea and drained the cup. The icy liquid coursed down his throat and into his stomach. He then inquired, "Zhao Tongpan, are you closely associated with the Gao family?" Zhao Tongpan maintained an impassive demeanor. The magistrate of Pingxing County would not arbitrarily select someone as the top scholar, especially one bearing the surname Gao. I merely speculate. Every statement was a pretext, yet simultaneously served as a caution. No matter one's position as governor, respect for the Gao family was imperative in Danyang. Otherwise, one would find oneself continually hindered in governance, making the pursuit of achievements exceedingly arduous. Governor Wang raised his gaze to Zhao Tongpan, who had served under him for 5 years and remained quite astute. Setting down his empty cup, Governor Wang languidly remarked, "Whose grain do you partake of? And whose duty do you fulfill, Zhao Tongpan?" "Indeed, I consume the emperor's grain and fulfill the emperor's duties. Given that I partake of the emperor's provisions, I must alleviate his burdens. The foremost task now is to select capable talents for the court. Do you understand, Zhao Tongpan?" Zhao Tongpan felt a surge of irritation. Despite Wang Shun's lofty ideals, he too had to contend with the inevitability of selecting among the candidates. What was the point of his sarcasm? However, authority often silenced dissent, compelling him to acquiesce. "I stand corrected." The room fell into a hushed silence once again, save for the rustle of examination papers. After perusing several more submissions, Wang Zhifu abruptly straightened in his seat. This essay was commendable, although it bore a certain youthful naivety. One could discern a profound ardor and an admirable sincerity. Reading it again, he felt a swell of satisfaction and, upon unsealing the anonymous submission, discovered it belonged to a young boy named Zhou Jibai, merely 9 years of age. Wang Zhifu was astonished. At such a tender age, he had penned an essay of remarkable quality. Given time, he would undoubtedly become a person of great stature. This composition must be chosen, with such a gem before him. Subsequent essays appeared rather insipid, leaving him quite fatigued. As the sound of the night watchman's clapper echoed outside, Wang Zhifu rubbed his weary eyes, increasingly losing interest. The number of essays that captured his attention during this provincial examination was indeed scant. He casually picked up another paper, glanced through it, and let out a soft gasp. Sitting upright, he sipped his hot tea to regain focus, then meticulously read through the entire piece. He struck the table in exhilaration, exclaiming, "Indeed, this is an exceptional essay." Chapter 50. Provincial examination. For the other individuals in the room turned to Wang Zhifu in astonishment. It was well known that he was a reserved man, seldom displaying such exuberance. Prompting someone to inquire with a smile, what essay could possibly bring such delight to the esteemed gentleman? Wang Zhifu handed over the essay with a smile, saying, "Do take a look for yourselves." Although Wang Zhifu was the sole examiner for the provincial examination, aides such as the clerks and Zhao Tongpan often assisted in reviewing the submissions. Typically, previous governors would allow their subordinates to select 100 commendable essays, from which they would then choose 50. However, under Wang Zhifu's oversight, while he still permitted others to assist in the review, he insisted on personally examining each submission to ensure that genuine talent was not overlooked amidst the notes passed to his subordinates. One of the clerks, after finishing the essay, remarked, "This response is coherent and tightly woven. It is indeed a rarity." Another added, "The author's style is earnest and bears hints of a more profound literary grace." Zhao Tongpan regarded these colleagues with disdain. Although the provincial examination was somewhat more challenging than the county examinations, it remained a mere minor test. How could a mere student compose an essay that garnered universal acclaim? Yet, once the essay landed in his hands, Zhao Tongpan understood. The style mirrored that of Wang Zhifu, with many viewpoints aligning closely with his own. The praise for this essay seemed merely an attempt to curry favor with Wang Shun. Nonetheless, the essay was indeed well crafted. While the language was not ornate, it possessed a refreshing quality amid its simplicity, something only a person with rich life experiences could articulate. "What is your opinion of this essay?" Wang Zhifu's voice resonated from the head of the table. Having already created a stir with Gao Shiyuan and Wang Shen earlier that evening, he was keen to avoid further conflict with his superiors. Moreover, the second son had merely intended for Gao Shiyuan to succeed in the provincial examination while ensuring Chen Yan would fail. The identity of the top candidate was of little concern. Understanding the underlying dynamics, Zhao Tongpan respectfully stated, I believe this essay is indeed remarkable and deserves to be the top choice. Although only the first examination has been taken, the foremost significance of the provincial test lies in this very first round. Once the initial essay is crafted adeptly, it is not unheard of for someone to be designated as the top candidate prematurely. Zhao Tongpan merely sought to align himself with the sentiments of Governor Wang. But to his surprise, the governor did not seize the opportunity, remarking that there were still 2 more rounds to be contested, and it was too soon to appoint a top candidate. Others chimed in, observing Zhao Tongpan's eagerness to bestow such an honor upon the essay. Zhao, though smiling outwardly, was cursing inwardly. His attempt to placate Wang had backfired, making him appear overly anxious. Wang seemed to profit from the situation while feigning indifference. Despite his dissatisfaction, he could only feign laughter alongside the others. Governor Wang expressed curiosity about who could have garnered such admiration from Zhao Tongpan. When the name on the paper was revealed to be Chen Yan, Zhao Tongpan felt a wave of darkness wash over him, nearly collapsing in shock. Wang let out an exclamation, surprised to find that the author was only 9 years old. Comparing this with Zhou Jibai's piece, he mused that to write so astutely at such a tender age was indeed the mark of a prodigy. A nearby secretary chuckled and informed the governor that this child was none other than the renowned Chen Shintong from Pingxing County, who had also gained considerable fame in Danyang. Intrigued, Governor Wang inquired further, uncovering the conflicts involving Zhou Jibai and the Gao family. However, upon hearing this, the fire of excitement in Wang's heart was doused by a cold splash of reality. Having produced a prodigy was a significant feather in his cap, and if the child were to succeed as a scholar, it would reflect well upon him. Logically, he should be appointed as the top candidate. Yet, given the animosity with the Gao family, endorsing him would amount to a direct affront to them. It was a rare opportunity to nurture a prodigy. To overlook him would be an utter waste of such talent. Caught in this internal struggle, Wang's gaze fell upon Zhao Tongpan. With a smile, he praised Zhao's discerning eye in recognizing a prodigy. Zhao Tongpan felt as if he were being inflated like a balloon, his discomfort growing. The governor appeared to be positioning him as a scapegoat, and he could not simply acquiesce to this fate. He promptly responded, "While this child's writing is indeed remarkable, he is still quite young. Appointing him as the top candidate may lead to arrogance and entitlement, ultimately hindering his development. It would be wiser to set him aside for now, allowing him to mature, so that he may one day become a pillar of the court." He would never jeopardize his standing with the Gao family for the sake of superficial honor. Governor Wang reflected, Zhao Tongpan's affection for talent is commendable. He is already considering how to cultivate this child into a future pillar of our state. Yet Zhao had not considered the child as humble origins. The sacrifices his family made to support his education were considerable, and should he be dismissed, they might conclude that he lacked potential and cease funding his studies. Would that not reflect poorly on us, neglecting our duty to the court and our sovereign? Zhao Tongpan's complexion paled at this thought. He dared not entertain such implications. Others in the room echoed, "Such a prodigy must not be buried in obscurity. If he is to be tempered, let him first become a student." Providing hope for his family, Zhao Tongpan, now exasperated, recognized that the situation was beyond his control. He had no choice but to navigate the discourse delicately, stating, "What you all say is indeed valid. However, this is merely the first round. To appoint him directly would be premature." This statement was made by the Governor Wang, leaving others with little room to refute it, thus solidifying the matter. Zhao Tongpan, exhaling in relief, resolved firmly to obstruct Chen Yan in the second examination. As Chen Yan entered the examination hall, he immediately sensed the watchful eyes of numerous constables upon him. Upon settling into his designated area, he observed 2 constables stationed at the entrance, their gazes sharp and piercing, as though he were not a scholar, but rather a criminal. Surrounding him were several constables pacing heavily, their footsteps creating an atmosphere of unease among the candidates. Some, overwhelmed by anxiety, found their minds blank, utterly unable to compose an answer. Unperturbed, Chen Yan leisurely poured clear water into the ink stone and, in full view of the constables, began to grind the ink with calm deliberation. At least he had a portion of a roof to shield him from the sun, while the constables stood exposed to its relentless rays, evoking a sense of pity within him. As he contemplated this, he felt increasingly composed while answering questions. The 2 constables, exchanging glances, registered surprise in each other's eyes. Nearby candidates, troubled and anxious, frequently cast glances their way, astonished at how Chen Yan, could remain so unruffled amidst the scrutiny. They fixed their attention on Chen Yan's examination paper. The official examination required that essays be transcribed onto designated paper, which consisted of only 3 sheets corresponding to 3 questions. Any damage or misspelling could result in disqualification. Therefore, candidates would first draft their essays on rough paper before transcribing them onto the official sheets. Should the official paper become damp, the constable's gaze fell upon the inkstone where Chen Yan had just prepared his ink. In a moment of contemplation, they witnessed Chen Yan roll up his blank paper and hang it at the entrance of his area. The constables, accustomed to seeing candidates hang completed papers out of fear of smudging, were bewildered that Chen Yan would display an empty sheet. How could they avoid inadvertently splattering ink on it? They certainly could not resort to drawing their blades, for disrupting the examination could lead to dire consequences for them. Chapter 51. Disruption of the examination hall. Noticing the change in expression of the 2 constables, Chen Yan felt a sense of satisfaction. Their intense stares seemed capable of piercing through his examination paper, and to be oblivious to this would be foolish. However, he understood that a formidable challenge lay ahead. This time, Chen Yan had completed his essay entirely on the rough paper, meticulously revising it until he was certain of its correctness before finally retrieving an official sheet in full view of the constables. By this time, an hour and a half had passed, and the sun blazed ever more fiercely. The constables, drenched in sweat from the heat and their relentless watch over Chen Yan, found the experience excruciatingly tedious. As they noticed him finally move, their spirits lifted, their eyes fixated on his every action, their fingers gripping their blades so tightly that they turned pale. Once the official paper was placed on the table, their opportunity would arise. Unconsciously, the 2 constables' breaths grew heavier. Chen Yan pushed the ink to the corner, rolled up his sleeves, and dipped his brush into the ink, carefully transcribing his answers while allowing the 2 constables to scrutinize him, as long as he remained cautious. Even the most audacious constables would not dare to enter his area and damage his examination paper. As Chen Yan pondered, the sound of a blade unsheathing echoed from outside. The blinding sunlight compelled him to instinctively shut his eyes, his hands suspended in midair, ink dripping onto the paper below. When he finally reopened his eyes, a dark ink blot marred the pristine surface of his paper. Startled, Chen Yan leaned over the wooden table, half of his body sprawled across it, his hands gripping the arm of the constable who had drawn the knife, exclaiming, "You shall compensate me for my paper." The constable, still with his blade drawn, was taken aback by the sudden grip and attempted to shake off Chen Yan's hold. Chen Yan shouted, "The constable has ruined my paper." The cry reverberated throughout a significant portion of the examination hall, startling the candidates who were diligently answering their questions. Upon realizing it was a fellow examinee's outcry, many began to stir restlessly, particularly those seated in the same row as Chen Yan, who leaned over to observe. The sight of the drawn weapon instilled profound terror among them. Could it be that a constable dared to commit murder within the examination venue? Since entering the hall, these scholars had endured oppression and even arbitrary humiliation from the constables. Though they bore it in silence, resentment brewed within their hearts. Witnessing the constable brandishing a knife only heightened their dread. Another constable, witnessing the commotion, forcefully shoved Chen Yan aside, prompting the knife-wielding officer to hastily sheath his weapon. Chen Yan, in a state of despair, lamented, "My paper, my work, utterly destroyed." The other candidates felt his anguish acutely. While the first round of the examination was of utmost importance, failure to submit anything in the second round would lead to disqualification. As the uproar escalated, numerous patrolling constables were drawn to the scene. Even Zhao Tongpan arrived. With so many gathered in that small examination room, the atmosphere became charged. Zhao Tongpan bellowed, "How dare you disrupt the imperial examination? This is a crime of fraud. Seize him." It was a blatant attempt to suppress the incident. Should Chen Yan be taken away today, his fate would lie in their hands. Chen Yan boldly proclaimed, "We are here under imperial decree to take the examination. Yet we are victimized by constables who tarnish my paper. Sir, are you so quick to apprehend me without discerning right from wrong? Are you shielding those who disrupt the examination? When did the imperial examinations of Daliang become a den of corruption?" Zhao Tongpan's face turned a deep shade of anger as he retorted, "You dare to shout in the examination hall. I shall take you into custody." Chen Yan's words had effectively placed the blame for the disruption squarely on Zhao Tongpan's shoulders. If he accepted the accusation, he would surely face repercussions. The imperial examination was a national policy of Daliang, Not even a mere tongpan could bear the burden of disrupting such an event, let alone a high-ranking official. As the constables seized Chen Yan to drag him away, he found himself powerless to resist. He shouted even louder, "The Gao family has pervasive influence. They can manipulate the examination." Zhao Tongpan, drenched in sweat, felt a tremor in his hands, panic setting in. The mere destruction of a paper had entangled the Gao family. And if Chen Yan were to say more, both he and the Gao family would face dire consequences. In a fit of rage, Zhao Tongpan lunged to silence Chen Yan, while the constables forcibly pulled him out. Chen Yan, restrained and unable to speak, found himself at a loss for words. The nearby candidates, witnessing this shocking scene, were rendered speechless, their focus shattered, and they rose from their seats in alarm. Zhao Tongpan realized they could no longer remain there and hastily ordered his subordinates to escort Chen Yan away. He had not ventured far when a man clad in a blue official robe hurriedly approached, leading a group of individuals. "What is all this commotion about?" Zhao Tongpan interjected. "This boy has lost his senses, spouting nonsense in the examination hall. I intend to take him away." Chen Yan, having awaited the arrival of others, seized the opportunity without hesitation. As he dodged backward, when Zhao Tongpan's hand came forth to grab him, he swiftly turned his head and bit down on Zhao Tongpan's finger with all his might. Zhao Tongpan winced in pain, quickly withdrawing his hand, only to discover that his index finger was bleeding profusely. Enraged, he felt an overwhelming urge to strike this impudent child dead, yet in front of so many candidates. He could not act on such violent thoughts. Chen Yan paid no heed to Zhao Tongpan's murderous glare and hastily remarked, "Your Excellency, please see reason. I was merely answering questions when the constable attempted to slay me." The round-faced man in the blue official robe, adorned with a white pheasant insignia, changed his expression and immediately ordered the detainment of Chen Yan and the others. However, Chen Yan pleaded, "Your Excellency, I have completed my essay on the draft paper. I implore you to allow me to take it with me." The round-faced man personally approached Chen Yan's examination booth and retrieved the essay. Once the group departed, the remaining candidates in the booth remained in a state of agitation for a considerable time. The provincial examination was traditionally solemn and dignified. Yet today's uproar resembled a chaotic marketplace, a true affront to decorum. Had Chen Yan been privy to their thoughts, he would have scoffed at their pretentiousness. The constables were clearly intent on ensuring his failure, and should one scheme falter, another would inevitably arise. His examination paper was surely at risk. He had contemplated numerous ways the constables might sabotage his work, yet he had never anticipated such brazen violence. To draw a blade in the examination hall was a grave transgression. Unable to confront these individuals directly, he resolved to escalate the situation, confident that assistance would eventually arrive. Only by amplifying the disturbance could he hope for a sliver of hope. He refused to believe that the Gao family could maintain such an iron grip over the entire Donyang prefecture. Since they relentlessly pursued him, he would become a weapon against them, a blade aimed at the heart of the Gao family. Chen Yan was ushered into a chamber where a man robed in crimson sat regally in a grand chair. His gaunt face was adorned with long eyebrows that obscured half of his eyelids, imparting an unexpected cheerfulness to his otherwise stern visage. Chen Yan knelt and performed a formal bow, declaring, "Student pays his respects to the prefect." The man at the head of the room raised an eyebrow, revealing his discerning eyes. "So, it is you who has disrupted the examination?" Chen Yan replied with a mixture of indignation and sorrow. "Your Excellency, had I not acted thus, I fear I would have met my demise before even seeing you." The prefect's expression remained impassive, his voice betraying no hint of emotion. "You caused such a commotion merely to gain my attention?" Chapter 52. An audience with the prefect. Chen Yan felt a shiver run down his spine. This prefect was indeed astute. It was no wonder he was an effective administrator. Although Chen Yan had studied the prefect's reputation for some time, he had never encountered him in person. In the Liang Dynasty, officials of the fourth rank and above donned crimson robes, and the only one present in such attire at the examination hall was the chief examiner, the prefect. As the saying goes, writing reflects the writer. Chen Yan had read the prefect's essays and surmised that he was a man of integrity, a discerning official capable of keen insight. Concealing the truth before him would only arouse suspicion. Chen Yan resolutely declared, "The student's actions are truly a result of desperation. Pray tell, what is the cause of this desperation?" He then recounted the myriad incidents he encountered during the provincial examination, concluding with, "Fortunately, it has not rained these past few days." Once the spring rains commence, it will be a relentless downpour, and with only half a roof overhead. I cannot possibly safeguard my examination papers. Although the governor maintained his usual calm demeanor, there was a flicker of anger in his eyes. Prior to each provincial exam, the examination hall was to undergo repairs to ensure its safe conduct. However, Chen Yan's mention of his incomplete roofing complicated matters. If the repairman had merely pocketed the funds without conducting any repairs, that would be embezzlement. If the tiles were removed deliberately after the repairs, it would be an obstruction to the examination. Either scenario constituted a grave crime. After a moment of contemplation, the governor inquired, "Are you not afraid of facing punishment for your uproar in the examination hall?" Chen Yan boldly replied, "Since your excellency assumed office, all your actions have been aimed at improving the lives of the people, which clearly demonstrates that you are an upright official, a benevolent lord, and one who sees through the minutiae to act in the interest of the populace." A masterful flattery, he adorned the governor with praise before making his case. Moreover, should today's incident not escalate, he would remain ensnared in the web woven by the Gao family. Causing a scene during the examination was indeed a perilous gamble, yet it was his sole opportunity to confront the governor. Chen Yan continued, "I have completed my essay. I humbly request your excellency's permission to submit my paper early." The governor, taken aback, found himself both amused and vexed. How could this audacious youth presume to submit his work prematurely? The original paper had been destroyed. How could he present a new one? Chen Yan confidently asserted, "I have transcribed my work on a scrap paper. I beseech your excellency to allow me to have it copied onto the official manuscript." The governor pondered, is this sheer audacity or youthful bravado? With a sinister smile, he replied, "Since you possess such confidence, recite it from memory." To think that he would merely copy from the scrap paper was far too lenient for this young man. He anticipated witnessing shock or indignation from Chen Yan, yet to his surprise, Chen Yan joyfully bowed, exclaiming, "Thank you, your excellency, for your kindness. You are indeed a just and noble lord." This only served to further infuriate the governor. He promptly ordered a table to be brought forth, but no chairs were provided. Observing the pristine manuscript laid out before him, Chen Yan realized that the governor had granted him but a single opportunity. Should he make a single mistake in his writing, he would surely be disqualified from the examination. It was evident that the governor was displeased with the troublesome situation he had presented. Nevertheless, receiving any chance at all was a rare gift. After silently reciting his essay in his mind, Chen Yan picked up his brush, dipped it in ink, and let his pen dance across the paper. The governor watched as the elegant characters flowed from the youthful hand, unable to suppress his admiration. This script bore the mark of diligent effort. Such talent, coupled with the ability to endure the rigors of study and practice, was indeed a rarity. The governor's affection for talent began to dispel much of his previous irritation. This young man, possessing such acumen and skill in maneuvering circumstances, had effectively turned the governor into an ally for his cause. If he remained steadfast and focused, it was conceivable that he could achieve great things in time. Once Chen Yan laid down his brush, the governor offered no further acknowledgement, merely instructing his attendants to escort him out. As Chen Yan stepped outside, he observed that the officials and the constables awaiting him had shed their previous bravado and now appeared quite anxious. Chen Yan offered them a gentle smile before turning to follow another constable away. Upon arriving at Longmen, he found a considerable crowd already gathered. Whispers circulated among the throng. Isn't he the famed Chen Shintong? Wasn't he causing a disturbance at the examination? How is he free? Could it be that he had indeed been wronged by the constables? Although the murmurs were hushed, they nonetheless reached Chen Yan's ears. He maintained a composed demeanor, focusing inwardly and feigning ignorance of their words. As the gates of Longmen swung wide, Chen Yan stepped forward. In the third round that followed, no constables lingered at the door of his examination room. Rather, the patrolling officers glanced over out of curiosity but departed without malice. Chen Yan understood that he had successfully passed this stage of the provincial examination. As for the fate of the officials behind this incident, he could only resign himself to fate. However, he did not mind waiting until the results were announced to stoke the flames further. After the provincial examination concluded, Chen Yan and his two companions did not depart but instead lingered in the inn, awaiting the results. Meanwhile, the officials in the examination hall were embroiled in heated debate. Xia Tongji asserted that Chen Yan's 3 essays were exceptional and deserved the top rank, while Zhao Tongpan vehemently opposed. This young man has a questionable character. He must not be awarded the first place. Besides, after he left the examination room, Who can ascertain whether the essays were indeed his own or crafted by another? Xia Tongji countered, I personally collected his drafts, and the essays presented before the magistrate were identical to those on his papers. Is that not sufficient proof that these magnificent works originated from him? Zhao Tongpan was reluctant to revisit the incident of Chen Yan's disruption at the examination to avoid further entanglements. Yet, he was resolute in denying Chen Yan the top honor. He pointed to Chen Yan's trial poem and stated, though his essays are commendable, his trial poem lacks inspiration and pales in comparison to others. The provincial examination prioritizes essays from the 4 books, followed by the 5 classics, and only then the trial poems. Logically, Chen Yan's essays were already deserving of the top rank, but Zhao Tongpan clung to the trial poem issue, leaving Xia Tongji with little to say. As their debate escalated, it was time for the chief examiner, Governor Wang, to make a decision. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, this young man shall receive 2nd place. Xia Tongji felt a pang of regret. Having reviewed Chen Yan's drafts and essays, he recognized their excellence. Had he not witnessed it firsthand, he might have doubted that such eloquence could emerge from a mere 9-year-old. In his own youth, he had also participated in the examinations and had produced essays far inferior to those of the young Chen Yan at that age. This very realization fueled his fervent defense against Zhao Tongpan. Still unsatisfied, he rose once more to bow respectfully to Governor Wang, stating, Your Excellency, if this young man is ranked 2nd, who then could possibly take the top position? In terms of essays, Chen Yan's work is undeniably the finest. Governor Wang smiled and replied, this child is still quite young and has already caused a stir at the examination. His character requires tempering before he can truly succeed. In contrast, the young Gao Shiyuan has exhibited remarkable talent at such a tender age, and he undoubtedly deserves the top honor. The expressions of those in the room varied, yet all remained silent. Zhao Tongpan was taken aback that Governor Wang would designate Gao Shiyuan as the top candidate. However, with Gao Kegongzi securing the top position, he could now report to Gao Ergongzi. Chapter 53. The announcement of the provincial examination results. Having learned from the county examination experience, on the day of the provincial examination results, Chen Yan and Zhou Jibai arrived at the government office before dawn, carrying steamed buns and water. Upon arrival, they discovered that the queue extended far beyond their sight, with some individuals having spent the night on the ground. Realizing they could not push through, Chen Yan decided to return to the inn with Zhou Jibai. Once the list was posted, he would eventually learn whether he had succeeded or not. Finding tranquility, he began to draw in the inn. The expenses for this provincial examination had been substantial, and he needed to earn back some money. When the commotion in the inn's lobby escalated, Chen Yan understood that those who had gone to check the results had returned. Initially indifferent, he was taken aback when the scholars from Pingxing County surrounded his door. To his surprise, Gao Shiyuan had once again secured the top spot. The Gao family was indeed immensely powerful. The scholars at the entrance were filled with righteous indignation. Chen Yan remarked, perhaps his writing is simply superior. The calmer he remained, the more furious the scholars became. Such a superficial piece of writing cannot possibly compare to Brother Chen's work. They exclaimed, both of your essays were posted together. We feel it is an injustice to Brother Chen. Each scholar bore an expression of anger. Following the convention after the announcement of the provincial examination results, the essays of the successful candidates were to be displayed. Gao Shiyuan's essay was prominently placed in the center of the first row, while the second-place candidate could only be positioned in the second row. Those who had succeeded believed their work to be exceptional, yet were overshadowed by Gao Shiyuan's shallow piece, which sparked discontent within them. The unsuccessful candidates were incensed, feeling that their essays were superior to the top piece. Why should Gao Shiyuan hold the top position? In contrast, the second-place Chen Yan had crafted a profound essay, each word resonating with reason. This was indeed a commendable piece. Although the scholars were filled with pride, they also understood the importance of restraint. They could not openly declare that Gao Shiyuan's work paled in comparison to their own. Thus, they sought a representative, someone who could validate their belief that Gao Shiyuan was unworthy of his title. Chen Yan was the perfect candidate. In terms of writing, Chen Yan far surpassed Gao Shiyuan. In terms of age, Chen Yan was younger than Gao Shiyuan and was recognized as a prodigy. In terms of integrity, Gao Shiyuan could not compare to Chen Yan, who dared to confront the Gao family without any accolades, demonstrating his courage against tyranny. Consequently, the scholars from Pingxing County united and gathered at Chen Yan's door. However, Chen Yan was not foolish. The top candidate had been appointed by the chief examiner, Governor Wang. To question his judgment would not only offend the Gao family, but also the officials of Danyang Prefecture. How could he continue to navigate life in Pingxing County under such circumstances? Chen Yan smiled and said, I am but a humble scholar. Fortunate to have passed the provincial examination, I would not dare to aspire to the top position. You, esteemed gentlemen, are all exceptionally talented. It is merely unfortunate that fortune did not favor you. The words he left unspoken, the crowd readily filled in. They had encountered Gao Shuyuan, and thus the top position would never be theirs. Scholars are inherently proud, and had Chen Yan directly acknowledged his superiority over them, they would have certainly resented him. Now, by elevating them, he garnered even greater goodwill from the group. As they continued to lament the injustice towards Chen Yan, their sympathy only grew. Behold Chen Yan who, at the tender age of under 10, has already mastered the art of writing splendid prose, yet remains remarkably humble. In contrast, we find Gao Shuyuan, whose virtue does not merit his position. The disparity between the two is glaringly apparent. Initially, the crowd sought merely to pit Chen Yan against Gao Shuyuan. But now their admiration for Chen Yan has only grown. After a round of cordial exchanges, Chen Yan successfully dismissed the assembly. Naturally, he did not forget to stoke the flames of discontent among the scholars towards the Gao family. Once the door was closed, Chen Yan made his way to Zhou Jibai's quarters. At that moment, Zhou Jibai was practicing his calligraphy, while Master Yang perused a weathered tome. Chen Yan remarked with a smile, Master, I have attained the status of a Tongsheng alongside Zhou Jibai. Master Yang's face lit up with delight as he tenderly stroked his beard, replying, Indeed. Zhou Jibai sprang to his feet in excitement, eagerly seeking confirmation, and upon receiving it, he could hardly contain his childlike exuberance. Earlier, as the scholars had encouraged Chen Yan, they had also mentioned Zhou Jibai's ranking. This time, Zhou Jibai secured the 37th position. A commendable achievement. Not only Zhou Jibai, but even Chen Yan was filled with joy. Although Tongsheng represents the lowest echelon of scholarly distinction, it signifies that they are no longer unrecognized, and they are now eligible to take the imperial examinations. Even if they fail, they can still attempt the exams directly without revisiting the county or prefectural tests. Moreover, both Chen Yan and Zhou Jibai possess a significant advantage, their youth, which opens the door to boundless possibilities in the future. After their celebration, Master Yang cautioned them, there are still the imperial examinations ahead. Only upon succeeding as Shenyuan can one truly claim a scholarly title. Do not become complacent. The two responded with utmost respect. Master Yang, not wishing to dampen their spirits, returned to his reading after imparting this single piece of advice. Initially, Zhou Jibai was disinterested in practicing his calligraphy and inquired of Chen Yan, who was the first among the candidates. Gao Shuyuan, Chen Yan replied. At this, both Zhou Jibai and Master Yang turned their gazes towards him. Zhou Jibai immediately expressed his ire. The Gao family is insatiable, even coveting the position of the provincial first. Even Master Yang's expression soured, though he remarked, with Gao Shuyuan's writings, he surely cannot claim the title of provincial first. The Gao family's brazen actions will undoubtedly incite the resentment of the scholars. Chen Yan poured a cup of tea for Master Yang and replied with a smile, Master, your foresight is impeccable. The scholars of Pingxing County are filled with indignation. He then recounted the incidents of the scholars coming to seek him out. Master Yang, with notable appreciation, advised Chen Yan, you are still young. You are not yet worthy to serve as a model for the county scholars. It would be wise to decline. The Gao family is currently at the center of controversy, and the student yearns to further fan the flames. Upon hearing this, Master Yang cast a wary glance at him and cautioned, be careful not to get burned. The Gao family, already under scrutiny, is likely to be desperate to relieve their frustrations, making this a perilous time to speak out. Even if the student were to retreat, the Gao family would show no mercy. Chen Yan's voice, though youthful, was resolute. To expect one's adversary to show leniency is but a fool's dream. It is far more prudent to seize the opportune moment to undermine the enemy's power, thus ensuring one's own safety. Master Yang fell silent. The woman named Nuan Yin maliciously slandered Chen Yan on the day of the provincial examination, alongside the engraved brush and the half-broken tile of the examination hall, not to mention the knife in the hands of the officials. Should Chen Yan falter but once, it would spell his ruin. Though Master Yang excels in teaching and nurturing, he finds himself lacking in matters of conflict. The thought of his students confronting the formidable Gao family causes him considerable distress. Suddenly, a shadow flutters down, and upon closer inspection, Yang notices several strands of hair on the table, causing him great anguish. He waves his hand and says, "If you have made up your mind, proceed. You've already offended them, so what does it matter if you offend them further?" Zhou Jibai's eyes blaze with intensity as he asks, "Chen Yan, what do you intend to do?" Chen Yan responds with a knowing smile. "Having been wronged and nearly had my reputation tarnished, I must report this to the authorities. The provincial exams are over and the results are out. I have the time now. Delaying further will only allow that woman to consume more resources, and that requires money." Yang's lips quiver, yet he refrains from speaking, while he wishes to guide the two in the ways of a gentleman. The Gao family's relentless pursuit makes adherence to gentlemanly conduct exceedingly difficult. Fortunately, his disciples are still young and unaware of the poignant sorrow that accompanies heated disputes. Otherwise, they might find themselves ensnared. Chapter 54. Diverting misfortune upon discovering that his young master had secured the highest rank. Gao Shiyuan's servant rushed back to the Gao residence in jubilant spirits. As he entered through the grand gates, he exclaimed, "He has succeeded. The seventh young master is the top scholar." Instantly, the Gao household erupted in jubilance, with servants and maids bustling to share the joyous news. When the servant finally reached Gao Shiyuan, he found him basking in pride. "Indeed, my talents are extraordinary. Those candidates in the provincial exams are merely ordinary." The servant quickly extolled, "Young master, your literary prowess is unparalleled. This top rank was certainly within your grasp." Flattered by the praise, Gao Shiyuan raised his chin imperiously and inquired, "Did Chen Yan succeed?" The servant, with a sycophantic grin, replied, "Even if he succeeded, he pales in comparison to you, for you are the top scholar." However, upon hearing that Chen Yan had indeed passed, Gao Shiyuan's expression soured. "He managed to succeed? What rank did he achieve?" The servant hesitated, and Gao Shiyuan's temper flared. "I asked you a question. Are you deaf?" The servant, lowering his head cautiously, replied, "He placed second, far below you." Upon hearing the second place, Gao Shiyuan felt a profound discomfort. In the county exams, Chen Yan's name had appeared beside his own, and now, in the provincial exam, Chen Yan's name still lingered next to his. As the esteemed seventh young master of the Gao family, who had been mentored by renowned scholars since the age of 3 and studied for over a decade, Gao Shiyuan had perused numerous rare texts within the family's collection. In contrast, Chen Yan came from humble beginnings. Though he received early instruction, he only formally began studying under a teacher at 6 and had merely 3 years of education. How could he possibly secure second place in the provincial exams? Frustrated, Gao Shiyuan hastily brushed past the servant and rushed to find his second brother, the second young master. Having accompanied Gao Shiyuan to the provincial exams, intended to take the opportunity to inspect the family's properties in the capital and visit various establishments. Bursting into the study, Gao Shiyuan exclaimed, "Hasn't my second brother already made arrangements? How could Chen Yan still place second in the provincial exams?" The second young master, engrossed in the account ledgers, replied without looking up, "Have you forgotten the etiquette of knocking?" Reluctantly, Gao Shiyuan exited, knocked, and waited for his brother to invite him in before resuming his earlier ire. Can our Gao family not even contain a Chen Yan? As soon as the words fell, Gao Shiyuan perceived that his elder brother's gaze was laced with venom. Gao Shiyuan's complexion turned ashen, swallowing back all his words. Little did he know that it was precisely this statement that struck at his brother's sore spot. With the power of the Gao family, the second son had already been aware before the official announcement that Chen Yan secured the second place. Well aware that Gao Shiyuan was at the top, during the county examination, Gao Shiyuan's position had already incited considerable discontent among scholars. Hence, at the provincial examination, it would be prudent to avoid drawing attention as long as he passed. His connections within the provincial office were merely to ensure Gao Shiyuan's success. Yet now, having achieved the top rank, discontent would undoubtedly escalate. If this matter were to escalate further, it would pose significant disadvantages for their father upon his return to the court. With their father nearing the end of his 3-year mourning period, this was a crucial moment that could not afford any missteps. As if that were not enough, the fact that Chen Yan, who should not have placed, unexpectedly ranked second added to the turmoil. None of the 2 tasks he had assigned had been accomplished. The implications behind this were troubling. Had the Gao family's influence over Danyang Prefecture diminished significantly? compared to the trivial matter of Chen Yan's success in the provincial examination. The true source of anxiety for the Gao family was losing control over Danyang Prefecture. Today, the second son, forsaking even fishing, was preoccupied at home organizing accounts and reassessing the Gao family's network of connections. It was indeed surprising that Gao Xiu Yuan barged in and received anything but a frosty reception. You are the top scholar, yet you still overshadow him. The second son, suppressing his fury, uttered. Gao Xiu Yuan, seeing his brother regain his composure, assumed it was merely his imagination and retorted angrily. Wang Shen does not regard our Gao family at all. The second son's previously softened expression darkened once more. What do you propose we do? Drive Wang Shen out of Danyang Prefecture and revoke Chen Yan's title. Gao Xiu Yuan responded almost without hesitation. The second son's countenance grew even more somber. Not to mention a governor of a province. Even a county chief can no longer be entirely controlled by the Gao family. 3 years is ample time for the Gao family to be ousted from the center of power, compounded by the fact that their father had already begun to show signs of losing influence, emboldening all manner of specters to bare their fangs at the Gao family. Even a mere scholar, one still preparing for the imperial examination, dared to contend with the Gao family. As Chen Yan articulated, if the ants gnawing at the roots are not eradicated, swarms of others will come to feast upon the great tree, hastening its demise. The second son scoffed. Wang Shen imagines that by appointing you as the top scholar, we in the Gao family will permit him to elevate Chen Yan to second place. This is nothing but a delusion. The Gao family's influence in the court cannot be whimsically disregarded, and thus the only option is destruction. What must we do? Gao Xiu Yuan asked with excitement. The second son leaned back in his chair, shadows clouding his eyes. How could Chen Yan, who had ranked 50 in the county examination merely 2 months prior, suddenly placed second in the provincial examination? How could those scholars who had studied for years, even decades, remain silent? Now, all eyes were on Gao Xiu Yuan's top rank. He must divert the impending disaster. When the uproar became severe, and everyone began to discuss Chen Yan, how many would still care about the top scholar? Gao Xiu Yuan rejoiced. Truly, my elder brother is formidable. We shall pull Chen Yan down. Ideally, they would also deal with Wang Shen, the governor, in one fell swoop. The second young master coldly cast a glance at Gao Xiu Yuan, warning him not to meddle in the matter. He added, should I discover you have spread this news, I will ensure you face the consequences. Gao Xiu Yuan nodded eagerly. Suddenly, a panicked servant rushed in, exclaiming, second young master, it is bad news. Chen Yan has reported our Gao family. The second young master was taken aback. What? The servant, having run in haste, was now gasping for breath. Gao Xiu Yuan kicked him to the ground, demanding, I asked you a question. Are you deaf? The servant scrambled to his feet, not daring to delay further, and hurriedly explained, Chen Yan sent a woman named Nuan Yin to the magistrate to report us. Upon hearing she might be imprisoned, she revealed that it was one of our family's servants who incited her. The magistrate's officials have arrived and wish to summon the family manager for questioning. The family manager was the eldest son of the Gao household and had always acted under the second young master's authority. If he were implicated, it could unravel many other issues. Unable to remain seated any longer, the second young master immediately shouted, prepare the carriage. We are going to the magistrate. The Gao family's carriage sped towards the magistrate's office, and upon disembarking, the second young master found the entrance swarmed with people, many of whom were dressed in scholars' attire. The Gao family's servants quickly pushed through the crowd, allowing the second young master to enter the main hall. Inside, he saw Chen Yan standing tall, with a woman on his left whose fingers were swollen and bruised, and on his right stood the family manager. As he shifted his gaze back to Chen Yan, he noticed Chen Yan nodding at him. The second young master gritted his teeth, refusing to acknowledge Chen Yan. Chen Yan thought to himself that the Gao family's upbringing was lacking, as they did not even understand the most basic manners. Despite being in a legal dispute with the Gao family, he still greeted them warmly. If the second young master were to hear this, he might very well faint from rage. Since the second young master had arrived, Magistrate Wang was obligated to provide him with a seat in the courtroom. As soon as he sat down, the second young master remarked, today, as the results are announced, Chen, the young master, rushes to report us. Could it be that he is relying on his newly acquired status as a scholar to make baseless claims? The family manager, kneeling in the courtroom like a dog relying on its master, immediately began to shout, he is surely disgruntled that my family's 7th young master has topped the list. In his envy, He has randomly accused a woman to slander us. I have never seen this woman. I implore your honor to discern the truth. On that day, he approached her without anyone else present. Who can testify? With the second young master present, could the magistrate dare to coerce him into a confession? To escape this predicament, the only course was to deny everything. He was a member of the Gao family, and as long as there was no concrete evidence, what could anyone do to him? Magistrate Wang lowered his head, smiling as he addressed the second young master. This matter involves the Gao family. Might I inquire if you have anything to say? Although the second young master was not an official, he represented the family's reputation, and the Gao family was obligated to provide an explanation. The second young master replied, "Let your honor adjudicate this matter. If it truly is the doing of one of my family's servants, we shall not take it lightly." The Gao family's refusal to be lenient implied that the magistrate's office could not handle the matter casually. Magistrate Wang understood the situation and sought to minimize the issue. After several exhausting days, he had hoped to rest upon the announcement of the results, but was instead confronted with Chen Yan's report. The magistrate's office did not conduct hearings daily. Typically, cases were consolidated for specific dates following the receipt of formal complaints. Today, however, the circumstances have changed. Chen Yan has ascended to the status of a scholar, having one foot firmly planted on the path of officialdom. Coupled with his burgeoning reputation, he has garnered a considerable following of eager scholars wishing to witness the unfolding events. Under the mounting pressure, Governor Wang reluctantly convened a court session. This session proved to be momentous, as the woman subjected to punishment divulged the involvement of the Gao family. At that moment, Governor Wang pondered how troublesome Chen Yan could truly be. In less than 10 days, chaos erupted in the examination hall, and on the day of the results, he was compelled to confront the Gao family. Regret washed over Governor Wang. He lamented that he should have dismissed this troublesome youth earlier, quelling his burgeoning influence. Now that the results had been announced, it was too late to act, and he could only endure the situation. Facing Chen Yan, he inquired, "Do you have anything to say?" As long as Chen Yan could not produce other witnesses or evidence, he could argue that the case relied solely on the testimony of one woman, thus exonerating the Gao family. To his surprise, Chen Yan replied, "My lord, I have something to say." Upon hearing the term scholar, Governor Wang felt a twinge of discomfort. As the chief examiner, he was Chen Yan's mentor, and he wished to advise him, "I do not seek your gratitude. Just refrain from implicating your teacher in any future misdeeds." Despite his inner thoughts, he maintained a facade of inquiry. "What do you wish to express?" Chen Yan turned his gaze toward the second son of the Gao family and remarked, "How can Gao Mingyuan, an unranked individual, sit in the courtroom?" Governor Wang responded, "And why not? The second son represents the dignity of the Gao family." This was an unspoken understanding. Who would dare challenge it? However, now that it had been brought to light, a direct answer was elusive. It would be inappropriate to publicly assert the Gao family's influence. Heir Gongzi, too, momentarily faltered, a flicker of disbelief passing through his eyes. At this juncture, the family steward sprang into action, indignantly retorting, "My lord's son is a guest of honor wherever he goes. What concern is it of yours?" Chen Yan raised his head and declared with conviction, "The laws of De Liang clearly state that only scholars may see officials without kneeling, and only those of higher rank may sit in court. By what right does Gao Mingyuan, an unranked individual, occupy a seat?" His voice resonated even louder this time, plunging the assembly into a profound silence. Even those listening from outside fell into a hushed stillness. Many scholars blushed with fervor, wishing they could applaud Chen Yan. They had toiled for years in pursuit of their ambitions, yearning for the privilege of standing before officials without bowing. Countless individuals labor for a lifetime, yet fall short of their aspirations, while this Gao family scion, an unranked individual, occupies a position above them. Such disparity is unjust. Yet this inequity had been tacitly accepted, with no one daring to voice their concerns. In this moment, Chen Yan has brought it to light. This is the indomitable spirit of the literati. All eyes turned toward Heir Gongzi. Outside the courtroom, Gao Shiyin seethed with rage, exclaiming, "Chen Yan, do not overstep." To which Chen Yan retorted, "I am merely reciting the laws of De Liang. Where's the excess?" During the imperial examinations, cases of adjudication are indeed tested, and as the reigning champion, Chen Yan must recite the laws of De Liang with precision. He possesses no connections, thus, the laws serve as both his shield and his weapon. Today, Gao Mingyuan must either sacrifice the Gao family's reputation to preserve his own dignity or rise from his seat. Chen Yan privately hoped for Gao Mingyuan to choose the former, as this would render the Gao family less formidable. Regrettably, Gao Mingyuan would never act in such a manner, for he is the heir cultivated by the Gao family, and everything must prioritize the interests of the Gao clan. Indeed, the second son of Gao slowly rose from his seat. Lord Meng, the esteemed official, offered him a seat, but he humbly declined, requesting that the chair be removed. The Governor Wang's eyelids twitched as he ordered the chair to be taken away in public. The removal of the chair was akin to publicly humiliating the second son of Gao, as if his face had been thrust to the ground and stamped upon. Governor Wang felt a pang of discomfort in his head. Suddenly, a voice in the crowd shouted in approval, prompting the Gao family members to turn their heads. Yet they could not discern the source of the exclamation. Another voice, filled with excitement, proclaimed, "Chen Shintong is our role model." Who would have thought that the second son of Gao could be ousted from his chair? The once lofty young master had been brought down by Chen Yan. No matter how noble one's lineage, in the end, they are merely commoners. Those who had achieved the status of student were, after all, somewhat inferior. With his right hand behind his back, his fist trembled from the exertion, yet his expression remained composed as he stated, "I have risen. May I inquire if Mr. Chen possesses any evidence to substantiate that this matter is the doing of the Gao family? Should you fail to provide a reasonable explanation, it would amount to slander against the Gao family. Though we may not rival the influence of the 9 officials, we are not to be easily humiliated." The final words were a menacing threat, gritted through clenched teeth. Gao Shiyuan harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Chen Yan, wishing fervently for his elder brother to thoroughly deal with Chen Yan in court. They had not yet acted against Chen Yan, yet he had audaciously brought the Gao family to trial. How could they endure such insolence? The scholars who had previously cheered for Chen Yan were now sweating on his behalf. Many had been present as mere spectators, and the entire affair hinged upon the testimony of a woman named Nuan Yan. Should the Gao family retaliate and accuse Chen Yan of conspiring with Nuan Yan to frame them, Chen Yan would find himself at a loss for words. Governor Wang sighed inwardly. Although Chen Yan displayed promise, he had yet to weather the storms of life. This time, he was likely to suffer a significant setback. If this incident were to crush his spirit, it would spell the end for him. What a pity. Youthful exuberance often leads to folly. Just as he was reflecting on this, Chen Yan spoke. "Have I ever accused the Gao family?" Gao Shiyuan retorted angrily. "You clearly accused the steward Gao, and by doing so, you are indeed accusing our Gao family." Gao Mingyuan suddenly grasped the implications of Chen Yan's words, his expression shifting dramatically as he sought to distance the Gao family from this matter. However, upon hearing Gao Shiyuan's words, he mentally chastised his foolishness. Was he not inadvertently drawing the Gao family into further scrutiny? Indeed, Chen Yan immediately countered. Does the 7th young master of Gao imply that a mere steward can represent your entire family? Or does the steward's every action reflect the directives of the Gao family? The hall erupted in uproar. Gao Shiyuan finally realized he had fallen into Chen Yan's trap, and he loudly proclaimed, "I did not say such a thing." The hall erupted in laughter. Gao Shiyuan's previous words had been heard by all, and to deny them now was to deny that the Gao family could not even control their own servants, or to deny the threats made by the second son against Chen Yan. This was indeed the most ludicrous spectacle of the Donyang prefecture this year. Humiliated by the laughter of the crowd, Gao Shiyuan, filled with rage, shouted, "Stop laughing." The response was an even greater chorus of laughter. Facing the might of the Gao family alone, one might have quaked in fear and retreated. Yet, now that everyone stands united in laughter, who dares to believe that the Gao family would audaciously apprehend all present in the court? In the past, no one would have dared to challenge the Gao family so brazenly. However, with the announcement of the provincial examination results today, the top scholar, Gao Shiyuan, has already incited the ire of many scholars. His subsequent foolish actions have ignited a tempest of pent-up grievances. Governor Wang cast a sidelong glance at the second son of the Gao family, whose usually composed demeanor had turned ashen. The Gao family could have remained aloof. Even if Chen Yan possessed evidence to prove that Gao Guan had deliberately tarnished his reputation, it would not implicate the Gao family. However, after Gao Shiyuan's remarks, the matter had become as sullied as mud on one's trousers, tainted, regardless of the intent. With a firm rap of his gavel, Governor Wang declared, "Silence in the court." The audience, stifling their laughter, fell quiet. He then turned his attention to Chen Yan, inquiring, "Do you possess any other witnesses or evidence?" Chen Yan, with a respectful bow, replied, "My lord, I am but a victim of this woman's scheming. I only reported the matter to safeguard my reputation, an act of sheer desperation. As for Gao Guan and the rest, all information comes from her confession, of which I was previously unaware and thus lacked tangible proof. The Gao family sought to ensnare him in a trap. Why would they allow him to uncover further evidence? If Governor Wang wished to investigate, he could certainly find Gao Guan to seek testimony from the woman known as Chen Yan. Yet, it was clear that Governor Wang would not risk offending the Gao family on his behalf. How could a powerless, impoverished scholar contend with the overwhelming influence of the Gao family in Danyang? Even in the absence of evidence, onlookers would merely assume he was a victim of the Gao family's bullying, exacerbating the scholar's grievances against them on the day of the results. Unexpectedly, Gao Shiyuan had boldly approached, and the current sentiments of the crowd indicated that their objectives had been more than fulfilled. Chen Yan found satisfaction in this turn of events. It was time for Governor Wang to conclude the case with dignity. Indeed, as his words resonated, the scholars erupted in righteous indignation, and discussions filled the hall. The second son of the Gao family was now as dark as coal. This young man, devoid of evidence, had managed to lead them in circles within the court. This was far more vexing than if he had presented a full array of witnesses and evidence against the Gao family. The second son seethed inwardly, yet he could not utter a word. To do so would be to leap into his own grave. Gao Shiyuan might be foolish, but as the head of the Gao family, he could not afford such folly. The second son proclaimed loudly, "Since there are no witnesses or evidence, this woman's accusations should carry no weight. I hope the esteemed governor will duly punish this malicious slanderer." Governor Wang understood the implication. The blame was being shifted onto the woman named Chen Yan. This would serve to mitigate the impact of the situation. He then addressed the beautiful woman, who lay prostrate on the ground due to the torture inflicted upon her, asking, "Do you understand the gravity of tarnishing the reputation of scholars in Danyang, and for making baseless accusations against others, Chen Yan?" Chen Yan trembled, fear coursing through her. Previously, when she had obstructed the carriage, Chen Yan had not yet achieved any academic distinction. Now that he had, her actions of falsely accusing a scholar of humble origins could lead to severe consequences. If convicted, she could even face death. Desperately, she glanced towards Gao Guan for help, but he glared at her with a ferocity that suggested he wished her demise. Warm Smoke felt her blood run cold. The tender affection shown by the high-ranking official when he held her, along with his promises of protection from the Gao family, now seemed like a distant memory as he shifted all blame onto her. Though she was of lowly status, she yearned to survive. Warm Smoke harbored deep resentment towards the cold-hearted official and immediately prostrated herself on the ground, pleading mournfully, "My lord, I have never even met Qin Tongsheng. Why would I conspire against him? It was this high-ranking official who informed me of the Gao family's intentions towards him and promised that if I could assist the Gao family in this matter, they would redeem me. It was under such duress that I committed this grievous error. I beseech you, my lord, to be my advocate." She repeatedly knocked her head against the ground, causing her forehead to bleed profusely. The crimson blood trickled down her pale temples, adding a tragic beauty that evoked sympathy from many scholars present. A commotion erupted in the hall. Chen Yan, unexpectedly intrigued by the unfolding drama, felt his interest heighten. The second young master of the Gao family gritted his teeth in fury, wishing he could slay the official with a mere glance. The official, taken aback, nearly roared in response, "My lord, she speaks falsely. I have never laid eyes on her. She is making wild accusations to save herself." Warm Smoke's eyes were red-rimmed, her voice laced with hatred. "My lord, please see clearly. I am the courtesan of Yanlu Pavilion, and this official has visited me multiple times. The matron and the other girls can testify to this. He was conducting business for the second young master, and the lamp he was gifted still resides in my room." The second young master nearly bit through his silver teeth, while the official was drenched in cold sweat, wishing he could silence Warm Smoke once and for all. Once again, the hall erupted in noise. Governor Wang felt a throbbing headache. There was no way to resolve this matter amicably. As a respected official, he could not publicly favor the Gao family. He had no choice but to send someone to Yanlu Pavilion. Initially intending to withdraw, Governor Wang found himself unable to leave, as the scholars remained steadfast in their seats. In the face of such outrage, even he had to remain on the bench to avoid becoming embroiled in the affair. The second young master's complexion fluctuated wildly between shades of dark green and red. Warm Smoke trembled from the emotional turmoil, appearing even more fragile. Chen Yan observed, Understanding why the official was losing control, he alone was a mere spectator in the courtroom, unable to intervene or participate further. Standing was tiring, and he wished for a seat, but alas, his status did not permit it. The crowd waited for a full hour before the constables returned, accompanied by the matron of Yanlu Pavilion and several young ladies. The exquisite oil lamp lay on the table in Warm Smoke's room, immediately visible upon their entrance. Before the governor, the matron and the girls dared not conceal the truth, recounting the official's infatuation with Warm Smoke in detail. The official's initial panic turned to ashen despair, and eventually, he slumped to the ground in defeat. The lamp was confirmed by the girls to be a gift from the official to Warm Smoke. The young ladies of Yanlu Pavilion reveled in comparisons. Having received such a fine gift, Warm Smoke naturally desired to flaunt it among her peers. By the morning following the official's departure, the entire pavilion was aware of the lamp he had bestowed upon her. Upon seeing the lamp, Chen Yan inwardly cursed the Gao family's extravagance. The entire lamp is crafted from brass, intricately sculpted with exquisite detail, likely sufficient to sustain his household for a year or two, yet he carelessly bestows it upon a servant. This time, the Gao family is bound to face dire consequences. Chen Yan quietly savors the transformation of the second young master of the Gao family, finding immense delight in the art of contention. In stark contrast to Chen Yan's amusement, Governor Wang finds himself overwhelmed. With both witnesses and evidence at hand, is he truly to pass judgment upon the Gao family? Amidst the public outcry, Governor Wang has no choice but to summon the second young master forth. Chapter 57. Execution. Given the current circumstances, it is inevitable that today's case will be judged. Otherwise, the censure from the imperial censors will swiftly reach the cabinet. What say you, second young master? The second young master inwardly curses Wang for his cunning. It is evident that Wang seeks to preserve his own reputation while subtly pressuring him for a stance from the Gao family. Engaging in further debate seems futile. What matters now is how to mitigate the Gao family's influence. With a respectful gesture, the second young master addresses Governor Wang, requesting a moment's pause. No trouble at all, responds Governor Wang amiably. Facilitating matters for the Gao family ultimately serves his own interests, and he is inclined to show leniency. The second young master strides deliberately towards the steward, who is crumpled on the ground, initially staring vacantly at the floor. The steward's heart warms as a pair of black boots appears before him. Slowly, he raises his head and calls out, "Second young master." His tone suffused with despair and pleading. Having served the second young master faithfully, receiving praise and generous rewards, he now sees the second young master as his only hope for salvation. They have grown up together, and despite their master-servant relationship, their bond is strong. However, the second young master narrows his eyes and delivers a kick to the steward's chest. The steward, caught off guard, is sent sprawling to the ground, silence enveloping the hall. The second young master bellows, "You vile wretch, how dare you tarnish the Gao family's name by frequenting disreputable establishments? Who incited you to defame Chen Tongsheng?" The steward, stunned, gazes at the second young master and, sensing the threat in his eyes, trembles with fear. While the world perceives the second young master as virtuous, the steward knows the ruthless nature that lies beneath. The second young master intends for him to bear the blame alone. As a born servant of the Gao family, his parents, siblings, and even his wife and children are bound to the second young master. Should he dare to implicate the Gao family today, the second young master would show no mercy. A wave of bitterness rises within the steward, as if he were being submerged in it entirely. Feeling utterly numb, he musters all his strength to declare, "No one incited me. It was my own doing." Once the words escape his lips, he finds a renewed vigor and exclaims, "I acted out of indignation after witnessing Chen Yan's repeated disrespect towards the second and seventh young masters, seeking to avenge you both by seeking out warmth in the brothel." Chen Yan realizes that today's affair has reached its conclusion. The second young master is decisive, promptly shifting all blame onto the steward, just as they had done 2 years prior in the examination fraud case, unhesitatingly casting Zhou Rong aside. The Gao family is devoid of any semblance of righteousness. The young master of the Gao family turned around, clasped his hands in salute towards the magistrate Wang presiding over the court, and declared in a clear voice, "Your Excellency, this matter is now clear. It is the wicked servant of the Gao family who is at fault. We shall not shield him, and I implore you to impose a severe punishment." Magistrate Wang glanced at the audience gathered in the courtroom and then at Gao Mingyuan, proclaiming, "It brings me great satisfaction to see the second young master exhibit such discernment." With a firm strike on the wooden bench, he announced, "According to the laws of the great Liang, those of lowly status who insult the esteemed shall receive 30 strikes. The principal offender shall receive 30 strikes, while accomplices shall receive 10. During the proceedings, the officials of Liang would have a bamboo tube at hand to hold the orders of punishment. Within this tube were white, black, and red-tipped slips. Each white slip warranted a single strike, each black slip resulted in 5 strikes, and each red slip demanded 10. Magistrate Wang pulled out 3 red slips and cast them before the errant overseer. Immediately, guards subdued him, and the sound of the wooden rods striking flesh mingled with the overseer's anguished cries, echoing throughout the court. After enduring 30 strikes, the overseer's garments were soaked in blood, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Seeing this, the young lady Chen Yan turned pale with fright. Society often shows undue compassion and leniency towards delicate and beautiful women. Witnessing such a tragic fate befall a beauty stirred a sense of pity among many scholars, who silently lamented that with 10 strikes, the lovely maiden might be lost forever. However, the law was unyielding, and they were powerless to intervene. Observing Chen Yan standing in the courtroom, they shook their heads in disapproval. After all, he was still young and had yet to understand the essence of compassion. Magistrate Wang drew a red slip and tossed it before Chen Yan, commanding, "Execute the punishment." As the guards approached her, darkness clouded her vision, and she fainted. The heavy strikes brought her back to consciousness, and the searing pain from her lacerated skin elicited cries that made many self-proclaimed gallant scholars turn away in discomfort. After 10 strikes, Chen Yan lost consciousness once more. The madam of the Yanyu pavilion, witnessing her plight, nearly relinquished her. Ultimately, recognizing her as a source of revenue, she allowed the guards to take her away. After Magistrate Wang exited the courtroom, Chen Yan intended to leave as well, but was summoned to the back chamber. At that moment, Magistrate Wang had removed his official hat and was meticulously preparing tea. Upon noticing Chen Yan standing upright in the center of the room, his expression composed, Wang felt a surge of indignation. "You truly possess remarkable ability," he exclaimed, slamming the lid onto the bowl and placing it heavily on the table. Such words from a dignitary could make one tremble. Chen Yan, seizing the opportunity, offered flattery. "It is thanks to your fair and just guidance, which cares for the people as if they were your own children, that I dared to seek redress through the court." Magistrate Wang, both amused and exasperated, realized that having ranked this young man second, he was now being repaid in such a manner. While the seat of the provincial examination was not comparable to that of the imperial examinations, there still existed a bond of teacher and student. However, hearing Chen Yan repeatedly refer to him as teacher and himself as student only intensified Wang's irritation, prompting him to respond with a colder tone. Throughout history, many prodigies have emerged, yet few have achieved true greatness. Do you know why? Chen Yan replied respectfully, "I do not." Wang retorted, "Because they often become arrogant due to their early fame, and thus they harbor no reverence for authority. They remain unaware that mere talent cannot safeguard one's self. In the face of power, they are no different from an illiterate peasant. Do you comprehend this?" Chen Yan lowered his head, acknowledging, "I have been enlightened by my esteemed teacher." He was not a person devoid of discernment. The governor was imparting wisdom to him, a kindness he appreciated. Whether or not he absorbed this wisdom was ultimately his own affair. Observing Chen Yan's facile acquiescence, the governor discerned that he had not truly grasped the message. Gazing at the youthful scholar before him, the governor tempered his demeanor and spoke with profound significance. "A gentleman may seek vengeance, yet it is never too late. For it is wise to bide one's time and cultivate one's strength until one is capable of confrontation. A mere farmer challenging the powerful is likely to suffer injustice." The governor understood this principle well. However, he did not wish to see a budding talent destroyed prematurely. Thus he took it upon himself to elaborate further. Wang Shun, also of humble origins, was acutely aware of the arduous path a farmer must tread to rise above his station, and thus he harbored genuine concern for Chen Yan. Chen Yan performed a deep bow to Wang Shun, his attitude increasingly respectful. "I am grateful for your guidance, esteemed teacher. My current actions are merely a means of self-preservation. Should I fail to report this matter to the authorities today, word of the incident involving the women of the brothel would surely tarnish my reputation. In the capital of Daliang, a scholar's reputation is of utmost importance. Once sullied, it can bring despair for a lifetime. The governor recalled that Chen Yan had initially only delivered the warm smoke to the officials. The Gao family had thrived on that warm smoke. And perhaps Chen Yan had been unaware of its implications. The governor's expression softened. In light of this, prepare diligently for the imperial examination. Should you succeed, you shall attain the status of a scholar, and I will assist you in enrolling in the provincial academy. To enter the official academy, a scholar must rank highly in the imperial examination. Those who perform well gain admission to the provincial academy, while those who fare poorly are relegated to the county school. The governor's promise ensured that, regardless of Chen Yan's performance, he would be granted access to the provincial academy, a significant boon for him. The instructors at the provincial academy are often distinguished scholars, even those who have achieved the highest honors, while the county school is predominantly composed of lesser students. Their knowledge incomparable. Moreover, the provincial academy boasts a wealth of texts that the county school cannot rival. The imperial examinations in Daliang focus on the 4 books and 5 classics. However, scholars must not confine themselves to these texts alone. To produce meaningful literature, one must engage with a vast array of literature and effortlessly draw upon various allusions. Reading is essential, and without sufficient study, where would one find the eloquence to express themselves? A farmer cannot afford such a plethora of books. Only by entering the official academy can one access its rich library. Lacking power and influence, the only path for a farmer to gain entry to the official academy is to first attain the status of a scholar, which requires passing the preliminary examinations, 3 formidable hurdles that obstruct the majority of farmers. To stand against the entrenched nobility with only one's own talents is indeed a feat reserved for the exceptionally gifted. The governor's promise to allow Chen Yan to attend the provincial academy was akin to bestowing upon him invaluable resources. Naturally, Chen Yan felt invigorated by this prospect. Following the events of the day, the Gao family would likely retreat into obscurity for a time, allowing him to focus on his studies in peace. Yet, the thought of his finances left him feeling despondent. The expenses for the provincial examination were exorbitant, and the cost for the imperial examination would surely be no less. Upon returning home, he would need to earn money swiftly. On the day following the announcement of the results, Chen Yan and his companions vacated their lodgings and hurried back home. As the busy farming season has passed, the residents of Qinjiawan finally find themselves at leisure. Groups of women gather together to engage in weaving hemp while exchanging gossip about their neighbors. The locals cultivate rami, yielding 3 to 4 harvests annually, and at this moment, they are reaping the first harvest. Once the rami is collected, it must be promptly stripped of its bark, a meticulous task often entrusted to the elderly women. After the bark is removed, the fibers are soaked in water for a period before being scraped with a bamboo knife to eliminate the green skin and impurities. In addition to paying taxes with grain, the villagers are also required to contribute rami. If not processed properly, the authorities will refuse to accept it, forcing them to compensate with silver. Given that every coin is precious, they cannot afford to part with silver, thus necessitating extra care during the processing. Currently, the most significant event in the village is Chen Yan's upcoming provincial examination. Amidst the rhythmic sounds of weaving, someone jokingly teases Lu, "You are truly fortunate to have such a scholarly son." Immediately, others chime in, "Many have studied their entire lives and still failed the county exam. Yet your son passed at the tender age of 9, quite remarkable indeed. Should he succeed in the provincial exam, he will become a scholar, distinct from us common folk." Lu feels elated internally, yet humbly responds, "The provincial exam is no easy feat. Let Yan try his luck." Zhou, with a sharp tone, interjects, "He only passed the county exam by being the last in line. How can he compete with the many scholars who have already succeeded in the county exam for the provincial one? No one from Qinjiawan has ever become a scholar, and Chen Yan has only studied for a few years." Lu, displeased by this comment, retorts, "Even the last place in the county exam is still a pass." Although she refrains from voicing that Zhou's son would be unable to even place last, the gaze of the women weaving hemp turns towards Zhou. The villagers are well aware that the eldest grandson of the Chen family, having studied for over a decade, has failed to pass the exam on 2 occasions. This remark ignites Zhou's fury. Previously, she had seethed in silence for nearly 2 months, begrudging the third family's good fortune in passing the county exam. Unable to contain herself any longer, she lashes out, not anticipating that Lu would strike a nerve. If he cannot pass the provincial exam, he will have to begin again at the county level next year. Who knows who will succeed then? Casting a sideways glance at Lu, she sneers. The expenses of the provincial exam are far greater than those of the county. Has your family drained its resources? If you wish to continue funding studies, it may not be feasible. Do not celebrate too early, sister-in-law. After all, farming can only sustain one scholar. Her disdain is palpable. Although the eldest family's children have yet to achieve any acclaim, Chen Difu earns a monthly wage, and Zhou herself is able to earn money through embroidery. However, without the third family's grain production, the eldest family is now forced to toil in the fields. The rami being processed is cultivated by Zhou. With Chen Difu working all day, the fieldwork relies solely on her efforts, leading to sparse crops that fall significantly short compared to others. The yield of rami is less than half that of neighboring families. After over a decade of avoiding heavy labor, Zhou now bears the full burden of domestic and agricultural responsibilities since the division of the family, and in the span of merely 3 years, she has aged a decade. Whenever I reflect on the division of our family, a deep resentment towards Chen Yan and the third branch wells up within me. I cannot bear to see the third branch flourish. The only one who seems to boast is Chen Difu. With his monthly earnings and the money he makes from his embroidery, it is no easy feat for a farmer to accumulate wealth, and naturally, there is envy towards Chen Difu for his steady income. Meanwhile, the first branch finds itself in a position where they must sell land to fund their children's education and their pursuit of the imperial examinations. How could the third branch possibly afford to send Chen Yan to study for the exams? Some lament, Deshou should reconsider. Living in the capital entails both dining and lodging expenses, all of which require money. If he cannot succeed, he ought not to take the exams just yet. He should focus on his studies, and only when he believes he has a chance should he attempt to take the tests. I have heard that merely participating in a county examination requires a deposit of 2 taels of silver, not to mention the additional expenses, which could easily amount to 3 or 4 taels of silver. Wouldn't expenses in the capital be even greater? When Deshou's family separated, he did not receive much silver. It is likely that he has already spent it all. After all, he is still young and inexperienced in managing finances, throwing money away as if it were nothing. The women gossip amongst themselves, and as Lu's heart sinks at the thought of their own financial depletion, she worries about the future. Regardless of whether Chen Yan succeeds in the capital, he will need to continue taking examinations, but where will the silver come from? This contemplation breeds anxiety. So, witnessing this, feels a sense of satisfaction. After 2 months, she finally feels victorious over Lu. With an unmistakable air of pride, Zhou remarks, "People believe that as the elder brother and sister-in-law, we are harsh, living poorly and dressed inadequately, and that they should separate to live independently. Little do they know that life is about scraping by, saving just a little to build a foundation. They think that living separately means daily meals of fine food, occasionally indulging in meat, but they fail to consider the long-term implications. This also irks Zhou. In the past, when both families cohabited, the first branch enjoyed meat while the third could only have thin broth, with meat being a distant dream. Now, the tables have turned. The first branch consumes thin gruel daily, reluctant even to indulge in a single egg, let alone meat. The third branch, on the other hand, enjoys substantial meals. And when Chen Yan returns home, they must slaughter a chicken for soup, ensuring a steady supply of eggs, and occasionally even meat for Chen Yan. Chen Yan, not yet 10, has nearly grown as tall as 13-year-old Chen Chuan. Upon hearing this, the villagers cast sideways glances at Lu, their eyes filled with judgment. The older women of the village admonish Lu. As the saying goes, frugality in clothing ensures one is well-dressed, and frugality in food ensures one is well-fed. Life is built upon thrift. Let not the Deshou family squander their resources. It seems they have separated too hastily and lack the wisdom to manage their lives. As the crowd voices their opinions, Lu's complexion pales. Amidst the chorus of reproach, a youthful voice breaks through. "Dear aunts and grandmothers, there is no need to worry. I can earn money." The clamor ceases abruptly, and all eyes turn towards Chen Yan, who approaches in a gray long gown. Chapter 59. I have succeeded. Seeing her son return, Lu is filled with joy, disregarding the murmurs of others as she rushes forward, casting aside her work. She inspects him closely, her heart aching. "You look so thin. I must slaughter a chicken to nourish you." At the mention of killing a chicken, the women shake their heads in disapproval. "You truly do not know how to manage life. You want to kill another chicken? You, a scholar, can only earn a bit by copying texts. Is that enough to support your studies for the imperial examinations?" Zhou sneers. As Lu was about to speak, Chen Yan interjected, "In a month." I barely earn 1 or 2 taels of silver, just enough to support my studies for the imperial examinations. 1 or 2 taels of silver. Where on earth do you earn that? Zhou nearly shrieked. Chen Difu, with such commendable work, only earned 500 won a month. How could Chen Yan, who devoted himself to his studies, possibly earn 1 or 2 taels? If his calligraphy were exceptional, he might earn some money from copying texts. Although during the great Liang Dynasty, printing technology had matured, and widely sold books like the 4 books and 5 classics were published with illustrations, some niche texts were still hand-copied, with many impoverished scholars relying on this work for income. However, the standards were exceedingly high. The writing must be flawless and surpass printed quality. The villagers were astonished and paused their tasks. Farmers labored throughout the year. And aside from paying taxes and providing for their families, managing to save 1 or 2 taels was already commendable. Saving 2 or 3 taels was considered a fortune. How could Chen Yan, while studying, possibly earn 1 or 2 taels a month? Chen Yan was taken aback. Didn't grandma inform aunt that my paintings are quite valuable? Zhou suddenly recalled that Lu had mentioned this before, and that a young gentleman named Ming Yongchang had personally come to urge the Chun family for Chen Yan's artwork. After that, there had been no further news, and she had forgotten about it. Now, with this revelation, her heart swelled with intense jealousy and regret. Had she known his paintings were so lucrative, she would never have agreed to the division of the family. The village women buzzed with excitement, crowding around Chen Yan, addressing him as Yan Gu and inquiring eagerly about his art. Lu immediately began to boast. Yan earns all his money through his studies. How could we possibly afford to support him from our meager farming? Indeed, all the provisions at home were thanks to his efforts. The child was dutiful, refusing to let his father and me endure hardship. He toils himself, studying diligently, and even sacrificing sleep to paint for income. As his parents, we lack the means and have caused him much distress. Chen Yan looked perplexedly at his mother's exaggerated claims. The household's grain was cultivated by his parents, and the eggs and chickens were raised at home, although he didn't require money from them. The ink and paper he used were purchased by Chen Desho in the county. His mother had never taken his earnings. Because of his studies, Lu felt he should not dress too poorly and annually made him new clothes. Yet, in her narrative, it seemed the entire household depended on him. However, Chen Yan understood that his mother was merely trying to enhance his reputation. With her heartfelt affection for her son, he saw no reason to contradict her. The village women listened with envy, wishing they could take Chen Yan home as their own son or grandson. Reflecting on their own mischievous children, they lamented that the ideal child was always someone else's. After mourning their own progeny, they envied Lu and Chen Desho, believing that even with one son, they were better off than families with 3 or 5 children. Lu's beaming smile illuminated her face as she basked in their praise. This scene painfully struck Zhou's eyes, inciting her to turn and leave in anger. Lu hurried home to prepare a chicken for dinner, exchanging a few words with the villagers before taking Chen Yan back home. In the early morning, the chickens were released from their coop and were now wandering about the yard. When Lu startled them while trying to catch one, the birds flapped wildly, creating a commotion. Ultimately, an elderly hen was inadvertently caught, and with a few sorrowful clucks, it met its fate at Lu's swift hands. After scalding water was prepared for plucking its feathers, the chicken was chopped and thrown into a pot of boiling water along with freshly harvested radishes, which were diced and added to the stew. Meanwhile, another pot was set to boil water for Chen Yan's bath, as the dirty clothes were taken out for washing. These past few days had exhausted Chen Yan, and he collapsed into a deep sleep. Upon awakening, he found that night had already fallen. Rubbing his eyes and gazing at the ceiling for a moment, he sat up, only to be startled by the sight of 2 figures in the dimness of the room. It was then that Lu's voice broke the silence, finally awake. If you had slept any longer, I would have summoned a doctor to check on you. Chen Dishu's voice followed suit. He has slept a whole day and night. He must be famished. Quickly, bring him the chicken broth. Chen Yan was taken aback. He felt as though he had merely napped for an afternoon. Yet an entire day and night had slipped by unnoticed. In truth, the provincial examination was far less taxing than the previous county and imperial examinations, lasting only 1 day for a total of 3 days. However, Chen Yan was different from others. He had remained tense and vigilant against the Gao family, unable to relax even at night. Coupled with the fatigue from the examination and his still youthful physique, he had succumbed to a deep slumber as soon as he returned home. Chen Desho lit the oil lamp, illuminating the room. As Liu entered with a steaming bowl of chicken broth, the two sat beneath the light, watching Chen Yan eat. Indeed, he was ravenous. And after devouring a bowl of broth, he felt considerably better. Why do you both gaze at me so? Liu nudged Chen Desho with her elbow, signaling him subtly. Chen Desho, at a loss, clasped his hands together and hesitated before speaking. Son, when heaven intends to bestow great responsibilities upon a person, it must first temper their resolve and toil their body. Suddenly, he faltered. What comes next? He scratched his head, unable to recall. He felt a pang of nostalgia. After years away from books, all that knowledge seemed to have returned to his teacher. Not dwelling further on the matter, he continued, You are more learned than I, and you grasp these profound truths better than I do. Even if we did not succeed this time, consider it a lesson learned. After a few more years of study, we shall try again. Look at how many can participate in the provincial examination. We are already better than most. Before Chen Yan could respond, Liu chimed in, Yan, you are still quite young. If you did not pass, then you did not pass. Do not let it weigh heavily on your heart. Let us focus on enjoying our food and drink. Chen Yan waited patiently until there was a lull in their conversation before declaring, I passed. I ranked second in the provincial examination. The room fell silent, and then Chen Dishu's astonished voice broke through. You passed? He leapt from his stool, circling the room in excitement. You passed the provincial examination. My son is now a scholar. He rushed towards Chen Yan, his eyes sparkling with joy. Is it truly so? Chen Yan smiled and replied, The governor himself announced my second-place ranking. It has already been posted, though our village is far from the provincial city. So no one will come to share the good news. Had we been closer, someone would have come to congratulate the successful scholar and bestow a monetary reward. Do not speak of affluent households. Even a humble farmer would spare no expense if a child from their family achieved the status of a Tongxing. Chen Desho embraced Chen Yan with exuberance, laughing heartily, the vigorous vibrations resonating from his chest allowing Chen Yan to keenly perceive the depth of his excitement. Indeed, it surpassed even his own joy. Liu Shi, overwhelmed with happiness, gently nudged Chen Yan. Why did you not share such splendid news? Chen Yan, caught between delight and helplessness, replied, You must also grant me the opportunity to speak. Chapter 60. The publication of Mencius that evening, the entire Chen family bay was abuzz with fervor. The catalyst for such excitement was Chen Desho's desire to visit the ancestral hall and relay the joyous news to the late Mr. Chen in the afterlife. The ancestral hall is typically secured at night, with the key held by the clan leader. Chen Desho knocked on the clan leader's door that evening. Upon hearing the news, the clan leader was momentarily bewildered. Who has attained the status of a Tongxing? Chen Desho exclaimed, My son, it is my son Chen Yan who has achieved this honor. His exuberance was so great that his voice echoed, startling several nearby families who emerged to investigate the commotion. Nearby, a household with dogs joined in barking, prompting other dogs in the village to follow suit. The village, usually tranquil during the agricultural off-season, was reluctant to waste oil on lamps, and after dinner, families would retire to bed as darkness fell. Yet tonight, Chen Dishu's announcement transformed the stillness into jubilation. A Tongxing had emerged from Chen family bay. A celestial talent had descended upon them. The clan elders and leader hurried to Chen Dishu's home that night, where the newly recognized Tongxing Chen Yan sat on a long bench, with even Chen Desho standing by, as villagers crowded around the old Chen household. The gaze of the clan leader and elders upon Chen Yan was akin to that of cherishing a precious gem. The emergence of a distinguished son from the old Chen family signified a collective elevation for their entire clan. As the saying goes, one person's success elevates the fortunes of all. Indeed, it was a testament to the communal support of their kin. Such a momentous occasion called for a celebratory banquet to share the joy with the entire village, and to invite the married daughters of the Chen family back to convey the news that their familial home had produced a successful individual. Over the years, many daughters of the Chen family had married into neighboring villages, and with such a grand gesture, word of the Tongxing's achievement spread throughout the vicinity. The entire Chen family bay was abuzz, while Chen Yan found himself the most leisurely among them. Ever since that night when he declared his intent to participate in the June imperial examination, the clan leader had ordered the clansmen to refrain from disturbing Chen Yan's studies. Even Chen Difu had received a personal warning from the clan leader. With newfound leisure, Chen Yan resumed his artistic endeavors, continuing to illustrate Mencius. The Chen family bay hosted a day-long banquet, even hiring a troupe to perform plays throughout the day. Villagers from nearby communities came to partake of the food, drink, and entertainment before returning home. Although others benefited from the festivities, they felt a deep envy for those from Chen family Bay. As this lively celebration concluded, Chen Yan also completed his illustrations of Mencius. When he presented the remaining pieces to Meng Yongchang, the latter was nearly moved to tears. Had I not known you were preparing for the imperial examination, I would have camped at your doorstep to urge you for more. The most excruciating plight in life is to see money lying on the ground, yet be unable to retrieve it. Meng Yongchang had been enveloped by this very torment recently. Since the remarkable success of the Analects, a plethora of other illustrated versions of the 4 books and 5 classics have emerged in the market, all of which have sold quite well. However, their narratives and illustrations pale in comparison to those of Chen Yan. Discerning patrons frequently inquired when the Mo Zhu Xian would release new comics. And even the proprietors of other bookstores owned by the Meng family often found themselves gravitating towards this establishment, lamenting their plight in unison. Meng Yongchang's heart was in turmoil, akin to a cat's claws scratching within, and he nearly expedited the publication of the incomplete Mencius that Chen Yan had previously illustrated. Ultimately, he restrained himself in pursuit of greater profit. Chen Yan candidly replied, "Even if you were to go, I would not draw. It is far more vital to focus on my studies." Though Meng Yongchang was filled with sorrow and frustration, he could not find fault in Chen Yan's perspective. Art and novel writing are, after all, mere trifles, sufficient only for subsistence and not worthy of significant esteem. A career in public service is the true pinnacle of achievement. Chen Yan, having already excelled as a child scholar at such a tender age, demonstrated prodigious academic talent and boundless potential. In contrast, Meng Yongchang, now 12 years of age, had yet to undertake the county examination. This time, Meng Yongchang awarded a substantial 140 taels. Chen Yan expressed his surprise. The first volume had received 100 taels, which was already considerable, and though the second volume was somewhat more, 140 taels was indeed a significant sum. Over the years, their camaraderie had flourished, prompting Chen Yan to inquire without reservation, "You provide me with such generous remuneration. If the books do not sell sufficiently, it may lead to losses." After all, the market was now saturated with various editions of Mencius, unlike when Analects was first released. Meng Yongchang replied, "You are now a child scholar, and your worth naturally appreciates. While my scholarly pursuits may not match yours, in matters of commerce, I am far superior. You must diligently continue your illustrations, for countless young minds in Daliang are eagerly awaiting your work." Jiu Yuan, Chen Yan's pen name, was inspired by a phrase from the Zhuangzi, suggesting that a pearl worth 1,000 gold pieces must reside in the depths of the abyss, beneath the jaws of the dragon. As Meng Yongchang noted, all of his astuteness was invested in business. Upon receiving the illustrations, he immediately commissioned artisans to carve the blocks, enlisting craftsmen from neighboring counties to work tirelessly day and night in production. They managed to print 2,000 copies before pausing and subsequently affixed posters outside the Meng family bookstores, proclaiming that after 3 years, the illustrator Jiu Yuan had completed the comic version of Mencius, with Mo Zhu Xian already having finished the printing. This was not enough. He also printed excerpts on white fabric and hung them outside the shop for casual viewing. Other establishments had illustrated Mencius, but none could compare to Mo Zhu Xian's version. The people of Daliang had never encountered anyone displaying content from books in such a manner, naturally drawing them in for a closer look. Once engaged, they found it hard to tear themselves away, particularly for many students from the academies, who typically regarded Mencius as tedious and uninspiring. Often forgetting the teachings of their instructors, seeing the illustrated Mencius revealed how memorable the text could be, with its tales rivaling even the most popular of novels. Those who could attend the academies generally hailed from well-to-do families, and many had funds to purchase books, leading numerous students to rush in to buy copies. By the time the elders of young children, eager for enlightenment, arrived to purchase, the books had already sold out. The artisans at Mo Zhu Xian were so consumed by the demand that they forsook returning home, opting to sleep in the bookstore instead. Other bookstores, envious of the business at the Sihai Hongyuzu Xian, have begun to release counterfeit editions. Meng Yongchang, with no hesitation, utilized the influence of the Meng family to suppress them. As the sales of Mengzi soared, the name of Jiyuan also became widely known. First came Luanyu, followed by Mengzi, which became exemplary mentors for young learners. Naturally, as this reputation spread, Chen Yan and his companions returned to Danyang Prefecture. The provincial examination was still held at the tribute school in Danyang, with announcements posted in mid-June, and the examination scheduled for the end of August. After Chen Yan and Zhou Jibai registered, they were specially trained by Master Yang. After the provincial examination, while resting at home, Master Yang was already preparing for the two's entrance examination. Since Zhou Rong was away studying and had not yet returned home, Madame Zhou felt it inappropriate to host a banquet for Zhou Jibai. Instead, they simply invited Chen Disha's family over for a meal together. Following this, Master Yang took the two to Danyang Prefecture. This time, he did not stay at an inn, but rented a secluded farmhouse in the outskirts. The near miss during the provincial examination left him apprehensive, so he preferred to stay further away to avoid trouble. The entrance examination was overseen by an appointed official from the court, with Heir Shui, a highly respected grandmaster in the scholarly community, managing the academic affairs of Zhenjiang Province. Chapter 61. The appointed official Heir Shui, renowned as the second-place scholar of the first class in the 6th year of Yongyan, was undoubtedly well-versed in literature. His writings celebrated across the scholarly realm. When Master Yang spoke of Heir Shui, admiration gleamed in his eyes. The first time he read Heir Shui's work, he was astounded by its brilliance. Upon learning that Heir Shui oversaw the academic affairs of Zhenjiang Province, he meticulously studied his writings, deepening his admiration. Chen Yan, upon hearing of the second-place scholar, felt a profound respect. Zhou Rong was already a well-known talent in Pingxing County, yet he had failed to pass the last examination. In contrast, Heir Shui not only succeeded in the examination but also secured the second position in the palace examination, standing tall among the scholars. Second only to the top scholar. The merit was indeed substantial. Master Yang brought out the collection of Heir Shui's writings he had purchased, resembling a small mountain of books on the table. The appointed official presiding over a province's academic affairs had the authority to assess and select candidates, as well as the power to revoke the titles of those who misbehaved. For the candidates, the appointed official was often more daunting than the governing officials. A literary giant like Heir Shui could easily intimidate the talented scholars of the province. As Chen Yan perused several of his works, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. He lifted his gaze to Master Yang and said, "If our writings were to be presented before him, would it not be akin to showing off one's skills before an expert?" Zhou Jibai's palms were also damp with anxiety as he added, "I do not wish to embarrass myself before him." Master Yang reassured them, saying, "He has served as the appointed official in Zhenjiang for 3 years and has seen countless candidates' works. He is well aware of the standards of the entrance examination. Do not worry too much. The appointed official's term lasts 3 years, and this year Heir Shui was due to depart. Coincidentally, it was his last year, and Chen Yan was fortunate enough to encounter him. If they could succeed in the entrance examination, they would subsequently be able to refer to Heir Shui as their esteemed teacher, which would be quite commendable. However, Heir Shui's writings were indeed grand and elegant. He could effortlessly compose a magnificent piece. His choice of words was exquisite yet substantive, stirring deep emotions within the reader's heart. The articles produced by the chief examiner often reflect personal temperament and preferences, which candidates must strive to align with. However, for Chen Yan, this presents a significant challenge. His writing style is simple and grounded, which accounts for his struggles with poetry and prose. Now, being tasked with crafting such ornate compositions is indeed arduous. While many proclaimed the provincial examination to be the most difficult among the minor subjects, for Chen Yan, the academy examination poses an even greater challenge. Unlike the provincial examination, which tends to eliminate a considerable number of candidates, the academy examination dismisses far fewer. For instance, previously, fewer than 3,000 students from the entire Zhenjiang province participated in the township examination. This implies that the academy examination will inevitably disqualify some candidates. Should Chen Yan, who ranked second in the provincial examination, be eliminated from the academy examination, he would not only tarnish his own reputation, but also that of Danyang Prefecture and Prefect Wang. Zhou Jibai patted his shoulder sympathetically, saying, "Just do your best." Chen Yan shrugged off his hand and retorted, "You should focus on your own affairs." Zhou Jibai replied, "Though my writing may lack the depth of your ideas, it is ultimately more ornate. I only need to ensure my own work is well crafted to avoid being dismissed." Chen Yan expressed, "This feeling of frustration is truly unpleasant." Master Yang remarked, "Jibai's writing style leans towards that of a grand master, practiced diligently this month. As for you, again, Do not deviate from your authentic style. Refine it further. While styles may differ, a grandmaster is indeed a literary giant, and the quality of writing can still be discerned. Chen Yan found this advice agreeable. He had exerted considerable effort to make his poetry and prose presentable, and transforming his style completely within a month seemed rather daunting. As long as his strengths were pronounced, they could overshadow his weaknesses. However, to earn the appreciation of an examiner with an entirely contrasting style, his work must reach a commendable standard. With an increasing sense of urgency, Chen Yan arose at dawn, memorizing several exemplary pieces, then composed one of his own. After breakfast, he recited more works, pondered them carefully, and wrote another piece. After a brief rest post-lunch, he continued memorizing and composing. By nightfall, Master Yang would point out the shortcomings in his work, leading to further revisions. Often, he would labor until the late hours before finally retiring to sleep. After a month of such persistence, Chen Yan became increasingly engrossed in his endeavors, while Master Yang appeared more fatigued. The only downside was having to eat the meals prepared by Master Yang. In truth, Master Yang was not adept at cooking. He merely boiled purchased vegetables with rice, often resulting in undercooked rice and mushy vegetables, which was a lamentable waste of resources. As the weather grew warmer, Master Yang would venture to the countryside to procure some fruits, cooling them in well water before slicing them for Chen Yan and himself to alleviate the heat. The Education Commissioner oversees the academic administration of an entire province, necessitating visits to various prefectures and states to assess students, thus attracting the attention of prominent families. Upon arriving in Danyang, Heir was inundated with petitions from numerous households, all of which he declined. At this juncture, those submitting petitions were primarily seeking favor for the academy examination. As the Education Commissioner, he was duty-bound to elevate the cultural standards of the province rather than facilitate the ambitions of a select few. With some time remaining before the academy examination, Heir reviewed the examination papers from the county heads of Danyang Prefecture and those of the provincial examination. Upon reading the article by Gao Shuyuan, Heir deliberately took the time to investigate further, discovering that it indeed pertained to the top candidate of the Danyang Prefecture examination and the leading candidate of the Pingxing County case. His expression momentarily soured. Such a piece could garner the top position. It was likely a product of the Gao family. The only family of that name in Danyang Prefecture was none other than theirs. If such a candidate were to proceed to the provincial examinations, it would truly invite ridicule. Heir held little hope for the scholars of Danyang Prefecture. Although ministers in the court might intercede for their own offspring and relatives with local officials, they still retained a sense of dignity and did not overtly seek the top position. The Gao family's current conduct seemed to disregard even that dignity. As local officials appeared to have succumbed entirely, it was utterly lacking in backbone. It was likely that the successful candidates were predominantly from prominent families. Disheartened, Heir lost interest in continuing to read and casually picked up a copy of Mencius nearby. This was the very reason for his early arrival in Danyang Prefecture. Recently, the comic adaptation of Mencius had been selling exceptionally well, to the point where it was nearly impossible to obtain a copy. It was astonishing that even the 4 books had a day of being fervently sought after. Having visited the bookshop several times without success, he was fortunate that a friend gifted him a copy, which left him utterly captivated. The stories within were not only compelling but also elucidated the essence of Mencius with remarkable precision, demonstrating a profound understanding of the text. Heir eagerly perused it, increasingly convinced that this book was indeed a divine tool for enlightening young minds. Upon encountering the name Jiyuan, he immediately recognized it as a pseudonym. He then discovered another comic titled Analects under the same name and, upon completion, he was left in awe. Should this individual be admitted to the educational administration, it would undoubtedly advance the educational development of the entire Zhenjiang province. Once the provincial examinations concluded, he resolved to send someone to seek out this person. As August approached, the weather gradually turned cooler, and Chen Yan's pace in memorizing his texts quickened, producing essays with newfound fluency. One day, while observing Master Yang washing his hair, Chen Yan noticed a full basin of hair floating atop the water. A glance at Master Yang's forehead stirred a pang of guilt within him, prompting him to venture out and purchase some black sesame seeds for his mentor. Master Yang, believing he would finally catch a breath, soon discovered that Chen Yan now demanded to produce 5 essays daily, 2 more than before. This left Master Yang both gratified and troubled, eagerly awaiting the upcoming provincial examination. If this continued, he would be completely bald. Chapter 62. The provincial examination. 2 days prior to the provincial examination, Chen Yan finally relaxed, organizing the essays he had written. Over the past 4 months, he had amassed a substantial stack of papers. As he reviewed each piece, he recognized significant improvements in his writing. The mere volume of this stack of inferior bamboo paper instilled him with great confidence. He had done all that he could, and the remainder was in the hands of the examination officials. With the examination approaching, he meticulously prepared all necessary items to bring into the examination hall, double-checking to prevent any oversight. By the end of August, autumn had set in, yet the autumn heat was no trivial matter. The recent days had been particularly sultry, causing anyone who exerted themselves to break into a sweat, leaving their clothes clinging uncomfortably to their skin, which naturally led to agitation. Due to the distance of his residence, Master Yang rented a bullock cart from the village, and in the dead of night, it swayed precariously as it transported the two into the city. The night breeze was somewhat cool, and it was not uncommon to see bullock carts wobbling through the countryside, each bearing lanterns held by scholars on their way to the city gates. Many candidates were preparing for the imperial examination, including several impoverished scholars who could not afford lodgings in the city and thus stayed at humble farmhouses on the outskirts. In contrast to their more affluent counterparts, these scholars had to rise in the middle of the night to commence their journey. Passing the preliminary examination meant becoming a degree holder, a stark difference from being a mere student, rendering the toil and fatigue inconsequential. The city gates stood wide open at midnight, welcoming the arrival of the scholars. The bullock cart moved slowly and jolted frequently, leaving Chen Yan's backside quite numb from the constant bouncing. As they approached the examination hall, lanterns from other areas gradually converged towards this locale, resembling tributaries flowing into the sea. With the increasing crowd around him, the air temperature seemed to rise several degrees, becoming oppressively warm, with even the cool breeze failing to alleviate the discomfort. Thousands of candidates gathered here, their heads forming a dense sea of black. The scholars assembled according to their native provinces and counties, undergoing inspections in batches as they entered. As the saying goes, familiarity breeds comfort. Chen Yan immediately stripped down to his bare essentials, hoping to dissipate some of the heat enveloping him. The officials, taken aback by his actions, noticed his youth and, after shaking his clothes, insisted he put them back on. Chen Yan felt a twinge of regret. He barely had a moment to cool down before he would be sweltering again. In modern times, on such a hot day, he would need only to wear a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, don a pair of flip-flops, enjoy the air conditioning, and indulge in ice cream, relishing the comfort. Yet here, in Liang, he was obliged to wear long sleeves and trousers, swathed tightly, drenched in sweat, and utterly uncomfortable. Upon entering the examination hall, his gaze was immediately drawn to Heir, seated in a scarlet official robe. Heir's face was gaunt, his hair and beard flecked with white. It was a rare opportunity to see such a literary luminary, prompting Chen Yan to steal a few extra glances. Compared to Governor Wang, this superintendent exuded a greater aura of scholarship than authority. After receiving his examination number and taking his seat, Chen Yan tidied his designated area and settled into position. The preliminary examination consisted of 2 sessions, the first being the main examination and the second a retake. Each session lasted a day, adhering to the no-candle rule. In comparison to the provincial examination, the main session of the preliminary examination required an additional essay on the 4 books, specifically 2 essays on the 4 books. One on the classic text, totaling 3 essays in the 8-legged format along with a poem for the trial. For the other candidates, the time was exceedingly tight, and the examination questions were burdensome. However, for Chen Yan, it posed no difficulty. He could write 5 essays daily, and aside from revisions, he could still find time to memorize texts. With extensive practice, both in breaking down topics and composing essays, his speed was remarkably swift. As the official delivered the questions, Chen Yan transcribed them and then focused intently on the task at hand. Upon encountering the first question, he paused. The topic was firm yet akin to fey, drawn from the Analects of Confucius. What a stroke of luck, for he had encountered this question before. Over the past 4 months, Master Yang had provided examination topics daily by randomly opening the book and pointing to a line, using whichever line he pointed to as the subject for Chen Yan and Zhou Jibai to compose their essays. After Chen Yan completed his essay, the master had marked 5 or 6 areas for revision. He meticulously studied the revised manuscript repeatedly, each reading unveiling new insights. Following several more revisions, the final product bore no resemblance to its earlier drafts. However, Chen Yan was not inclined to utilize his last iteration of the essay. Seated in the examination hall, inspiration struck him, leading to a novel approach to the topic. Chen Yan took up his brush and inscribed the opening line. The wise man warns of the perils of neighboring states. Yet it is not the duty of a literati to incite conflict. With the topic established, the fruits of his diligent practice manifested in that very moment. Ignoring the subsequent prompts, he allowed his thoughts to flow freely onto the paper. Although an 8-part essay comprised merely 300 characters, it demanded immense mental and emotional exertion. Chen Yan, fueled by a surge of creativity, completed his work just as the sun reached its zenith. The sunlight evaporated the moisture from the ground, enveloping the examination hall in a stifling heat. The candidates, drenched in sweat, dared not let a single droplet fall onto their papers. Instead, they incessantly wiped their brows with their sleeves, disrupting their concentration. After taking a sip of water, Chen Yan pressed on without pausing, composing his essay amidst the oppressive heat that suggested impending rain. The greatest dread during the imperial examination was rain. The cramped quarters would be inundated if the downpour intensified, rendering the papers unserviceable and leading to disqualification. Anticipating the storm, Chen Yan secured a rain cloth at the entrance before resuming his writing. His instincts proved correct, as dark clouds soon obscured the sun, accompanied by thunder and lightning, followed by a torrential downpour. With the fierce wind, rain began to seep through the edges of the rain cloth. Chen Yan stuffed his manuscript and drafts into his chest, shielding them with his clothing. Positioning himself with his back to the entrance of the examination hall, the rain soaked his back thoroughly, even dampening his hair. As the water trickled down his neck, he continuously wiped it away with a cloth, wringing it out as it became saturated. At such a time, one could afford to be drenched. But the integrity of the paper was paramount. The rain fell violently, and with the strong winds, water accumulated within the examination hall. Distressed cries from neighboring candidates echoed, likely due to their papers becoming soaked. Chen Yan could not help but feel a twinge of gratitude that the tiles of this examination hall remained intact. Had it been like the previous examination where half the tiles were missing, he surely would have lost his manuscripts today. The deluge persisted for over an hour, and when it finally ceased, the wind continued unabated. The cold air whipped against Chen Yan's soaked garments, causing him to shiver uncontrollably, leaving him feeling lightheaded. Fortunately, his papers had survived intact. Despite the chill, he steeled himself to continue his work. With the cold penetrating his body, he sensed his mind growing sluggish. Yet, with the opening line already penned, he merely needed to follow the path of his practiced skill to complete the essay. By the time he finished the third piece, Chen Yan could feel the onset of fever. The imperial examination tested not only intellect, but also physical endurance. Falling ill during the examination could severely compromise one's performance, with some candidates even succumbing to illness in the exam hall. Realizing he could no longer delay, he paused to gather himself. The fabric of his shirt had dried from his body heat, yet the wind remained relentless. Around him, others began to cough. After a brief respite, Chen Yan found no improvement in his condition. Rather, he felt increasingly weakened. He understood he could not afford to linger any longer. Enduring discomfort, Chen Yan glanced at the title of the examination poem, Spring Breeze Transforms into Rain. He felt utterly speechless. What spring breeze and transforming rain? Just a moment ago, it had been a tempestuous storm. In chapter 63, the second examination, Chen Yan remained indignant, yet he knew he had to compose this poem. As it was an examination piece, it must inevitably extol the virtues of the court. One could either praise benevolent governance or laud the sovereign. However, Chen Yan had no intention of pursuing either of those angles. Since his essay had not aligned with the examiner's expectations, he resolved to flatter the Grand Master through this poem. Surely, given the quality of his flattery, the Grand Master ought to reserve a place for him among the candidates. Rubbing his throbbing temples, Chen Yan mentally drafted his thoughts, then took up his brush to write about the educational achievements of the court. After completing his work and reviewing it without finding any faults, he carefully transcribed it. Due to his weakened grip, the characters appeared somewhat soft and lacking in vigor, which displeased him. However, the writing paper had already been used, leaving him with no recourse. In the intervals of his transcription, many others had already submitted their papers. Chen Yan remained unhurried, handing in his paper before making his way out of the examination hall, taking one cautious step after another. From a distance, Master Yang noticed Chen Yan's unusual demeanor and hurried over to assist him. Upon touching his hand, Master Yang was startled by its heat. Alarmed, he promptly laid Chen Yan onto a cart. This time, it was not only Chen Yan who had fallen ill. Many candidates emerging from Long Men appeared pale, their legs as if walking on cotton. In a state of anxious urgency, Master Yang awaited the arrival of Zhou Jibai, and as soon as he arrived, they hastened to the medical clinic without delay. Zhou Jibai also looked unwell, though he did not have a fever and seemed more alert, enabling him to help care for Chen Yan. When the cart arrived at the clinic, they discovered that all the doctors had been summoned by various families, and even the remedies for dispelling cold and fever had been entirely depleted. Master Yang had no choice but to take Chen Yan back to the modest farmhouse, where he personally prepared a bowl of ginger soup for him, checking Chen Yan's forehead at intervals. Perhaps the ginger soup had begun to take effect, for by dawn the next day, Chen Yan's fever finally subsided. Though Chen Yan was drowsy, his high fever prevented him from sleeping soundly. In a haze, he seemed to hear Master Yang muttering, "This clever mind must not be allowed to burn out." Chen Yan thought to himself that once he recovered, he would ensure Master Yang lost a few more strands of hair from worry. The following day, before dawn had broken, Chen Yan arose as he usually did. Although he still felt somewhat unwell, he dutifully picked up his books. Hearing the commotion, Zhou Jibai entered and, upon seeing Chen Yan studying, remarked, "Tomorrow is the re-examination. If you do not restore your health, it could prove perilous." Chen Yan set down his books and inquired, "How did you fare on yesterday's examination?" Zhou Jibai sighed. "My answer sheet was soaked by the rain. I fear it will not pass this time." Throughout the examinations, Zhou Jibai had experienced smooth sailing, but unexpectedly, a significant mishap occurred during the court examination. He had done his utmost to protect his answer sheet, but the wind and rain had thoroughly drenched both him and the paper. Upon learning how Chen Yan had managed to keep his answer sheet dry, Zhou Jibai was left astounded. After a moment, he remarked, "No wonder you fell ill. It turns out you used your back to shield yourself from the rain. How did you fare with your composition?" Chen Yan pondered briefly before responding, "I have an 80% confidence." He held a considerable satisfaction with his own composition. Yet he remained modest, acknowledging that his confidence might be overly ambitious. Chen Yan, however, still felt a tinge of unease and decided to transcribe his essay, presenting it to Master Yang for evaluation. Master Yang, stroking his beard, nodded in appreciation, assuring him that he would certainly succeed in the examination. Should he fail, it would be a clear injustice on the part of the examiner. With this reassurance, Chen Yan finally relaxed, allowing himself a day of well-deserved rest. As he left the examination hall, a sense of lightness enveloped him. The results would not be announced for over 10 days following the conclusion of the examination. Master Yang had intended to explore the city with Chen Yan and Zhou Jibai, but Chen Yan firmly declined, returning to his writing. Thus, Master Yang found himself confined within the humble courtyard, sighing at the freshly cut bamboo poles. He had purchased a needle from a local woman, bending it into a fishing hook, hoping to fish by the nearby river, but that plan was thwarted. Within the examination hall, the officials sealed the papers and passed them along for grading. Due to the recent heavy rains, many papers had become damp, resulting in their immediate disposal by the examiners, marking them as discarded. In just a few hours, a pile of soiled papers had accumulated at the feet of the examiners. The neat submissions, however, would be read and the commendable ones presented to the chief examiner. He Ruo Shui, having perused a dozen papers, found his brow increasingly furrowed. The submissions were filled with ornate language but lacked coherence, clearly crafted to appease his tastes. Little did they know that his fondness for eloquence made him particularly intolerant of such desecration of fine language. After dismissing a particularly chaotic paper without hesitation, he reflected on how the scholars from Donyang were markedly inferior to their counterparts from Jiangnan. The literary standards here were decidedly lacking. After reviewing numerous scripts, not a single one caught his discerning eye. To send such academically deficient candidates to the provincial examination would undoubtedly tarnish his reputation. As he contemplated this, he became increasingly stringent in his evaluations. After examining several more papers, one in particular caught his attention amidst the sea of flowery prose. Its simplicity stood out remarkably. He Ruo Shui felt a surge of joy and read it thoroughly twice, experiencing a refreshing sensation. The candidate not only demonstrated exceptional writing skills, but also possessed remarkable integrity, showing no inclination to pander to him. Indeed, He embodied the spirit of a true scholar. He instructed his assistants to retrieve the candidates' other submissions. And with each one he reviewed, his excitement grew. He even struck the table in delight, exclaiming, "Rare indeed. Jiangsu province has such principled students. If given time, this individual is bound to carve a niche for himself in the literary world of De Liang." However, this elation dissipated upon encountering the candidate's trial poem. He Ruo Shui specifically summoned the official to confirm that there was no mistake. The poem was indeed authored by the same individual. A sardonic smile crept across his face. What a noble scholar! What a pillar of integrity! He realized he had nearly been deceived. This individual was merely a cunning opportunist, shamelessly flattering him in the trial poem. If this poem were to circulate, how would he Ruo Shui be discussed? Would he be criticized for selecting a sycophant as the top candidate? His lifelong reputation could very well be jeopardized by this individual. He Ruo Shui immediately set aside the writings of this individual. Today, his work failed to even secure a place in the top 10. He Ruo Shui intended to teach these scholars that those who engage in petty schemes do not travel far. He could not believe that among the thousands of scholars, there were not individuals whose talents surpassed these few pieces. After reviewing all the scholars' papers, he sat in silence for a while. After much internal struggle, he finally coldly retrieved the article of the one who flattered him. This piece undoubtedly deserved to be the top of the examination. Yet, upon reviewing the poem from the test, he Ruo Shui felt a sense of discomfort. He wished to dismiss it, but could not part with the work. How infuriating! He Ruo Shui nearly ground his teeth in frustration as he marked this individual's article as the top entry. If this person's work did not merit the highest rank, how is he any different from those officials who opened doors for the scions of great families? Such a lack of integrity in a scholar being awarded the top position was indeed a disgrace to the scholarly community. Chapter 64. The top entry during the announcement of the results. He Ruo Shui's expression remained exceedingly grim. The officials beneath him did not dare to breathe too loudly, fearing to attract the displeasure of their superiors. When the top entry was revealed, one of the officials quietly cautioned, "My lord, Chen Yan is at odds with the Pingxing Gao family. If you select him as the top entry, the Gao family may take offense." He Ruo Shui's countenance darkened further. Look at this, stirring trouble and even offending the Gao family. However, this official adhered to the principles of talent selection, choosing only those with true ability and learning, regardless of others' feelings. Not to mention that the esteemed Gao Jian had returned to his hometown in mourning, even if he were still a third-rank official. He Ruo Shui was determined to fulfill his duties as an official. On the day of the announcement, the courtyard of the examination hall was once again swarmed by scholars, each eager to check if their names were on the list. Naturally, some rejoiced while others despaired. Who was Chen Yan that he could attain the top position? Among those who participated in the examination, several had been renowned for their talents since their youth, such as Cui Jingyi from Yangshi County and Yu Miao from Gunan County. Before the exam, the scholars had debated who would claim the top position, only to find it awarded to an obscure scholar. Someone remarked, "This person hails from Pingxing County and ranked second in the Danyang Prefecture examination." The literary atmosphere in Danyang Prefecture has always been lackluster. When could they ever produce a top scholar? With countless scholars in Zhenjiang, why was it that Chen Yan emerged as the top? It was said that the papers of Cui Jingyi and others were damaged by rain, causing them to be disqualified early. This individual merely picked up the top position by chance. The tone of those who spoke thus was rather derisive. Many who felt discontented became even more indignant. The top position should be based on genuine talent and scholarly merit, and only through surpassing their peers could one earn respect. If it were truly a matter of mere luck, the significance of the top position would be diminished, inevitably inciting dissatisfaction among the proud scholars, who might openly raise objections beneath the list. The scholars from Danyang Prefecture, harboring grievances, immediately retorted, "Previously, there were at least 4 candidates from our Danyang Prefecture in the rural examination. How can you claim that the literary atmosphere is lacking? May I ask how many candidates from your ancestral home have participated in the rural examination?" Chen Yan secured his second place through his commendable writings. "What rank did you achieve?" The scholars from Danyang Prefecture were united in their indignation. In past years, the top candidates in the examination were predominantly claimed by other prefectures. But this time, it was finally the turn of Danyang Prefecture to take pride in its achievements. Yet, the scholars from other regions humiliated the entire cohort of Danyang. And how could they endure such indignation without retorting? The scholars from various prefectures brought forth their best talents to overshadow Chen Yan, which inevitably provoked discontent among the scholars of Danyang, leading to a heated debate beneath the examination rankings. The officials present, witnessing the escalating chaos, hastily attempted to intervene, but their voices fell on deaf ears. In a flurry, the officials reported the situation. After days of relentless work, Heir finally found a moment to sip tea in peace, only to be informed that the candidates beneath the rankings had erupted into turmoil. With the crowd's density, any stampede could lead to disastrous consequences, my lord. The officials below displayed signs of panic. Heir, unwilling to delay, set aside his teacup and hurried to the examination hall's entrance. Upon his arrival, the slender figure observed the scholars embroiled in fierce argumentation, and his countenance darkened as he coldly admonished, "Who dares to cause further disturbance? I shall impose severe punishment." Had this been uttered by local officials, the scholars might have found the courage to contest it, but the speaker was a grand master, the overseer of academic affairs, endowed with the authority to revoke degrees. The scholars trembled at his presence, silencing their discord immediately. However, Heir was not content to leave it at that. He inquired about the true circumstances from the officials present and learned that the uproar stemmed from many scholars' dissatisfaction with Chen Yan being named the top candidate. Heir's expression grew even more grave. "Chen Yan was personally selected by me. Are you questioning my judgment?" The imperial examination was always a sensitive matter, and any hint of favoritism or malpractice could result in dire consequences for the implicated officials. He spoke these words with a clear conscience. The scholars bowed their heads in silence. Yet, one individual stepped forward among the crowd. "As students, we naturally trust the Grand Master, but we cannot comprehend where our writings fall short compared to that of the top candidate, Chen Yan." Heir turned to see a young man clad in a blue scholar's robe standing tall among the throng, his gaze sharp. "Who are you?" The youth clasped his hands in salute and declared, "I am Li Jingming from Anzhou County." Heir recognized him as the second-ranked candidate in this examination. "On par with you Miao and others." Heir replied, "In my view, while your writing is commendable, it is laden with artifice and lacks genuine emotion. You may dispute my assessment, but I urge you to compare your work with that of the top candidate." At the Grand Master's command, the attendants promptly affixed the top 10 essays from the examination onto the white walls of the hall. At the forefront was Chen Yan's essay, with Li Jingming's following closely behind. Once the attendants departed, the scholars eagerly gathered around. Rather than to admire the top candidate's work, they aimed to scrutinize any flaws in it. After reviewing the essays, a profound silence enveloped the crowd. Li Jingming, having thoroughly read the piece, eventually sighed. "I am not his equal." His peers were taken aback by his admission. In Anzhou County, Li Jingming was renowned for his exceptional talent. He had secured the top position in the county examination and received high praise from the county magistrate for his work. By the time of the prefectural examination, his writing had been so outstanding that the prefectural magistrate sought to take him as a disciple. Had he not publicly declined, he would have already been the magistrate's student by now. Thus, due to this incident, the esteemed officials took offense, leading the scholars to perceive him as excessively arrogant. Consequently, in light of the affair with the officials, the scholars from the same county regarded him with a mixture of respect and distance, resulting in a lack of support during the examination, causing his reputation to pale in comparison to that of his peers. Today, he even deemed himself inferior to Chen Yan, which speaks volumes about his belief in Chen Yan's superior intellect. As others examined Chen Yan's writings, they did so with newfound gravity. This prodigious child, not yet 10 years of age, had already secured the top position in the examination, overshadowing the talents from various prefectures. It was anticipated that by the time he reached the age of his contemporaries, his scholarly abilities would far surpass theirs. A remark from the crowd startled Li Jingming, prompting him to instinctively glance at the list, only to discover that Chen Yan was merely 9 years old. Li Jingming was astounded and immediately turned back to the previous writings, a tumult of emotions surging within him. The other scholars, upon hearing this, were equally astonished. Engaging in fervent discussions, a 9-year-old at the top of the examination was indeed unprecedented, worthy of being called a child prodigy. The crowd was eager to behold the visage of the top scholar, yet despite their search, he remained elusive. The previously quiet examination hall erupted into a cacophony once more. Sitting at the dais, Heir listened to the reports from the officials and let out a cold snort. The commotion surrounding Chen Yan at the foot of the list had drawn his attention, yet he had not even bothered to glance at the list himself. Did he truly believe that his talent granted him the liberty to act as he pleased? He, Ruoshui, filled with ire, commanded, "Bring forth that Chen Yan." 2 attendants followed the address Chen Yan had provided and soon presented him before he, Ruoshui. As he, Ruoshui, gazed upon the youthful countenance of the child, he was momentarily taken aback. "Are you Chen Yan from Pingxing County?" Chen Yan respectfully replied, reporting to the esteemed teacher, "I am indeed." Chapter 65. Can he even flatter incorrectly? He, Ruoshui, felt a disconcerting bewilderment. He had assumed the top scholar would possess a certain dignity, and his inner displeasure lingered. As he had not scrutinized the list closely, Chen Yan's writings were remarkably mature, leading he, Ruoshui, to believe that he was an experienced student, perhaps one who had long struggled without success, and thus he had flattered him in hopes of securing a position in the examination. He, Ruoshui, held great admiration for Chen Yan's talent, yet his disappointment stemmed from a desire for him to embody a more formidable character. This complex tapestry of emotions left him momentarily speechless upon discovering that Chen Yan was merely a child. Could such a young child truly master the art of flattery? Reflecting on the sophistication of the writings, he, Ruoshui, found a sense of absurdity rising within him. He could not help but inquire, "Are you aware that flattering the examiner in the examination poems is looked down upon by scholars and would only serve to tarnish the examiner's reputation?" Chen Yan appeared somewhat taken aback. Could he truly err in his flattery? Was not the purpose of the examination poems to extol the virtues of the court? Yet, upon deeper reflection, he understood. The literati of Daliang valued integrity. Even when flattering the court during examinations, it must be done with subtlety, avoiding any blatant displays. If the flattery fell short, the examiner would be displeased, as would the court. Conversely, if it were too overt, it would compromise the integrity of the scholar and similarly elicit disdain. In other words, the art of flattery must be executed with precision to be deemed skillful. Clearly, Chen Yan's proficiency in this regard was still lacking. At this moment, one must not acknowledge any errors, otherwise, it would imply an admission of attempting to curry favor with the examiner, transforming a correct stance into an erroneous one. Not only should one refrain from admitting mistakes, but one must also vehemently refute any criticism, steadfastly asserting that their poem reflects the true sentiments of their heart. The student merely expresses gratitude for the court's educational efforts, stirred by the great master's dedication to enlightenment. Should one refrain from articulating their thoughts simply because the great master is the examiner? Would that not be a form of self-deception? He, Ruoshui, who is typically eloquent, found himself momentarily speechless in the face of Chen Yan's righteous words. He believed he had diligently contributed to the educational cause, striving to select talent for the court. Although there might be an element of exaggeration in Chen Yan's poem, it nonetheless reflects his genuine accomplishments. As Chen Yan stated, he merely expressed his feelings. What is wrong with that? This young man is not one for opportunism. He is truly a person of genuine character. He, Ruoshui's heart began to warm with admiration. Yet his expression remained unchanged as he continued to inquire, "Why did you not come to see the results today?" The answer was obvious: to be crushed in the crowd. During the county and prefecture examinations, Chen Yan had rushed to see the results early, facing the throngs of people in potential trouble from the Gao family. The number of candidates for the academy examination is even greater, making the day of results even more congested. There was no need for Chen Yan to join the fray. Early that morning, after memorizing 2 essays, Chen Yan dedicated himself to writing at home. Although the academy examination had concluded, he remained diligent, adhering to his daily routine of study and writing. To utter otherwise would be quite unbecoming. Chen Yan, with a nonchalant demeanor, remarked, "The red list is posted at the entrance of the tribute office. It can be viewed later, so why rush for a fleeting moment?" He, Ruoshui, nearly leapt up in excitement, impressed by Chen Yan's open-mindedness and clarity. The young boy had already reached such a remarkable state at his tender age. It was truly admirable. Having achieved the title of scholar at the age of 9, and as the top candidate, he would undoubtedly surpass He Ruoshui in the future. As such thoughts crossed his mind, He Ruoshui's attitude towards Chen Yan grew increasingly amicable. He advised Chen Yan to dedicate a few years to studying in the official academy and urged him not to participate in the provincial examination too soon. Given your age, establishing a solid foundation is far more crucial than entering officialdom prematurely. Chen Yan bowed deeply, respectfully expressing his gratitude for the great master's guidance. He Ruoshui, stroking his beard, felt quite pleased with Chen Yan's humility. Reflecting on the young boy's courage to confront the Gao family, he could not help but admire him further. In their conversation, He Ruoshui had long forgotten his previous disdain for Chen Yan. Upon exiting the tribute office, Chen Yan squeezed through the crowd to the notice board and spotted his name at the top. A wave of relief washed over him. The examining official was quite accommodating, having selected him as the top candidate. Suppressing his inner joy, Chen Yan scanned the list downwards, only to find that Zhou Jibai's name was absent even at the very end. His elation diminished significantly. When he returned home, he found Zhou Jibai fishing by the water with Master Yang. Before Chen Yan could speak, Zhou Jibai hurriedly set down his fishing rod and rushed to him, asking anxiously, "How did it go?" At this juncture, concealing the truth would only create further distance between them once Zhou Jibai learned of it. Upon discovering that he had not been selected, Zhou Jibai felt a weight lift from his heart and inquired further. Chen Yan candidly replied, "I was the top candidate." Zhou Jibai's eyes widened in astonishment. "Top candidate for the academy exam? Does that mean you are now a stipend scholar?" During the Liang Dynasty, it was decreed that the top 3 candidates in the provincial examination would be granted the status of lynching, allowing them to receive a monthly stipend from the court, essentially living off the emperor's generosity. Subsequently, further examinations at the county and prefectural levels could provide candidates with financial backing. Achieving the status of lynching enabled one to support a family and live a life that was somewhat more affluent than that of the average commoner. The impoverished scholars among the poor scholars and wealthy degree holders did not include lynching. The quota for lynching was exceedingly limited: 40 in the provincial academy, 30 in the prefectural academy, and merely 20 in the county academy. This status was not guaranteed. If a candidate failed to rank above others in subsequent examinations, they would lose their lynching status, which made competition fierce. Chen Yan was eager to participate in the county examination, yet he was acutely aware that his current abilities were still lacking. The difficulty of the county examination far surpassed that of the preliminary tests. Many young individuals achieved the status of scholar, only to spend their lives striving for the coveted degree. The character Fan Jin from the scholars toiled for many years before finally succeeding, his joy upon passing indicating the formidable challenge of such an achievement. Thus, Chen Yan contemplated waiting for the next county examination, hoping to study for a few more years to increase his chances. Zhou Jibai expressed great delight at the thought. If he could succeed in the provincial examination within 3 years, he could join Chen Yan for the county examination. Chen Yan replied, "This time was simply a matter of misfortune. You shall surely succeed in the next provincial examination." Listening to their conversation, Master Yang stroked his beard with satisfaction, feeling that having such students made even the loss of his hair worthwhile. Having received the results of the provincial examination, the 3 of them prepared to return home. After leaving the modest farmhouse, their ox cart swayed as it ventured out of the city, heading towards Yangjiawan. The road was treacherous, and the cart jolted violently, nearly causing Chen Yan's bones to come apart. He silently vowed that once he acquired wealth, he would purchase a horse-drawn carriage, outfitted with soft cushions for a comfortable journey. As he pondered whether to continue painting, the ox cart was abruptly halted. 6 burly men stood in the middle of the road, blocking their path. The leader, a muscular man, stepped forward, resting a large axe on his shoulder, and sneered, "If you wish to pass, you must obediently hand over all your valuables." Chapter 66. Robbery. Master Yang clasped his hands together and addressed the men. "We are scholars on our way to the examinations. We kindly ask for your mercy." The laws of the Liang Dynasty stipulated that if mountain bandits robbed scholars en route to examinations or inflicted harm, the penalties would be doubled. As the court took such offenses very seriously, traveling far from home into Liang was fraught with peril if the safety of examination candidates could not be assured. Who would dare journey to the capital for the exams? Due to this legal protection, many bandits would often spare those identified as scholars. However, the burly man showed no fear and retorted, "If you are indeed scholars, why are you not taking the official road, but instead traversing this backcountry path?" Master Yang responded, "The provincial examination has concluded. We are simply taking a shortcut." The stocky man mocked, "So it is merely a provincial examination. That hardly qualifies you as proper candidates. Be wise and hand over your valuables, or my knife may have to inquire directly." The 5 men behind him waved their weapons menacingly, as if ready to pounce at any moment. Yang, the teacher, glanced at the knives in their hands and, without much resistance, calmly stated, "Please, take all the silver you have on you." At present, aside from him and the carter, only Chen Yan and Zhou Jibai, 2 children, remained in the ox cart. They had no means to resist such robust men. To prevent any harm from befalling the 2 children, Yang made a swift decision. Zhou Jibai had never witnessed such a scene. Since the teacher had given the command, he obediently removed the silver pouch from his person. Chen Yan inquired, "How much silver do you have left?" Zhou Jibai replied, 32 taels. For the imperial examination, his mother had provided him with a full 100 taels. After expenses for food, lodging, and gifts for his family, this was all that remained. Chen Yan extended his hand, saying, "Give it to me." Without hesitation, Zhou Jibai handed the pouch to Chen Yan. In one hand, Chen Yan held his own tattered gray pouch, while in the other was Zhou Jibai's blue floral bag. The bandits' eyes glimmered with greed, as if they were poised to pounce and seize the bounty. However, the leader remained composed, merely casting a glance at Chen Yan's hands before commanding, "Hand it over." He then pointed his knife at Yang and the carter, demanding, "You too, hurry and produce your money." Yang complied, but the carter was reluctant, pleading, "Please, have mercy. I have an elderly parent and young children to care for. I merely earn a meager living driving this cart, and I have no silver on me." The expressions of the 6 men darkened, and the leader immediately retorted, "No money? Then let us search you ourselves." No sooner had he spoken than a blade struck the cart, severing the yoke with a crack, sending splinters flying and slicing the carter's face, blood streaming down to stain his clothes. The carter, paralyzed with fear, dared not move. The 6 men did not relent. Instead, they surrounded the cart, a glimmer of malicious glee on their faces. Though this was a narrow path, it was not devoid of passers-by. A cart filled with people approached, and its occupants, curious, glanced in their direction. The burly man brandished his knife and bellowed, "Look again, and we shall pluck out your eyes." The other cart hastily departed. A young man, thin as a reed, remarked, "Boss, this kid doesn't fear us. What if I were to disable his arms first? Let him taste the consequences." The thin youth's gaze towards Chen Yan was devoid of pretense, brimming with malice. Zhou Jibai, alarmed, urged Chen Yan, "Quickly, give them what they want." Yang, too, refrained from taking chances. He had once been ambushed on the road, losing a finger in the process, which had effectively shattered his future. He could not allow a similar fate to befall his students. Yang contemplated interceding, but Chen Yan restrained him, saying, "Teacher, they are only targeting me. Further pleas would be futile." Chen Yan jostled the silver in his hand. He estimated there were still about 50 taels left. The financial burden from the last examination had left a profound impact on him, prompting him to bring all his savings this time to avoid a similar predicament. As fate would have it, today would demand their use. Mr. Yang grew anxious. As the sage once said, "A gentleman does not stand beneath a precarious wall." Give them the silver. It can be earned again in the future. Do not be obstinate. With Chen Yan's talent, he is destined to enter the court someday. Such a promising future must not be ruined today. Mr. Yang attempted to take the silver from Chen Yan, but Chen Yan evaded him, his heart racing with urgency. "Do not act recklessly." The coachman, feeling a sharp sting on his face, saw Chen Yan clutching the money tightly and shouted in desperation, "Are you trying to kill us by refusing to part with your silver?" Zhou Jibai, hearing this, was quite displeased and turned to argue with the coachman. Chen Yan must have his reasons for his actions. Are you more intelligent than the top scholar of the examination? Though he could not fathom why Chen Yan withheld the money, he trusted Chen Yan's intellect and believed it prudent to follow his lead. As they appeared on the verge of an argument, the bandits, instead of being anxious, brandished their large blades and watched the spectacle with amusement. Chen Yan scoffed inwardly. The bandits did not attempt to seize the money. Rather, they deliberately stood there to observe, unconcerned about potential disturbances. It seemed they wished to display their presence to the onlookers, thereby solidifying the perception that they were merely bandits robbing Chen Yan and his companions, concealing the true orchestrators behind the scenes. In truth, their avoidance of the official road was not due to the conclusion of the examination, but rather because the laws of Daliang explicitly stated that scholars traveling to the capital for the examination were protected. Any act of robbery would warrant the death penalty. The third-class scholars, however, were not safeguarded by this law. When Mr. Yang initially cited this statute, the bandits exhibited no sign of alarm. The leader even calmly asserted that the examination was not for the purpose of the contest, and continued to coerce them with an unsettling calmness. This indicated their profound understanding of the law. In Daliang, those who were well-versed in the law were often scholars. From the provincial examinations onward, one must be adept in legal proceedings, having thoroughly studied the laws of Daliang. Those who became bandits were typically individuals unable to survive in society. Such individuals would hardly have the opportunity to pursue education. Even if they belonged to scholarly families that had fallen on hard times, they could still earn a living by copying texts, writing petitions, or composing letters, rendering it unnecessary to put their lives at risk. Bandits lived perilously on the edge of survival, indulging in immediate pleasures as their norm, and knew only which individuals were off-limits for robbery. Who among them would take the time to study the law? Even if they wished to learn, who would be willing to teach them? Unless they captured a scholar proficient in law to instruct them on their territory, such a scenario was unlikely. However, Chen Yan did not believe that these individuals were in such a predicament. Where can one find bandits who do not directly engage in robbery, yet stand as a human barricade? Moreover, it was evident that the other travelers were not being robbed. They were solely fixated on Chen Yan's cart. If one were to claim that they were not here seeking vengeance, Chen Yan found it hard to believe. He fixed his gaze upon the leader of the bandits and inquired, "If I give you the money, will you allow us to leave unscathed?" At this, the bandits erupted in laughter. The leader of the bandits grinned menacingly. "Others may go free, but you shall leave behind some possessions." Casting a glance at Mr. Yang's hand, which was merely a palm, the bandit leader jested, "Just like your teacher, you may leave 4 fingers behind." Mr. Yang felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. The coachman breathed a sigh of relief, his eyes filled with hope. Zhou Jibai, in a panic, leaned closer to Chen Yan and whispered, "What shall we do?" Chen Yan offered a smile to the bandit leader and slowly remarked, "My fingers are meant to hold a pen, not to be surrendered to you." Chapter 67. The allure of wealth. The bandit leader's expression darkened. "That is not for you to decide." He glanced around at the passers-by, noticing a considerable number, and immediately signaled to the other bandits. One of them, understanding the cue, adjusted his belt and strode toward the ox cart. At that moment, another group approached, clad in sleeveless short jackets, with shoulder poles bearing heavy burdens. Each individual was sun-kissed and muscular, clearly laborers. Chen Yan counted roughly 10 of them. Without hesitation, he opened 2 money bags and emptied the silver onto the cart. Besides a hefty silver ingot weighing 50 taels, there were 2 smaller ingots of 10 taels each, along with some loose change. Chen Yan called out, "Whoever captures these 6 bandits shall receive this entire 100 taels of silver." The group of laborers halted, their eyes gleaming as they peered at the silver. In the sunlight, the ingots sparkled brilliantly, particularly the plump silver piece that seemed to illuminate the very souls of those who gazed upon it. The breath of the laborers hitched, and their eyes blazed with fervor. Sensing the shift, the bandit leader felt a thin sheen of sweat on his brow as he gripped his knife tightly, its blade gleaming ominously in the light. "Who dares to move?" The laborers exchanged glances, resolute determination reflected in their eyes. They had come from the same village to the dock to carry loads, earning merely 30 won a day, after a month of hard work. They barely accumulated a tael of silver. 100 taels, divided amongst 10 men, would yield 10 taels each, equivalent to nearly a year's wages. 10 taels could provide for a sturdy brick house for their families. Though the bandits were armed, the laborers outnumbered them and wielded their shoulder poles with resolve. Would they dare to act? Yes, indeed. The men lowered their poles, wrapping them with hemp ropes while keeping their eyes firmly fixed on the bandits. These bandits were notorious, frequently raiding villages for food and leaving death in their wake to establish dominance. Their village had already suffered losses at the hands of these brigands. The bandits deserved their fate. The bandit leader turned to Chen Yan, fury burning in his gaze. What had once been a favorable situation was now ruined by this young man. Using money to entice passers-by to capture them was indeed a nefarious scheme. The bandit leader's demeanor grew increasingly menacing. Initially, he had only intended to sever this boy's 5 fingers. Now, it seemed a mere hand would not suffice. At least an arm must be sacrificed. Raising his hand high, the bandit leader aimed to strike down upon Chen Yan's right shoulder. The cart driver turned pale, his face drained of color, and with a startled cry, leaped from the cart to flee. In a moment of alarm, Master Yang leapt forward, tackling Chen Yan to the ground, shielding his head with his intact hand. Chen Yan had not anticipated such a reaction from his teacher, and the back of his head struck the cart with a jarring force, momentarily disorienting him. Once he regained his senses, he shouted, "If we perish, it will be at the hands of the esteemed high official Gao Jian." His youthful voice resonated powerfully, cutting through the bandit encirclement, reaching the ears of all those on the road. The bandit leader's pupils constricted sharply, his heart racing in panic. As the knife halted a mere 2 inches from Master Yang's back, this brief hesitation allowed someone to deliver a powerful kick to his back, causing him to stumble forward, colliding with the ox cart and tumbling onto it. As he struggled to rise, a heavy pole struck his hand, rendering it numb and causing the knife to slip from his grasp. When he attempted to retrieve it, another blow from the pole forced him down onto the cart, immobilizing him. The knife was then pressed against his throat, eliciting a gasp of shock from the bandit leader as he attempted to break free, only to feel a fresh bloodstain form on his neck. He had no choice but to allow himself to be bound tightly with hemp rope. Raising his gaze, he saw the remaining 5 men retreating together, confronted by 10 men wielding poles. In a fit of rage, the bandit leader bellowed, "What in the world are you waiting for? You have knives in hand. Do you fear them?" The bandits merely wished to curse their leader for being so inept. Easily captured, yet still daring to berate them. No sooner had he finished his tirade than he received a heavy slap to the face from a square-jawed man who gruffly remarked, "Even bound, you still have the audacity to chatter." Dazed from the blow, the bandit leader heard one of his men shout, "Release our leader, or do not blame our blades for their indiscriminate nature." The bandit leader cursed his subordinates for their lack of wit. Those who were bold enough to act clearly had no fear of their blades. The commotion had drawn a crowd of onlookers, who began to murmur amongst themselves, "These bandits are truly brazen." Chen Yan struggled to wriggle his body until he could finally peek out from beneath Master Yang's belly, announcing loudly, "According to the laws of Daliang, any capture of a bandit warrants a reward of 2 taels of silver. 6 bandits mean 12 taels of silver." The listeners' hearts ignited with excitement. Under normal circumstances, only a few would dare confront bandits, but now, with the prospect of a successful ambush, 2 taels of silver seemed within reach. Since ancient times, wealth has stirred the hearts of men. The previously passive crowd now regarded the bandits as mere vessels of silver. Just as Master Yang intended to caution Chen Yan against further provoking the bandits, he witnessed one of them stumble and fall. As the bandit attempted to rise, his hand, still clutching the knife, was pinned down by another. The remaining 4 bandits, wide-eyed with fear, quickly formed a defensive circle, brandishing their knives to keep others at bay. Suddenly, someone hurled a stone at one of the bandits, striking him and drawing blood. This tactic proved effective, prompting others to follow suit, picking up stones to hurl at the bandits' heads. Master Yang watched, astonished, as the 6 bandits found themselves bound in such a manner. A mere 12 taels of silver had spurred the crowd into action. Reflecting on the initial 10 laborers who had risked their lives for 100 taels of silver, he mused on the folly of men in pursuit of wealth. Glancing at Chen Yan, he couldn't help but feel a sense of surprise. In terms of manipulating the hearts of men, his student far surpassed him. Just as the knife was about to fall, Chen Yan had boldly implicated the high official, knowing that any connection to Gao Jian would certainly give the bandits pause. A moment's hesitation would allow those who covet wealth to seize the opportunity, temporarily alleviating their crisis. If it does not concern Gao Jian, in order to prove his innocence, he will undoubtedly employ his authority to thoroughly investigate the matter, ensuring that none of the bandits escape. In the entire Danyang prefecture, Gao Jian stands as the sole, 3rd-rank official, a fact well known to all. Such a powerful figure would cause the bandits to think twice before entangling him in their misdeeds. Regardless, this proclamation has saved the lives of the 3 of them. Although Master Yang's heart still raced, he had relaxed considerably and felt a sense of relief. His hair had not turned white, and Yin would certainly find his footing in the officialdom in the future. Chapter 68. Delivered to the prefectural office as the chief official of Danyang Prefecture. Wang Shun was in high spirits regarding the recent case. Despite the troubles caused by Chen Yan, his talents were undeniable, having once again provided Wang with a notable achievement. The 9-year-old top scholar of the provincial examination would surely allow him to hold his head high among his peers. Such a prodigy, even if he caused a bit of trouble, was inconsequential. A slight maneuvering would suffice. Who was robbed by bandits? Sir, it was Chen Yan. The 2nd place from our provincial examination. Wang Shun nearly leaped from his chair, quickly summoned the officers of the prefectural office to rescue him. Banditry could result in loss of life, and the top scholar of Danyang Prefecture, a 9-year-old student, must not be harmed. Given the involvement of bandits, Mere officers would not suffice. It would likely require mobilizing the military forces. After a brief contemplation, Wang Shun was about to give the order when he heard an officer say, "No need to rescue. He has delivered the bandits to our prefectural office and is waiting for his reward." Wang Shun doubted his own ears. Who brought the bandits here? It was that prodigy Chen Yan, leading a group of citizens who captured 6 bandits and brought them to our office. The officer still seemed somewhat incredulous. Having served for over a decade, he had always heard tales of bandits ravaging villages and injuring people or stealing goods from merchants. Bandits were typically brutal, mercilessly harming others and vanishing into the depths of the mountains, eluding capture by the authorities. This was the first instance of bandits being apprehended by the common folk. After a moment's hesitation, the officer asked, "Sir, is it true that there is a law in our great Liang stating that a bandit is worth 2 taels of silver?" Wang Shun fixed his gaze upon him. As an officer of the law, how can you be unaware of this? The officer immediately shrank back, not daring to speak further. Since he donned his father's uniform, he had never encountered a situation where bandits were captured for a reward. How could he possibly know? He was merely a constable, not an official, and his family had sent him to school only to learn a few characters for future service in the office. He had no extra funds to study any laws. Wang Shun pondered for a moment and understood the implications, declaring, "Indeed, the laws of the great Liang contain such a provision. Chen Yan is truly deserving of his status as the top scholar, even familiar with this seldom-used law." Determined to meet Chen Yan in person, Wang Shun approached, and despite having heard the officer's report, his eyelids involuntarily fluttered upon seeing the throngs of people gathered at the office and the 6 bound bandits. Once fearsome bandits now appeared somewhat pitiable. The townsfolk, who had come with high hopes to meet the esteemed magistrate, found themselves filled with trepidation, their spirits dampened. Traditionally, they were the ones to pay tribute to the authorities. But now they were here to seek recompense. Who could fathom whether the magistrate would be pleased or enraged? The laws they had heard of seemed dubious and unfamiliar. In an instant, the initially eager crowd fell silent, with many regretting their confrontation with the bandits and lamenting their journey to the magistrate's office for the promised reward. Chen Yan mused that this was the magistrate's imposing authority. Since no one else dared to speak, it fell upon him to step forward. Chen Yan took a step ahead, performed a respectful bow to Wang Shun, and proclaimed in a clear voice, "I pay my respects to the esteemed magistrate." Wang Shun regarded Chen Yan, a wave of mixed emotions washing over him. In April, the boy's future lay in his hands, and in less than 6 months, he had risen to the status of a scholar who could stand before him without bowing. Each time Wang Shun beheld Chen Yan's youthful figure, he felt a sense of nostalgia. The boy was remarkably young, even younger than his own grandson. No need for such formalities. "I have yet to congratulate you on your success in the imperial examination," Wang Shun replied with a warm smile, resembling a kindly elder. However, the mention of the top scholar's title caused a stir among the crowd. The top candidate, the first in the provincial exam. This child before them had already achieved the status of a scholar? All eyes turned towards the young boy standing alone before the magistrate. Despite his youth, he stood tall and resolute, displaying no fear in the presence of authority. Chen Yan continued respectfully, "I owe my achievements to the guidance of my esteemed teacher. I should have come to express my gratitude in person, but alas, I encountered bandits on the way. Fortunately, the brave warriors intervened and subdued them, allowing me to escape. Under the governance of my teacher, the East Yang Prefecture thrives, and I could not afford to delay in bringing these miscreants to justice. Hence my haste to arrive at the magistrate's office alongside the courageous warriors. I hope my teacher will not take offense." His words brought comfort to Wang Shun. Look at this student. Though young, he exhibited impeccable manners and sought to pay him a visit while praising his achievements, clearly showing deep respect. It was well worth the risk he had taken to stand up for him against the Gao family. Looking at the bandits, a chill of disdain flickered in his eyes. It was no small feat to produce a prodigy. How dare these bandits lay hands on him? If Chen Yan had been harmed, his colleagues would mock him, claiming he could not even protect a genius, leaving him with no dignity to uphold in the future. Wang Shun declared, "These bandits have committed numerous atrocities, even daring to assault a scholar. I shall not let this go unpunished. Guards, take them to prison and conduct a thorough investigation on an appointed day." Under the fearful gaze of the bandits, the guards forcefully led the 6 struggling men away. After quietly watching them depart, Chen Yan again clasped his hands together in respect and addressed Wang Shun, "Esteemed magistrate, These brave warriors risked their lives to subdue armed bandits, contributing significantly to the peace of Eastang Prefecture. This is a matter of seeking rewards for the common folk. Wang Shun ordered that silver be distributed among the warriors, allowing them to divide it as they saw fit. Upon receiving the silver, the crowd was both astonished and delighted. They could indeed exchange bandits for money. The magistrate's office had truly delivered on its promises. The crowd hurriedly paid their respects to Wang Shun, lingering until he led Chen Yan and his companions into the government office, reluctant to depart. That young scholar was indeed a talented gentleman. Remarkable indeed. This scholar referred to them as warriors, showing no disdain whatsoever. Although it is often said that a poor scholar is better than a wealthy candidate, once one attains the status of a scholar, they are exempt from corvée labor and may meet officials without bowing, setting them apart from the common folk. It is already commendable that he did not scorn them as commoners, let alone request monetary rewards like this scholar did. This young scholar is bound to become an excellent official. Upon entering the government office, Chen Yan was unaware of the townspeople's admiration for him. At that moment, he was savoring the fragrant tea served in the office, which left a lingering sweetness. Governor Wang inquired about the provincial examination and, upon learning that Chen Yan would first study at the provincial academy for a few years before participating in the local examination, expressed his appreciation, saying, "You are still quite young. It is wise to take your time to cultivate your knowledge." He then addressed Zhou Jibai, saying, "To have achieved the status of a child scholar before the age of 10 is indeed rare. Do not be disheartened by a single failure. I shall write a letter on your behalf, allowing you and Chen Yan to study diligently at the provincial academy for 2 years before attempting the provincial examination again." Zhou Jibai, who had been attentively listening to the conversation between Chen Yan and Governor Wang, was suddenly called upon by the governor. Startled, he was overjoyed to learn he was being invited to the provincial academy, and he stood up to bow deeply to the governor. Governor Wang engaged in a few more exchanges with Master Yang, only to discover that this seemingly unremarkable old teacher was exceptionally knowledgeable and eloquent. A flicker of doubt crossed his mind, but upon noticing Master Yang's hand, understanding dawned on him, accompanied by a hint of regret. Had it not been for his disability, this Master Yang's vast knowledge would have undoubtedly benefited the local populace. Alas, he could only serve as a humble teacher. Nevertheless, to have produced students like Chen Yan and Zhou Jibai was no small feat. Lost in thought, he heard Chen Yan's voice. "Master's concern for the people is commendable. Yet why focus solely on water management and neglect the issue of banditry?" Chapter 69. A proposal. Wang Shun replied, "Surrounded by mountains and rivers, the Eastang Prefecture faces great challenges in eradicating bandits. Before the provincial troops even mobilized, the bandits would have already vanished. The water issue is immediate. By managing it effectively, we can spare the people from the suffering of floods." Although he was the governor, his term lasted 3 years, and whether he remained or was transferred was beyond his control. With such limited time, he could only focus on one task. If I can manage the water, the next governor of Eastang will be free to address other matters. Chen Yan rose, performed a respectful bow to Wang Shun, and declared, "The people are fortunate to encounter a benevolent official such as yourself, Master. Who would dare to hope that future governors could match your dedication?" Wang Shun pondered this thoughtfully. Chen Yan continued, "I often hear villagers praise you for your adept management of the waters. For the past 2 years, there have been no floods. You still have a year left in Eastang. If you could also resolve the bandit issue, it would be a tremendous blessing for the people and could elevate your standing further. You are devoted to the welfare of the people, yet your influence only extends locally. If you could enter the central authority, your benefits could reach the entire nation." Wang Shun felt a swell of emotion. What official does not aspire to enter the central authority and realize their ambitions? As Chen Yan stated, once one enters the center, they can truly advocate for the well-being of the populace at large. Wang Shun lifted his teacup, gently stirring the tea leaves within the bowl. The tender green leaves danced in the water, creating ripples that cascaded like waves. He remarked casually, "The banditry in Donyang is a chronic ailment, rather difficult to remedy." Though he neither agreed nor outright declined, Chen Yan smiled and replied, "Relying solely on the esteemed master will undoubtedly render this matter arduous. However, if we enlist the entire populace of Donyang Prefecture, those brigands shall find no refuge." Wang Shun paused, lifting his gaze to scrutinize Chen Yan, his eyes revealing an unmasked curiosity. Chen Yan met his gaze unwaveringly. After a moment, Wang Shun resumed sipping his tea leisurely. Recognizing this as a signal to depart, Chen Yan took his leave alongside Yang Fuji and Zhou Jibai. With their coachman having fled in fright, the trio was compelled to walk away from the government office. Silence enveloped them as they traversed the path. Once outside the city, Zhou Jibai could no longer restrain himself and approached Chen Yan, inquiring, "Do you believe the magistrate would be inclined to eradicate the bandits?" Chen Yan replied, "If he refuses to succumb to age, he will pursue the bandits. If he has already yielded to old age, he shall not." Wang Shun was merely in his 50s, a relatively young age for an official. It must be noted that the current prime minister is 70, yet remains firmly in control of the court. As long as Wang Shun aspires to ascend further, he must deliver tangible achievements. Flood control could yield him a commendable assessment, potentially leading to a promotion, though ascending to the central government is exceedingly challenging. Adding the eradication of banditry would significantly enhance his accomplishments and increase his chances of entering the central ranks. Moreover, he had provided Magistrate Wang with a viable solution: the people. Today, the citizens pressed the bandits before the government office, demonstrating the feasibility of his proposal. Certainly, implementing it would be fraught with difficulties. However, one must recognize that no political achievement comes without toil. Zhou Jibai produced a small booklet from his pocket. Along with a bamboo tube, he extracted a minuscule brush and dipped it in ink from another bamboo tube, diligently recording every detail. The booklet was crafted by his mother, as the commonly used tomes were too large for easy transport. The ink in the bamboo tube had been prepared in advance, allowing him to write at a moment's notice. Having listened to Chen Yan's discourse at the government office, he felt immensely enlightened. In their conversation, referring to the esteemed master positioned him as a student offering counsel, rather than a scholar presenting suggestions to the magistrate, marking a significant distinction. Lost in thought, he heard Yang Fuji inquire, "Are you truly offering advice for the magistrate's benefit, or seeking vengeance for yourself?" Zhou Jibai stared blankly at Chen Yan. Chen Yan replied, "I do not wish to deceive you, esteemed master. Both motives are at play. Magistrate Wang is a good official, and his elevation would be a blessing for the people." Upon returning to the Chen household, he witnessed Chen Desho and Lu Shi toiling from dawn till dusk, and saw the villagers wielding their hoes, their feet clad in tattered straw sandals. Some children in the village wore only thin garments during winter, and last winter, for elderly villagers perished from the cold. This was during a bountiful year, under the governance of a virtuous official, living what was deemed a good life. He could hardly fathom the grim realities described in history books about years of famine and cannibalism. He felt powerless. All he could do was devise strategies, offering the opportunity for a commendable official like Magistrate Wang to rise. The affairs of the officialdom are invariably intricate. Whether one can succeed is not solely determined by the modest talents of a mere scholar. Of course, the desire for personal vengeance weighs heavily. Today, he nearly faced the obliteration of his future. Merely imprisoning those 6 ruffians hardly suffices to quench his wrath. Who knows if these individuals are under the influence of others? With his current capabilities, he is unable to conduct an investigation, so it would be best to eradicate these bandits entirely. Even if Governor Wang is reluctant to undertake this task, when the next governor arrives, he shall still offer his counsel. However, to ensure others heed his words, one must possess substantial power. A mere scholar is ultimately insufficient. One must at least pass the imperial examination to earn the respect of officials. He must excel in the upcoming county examination in 3 years. Otherwise, those bandits will continue to revel in their carefree lives for yet another few years. The thought of those ruffians indulging in wine and meat fills Chen Yan with discomfort. Master Yang remained silent for a moment, then finally lifted his gaze towards the horizon. "Are you aware of the dangers of nurturing bandits? The banditry in Danyang Prefecture has persisted for many years. Deeply rooted and complex, it is unlikely that Governor Wang alone can uproot it. How many officials have cycled through Danyang? Surely, at least one must have aimed to resolve the banditry issue. Such a significant political achievement would certainly be desired, yet it appears unattainable. Day by day, the bandit problem has entangled countless forces. Pulling one thread could unravel the entire fabric, making it difficult to act." Chen Yan smiled and remarked, "Master, do you not know that the populace is like an expansive sea? Even the deepest-rooted tree can be uprooted." After pondering for a moment, Master Yang chuckled. "Indeed, I have underestimated the situation. Governor Wang has managed Danyang Prefecture admirably for 5 years, earning great respect among the people. If he were to take a stand against the bandits, he could rally a significant number of citizens, unlike those officials who resort to drastic measures upon taking office. Moreover, offering substantial rewards would surely entice many. Chen Yan replied, Master, your considerations are thorough. I am merely driven by a heart full of boldness. Master Yang said, Do not belittle yourself. In matters such as these, I am not your equal. However, today's endeavor is fraught with peril. Any misstep could yield dire consequences. Chen Yan's expression grew serious. I have learned much from you. Today's actions indeed carried great risk. If those laborers had been too frightened to advance, my actions would surely have provoked the bandits, and I might have suffered several grievous wounds. I was gambling, wagering that the money I possessed would sufficiently motivate those laborers. After all, the bandits were targeting me. Even if I pleaded for mercy, they would still have incapacitated me and taken pleasure in my humiliation. Thus, it was better to take a chance. Chapter 70. Returning home fortunately, this gamble paid off. Yet, it served as a reminder to be thoroughly prepared in future endeavors. Upon their arrival in Pingxing County, darkness had already fallen, and unable to leave through the city gates, the trio found an inn to rest for the night. By mid-morning the next day, the three boarded a bullock cart that would take them home. As Chen Yan reached the entrance of Chenjiuan village, an elderly man sitting at the gate exclaimed, The scholar has returned. This cry echoed throughout the village, prompting many villagers to rush out to catch a glimpse of the scholar. Children ran through the village shouting, The scholar is back. Come and see. The entire Chen family bay erupted in excitement, with even the clan leader personally welcoming at the village entrance. Upon seeing Chen Yan, his face beamed with joy. Wonderful, truly wonderful. Our Chen clan has finally produced a scholar. With a swift turn, he instructed the villagers, Open the ancestral hall. Instantly, someone struck the great drum at the entrance of the ancestral hall, the sound reverberating throughout the village. The beating of the drum signified a momentous occasion. The last time it was sounded was due to a drought, when the village had to compete fiercely for water with neighboring communities. Upon hearing the drum, all the able-bodied men of the clan dropped their tasks and rushed toward the ancestral hall. A large expanse of land in front of the ancestral hall, usually a place for drying grain during the harvest, was now filled with the men of the village. Standing on a chair at the entrance of the ancestral hall, the clan leader looked down, seeing a sea of heads. Clearing his throat, he attempted to steady his voice. Yesterday, someone from the prefectural city went to Shou's family to share the joyous news that Shou's son, Yin, has achieved the top rank in the provincial examination, and he is now a scholar. The excitement in the crowd surged, unable to be contained. After the announcement yesterday, celebratory gongs and drums had made their way to Chen Family Bay, creating a festive atmosphere, and the news spread like wildfire throughout the village. Since Yin had not returned the previous day, the ancestral hall had remained closed. However, today, with the scholar's return, it was time to open the hall to honor their ancestors. As the clan leader finished speaking, a voice from the crowd shouted, Let the scholar step forward for us to see. Yes, let us behold the capable scholar. The raucous cheers from the surrounding villagers made the clan leader smile broadly. Stepping down from his chair, he turned to Chen Yan, who sat beside him, and said, Why don't you go up and show yourself to everyone? Seeing the villagers' enthusiasm, Chen Yan did not wish to dampen their spirits. He climbed onto the chair and bowed to the crowd, saying, Esteemed elders and uncles, I am fortunate to have brought honor to our clan with my humble achievement. In this great era, the clan serves as the most fundamental resource, and when one member shines, the resources of the entire clan naturally gravitate towards that individual. Having passed the examination, the Chen clan would now rally their collective strength to elevate him further, and as he ascended, the entire clan would prosper alongside him. His success as a scholar would also bring glory to the clan. Laughter erupted from the crowd, with someone proclaiming, Yin, your achievement is a testament to your abilities, not mere luck. Chen Yan glanced over to see that it was Chun Dijin, a cousin of his father, Chen Desho. Previously, when Chen Yan had been afflicted by leeches, it was Dijin who had aided in his rescue. The moment Yin returns to our village, I knew he would surely achieve greatness. Just look at him. In just a few years, he has become a scholar. Another voice chimed in. Indeed, he is clean and well-groomed, unlike the ragged boys of our village. Despite Chen Yan's thick skin, he felt a flush of embarrassment standing there receiving praise from all the elders of the village. His temperament still required further cultivation. He needed to practice more. Reflecting on this, Chen Yan relaxed, performed a respectful bow to the crowd, and stepped down from the chair, retreating behind the clan leader. Upon raising his gaze, he met countless pairs of eager and hopeful eyes from the village. His heart surged with emotion. Upon learning that he ranked first in the examination, he felt not only joy but also an overwhelming sense of ambition. At this moment, he was infused with a newfound vigor. The clan leader ascended the chair once more, gesturing with his hands to silence the bustling threshing ground. Only then did he address the assembly. As we all know, education comes at a cost, and preparing for examinations is even more expensive. The Deschaux family has sacrificed much to support Yan as a scholar. Their resources must surely be depleted. At last, we have a talented individual among us who must not be overlooked. Henceforth, let the clan bear the expenses for Yan's studies and travel for examinations. Are we all in agreement? The response was a resounding affirmation. Yes. We would sell our possessions to do so. We must support Yan, who has become a scholar, and ensure he is not confined to our humble village. With so many households in Qinjiawan, how could we not afford to nurture an educated person? Voices filled with anticipation and enthusiasm echoed across the threshing ground, as if the entire clan had been revitalized. The clan leader beamed with delight and proclaimed, "Excellent. Since everyone is willing, then this matter is settled." However, a sudden and jarring female voice interrupted the jubilant atmosphere. "I object." The crowd turned in unison to see Zhou Shi, standing at the back, her expression one of indignation. Chen Yan casually lifted the hem of his long robe and reclined on a nearby chair, knowing that the clan leader would handle the situation without his intervention. He merely needed to await the outcome. The clan leader's expression darkened as he addressed her. "This is a gathering for the ancestral hall. Women should not be present. Where is Chen Difu?" The male members of the clan turned their gazes towards her, and the weight of their scrutiny startled Zhou Shi. Yet, recalling her family's precarious state, she steeled herself and replied, "Difu is working in the county and cannot return. I came to see what matters require attention." The clan leader did not engage her further but maintained a stern demeanor, stating, "The ancestral hall is for the men of the clan. If Chen Difu cannot return, it is not for you to speak here. If you continue to disrupt, I will have you divorced from Difu." Startled, Zhou Shi fell to the ground, her face pale and rendered speechless. Yet the clan leader was unrelenting, coldly insisting, "Aren't you leaving yet?" Zhou Shi opened her mouth, terror etched on her face, but dared not utter another word. Using her hands and feet, she clambered up and fled in disgrace. Chen Yan leisurely brushed the dust from his robe, leaning back against the chair with a composed demeanor, his fingers lightly tapping the armrest. Zhou Shi, even now, had not grasped the reality. He, Chen Yan, was already a scholar and the hope of the entire clan. How could she still attempt to drag him down with her petty, feminine antics? It was laughable. In the past, the clan leader recognized his potential and favored him. Now that his abilities had been realized, it would be absurd for the leader not to support him. Today, not even Zhou Shi could hinder the entire clan from rallying behind him. No, in truth, not even his own father, Chen Desho, could impede his future. In Daliang, where imperial authority did not extend to the countryside, in a village populated by the Chen clan, the clan leader wielded absolute power and authority. The mere act of divorcing a woman was trivial. Even a life could be settled with ease, as long as the clan leader could guide the entire clan towards prosperity. His authority remained unquestionable, and he, Chen Yan, would elevate the clan leader's prestige to unprecedented heights within the family. Chapter 71. The flowing feast. As the ancestral hall was opened, Chen Yan was the first to offer incense, soon followed by the clan leader, Chen Desho, who basked in Chen Yan's glory and joined the elders in the ritual. The clansmen, arranged by lineage, formed a line extending from the ancestral hall to the grain-drying yard. There were too many to offer incense individually, so they all knelt together behind the clan leader. With hands clasped, the clan leader proclaimed in a resonant voice, "I, Chen Bingyan, the clan leader of the Chen family, respectfully inform our ancestors that our descendant, Chen Yan, has achieved the highest score in the provincial examination and has become a scholar. I, Chen Bingyan, lead the entire clan in this solemn tribute to our ancestors, to bring comfort to their spirits in the heavens." Upon finishing his address, the clan leader bowed deeply, his forehead touching the ground in a gesture of utmost respect. Chen Yan followed suit, performing the same reverent bow. The elders then bowed in succession, and one by one, according to their lineage. All the clansmen bowed until the last person in the grain-drying yard had done the same. As if stirred by a gentle breeze, they all lifted their heads together. Kneeling, bowing, and paying homage, 3 meals and 9 bows. Chen Desho was already moved to tears. Having honored their ancestors, it was time to announce the joyous news to the surrounding villages. With a grand gesture, the clan leader declared, "Prepare a 3-day flowing feast." The clan had a well-established system for organizing such events, who would oversee the arrangements, manage finances, procure supplies, and borrow tables and chairs, as well as plates and utensils. These tasks did not burden the clan leader or the elders, nor did they fall upon Chen Yan. The day after returning home, Chen Yan commenced the grand flowing feast. The dishes were prepared from vegetables grown by the villagers themselves, eggs purchased from local households, and 2 pigs were specially slaughtered for the occasion. This feast was not merely for the married daughters returning home, but an invitation extended to all from the surrounding villages. The banquet was lavish, featuring meat and wine, and there was no need for contributions. All that was required was the knowledge that a top scholar had emerged from Chen Yan. What does it mean to be the top scholar? It signifies attaining the highest rank in the provincial examination. Among thousands of students, Chen Yan had claimed first place. The banquet was set up at the grain-drying yard in front of the ancestral hall, with Chen Yan and the clan leader seated at the main table by the hall's entrance. A layer of stone slabs elevated the area slightly above the yard, allowing those at the other tables to easily see. Upon catching sight of Chen Yan, they couldn't help but reflect on the remarkable journey just a few days prior. They had only heard of a promising student emerging from Chen Yan, and now, within mere months, he had transformed into a distinguished scholar, a recipient of the emperor's stipend. Truly impressive. The Chen family was poised for greatness. Numerous village leaders and elders from other villages came to offer their congratulations. Although they wore smiles, inwardly they felt a tinge of envy. They wondered if they should visit the Chen ancestral grave to see if it was emitting smoke, pondering whether their own ancestors were perhaps slumbering, neglecting to bless their kin with a prodigy like Chen Yan. After feasting, the clan leaders returned home and summoned a geomancer to inspect the clan's ancestral graves. In these days, geomancers across the county were reaping substantial rewards, and they felt a sense of gratitude towards the esteemed Chen scholar. All these details were relayed to Chen Yan by Zhou Jibai at the flowing feast in Chen Yan. Jiang Shi brought Zhou Jibai along to offer their congratulations. As a student, Zhou Jibai was also entitled to sit at the main table in front of the ancestral hall. Having grown up in Chen Yan, he was already familiar with the clan leader and elders, creating a warm and harmonious atmosphere. Jiang did not take a seat at the table. Instead, she conversed with Lu for a while and presented her with some fabric. Upon touching it, Lu discovered it was exquisite cotton, soft to the touch and a deep blue hue, signifying its high value, which made her hesitant to accept it. Jiang remarked, "Having raised Yener, I am, in a sense, his mother. Surely, I can gift a few bolts of fabric?" Jiang, having received some education, spoke in a manner far superior to that of an ordinary village woman. Lu felt compelled to accept, but harbored a sense of guilt. Mentioning how Zhou Jibai had suffered at the Chen household, "I believe both children are well cared for," Jiang replied with a smile and continued. "They will soon attend the academy, where they will encounter scholars. It is essential to provide them with a few sets of proper clothing. Although we do not wish to compete with others, we cannot appear shabby and invite disdain." Lu found it even harder to refuse. When Chen Yan returned that evening, she relayed Jiang's gift of fabric. Chen Yan responded, "Since it has been given, mother, you should accept it. We need not be overly formal with each other, lest we grow distant. Just make me a new outfit, and the remaining fabric can be used for father and you." Lu felt a great sense of comfort in her heart. In truth, she had intended to purchase fabric in the county after the banquet to make clothes and shoes for Chen Yan, as he had become a scholar and deserved to wear scholarly attire. However, the busy schedule of the banquet had prevented her from doing so. With Jiang's gift, she chastised herself for not being more considerate as a mother, yet her child had not reproached her. He was still thinking of making garments for her and the family. When her mother learned that she could only bear one son, she lamented that Lu had not given birth to a daughter who would provide care and comfort in the future. Now, it seemed her son was quite attentive, not at all inferior to daughters of other families. The third household thrived, while the first household languished. In recent days, Zhou had been reluctant to venture out, and when Chen Difu returned home at night, he sought to voice his grievances. Chen Difu, already burdened with resentment, scolded her angrily. "Who told you to speak out of turn?" Zhou, feeling wronged, shed tears. "Our family has depleted its resources to support the academy. Now we are also providing for Chuaner. Life is already tight. How can we afford to support an outsider's education? Chen Difu's mind buzzed. The clan leader had spoken, and could he possibly oppose that? How would he manage his standing in the clan thereafter? The entire Chen family gathered for the banquet, yet the first household was barred from attending by the clan leader. Although he was Chen Yan's uncle, he should at least have been seated at the same table as Chen Desho, earning the envy of the villagers. Yet, due to a single disagreement with his wife, the entire village mocked Chen Difu for lacking discernment, having offended his promising nephew. In recent days, Chen Difu had desired nothing more than to avoid the villagers. However, once he entered the village, avoidance was impossible. Witnessing the villagers either drunkenly celebrating or indulging in lavish feasts made him feel utterly ill at ease. He had spent silver on fine wine and food that he himself could not partake in. Furthermore, he would have to continue financing Chen Yan's education. While villagers laughed at him, branding him an enemy of Chen Yan, this feeling of suffocation pressed upon him, making it hard to breathe. Zhou felt increasingly aggrieved. Am I not doing this for our family? We support Chen Yan's education, but what of Chuaner? The clan favors Chen Yan simply because he has achieved scholarly success. Chuan can achieve this too, with a little education. The clan merely looks down upon him. They look down upon me, which is tantamount to looking down on you. Chen Difu. Chen Difu was so incensed that his face flushed and his neck bulged. Yet he could not utter a single retort. Deep down, he certainly did not wish to shoulder this expense. Zhou's words were, in fact, a reflection of his own sentiments. However, it should not have been their place to take the lead. They ought to have incited others in the village to speak up and then merely echoed their sentiments. Ultimately, this woman is long-haired but short-sighted. Besides the Zhang family, the Gao family has also been feeling the strain lately. A thick cloud of gloom enveloped the Gao household, and the servants treaded lightly, fearful of making even the slightest sound lest they provoke the displeasure of their masters. The second young master of the Gao family had ceased his fishing activities, confining himself to his study day after day. Occasionally, a servant passing by the study door would inadvertently catch a glimpse of the seventh young master kneeling before the second young master. The servants of the Gao household were abuzz with gossip, speculating that the seventh young master had failed his examination, inciting the second young master's fury and compelling the seventh young master to kneel in self-reflection. The second young master was strict yet astute. He managed the entire Gao family, while also maintaining relations with the Gao clan, which left him little energy for the imperial examinations, rendering him a mere commoner. His other brothers were all preparing for the examinations, and he would not typically demean his siblings. However, to have the seventh young master kneel merely for failing an examination was indeed excessively harsh. Chapter 72. The master should strive harder once the banquet concluded. Chen Yan and Zhou Jibai tidied up and made their way to the academy. As the two families bid farewell with reluctance, Master Yang, however, wore a beaming smile. After their departure, he returned to his leisurely lifestyle. Before dawn, he would pack a day's worth of provisions and water, along with his fishing rod, wooden bucket, and stool, to sit by the river for the entire day. In the evening, he would return home against the backdrop of a setting sun, feeling quite pleased with himself. Perhaps due to the comfort of body and mind, he noticed a reduction in hair loss, which brought him even greater joy. This idyllic existence came to an abrupt halt a month later. Gazing at the serious-faced Chen Yan before him, Master Yang felt a momentary daze. What did you say? Please, Master, accompany us to the capital, Chen Yan stated solemnly. Master Yang felt a darkness wash over him, nearly wishing to feign death. He envisioned fish sprouting wings, flying past him, diving into the river, their tails waving as they swam further away. Master Yang pressed his forehead and spoke gravely. What use is it for me to go if you are studying at the academy? Upon entering the academy, we discovered that it was not a place of constant instruction. Rather, most of the time, the students engaged in self-study or writing essays, presenting them to the instructors for guidance at intervals. Even during lectures, the instructors merely read from their texts without taking the time to truly teach. Chen Yan, now a student clad in a blue robe, exuded a scholarly air as he sat before Master Yang. Though his expression remained quite grave, each student has renowned mentors outside the academy to address their queries. How could we squander our time? Master Yang chuckled awkwardly. If there is anything unclear, you may also consult the instructors. Why must you torment this old man? Chen Yan grew even more serious. Master, you must understand that the instructors merely go through the motions to earn a living. They do not genuinely care about how we learn. Originally, Chen Yan had entered the academy with great anticipation, believing he would encounter numerous esteemed scholars from whom he could seek counsel. Upon arrival, it became evident that the students of the academy exhibited a remarkable degree of laxity. The instructors solely lectured on the 4 books and 5 classics, utilizing various annotations from ancient texts that had long been familiar to them. Once the time was up, they would hastily gather their books and depart, indifferent to the students calling out to them. Despite several attempts to engage the instructors, they were dismissively shooed away. They even showed little interest in perusing the writings of Chen Yan. There was no point in exerting effort. The academy's instructors, unable to partake in the imperial examination, remained merely to earn their livelihood, evading the burden of educating the students. The speaker was a youth of around 15 or 16, dressed in a blue robe, possessing a remarkably symmetrical appearance, albeit with a somewhat tanned complexion and hands calloused from years of labor. After a brief exchange, Chen Yan learned that the young man was named Li Jingming, a fellow candidate from the same cohort participating in the provincial examination. Do you still remember me? Li Jingming's eyes sparkled with determination. Chen Yan, of course, had no recollection, as he had never attended the announcement of results. How could he know who placed second? With a carefree smile, he replied, "Of course I remember." Li Jingming fixed his gaze on Chen Yan's smiling face. "What was my rank?" Chen Yan responded, "Persistently inquiring is not a wise course of action. Remembering during pleasantries is a gesture of mutual respect. Probing further would be impolite." "I was second, losing to you," Li Jingming declared. "Ah, I recall you were right beneath my name." "You are quite impressive," Chen Yan acknowledged. Li Jingming had always been proud, even when donned in patched clothing and worn-out shoes. Yet, in this moment, he found himself lowering his head to meet Chen Yan's gaze. After a prolonged silence, he finally stated, "I shall not be defeated by you in the next examination." Chen Yan replied, "Then you must strive diligently. There are many who wish to surpass me." "Who do you think you are?" Li Jingming remarked. "I have never encountered someone more audacious than myself." However, he did not perceive Chen Yan's demeanor as disrespectful. Those endowed with talent often hold themselves in high regard, and Chen Yan possessed the confidence to be proud. Li Jingming did not seek an unfair victory. He promptly added, "I have taken Master Wu Yan as my teacher. If you rely solely on the academy's instructors, you will surely lose to me." Upon hearing the name Wu Yan, even Chen Yan was taken aback. This esteemed gentleman was a renowned scholar of the contemporary era, whose intellect was on par with that of He Ruoshui. However, he had never entered official service, spending years lecturing across various locales, adored by countless scholars. Whenever he spoke, his lectures were always filled to capacity. Feeling a sense of urgency, Chen Yan hurried to seek out Master Yang on the day of rest. "Li Jingming has taken a master, and I too have found a teacher. As long as we are diligent, there is no way we could be outdone by them." Master Yang, taken aback, pointed to himself in astonishment. "You wish for me to be compared with Master Wu? He is a celebrated teacher of our time, while I am merely a rural scholar. How can I compete?" Without hesitation, Chen Yan nodded earnestly. "Master, do not be modest. Though you may not possess the fame of Wu Yan, your intellect is certainly not inferior. Moreover, you have guided me to become the top candidate, along with 2 other successful scholars. This is a testament to your remarkable abilities." Master Yang's cheeks twitched with surprise. The last top scholar was a student of Master Wu. "There are many aspects in which you surpass him," Chen Yan asserted. Master Yang inquired further, "In what areas?" "You are younger than he, with the potential to mentor more top scholars," Chen Yan firmly declared. "Master Yang, is it so easy to become a top scholar?" Chen Yan replied with conviction. "Master, you must strive harder." Zhou Jibai nodded in agreement. Chen Yan is right. "Master, you cannot afford to be complacent any longer." Master Yang felt an itch in his head again. Nevertheless, he packed his belongings and boarded Zhou's ox cart. Accompanying the 2 students to the capital, they rented a modest house near the academy, where Master Yang spent his days copying texts, revising their essays, and addressing their queries. Although the instructors at the academy were lax and the academic atmosphere was rather loose, one significant advantage was the vast collection of books. The academy boasted a 3-story library, where most students engaged in self-study. Chen Yan spent 2 days there, skimming through the volumes, fully appreciating the treasure trove of knowledge it offered, and he often studied there. As he matured, his memory improved considerably. He could retain much of what he read after a single pass. Whenever he had free time, he voraciously memorized texts. The more he memorized, the more he marveled at the richness of the library's collection, especially the various interpretations of the spring and autumn annals, which opened his eyes and seemed to bestow sudden enlightenment upon him. As a student of the academy, he was allowed to borrow one book at a time from the library, which he would read before returning. Chen Yan took advantage of this privilege to frequently borrow various books on the spring and autumn annals from Master Yang to copy. This not only allowed Master Yang to read these works, but also helped them increase their meager collection. After leaving the academy, they would have no access to these texts, so it was better for the idle Master Yang to transcribe them. Despite feeling utterly exhausted each day, Master Yang discovered that he had gained considerable insights. While Chen Yan's writing progressed rapidly, if things continued this way, Chen Yan would surely make a name for himself in the upcoming provincial examination. However, the provincial examinations were fraught with unexpected twists. Until the results were officially announced, no one could predict the outcome. Just as Master Yang began to show signs of weariness, his savior Zhou Rong returned from his studies abroad. Chapter 73. A father's debt to his son on a day of rest. Chen Yan and Master Yang returned to the Zhou household together. After several years apart, Zhou Rong, having returned from his studies, appeared darker and thinner, yet his eyes shone with vitality, as if he had undergone a remarkable transformation. Noticing Chen Yan's blue robe, Zhou Rong clapped him on the shoulder and exclaimed with a hearty laugh, "The 9-year-old top scholar may outshine all the scholars in Danyang. Truly, the pupil surpasses the master." He then mysteriously produced a painting for Chen Yan, specifically instructing him to examine it at home. Chen Yan accepted the painting, knowing that Zhou Rong's generosity was undoubtedly valuable. Zhou Jibai received a brush holder, and Zhou Rong affectionately ruffled his hair, saying, "No matter how much one writes, eventually, the brush must rest on its holder. There is plenty of time ahead, so do not let this burden your heart." Zhou Jibai felt a lump in his throat, fearing others might notice his discomfort, and simply nodded. Turning to Master Yang, Zhou Rong was taken aback again. "Master Yang, what has happened to your hair?" Master Yang lamented, "It has been ravaged by your 2 sons. Little do others know the hardships he has endured." Zhou Rong responded, "I have brought back a jar of fine wine. Let us indulge ourselves until we are thoroughly inebriated." Upon Zhou Rong's return, the entire Zhou family seemed to come back to life, bustling with activity. Zhou Rong effortlessly shared cup after cup with Master Yang. After becoming inebriated, Master Yang poured forth a torrent of grievances regarding Chen Yan's various misdeeds, weeping profusely. "At my age, I had hoped to return home to enjoy my twilight years. Yet I find myself more exhausted than during my days of rigorous study." Master Yang's eyes glistened with tears. Alone, he bore his burdens in silence. And now that he had caught Zhou Rong, he was determined to unburden his sorrows. This was the fate Zhou Rong deserved, after all. Both Chen Yan and Zhou Jibai were his sons. Such is the law of filial responsibility. Unprepared for such an overwhelming outpouring of resentment, Zhou Rong feigned sleep, his head resting on the table. However, Master Yang was undeterred, leaning in to murmur in his ear about how Chen Yan compelled him to transcribe texts daily, and how Zhou Jibai would rouse him from slumber in the dead of night to revise his writings. "I am no teacher. I am worse than a laborer. At least a laborer has time to rest." Eventually, Zhou Rong was compelled to sit up, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect towards Master Yang, acknowledging his sufferings. At this, Master Yang ceased his lamentations, pouring more wine for the 2 of them, and they drank deeply until they were both thoroughly intoxicated. Zhou Jibai had listened intently throughout, feeling a pang of guilt. He opened a small booklet and recalled Chen Yan's words before departing. "To show sympathy towards the master is to be responsible for our future. Only by achieving greatness can we repay our teacher's kindness." Zhou Jibai wholeheartedly agreed, nodding vigorously, the weight of his guilt dissipating. He resolved to redouble his efforts, aspiring to excel and ensure that Master Yang's toil would not be in vain. As for Chen Yan, he had quietly slipped away when Master Yang began his complaints. Back home, he secluded himself, unrolling a painting before him. It depicted an autumn harvest scene, where farmers busily gathered their grain, a tableau of joy. The artistry was exquisite, evoking a profound sense of delight, and it was evident that the creator had poured considerable insight into this work. Upon inspecting the signature, it was revealed not to belong to a renowned artist, but to Zhou Rong himself. Chen Yan was momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing that the source of Zhou Rong's transformation was encapsulated within this painting. Recognizing its immense value, He carefully rolled it up and stored it away in a wooden chest, unaware that in the near future, he would frequently revisit this artwork for inspiration. Zhou Rong's return was marked by a wealth of newfound wisdom from his studies abroad, and his writings had evolved significantly from his earlier efforts. Master Yang praised him, declaring that he now bore the demeanor of a successful scholar. After a brief respite of 10 days, Zhou Rong was set to depart once more for the capital to take the imperial examination. Chen Yan and others accompanied him to the city. Just before parting, Zhou Rong smiled at Chen Yan, saying, "My 2 years of study have imparted much wisdom, all of which is captured in that painting. Do not let it go to waste." Chen Yan replied, "I have gained some understanding. Father must earn distinction so that the people may have food and clothing." Zhou Rong recognized his son's comprehension and smiled even broader. "Very well. I shall return with honors for you." As Zhou Rong's carriage rolled away once more, he radiated an air of determination, a resolute spirit striving for success. Master Yang sighed. This time, Mao Ji is destined to excel. Mao Ji is the courtesy name of Zhou Rong. During the Liang Dynasty, upon reaching adulthood, young men were required to receive a courtesy name from an elder in their family or a mentor, and it was customary for those in close proximity to address one another by their courtesy names. Chen Yan wholeheartedly agreed with this tradition, realizing that the aspiration to succeed like one's father often outpaced personal endeavors. After Zhou Rong departed, Chen Yan and Zhou Jibai continued their studies at the academy. Yang Fuzai soon discovered a disconcerting truth. These two students had become even more diligent. This truly tested his patience. The academy imposed relatively lax regulations on the students, with instructors adopting a laid-back approach to teaching, leaving the pursuit of knowledge largely to individual initiative. However, students could not afford to be complacent, as the academy wielded a formidable instrument known as the annual examination. Scholars in the Liang Dynasty were categorized into various tiers, with the highest rank being the Linshan students, who received provisions from the court. The second tier consisted of the Zhenguang students, who, lacking provisions, could fill vacancies among the Linshan students. The third tier included the Fuxing students, who could enter official schools but were only exempt from personal labor duties, possessing no further privileges. All students were required to sit for the annual examination. Those achieving a first-class score could advance a level, while Linshan students had the prospect of being recommended to the Imperial Academy. A second-class score would result in no advancement or demotion, whereas a third-class score would lead to a downgrade, and should one fall to the lowest tier, expulsion from the academy and the revocation of scholarly status would ensue. Thus, during the time of the annual examination, anxiety permeated the academy. Even those who had previously excelled tightened their resolve, hoping to ascend further. Conversely, those with mediocre or poor performance were gripped by trepidation, wishing they could forego sleep altogether. Some students, who typically squandered their time in frivolous pursuits, would suddenly flock to their more diligent peers. For instance, Lu Su, from the same dormitory as Chen Yan, had been fetching lunch for Chun for 3 consecutive days, ingratiating himself with flattery. Su Zhang, a fellow dorm mate, mocked Lu Su, stating that if he devoted as much effort to studying as he did to currying favor with Chen Yan, he wouldn't need to worry about the examination. Now, even if you flatter Chen Yan, it is futile. He is merely the top candidate of the academy and cannot aid you in passing the examination at this juncture. How do you know he cannot? Lu Su retorted. He is the top candidate designated by the Grand Master himself. At 17, Lu Su, the son of a well-known local landlord, was expected to succeed in the imperial examination to elevate his family's status. However, he had little interest in the tedious classics and preferred reading various tales. Were it not for his father's stern disapproval, he would rather pursue writing stories. Alas, should he dare to drop out to pursue this passion, his father would surely break his legs. Having received a third-class score in last year's examination, he had already been demoted to a Fuxing student. Another third-class score this year would cost him the hard-earned title he had achieved. Thus, he pinned his hopes on Chen Yan, believing that Chen, being the Grand Master's chosen candidate, must possess a profound understanding of the Grand Master's preferences and that his written work would undoubtedly be favored by the Grand Master, who also set the examination questions. Thus, it was imperative for Lu Su to win Chen Yan's favor. Chapter 74. Provocation. Su Zhang scoffed at Lu Su's reasoning. Chen Yan's writing style is entirely different from that of the Grand Master. To gain his admiration is a far more challenging endeavor than simply emulating the grandeur of his style. You are seeking a distant goal while neglecting the nearer one. Lu Su shook his head, a mysterious glimmer in his eye. You do not comprehend. Throughout history, those who have achieved greatness possess a certain aura. Mere mortals, by aligning themselves closely with such individuals, can partake in a fraction of that fortune and sail smoothly through life's currents. After observing Chen Yan, one cannot help but believe that great accomplishments lie ahead by following him. He is undoubtedly a wise choice. Su Zhang remained speechless, sensing that Lu Su had become rather foolish from indulging in tales, even resorting to discussing such esoteric matters. He mused that next year, the academy would be devoid of individuals like Lu Su. Although the academy does not mandate student residency, it still assigns dormitories to students. With funding from the court, the academy boasts ample resources, providing dormitories spacious enough for 4 occupants, which can be considered quite bright and airy. Many students from affluent families prefer to reside at home, allowing their family mentors to guide them. However, most students opt to stay in the dormitories to foster friendships with their peers, hoping to support one another during examinations in the future. Chen Yan resided in the dormitory and maintained amicable relations with both Su Zhang and Lu Su. Unfortunately, the other occupant was the elusive young master Gao Xiuyuan, who had yet to attend the academy. Witnessing Lu Su's precarious situation, Chen Yan extended his assistance by revising Lu Su's essay before returning it to him. Your writing is plagued by excessive repetition. The instructors will lose patience after a mere glance, resulting in poor grades. A revision would certainly improve it, he remarked. Upon hearing Chen Yan's critique, Su Zhang chuckled. This is quite a significant flaw. Changing it will be exceedingly difficult. Lu Su nodded, a grimace on his face. If I could rectify it, I would have already achieved success. I wouldn't be lingering at the academy. Writing essays proved too formidable for him, as he lacked the necessary skill. Chen Yan reassured him. It is not difficult. Simply memorize around 100 volumes of the Chengwen collection, and you will be able to articulate meaningful content without excessive repetition. Lu Su's face paled at the thought. Chen Yan's casual mention of 100 volumes made it seem as if it were merely a couple of books. Reflecting on Chen Yan's usual diligence, Lu Su realized that he was not merely dismissing him, but was genuinely imparting his own study methods. You might as well kill me, Lu Su lamented. Wait until you are expelled from the academy. Your father will surely do that for you. Given our friendship, I shall burn you a popular tale each Qingming festival henceforth, Chen Yan replied. Lu Su's expression froze as he gazed skyward, his eyes betraying an undeniable sorrow and indignation. Heaven does not permit me. Su Zhang shook his head, advising Chen Yan, you should not let him distract you. Focus on preparing for the upcoming examination. I have heard that Li Jingming's writing has made tremendous progress, and the professors have praised his work as unparalleled in the academy. He is likely to secure first place in this year's examination. As the top candidate of the previous academy examination, Chen Yan was already well known upon entering the academy, with many seeking his guidance on scholarly matters. However, after Li Jingming received repeated accolades for his exceptional writing, Chen Yan's prominence was overshadowed, with esteemed mentors offering their insights. Li Jingming was bound to achieve remarkable advancement. Chen Yan had mentally prepared for this eventuality and remained unfazed, adhering to his own study plan. The provincial examination pits candidates against one another, with over 5,000 participants in previous years and only 100 available slots. Among the multitude of examinees, there are numerous top scorers, including some prodigiously talented individuals who achieve the distinction of Little 3 Yuan. This title signifies that they have simultaneously excelled in the county, provincial, and academy examinations. As the chief examiners for each level differ and possess distinct preferences, gaining favor from all 3 is exceedingly rare. Consequently, those who manage to attain the title of Little 3 Yuan must be extraordinary talents indeed. To excel in the provincial examinations, one must surpass the exceptional scholars, not merely those within the academy. In comparison, the yearly examinations pale in significance. It is evident that those surrounding Chen Yan lack his insight. For instance, upon returning, Zhou Jibai encouraged him, saying, though everyone in the academy claims that Li Jingming's writing surpasses yours, I still believe you will emerge as the top scholar in the yearly examination. Chen Yan casually replied, even if I achieve first place in the yearly exam, it does not guarantee success in the provincial exam. Why focus solely on that? Securing a first-class result suffices. Unexpectedly, the usually despondent Master Yang displayed an uncommon fervor, declaring, you must attain the first rank in this yearly examination. Otherwise, it would reflect poorly on me as your teacher compared to Master Wu. During the academy's examination, Chen Yan outperformed Li Jingming, proving his superiority. Now that both have taken on mentors, if Chen Yan were to be outshone by Li Jingming, it would imply that his teacher is inferior to Wu Yan. Chen Yan remarked, "Master, you did not say this before." He recalled that his mentor had previously humbly dismissed any comparison to Master Wu. Master Yang, stroking his gleaming bald head, enigmatically stated, "Master Wu boasts a luscious mane. As the saying goes, a brilliant mind is often devoid of hair. If I were to lose to him, it would be a disservice to my fallen locks." Convinced by Master Yang's words, Zhou Jibai nodded vigorously and fixed an intense gaze on Chen Yan, urging, "Yan, return with the first rank and vindicate our teacher's honor." Chen Yan retorted, "Do you think that merely by joining forces in conversation, the top rank will fall into our hands?" The content of the yearly examination mirrors that of the academies, a focus on the 4 books and 5 classics, along with the composition of poetry. However, the provincial examination entails additional requirements, including proclamations, legal judgments, and essays. Presently, half of Chen Yan's energy is devoted to mastering proclamations, the laws of De Liang, and essays. To secure the top position in the yearly examination, he must redirect all his focus to the 4 books, the 5 classics, and poetry, necessitating a revision of his current study plan. He is reluctant to sacrifice a watermelon in pursuit of mere sesame seeds. Little did he expect to be confronted publicly by Li Jingming. "You neglect your efforts for the yearly examination and waste energy advising those like Lu Su, who squander their time. It appears you have conceded defeat to me. Very well, I shall surely triumph over you in this yearly examination." Li Jingming stood tall before Chen Yan, head slightly raised, exuding arrogance. Beside Chen Yan, Lu Su voiced his discontent. "I have done nothing to provoke you. Why the mockery?" Li Jingming cast a disdainful glance at Lu Su, his eyes betraying an unmistakable loathing. "Do you have any idea how many farmers aspire to study at the academy but are unable to? You are here, yet squander your time daily. It is truly contemptible. If you lack ambition, you should withdraw from your studies and leave your place for someone more deserving, thus contributing in some small way to the scholarly community." Lu Su felt as though he had swallowed a fly. He merely enjoys reading novels, yet in Li Jingming's words, he had become an irredeemable villain. Even Su Zhang, standing nearby, was incensed. He was admitted to the academy on his own merit. If he were inadequate, he would be dismissed without your derision. Li Jingming merely glanced at him, retorting, "Your writings are hardly superior to his." This remark ignited Su Zhang's fury. "If it weren't for Master Wu's guidance, you would not be any better than the rest of us. Why adopt such a haughty demeanor?" Li Jingming maintained a calm demeanor and remarked nonchalantly, "You are free to seek a mentor." Su Zhang, infuriated, perceived this as a blatant mockery of his abilities. Unfazed by the ire of Su Zhang and Lu Su, Li Jingming fixated his gaze upon Chen Yan, questioning, "Are you truly willing to associate with someone of such mediocre talent?" Chapter 75, Transformation. "I sense you are in need of a beating." Lu Su rolled up his sleeves, only to be restrained by Su Zhang beside him. The two could only suppress their anger with great difficulty. Their scholarship paled in comparison to that of Li Jingming, leaving them no choice but to endure the ridicule. Chen Yan, under Li Jingming's scrutiny, smiled and retorted, "The academy examination may overshadow you, but the annual test will do the same." With one hand placed behind his back, he exuded an air of confidence, declaring, "As long as I am here, you shall not claim the top position." A number of students were already traversing the area, and seeing the confrontation between Chen Yan and Li Jingming, both renowned figures in the academy, many paused to witness the spectacle. The moment they heard Chen Yan's audacious proclamation, an uproar ensued. Although Chen Yan held the title of the academy's top scholar, the institution was not lacking in such accolades. It should be noted that the previous top scholar had only managed to secure the 19th position in the annual examination last year. Thus, Chen Yan's assertion of aiming for the first place was indeed a display of hubris. Li Jingming paid no heed to the crowd, casting a glance at Lu Su and Su Zhang, and stated, "That may not necessarily be the case." The piercing look he gave them was unbearable, and his audacious words further ignited their fury. Meanwhile, the onlookers were left utterly speechless. One individual might be arrogant, but for two to display such audacity was remarkable. Even before the examination had commenced, it seemed as though the top honors were already claimed by these two, leaving the other scholars in the academy in a state of disarray. The declaration of war between the two quickly spread throughout the academy, inciting a collective outrage among the scholars. It was imperative that these two do not attain commendable ranks in the upcoming examination, otherwise, the entire cohort would be unable to hold their heads high. Thus, the scholars united in a concerted effort against them. Those ranked higher dedicated themselves to even greater diligence, while those lower in ranking sought counsel from the two. Li Jingming, resolutely closed off from all distractions, refused to entertain any interruptions to his studies. The students then turned to Chen Yan for guidance. Generously, Chen Yan gathered them together, encouraging them to study the Cheng Wenji anthology alongside Lu Su. What? You refuse to memorize it? If you cannot even commit the anthology to memory, there is no point in instructing you, he remarked. Some may have suspected Chen Yan of deliberately dismissing them, yet he too memorized the anthology, completing it in the span of merely 2 hours, while many others had yet to finish their second piece. Lu Su corroborated, "Indeed, this is how Chen Yan taught me. He even required me to memorize 100 volumes of Cheng Wenji." After 3 grueling days of following Chen Yan's regimen, the students ranked lower could endure no longer. Rising at dawn to study and retiring at nightfall, their entire day was consumed by either studying or crafting essays, with little time for anything else. Was this truly living? If they could be this diligent, would they still be ranked lower? Only Lu Su and Su Zhang persevered, driven by the piercing gaze of Li Jingming. The tale of their rivalry spread further, reaching not only students but also the faculty, ultimately arriving at the ears of the Grand Master Heir, who immediately grew stern. Chen Yan, who holds the esteemed position of the top candidate, exhibits a troubling lack of humility, displaying an excessive arrogance that necessitates a firm reprimand. Otherwise, one cannot predict the chaos that may ensue in the future. Heir has resolutely decided to suppress both Chen Yan and Li Jingming, declaring that regardless of the excellence of their essays, they shall not find themselves among the top 10. On the day the results are announced, he intends to summon both individuals before him to earnestly inquire, "When did your writings become mere instruments for rivalry?" The academy is a place for scholarly pursuit, not a battleground for boastfulness. As he contemplates this, a servant enters to report that the identity of Jiu Yuan has been clarified. Heir, filled with delight, urgently asks, "Who is it? Bring him forth at once." The servant, brimming with excitement, replies, "This person is Chen Yan from Pingxing County, the very candidate chosen by you." "My lord." The smile on Heir's face falters. Ever since he perused the comic adaptations of the Analects and Mencius, he had dispatched individuals to investigate Jiu Yuan, aspiring to claim him for his own. Despite the unwavering secrecy surrounding the Mo Zhu Xian, the revelation that Jiu Yuan is indeed Chen Yan comes as a shock. "Have you verified this?" Heir reluctantly presses for confirmation. The servant, sensing his master's doubt about the task's completion, asserts emphatically, "It is undoubtedly Chen Yan." Originally, Mo Zhu Xian was on the verge of closing its doors, yet due to Chen Yan's artwork, it has surged to become the largest bookstore in Pingxing County. The servant has even procured several books featuring Chen Yan's illustrations. Still unsatisfied, Heir probes further into how the servant came by this information. The servant explains that after days of investigation, he had lingered near Mo Zhu Xian without witnessing anything remarkable. Determined to fulfill his master's commission, he sought information from the shopkeeper, and when that failed, he approached other bookstores. It was through this persistence that he learned the truth. After purchasing 50 books from Shuxiang Zhai, the shopkeeper divulged details about Chen Yan, revealing that despite Mo Zhu Xian's attempts at secrecy, the distinctive artistic style of Chen Yan could not be concealed. The shopkeeper of Shuxiang Zhai was particularly knowledgeable, having previously acquired Chen Yan's artwork, which had proven quite profitable. He assumed that the servant aimed to recruit Chen Yan, and thus spoke highly of the young artist. Recognizing the servant's background, he surmised that if they could entice Chen Yan away, Mo Zhu Xian would no longer overshadow them. After all, Shuxiang Zhai was merely a local bookstore, content to maintain its modest territory, especially when compared to the looming threat posed by larger bookstores from afar. Heir fell into a deeper silence, contemplating the remarkable intellect of a 9-year-old child who could comprehend the Analects and Mencius with such clarity. Surely, he would one day ascend to the court and benefit the populace. If he were to serve Heir, it would only hinder Chen Yan's future, ultimately a loss for the court itself. Yet, one must ponder which scholar is not somewhat arrogant in their youth. Such fervor, even at a tender age. is not necessarily a vice. He Shui felt a twinge of satisfaction. When the results of the annual examination were presented to him, he immediately sought out Chen Yan's paper, examining it closely and repeatedly expressing his admiration. In just a few months, this young man has made remarkable progress in his writing, a truly rare achievement. He promptly awarded Chen Yan the first place. On the day the results were announced, the scholars of the academy awoke at the crack of dawn. However, when they arrived, they found Chen Yan sound asleep, wrapped in a quilt beneath the announcement board. The crowd was taken aback. Those familiar with Chen Yan pulled him up and inquired, "Are you truly sleeping here? Aren't you afraid of catching a chill? It is already winter, and the cold is biting. How can one sleep outside?" Chen Yan, equally speechless, had not even bothered to attend the examination results for the courtyard trials. Now, for this mere year-end examination, he had been compelled by his teacher and Zhou Jibai to sleep beneath the board, eager to glimpse his ranking early. Though startled within, he maintained a calm facade and replied, "Only upon seeing that I am in first place can I rest easy and return indoors." The other scholars murmured, "How we long to give him a thrashing. What shall we do?" One scoffed, "Who knows who will come out on top?" Chen Yan glanced at the speaker, who was unfamiliar to him, and directly stated, "It could never be you." Chapter 76. Year-end examination publicly humiliated. The scholar seethed with anger and was about to argue with Chen Yan when a close companion intervened. Although Chen Yan typically appeared uninterested in worldly matters, devoting himself solely to the study of sacred texts, he possessed formidable strength when provoked. It was said that the head of the Gao family had suffered multiple setbacks in his presence. In such moments, debate would serve little purpose. Once the results were posted, if Chen Yan were not in first place, there would be ample opportunity for mockery then. The scholar, persuaded, huffed, "Let us see whether you, Chen Yan, truly claim the top spot." He could not believe that so many talented scholars in the academy could all be overshadowed by Chen Yan. A companion of his added, "Li Jingming is a disciple of Master Wu, distinguished in talent. He is sure to secure the top position in this year-end examination. Under Master Wu's personal guidance, Li Jingming will surely achieve an excellent ranking." As the group chattered, the onlookers remained silent, though many believed that Li Jingming would indeed surpass Chen Yan. Many of the instructors at the Daliang Academy held the title of Jinshi and, once serving as tutors, could no longer participate in the imperial examinations. Devoid of the prospect for advancement, these instructors tended to teach with little genuine dedication. The true competition lay with the scholars studying under private tutors outside the academy. No matter how gifted one might be, without the guidance of a renowned mentor, the path through the imperial examinations would be exceedingly arduous. With Master Wu Yan behind him, Li Jingming was supported by a venerable figure whose students filled the ranks of high officials in the court. Since entering Master Wu's tutelage, Li Jingming's writing had noticeably improved, prompting admiration and envy among the scholars, who lamented, "Li Jingming is destined to become a great scholar." In contrast, Chen Yan's mentor was relatively obscure. After Chen Yan and Li Jingming boasted on the road, the Academy's students diligently investigated Chen Yan's teacher, discovering that he was not among the famed masters. Furthermore, considering Chen Yan's humble origins, it was assumed he could not afford a distinguished tutor, leading them to conclude that Master Yang could not possibly compare to Master Wu. Unperturbed by the crowd, Chen Yan turned to gather his bedding. It was winter, and the nights were frigid. He had deliberately wrapped himself in a thick quilt, for he had not actually been asleep. As he finished rolling up his bedding and cradled it in his arms, gasps echoed around him. "Li Jingming is coming." Chen Yan turned to see the crowd parting. As Li Jingming strode forward, the scholars gathered around Li Jingming, as if to lend him their unspoken support. In stark contrast, Chen Yan stood alone, devoid of any allies. As Li Jingming approached Chen Yan, he halted and observed Chen Yan clutching a blanket. "It seems that everyone favors me," he remarked, his demeanor exuding an air of arrogance, as though the first position was his for the taking. Chen Yan replied coolly, "Their rankings are not for them to decide. What does it matter if there are many supporters? They are merely a rabble." Li Jingming paused, taken aback, while the other scholars glared at Chen Yan in outrage. How audacious he was. Unexpectedly, the contemplative Li Jingming acknowledged, "You speak the truth." The crowd fell silent, discomfort washing over them as if they had swallowed a fly. In that moment, many of them secretly hoped that neither would achieve a commendable ranking, ideally failing to even make the top 10, so they could witness the fall of their pride. Amidst their anticipations, the examination results were finally posted. Upon seeing the rankings, the faces of those present turned pale. First place, Chen Yan. Second place, Li Jingming. After perusing the list, Chen Yan smiled faintly. It appears I have triumphed. Turning away, he noticed Li Jingming staring intently at the white wall where the results were displayed, his lips pressed tightly together, as if trying to bore a hole through the announcement. Chen Yan chose not to utter another word and departed with his blanket. Though Li Jingming hailed from a humble farming background, his ability to study under Master Wu attested to his remarkable talent and keen intellect. Despite his pride, he was a man of integrity, competing with honor. Even when publicly provoked, Chen Yan harbored no ill feelings toward Li Jingming. Since Zhou Rong's capture, Chen Yan's perspective had shifted. Initially, he aimed merely to pass the examinations and lead a life of ease, but the repeated lessons from the Gao family revealed that mere scholars lacked the means for self-preservation. To secure his future, he realized he must strive for greater heights. Ultimately, he aspired to establish himself within the bureaucratic sphere. To thrive in such a realm, it was crucial to forge alliances. In the world of governance, relationships between mentors, classmates, and peers formed natural coalitions. As Chen Yan entered the academy, aside from his studies, he prioritized the search for allies. Although Lu Su and Su Zhang each possessed their flaws, their character was commendable, and they exhibited diligence when needed. Given their shared bond as classmates, if they could navigate the bureaucratic path together, they could support one another. However, both lacked the requisite aptitude, making success in the provincial examinations a daunting challenge. Chen Yan was willing to guide them in their studies, yet ultimately, their success depended on their own efforts. Li Jingming's talents surpassed those of his companions, bolstered by the guidance of a renowned mentor, making it likely he would fare better in the provincial examinations than Lu Su and Su Zhang. However, Li Jingming's arrogance blinded him to those who excelled beyond him. To win his respect, Chen Yan knew he must best him in his area of pride. To temper Li Jingming's arrogance, Chen Yan was determined to compete fiercely with him in the forthcoming examinations. Having already secured victory, if Li Jingming were to change his ways, Chen Yan would be willing to extend an olive branch. If he remained as proud as ever, Chen Yan would not expend further energy on him. He would spend 3 years at the academy, ample time to gradually identify potential allies. After the provincial examinations, Chen Yan resumed his diligent routine, executing his plans with unwavering commitment. The academy was replete with a vast collection of books, an overwhelming treasure trove that seemed impossible to fully explore. As he immersed himself in his studies, the name of Chen Yan resonated throughout the entire academy. Achieving first place in the annual examination, surpassing numerous esteemed scholars, was sufficient for the students to etch his name in their memories. Even more astonishing was that Lu Su, who had been guided by Chen Yan, managed to attain a second-class result this year. Unbeknownst to the other scholars, Lu Su had previously only achieved a third-class result. However, once connected to the renowned figure of Chen Yan, the narrative shifted. Last year's examination saw Lu Su receiving a third-class result, and with his impending expulsion from the academy looming, he had received just a month of guidance from Chen Yan, yet emerged with a second-class distinction. This news sent ripples of excitement through the academy's students. While Chen Yan's first-place achievement was merely a testament to his own talent, the prospect that he could mentor others transformed the situation entirely. Consequently, after the examination, many students flocked to seek Chen Yan's counsel. As a fellow student, he never turned them away when he had the time, though his busy schedule made it exceedingly difficult for them to find a moment of his availability. As he interacted more with the scholars, he became privy to a plethora of external news, such as which officials had taken concubines or where esteemed scholars were lecturing. Among the most significant tidings was that Governor Wang had launched an assault on the bandit stronghold at Panxi Mountain, eliminating over 100 bandits and capturing more than 200. This was indeed a momentous piece of news. That very day, Chen Yan shared this delightful update with Master Yang and Zhou Jibai. Master Yang remarked, "The governor is truly a capable leader. In just a few months, he has managed to dismantle such a formidable bandit lair." The stronghold, home to over 300 bandits, was nestled deep within the mountainous terrain, making its destruction no trivial feat. Panxi Mountain was not merely a single peak, but a sprawling range, resembling a coiled serpent, hence its name. Without guidance from locals, ordinary individuals would find it exceedingly difficult to navigate the mountains and escape. Due to the complex terrain, the number of bandits had only increased over time. In the past, after raiding goods and provisions, the bandits would vanish into Panxi Mountain as if they were fish returning to the sea, making it nearly impossible to track them down. For Governor Wang to accomplish such a feat surely required immense effort. Zhou Jibai exclaimed in delight. The governor was indeed influenced by Yan. Your eloquence is truly remarkable. Chen Yan humbly replied. The governor's actions stem from his genuine concern for the people and his benevolent heart, which facilitated this achievement, unrelated to my persuasive skills. At that moment, Chen Yan's demeanor turned serious. Master Yang's eyelids twitched, and his hand, which was stroking his beard, paused. Spending every day with this student. He was astounded by the wisdom he had acquired at such a young age. Whether this was a boon or a burden remained uncertain. Nonetheless, Master Yang was not a rigid individual. As long as his students exhibited proper conduct, he did not stifle their personalities. He then advised, given the governor's significant contributions to the people, you, as students, should express your gratitude. However, the governor will undoubtedly be preoccupied with this matter, so it would suffice to write a letter of appreciation. Chen Yan couldn't help but reflect on the wisdom of age. He still had much to learn from his master. The governor's actions would likely cause unrest for many in Danyang Prefecture, and it remained to be seen whether the Gao family would be implicated. Since the last encounter with the bandits, Chen Yan has speculated that those brigands must be linked to the Gao family. It is inconceivable that the Gao family, a formidable entity in Pingxing County and even Danyang Prefecture, could be entirely untainted. Yet, upon further reflection, he found himself uncertain. After all, the Gao family is currently under intense scrutiny. Even if they were to harbor such brigands, it would be illogical to squander their resources on a mere scholar like himself. His dealings with young Master Gao have revealed that he is not a reckless individual. Prominent families often ensure that their eldest sons are groomed for the imperial examinations and select the most capable among their other children to manage family affairs. Young Master Gao, entrusted with the governance of the Gao family, cannot be a fool who lacks discernment. Such conduct would be beneath him. Yet, among those he has offended, the only one capable of directing bandits is the Gao family. Suddenly, a teacup was hurled through the air, striking Gao Shiyuan with a resounding thud, the scalding tea seeping through his garments and scorching his chest. But Gao Shiyuan dared not evade. He could only lower his head helplessly, enduring the wrath of his father. Gao Jian, still seething with anger, turned sharply to Gao Mingyuan, who stood by. Execute the family punishment. Gao Shiyuan trembled in terror, his face as pale as a ghost. Gao Mingyuan cast a fleeting glance at him before bowing respectfully to Gao Jian, then signaled to a trusted aide behind him, who promptly produced a prepared rattan whip. Gao Jian seized the whip and brought it down forcefully upon the kneeling Gao Shiyuan. With a cry of anguish, Gao Shiyuan collapsed to the ground. The pampered seventh young master had never endured such torment, curling up on the floor and shielding his head from the blows. The seemingly humble and gentle Gao Jian, in this moment, resembled an enraged lion, relentlessly striking Gao Shiyuan with the whip. No matter how Gao Shiyuan attempted to evade, the whip found its mark with alarming precision. How dare you commit such foolishness as to steal your brother's seal? Do you wish to bring ruin upon the Gao family? Gao Jian nearly roared, his strikes growing increasingly fierce as Gao Shiyuan wept and pleaded for mercy. Father, I was wrong. I won't dare again. Yet, these pleas did little to quell Gao Jian's fury. Instead, they seemed to incite him further. Young Master Gao observed the scene with cold detachment. Gao Shiyuan had audaciously taken advantage of his absence to sneak into his study, stealing his seal and instructing the third underling of the bandits from Pan Snake Mountain to eliminate Chen Yan. It was only when the third underling and his associates were apprehended and brought to the magistrate that young Master Gao became aware of the situation. In a fit of rage, he had forced Gao Shiyuan to kneel in his study for several days. Such foolishness, regardless of punishment, proved futile. Thus, he discreetly sought to leverage his connections to extricate the third underling and others from their predicament. However, Wang Shun refused to release them, even managing to conceal his actions, sending troops to besiege the entire Pan Snake Mountain bandit camp, resulting in significant losses for the Gao family. This burden was beyond what he could bear. So he brought Gao Shiyuan to the thatched cottage to present him to his father and recount the entire sequence of events. At this juncture, his father was merely chastising Gao Shiyuan. He was indeed showing restraint. Once Gao Jian's breathing steadied, young Master Gao approached to offer counsel. Excessive anger harms the body. Father, please take care of your health. Gao Jian, casting the whip aside, seethed with indignation as he addressed young Master Gao. You are now in charge of the entire Gao family. The seal is of utmost importance. How could it be allowed to be stolen so easily? The second son, filled with remorse, said, It is my failure to oversee matters. I implore you, father, to mete out punishment. At this juncture, further excuses would be futile. It is better to shoulder the blame entirely. In the face of his seventh son, Gao Jian could invoke family discipline. Yet with the second son in charge, he could not resort to arbitrary chastisement, lest it undermine his authority and compromise his ability to command respect in the future. Gao Jian remained silent for a moment before stating, Having lost control of Panxi Mountain, our family's influence here has been severely diminished, a truly grievous loss. Although the Gao family wields considerable power in this region, compelling local officials to heed our commands is an impossible feat at that moment. A shrewd idea emerged to cultivate banditry. Should the local officials need to be coerced, rampant banditry could serve as a tool. Raiding villages and plundering merchants would compel even the most obstinate officials to acquiesce. Without the threat of banditry, it would be challenging for them to maintain their grip on Pingxing County, let alone influence Danyang Prefecture as they once did. This incident had indeed struck at the very roots of the Gao family. For this reason, Gao Jian felt a surge of rage, wishing to expel Gao Shiyuan from the family. Father, I fear this matter is not as straightforward as it seems, the second son replied, his expression grave. Even if the bandits have abducted the students, why go to the trouble of eradicating them if we can simply apprehend those few criminals? Gao Jian's countenance darkened further. Was Wang Shun truly poised to oppose both Chen Yan and the Gao family? Although Chen Yan possessed potential, he was still merely a lowly student. Could it be that in Wang Shun's eyes, Chen Yan was more worthy of alliance than the Gao family? Or perhaps Wang Shun intended to ascend by stepping on the Gao family's back. Regardless of the scenario, it posed a significant disadvantage to the Gao family. A mere student had managed to corner the Gao family into such a predicament. Gao Jian narrowed his eyes, realizing they had underestimated Chen Yan. The second son remarked, I have never underestimated him. All the means at my disposal have been employed, yet he has adeptly countered each one. This statement ignited a flash of cold determination in Gao Jian's gaze, his tone growing even more frigid. Pingxing County is too diminutive. It cannot support two formidable entities. The second son abruptly lifted his gaze towards Gao Jian and, perceiving the frost upon his father's visage, understood the gravity of the situation. Calculating the days, it was evident that Zhou Rong should soon arrive in the capital. On the 7th day of the 12th lunar month, the academy had closed for winter recess. This winter was particularly frigid, and even the diligent Chen Yan was reluctant to leave the warmth of his bed. After 3 consecutive days of snowfall, the academy declared a break. Aware that Chen Yan had been victimized by bandits, the clan dispatched the most formidable member, Chen Laohu, to retrieve him. Chapter 78. Drinking wine. Chen Laohu loaded the belongings onto the ox cart, revealing a hearty smile upon his rugged countenance. The clan leader has instructed me to protect you from now on. As long as I draw breath, not a single hair on our scholar shall be harmed. Chen Laohu's words carried considerable weight. His father was an adept hunter. Whenever he ventured into the village's back mountains, he invariably returned with wild hares and chickens. If he caught more than he needed, he would leave some for their household. Thus Chen Laohu had grown strong from a young age. By the age of 10, he accompanied his father into the mountains, mastering the art of hunting, and at 15, he had slain a tiger. When he descended the mountain bearing the tiger, the villagers only remembered him as Chen Laohu, forgetting his true name. Later, during a skirmish with another village, Chen Laohu charged into the opposing crowd, nearly delivering a fatal blow to their village chief, showcasing his remarkable bravery. These events were recounted to Chen Yan after his return home by Chen Desho. The chief's envoy was someone in whom Chen Yan had complete trust. With such a formidable protector, he felt assured that he would not encounter bandits as he had previously. With his concerns alleviated by his clan, he could devote himself wholeheartedly to his studies. Although the academy was on break, Chen Yan continued his diligent practice of memorization and composition. Initially, he had intended to stay at Master Yang's house until the eve of the new year. Yet upon his arrival, he found Master Yang had gone to visit friends and was nowhere to be found. Consequently, Chen Yan remained at home. With Chen Yan's recent success in the imperial examinations, the residents of Qinjiabin carried themselves with newfound pride. Whenever relatives hosted banquets, the people of Qinjiabin were accorded the honor of sitting in the esteemed seats, garnering respect from others. The entire village of Qinjiabin flourished, and even the New Year celebrations were more vibrant than ever. After the Lantern Festival, Chen Yan was escorted to the academy by Chen Lao, where he resumed his dedicated studies. Occasionally, he encountered Li Jingming at the academy, who seemed to have lost his former arrogance and appeared somewhat disheartened. Chen Yan thought that if one were to lose their spirit over a single examination, they would not progress far in the path of the imperial examinations. So he did not dwell on it. The provincial examinations took place in February, and by April, Zhou Rong had returned home in triumph. Zhou, who had ranked 7th in the second class of successful candidates, was personally received by Governor Wang, who arranged for his return to Zhujiaban. On the second day after his homecoming, County Magistrate Tao paid a personal visit to celebrate with the newly minted scholar Zhou Rong, while the local gentry continuously sent gifts to Zhou's home. The Zhou family basked in a moment of glory. When Chen Yan returned on his day off, he was greeted by the jubilant Zhou Jinshi. That evening, Zhou Rong invited Chen Yan and Zhou Jibai to share a drink with him. However, Jiang intervened, saying that alcohol was harmful and that the boys were too young. Zhou Rong laughed heartily, asserting that even at 10 years old, they were not too young for a modest drink. Many scholars spend their entire lives without attaining the title of Jinshi. Zhou Rong had worked tirelessly for years to change his fate, so how could he not celebrate and share this joy with the two boys? In the Liang Dynasty, boys became adults at 15, and at 10, they were no longer considered children. What was wrong with a father sharing a drink with his sons? Master Yang chimed in, saying that a true gentleman does not sweat the small details. Seeing that she could not dissuade them, Jiang prepared warm wine for the three, ensuring the boys would not drink cold wine. Zhou Rong raised his cup and clinked glasses with Chen Yan and Zhou Jibai, exclaiming, "Today, I shall teach you what wine is." As Li Bai once said, one should revel in life's pleasures and not let the golden cup sit empty against the moon. Drink boldly, and if you get drunk, I shall carry you both to bed. Zhou Jibai's eyes sparkled with excitement, though he hesitated, taking a deep breath before whispering to Chen Yan, "After this drink, we will no longer be boys, we will be men." Observing Zhou Jibai's enthusiasm, Chen Yan reflected inwardly that such excitement over a mere cup of wine revealed their youthful innocence. He, on the other hand, felt composed as he raised his cup and drank the warm wine in one go. Calm and unhurried, he considered himself quite free-spirited. In his past life, Chen Yan had worked as a salesman for a period to support himself, during which he honed his ability to drink. It was also that experience in sales that exposed him to various individuals and taught him the essence of human nature. The comics he later illustrated brought the characters to life, naturally leading to their success. At that time, the drink of choice was predominantly high-proof liquor, and the water-like alcohol from Daliang was hardly distinguishable in his mouth. Since his father was in high spirits, he decided to indulge in the merriment. Consequently, at the table, apart from himself, the other three succumbed to the effects of the drink. Zhou Jibai, the weakest among them, could barely manage a cup before he sat in his chair. Grinning foolishly, after another cup, he collapsed onto the table. Yang Fuzi fared slightly better, managing 5 cups before he too fell. As for Zhou Rong, he proved to be somewhat more resilient, consuming a commendable 8 cups, yet he found himself rubbing his temples and, with a dazed gaze, asked Chen Yan, "Are you intoxicated?" Sitting upright, Chen Yan replied, "Not at all, merely my stomach feels overly bloated." With a lamenting groan, Zhou Rong laid his head down on the table and fell into a deep slumber. Chen Yan shook his head in disdain at the trio. It was truly astonishing that such low alcohol content could lead to inebriation, revealing their lack of tolerance. He set down his cup, sighed, and felt unsatisfied. When Chen Yan returned home from the academy, Zhou Rong had already returned to the capital to fulfill his official duties. Since he had yet to be appointed to a position, Jiang Shi did not accompany him. However, unlike before, Zhou Rong had successfully passed the imperial examination, prompting those who had previously coveted their family fortune to treat him with deference, greeting both Zhou Jibai and Chen Yan with smiles. In early May, the collection of essays from this year's imperial examination was released in Danyang Prefecture. Chen Yan promptly purchased a copy and, bypassing the lists of the top scholars, directly sought out Zhou Rong's contributions. Upon reading them thoroughly, he was deeply impressed. His father's writings were indeed incomparable to those of the past. Even Yang Fuzi remarked, "Mao Zhi's prose has reached a level of consummate skill, no wonder he achieved second place." He then advised Chen Yan and Zhou Jibai, "You two should diligently study Mao Zhi's essays." Yan, Your writing style is similar to his, so you must contemplate it carefully. Chen Yan respectfully vowed, I shall meticulously study each word and sentence. After committing the entire collection to memory, he returned to Zhou Rong's articles. With each reading, he gleaned new insights. In terms of the imperial examination writings, Zhou Rong's pieces may not compare to those of the top scholars, yet they stirred one's emotions profoundly, encapsulated by a singular phrase, a heart of innocence. Chen Yan recalled the autumn harvest painting Zhou Rong had gifted him, deepening his reflections. After several readings, Chen Yan's writing began to exude more vitality, and the revisions suggested by Yang Fuzi diminished significantly. He sent his own essays to Zhou Rong, who would meticulously comment on each word, returning them filled with red annotations, accompanied by letters or official reports. These reports documented not only various royal matters, but also imperial edicts, administrative orders, officials' critiques, and performance evaluations from various regions, including reports on calamities. Such reports were circulated exclusively among officials. Understanding them was essential for grasping national policies and the affairs of Dalian. While the offspring of officials had access to these reports, the sons of farmers were deprived of such information, placing them at a considerable disadvantage in political discourse. The imperial examination sought to identify talents capable of governing the nation. How could one govern effectively without mastering the art of writing policy? Chen Yan had anticipated that this year would conclude amidst the busy pursuit of knowledge. Yet the upheaval in the 12th lunar month would thrust the entire Zhou family into the depths of despair. Chapter 79. The Truth of One's Origins. A group of constables burst into the academy, seizing Zhou Jibai. When Lu Su arrived, Chen Yan was engrossed in reading contemporary literature in the library. Chen Yan sprinted furiously and finally caught up with the group of constables apprehending Zhou Jibai near the academy. Zhou Jibai is a student. How dare you arrest him so casually? The leading constable merely retorted, we are only following orders. If you believe there has been an injustice, seek out someone who can redress it, before hastily escorting the flustered Zhou Jibai away. Zhou Jibai had always been diligent in his studies at the academy, never having committed any wrongdoing. Why, then, did the constables resort to such blatant force? Did they not consider Zhou Rong, who was in the capital, as a second-degree scholar? Zhou Rong was currently engaged in political affairs at the 6 ministries, and, although not yet formally appointed to a position, his reputation would surely warrant some caution from the local authorities. After all, they would soon be colleagues, and it would be unwise to offend him lightly. Contemplating this, Chen Yan's expression grew increasingly grave. If Zhou Rong were in trouble, it would explain why Zhou Jibai was implicated. To verify his suspicions, Chen Yan immediately sought out Chen Laohu to escort him to Zijiawan. Upon reaching the village entrance, he was halted by an elder from Zijiawan, known to Chen Yan as Uncle Yujian. They have taken your mother, and the constables have emptied your home. Your father seems to have encountered some trouble. You must not go there, lest you draw yourself into the fray. Chen Yan's heart sank entirely. The worst he had feared had come to pass. Zhou Rong must have encountered grave misfortune, thereby endangering his family. As a mere scholar, he had no means of discerning the happenings in the capital. Chen Yan went to the government office to deliver a formal greeting, but Governor Wang did not receive him. Instead, he sent word, keep your distance to ensure your own safety. This year, Governor Wang had achieved significant acclaim for eradicating several bandit strongholds and apprehending numerous criminals. Due to the ongoing campaign against banditry, he remained in his post in Donyang Prefecture. However, it was anticipated that upon the conclusion of his term, he would likely be transferred to a central position. Governor Wang's accomplishments were, in part, attributable to Chen Yan's contributions. At this moment, to offer guidance to Chen Yan fulfilled their bond of camaraderie. There were undoubtedly complexities surrounding matters that even a governor would hesitate to address openly. As he could not meet with the governor, Chen Yan sought an audience with the Grand Master. He, too, was granted an audience, but merely stated, this matter is beyond your capacity to combat. There is no need for further exertion. When Chen Yan pressed for more information, the Grand Master fell silent. Foreseeing this outcome, Chen Yan felt no disappointment. He merely requested to see Jiang Shi and Zhou Jibai. The Grand Master, noting Chen Yan's disregard for personal gain and influence, regarded him with increased esteem and acquiesced to his request. Both Jiang Shi and Zhou Jibai were confined in the dark, damp prison of the government office. Upon entering, one was immediately struck by a foul odor, accompanied by the faint sounds of rats scurrying about. Following the jailer, Chen Yan arrived at the entrance of a small cell, finally laying eyes on Zhou Jibai, whom he had not seen for several days. Though Zhou Jibai had been imprisoned for some time, his hair was disheveled, his complexion pale, and his eyes carried a vacant look. Hearing Chen Yan call his name, Zhou Jibai turned his head slowly, but upon recognizing Chen Yan, he averted his gaze once more. Chen Yan strode confidently to stand before him, crouching down to gaze quietly at him. Zhou Jibai, it is I, Chen Yan. Zhou Jibai stared intently at the figure before him, confirming that he was not merely dreaming. Gradually, his eyes began to shimmer with life. Yet the redness around them betrayed his inner turmoil. Ah Yan, they say father has been imprisoned in the Ministry of Justice and may face execution. He had intended to speak with nonchalance, but his voice choked with emotion as he spoke. Chen Yan inquired, did they say what crime father committed? Zhou Jibai shook his head. Chen Yan patted his shoulder, yet found no words of comfort to offer. After a prolonged silence, he merely pressed a pouch of coins into Zhou Jibai's hand, lowering his voice to say, attend to necessary matters. Do not hesitate to part with silver, for preserving your life is of utmost importance. Zhou Jibai's eyes grew misty, and he nodded faintly, urging, take care of yourself outside. When Chen Yan encountered Jiang Shi, he nearly failed to recognize her. Jiang Shi hailed from a scholarly lineage, well-versed in literature and capable of composing poetry. She had always adorned herself meticulously, her attire and hair arranged with precision. Yet now, her hair lay disheveled, and although her clothing remained intact, it was soiled beyond recognition. The once gentle woman erupted in fury upon seeing Chen Yan. What brings you here? This was the first time Chen Yan had encountered such a fierce and fragile side of Jiang Shi, stirring a pang of sorrow within him. During his 6 years with the Zhou family, Jiang Shi had treated him as her own, never once casting him a disapproving glance. The garments he wore and the shoes beneath his feet were all crafted by her hands. In times of illness, she had vigilantly cared for him through the night. In truth, the bond he shared with Jiang Shi was stronger than that with Lu Shi, forged over a longer period of time. Mother, what has transpired? Chen Yan asked. Jiang Shi's expression shifted dramatically as she turned her head to glance outside, ensuring no one was watching before she lowered her voice. Do not call me that. You are not my son. You were merely exchanged to shield Jibai from misfortune. Jiang Shi continued vehemently. The midwife was bribed by me to deliberately bring your mother to my abode for childbirth, and it was I who orchestrated the exchange of you and Jibai. Chen Yan listened in silence until she finished, before posing a simple question. Why the exchange? When I was pregnant, a fortune teller warned that my son would face a tumultuous life, enduring great hardships, and that only through another could he escape such suffering. It happened that your mother's delivery was close to mine, so I had her brought to my home, taking advantage of her exhaustion during childbirth to swap you with the Zhou family. Jiang Shi recounted the tale in a detached manner. After the exchange, Lu Shi had been none the wiser, believing her child resembled her enough to be her own. Yet, the truth was, she had been aware all along. Why then? Return me and Zhou Jibai? Chen Yan asked calmly. Jiang Shi paused, then indignantly replied, you are far too ignorant. 300,000 is not learned. And my son suffers in the Chen household, so I brought him back. As their eyes met, Chen Yan observed her quietly. A chill crept into Jiang Shi's heart. After all, she had shared 6 years of maternal affection with Chen Yan and understood him well. At this moment, Chen Yan's expression was devoid of emotion, yet he was on the brink of fury. Indeed, with a disdainful scoff, Chen Yan remarked, given the circumstances, you should not have revealed these matters at this time. To maximize benefits, you ought to feign a deep maternal bond with me, compelling me to exhaust all my efforts to save your family of 3. Jiang was taken aback, instinctively retorting, you, a mere scholar, could never rescue us no matter how hard you try. Why should I continue this charade? Chen Yan pressed a handful of prepared silver coins into Jiang's palm, stating, though I wield no power, I possess wealth that can afford you a more comfortable existence. Since you are so intent on considering your son, Zhou Jibai, you must realize I am the only one willing to advocate for him. Chapter 80. The limits of human endeavor. Jiang's eyes brimmed with tears, yet her words grew more caustic. You are merely a shield against calamity for my son. Do you truly wish to assist us? Someone like you will scarcely advance in the bureaucratic realm, let alone secure your own safety. Chen Yan observed her silently for a moment, noting how her eyes reddened further before he turned to leave. As he exited the prison, the cold wind that greeted him dispersed the lingering foul odor. Unbeknownst to him, gentle snowflakes had begun to fall, melting upon contact with others' shoulders, leaving no trace behind. Chen Yan adjusted his coat and stepped outside. Chen Laohu, waiting at the entrance, hurried over to place a straw hat upon Chen Yan's head, given the sky's demeanor. A heavy snowfall is imminent. If we delay, the snow will seal off the mountains, and we shall be unable to return. Chen Yan nodded in agreement and climbed onto the ox cart. As the cart creaked away, he glanced back, the prison shrouded in the softly falling snow, rendering it somewhat indistinct. Chen Laohu's prediction proved accurate. By the time the cart reached Qinjiawan, the snow descended like cotton fluffs in a gentle flurry. Chen Desho and Lu approached, their faces etched with concern. What transpired? Chen Yan shook his head. The situation remains unclear. What of Jibai and Madame Zhou? Lu inquired, nearly unable to contain her urgency. Chen Yan paused before responding with a calming tone. Jibai and his mother are merely in low spirits. Otherwise, they are well. Lu exhaled with relief, though anxiety lingered on her face. How could they have been apprehended? Do they not fear offending Lord Zhou? Having nurtured Zhou Jibai for 6 years, she had fostered a deep maternal bond, and now, with her child in jeopardy, her distress was palpable. After dispatching her to the kitchen, Chen Desho fixed his gaze on Chen Yan. Speak to me truthfully. What is their condition? A surge of anger welled within Chen Yan as he replied. Jibai's leg has been beaten to a pulp. He cannot stand. My mother bears numerous lash marks. She must have endured considerable punishment. Within the prison, his fury was not merely due to Zhang's assertions about being a shield against misfortune. Even if Zhang had, at one point, switched children due to a fortune-teller's prediction, she had diligently cared for him afterward. He held a clear judgment of their treatment towards him. Moreover, it was Zhang and Zhou Rong who had willingly exchanged him back with Zhou Jibai. He had not truly shielded Zhou Jibai from disaster. Otherwise, it would have been him languishing in the prison, not Zhou Jibai. He had dined at the Zhou household, studied their texts, and received their grace. It was inconceivable for him to turn a blind eye in their time of need. If he could not discern that the Jiang family was attempting to force him into the sidelines, then his 2 lifetimes would have been in vain. It was not until midday the following day that the heavy snowfall ceased, leaving the roads buried beneath a thick blanket of pristine white snow, rendering the world a vast, desolate expanse. Chen Yan, equipped with all his silver, trudged alongside Chen Desho, navigating the treacherous path toward the county town. The untouched snow was not slippery, yet it proved arduous to traverse, and as night fell, they had yet to reach their destination. Seeking refuge for the night, they found shelter in a nearby farmhouse. Resuming their journey at dawn, upon arriving in the county town, they headed straight for the Mo bamboo pavilion. However, due to the heavy snowfall, the streets were deserted, and the pavilion remained closed. When Chen Yan finally pushed open the heavy door, his cotton clothing was thoroughly soaked. The innkeeper hurriedly ushered both him and Chen Desho into a guest room, bringing a charcoal stove to warm their chilled bodies. When Ming Yongchang arrived, he had not even washed his face. Upon seeing Chen Yan's frostbitten visage, his expression turned grave. There are matters beyond your control, he cautioned. Chen Yan replied. Both the prefect and the Grand Master have conveyed this sentiment to me. Must you too, Yongchang, dissuade me? Their gazes locked, and the words that Meng Yongchang had nearly uttered were swallowed back. They had known each other for 4 years, well aware of each other's dispositions. Years ago, when the Mo bamboo pavilion faced closure, it was Chen Yan's artistry that revived it. Not only the pavilion, but the entire Meng family's bookshop thrived due to Chen Yan's works, particularly his interpretations of the Analects and Mozi. Although he adopted the pen name Jiu Yuan, an astute investigator could uncover his true identity. Over the years, numerous bookshops had sought to poach him, yet Chen Yan remained unmoved, cherishing this bond all the more. After exchanging greetings with Chen Desho, Meng Yongchang sat beside Chen Yan and remarked, news from the capital reveals that the crown prince has been deposed due to sorcery, causing turmoil within the court. Many officials who defended the crown prince now find themselves imprisoned. Since the capture of Zhou Jibai and the Jiang family has only transpired within the last few days, even with the Meng family's connections in the capital, such information has yet to reach me. However, it is evident that the crown prince has been ensnared in the sorcery scandal for some time, compounded by the inexplicable arrest of Zhou's mother and son. Thus, it becomes clear. Meng Yongchang placed a reassuring hand on Chen Yan's shoulder, speaking earnestly, "Ah Yan, human strength has its limits." Each pat felt like a heavy hammer upon Chen Yan, almost bowing him under its weight. In a feudal dynasty, Imperial authority looms like an insurmountable mountain. With the crown prince's fall from grace, a reshuffling of power within the court is inevitable. The fierce struggles for power among the elite merely cast a few sparks upon the common folk, leading to ruin and despair. Just as the Jiang family and Zhou Jibai remained oblivious to their fates, they were already ensnared. Yet, Chen Yan was unwilling to accept this fate. He had maintained correspondence with Zhou Rong, never once learning that Zhou had aligned with the crown prince's faction. Moreover, given Zhou Rong's official standing, he would not have the means to petition the emperor directly. How then could he have become embroiled in such a predicament? These matters were beyond the realm of his knowledge, let alone his ability to intervene. Now that he had arrived, he resolved to request a loan from Meng Yongchang. Meng Yongchang was indeed quite generous. What need is there for us to speak of loans? I shall give you 500 taels of silver up front. When you find the time, simply complete the 4 books for me. Chen Yan expressed his gratitude and headed to the apothecary, purchasing some ointments for external injuries to discreetly provide for the guards, ultimately managing to deliver the medicine inside. Upon seeing Zhou Jibai's bloodied and mangled legs, Chen Desho felt a pang of sorrow in his throat. After all, he had raised this son for 6 years. How could he bear to witness his suffering? He hurriedly began to apply the medicine. Zhou Jibai, even more silent than when Chen Yan last visited him, quietly observed as Chen Desho tended to his wounds, before finally murmuring, "My father is in trouble. Do not come here anymore, lest you become entangled." Although the prison was dim, Chen Yan could still discern the pallor of his lips. He could only imagine the suffering Zhou Jibai had endured in the last few days. After a moment of silence, Chen Yan replied, "I shall not return after today." Chen Desho turned to look at him, disbelief evident in his eyes. He had witnessed the 2 children study and live together daily, their bond closer than that of a father and son. How could Chen Yan now decide to abandon Zhou Jibai? Zhou Jibai finally cracked a smile, a hint of lingering innocence in his expression. "Ah Yan, you are indeed wiser than I." Chen Yan removed his coat, crouched down, and draped it over Zhou Jibai's shoulders, speaking softly. "This matter involves the deposed crown prince and will certainly implicate many. The court cannot execute everyone. With our father's rank, he may only be swept up in the storm. And as your family, you should be safe from grave consequences. What you must do now is to take care of yourself. As long as the green hills remain, there will be no worry for firewood." Chapter 81. Hope. Zhou Jibai looked down at the warm coat draped over him, nodding earnestly. "I will take care of myself." Seizing the opportunity, Chen Yan slipped a pouch of silver coins into his hand, lowering his voice. "If they wish to interrogate you, offer them more silver to spare yourself from suffering." Zhou Jibai clenched the pouch tightly, his eyes gradually brightening. His voice was hoarse. "Thank you. There is no need for us brothers to speak of such matters." Chen Yan's gaze was grave. "Strive to survive. Once I enter the court, I will surely find the right moment to rescue you." Zhou Jibai's eyes glistened with unshed tears. His once lifeless heart seemed to revive. Since their capture, no one had come to visit him apart from Chen Yan and Chen Desho. Every day he awoke to the sight of the dim prison and the unfriendly guards. Zhou Jibai was filled with fear, terrified that he might spend his entire life in this dark cell. Chen Yan's words ignited a flicker of hope within him. He had no doubt that Chen Yan could achieve this. Even if Chen Yan did not succeed in the examinations, as long as he continued to strive, there remained a chance for Zhou Jibai's release. Hope in desperate times is more precious than gold. Zhou Jibai nodded vigorously, declaring earnestly, "I will pray to the deities to bless you with swift success in the imperial examinations." Chen Yan glanced at his legs. "Can you still kneel?" Zhou Jibai finally regained his usual spirit. "If I cannot kneel, I shall simply chant more fervently, annoying the deities until they protect you." As if not satisfied, he added, "I cannot read in this prison, so I have plenty of time to pester them." Chen Yan, observing his stubbornness, felt a sense of relief. He patted Zhou Jibai's shoulder and said, "Order whatever you desire. I will arrange for the guards to fetch it. After this tumult, I shall devise a means to send money your way." Chen Desho comprehended his intent and could not help but exhale in relief. Yet, upon reflection, he pondered the arduous nature of the imperial examination. It was not merely a matter of sitting for the test to succeed. Moreover, simply passing the examination was insufficient. Look at Zhou Rong, who, despite his initial glory as a successful scholar, fell from grace just as swiftly. This was indeed a heavy burden for Yan. However, in such trying times, the brothers sought to console one another, and he refrained from dousing the flames of hope, swallowing back his doubts. When Chen Yan visited Jiangshi, Chen Desho did not accompany him, but remained to tend to Zhou Jibai. In the prison, men and women were segregated, and perhaps due to Zhou Rong's connections, both Zhou Jibai and Jiangshi were afforded separate quarters. Upon Chen Yan's entrance, Jiangshi immediately displayed an expression of disdain, exclaiming, "What brings you here again? Have you not learned the essence of self-respect?" As she spoke, her breath hitched more than before. Chen Yan stood before her, his dark eyes fixated on the disheveled Jiangshi. Just as she was about to retort, Chen Yan interjected, "I have seen Jibai. His leg is severely infected." In her eyes, an uncontrollable worry flickered, and instinctively she wished to inquire further, yet upon seeing Chen Yan, she pressed her pale lips together tightly, one hand gripping her thigh with palpable force. Chen Yan glanced at her hand before raising his gaze to continue, "Mother, this is my final visit." Jiangshi's expression momentarily lost its clarity, soon replaced by a flicker of solace. Although her tone remained rigid, "There is no necessity for this final meeting. Father is embroiled in the incident of the deposed prince, and our future is irreparably damaged. I have contemplated this carefully. Your lives may be spared, likely resulting in exile. At best, our wealth will be confiscated, and you will be released." Chen Yan remained unfazed by Jiangshi's demeanor and continued, "The fate that befalls you will depend on the court's disposition. You have not yet reached a point of no return. However, mother, you are right. I should sever ties with you. Should I become entangled, our chances of resurgence will vanish." Jiangshi's lips quivered, her eyes betraying a flicker of inner conflict. Finally, she sighed deeply, saying, "This is our fate. Acceptance is required. Yan, you have a promising future ahead. Do not squander it for our sake." Chen Yan replied, "As the saying in the 4 lessons of Liao Fan goes, destiny is shaped by my actions, fortune sought through my efforts. How can one resign to fate?" Jiangshi paused, and after a considerable silence, she lifted her pale hand to caress Chen Yan's hair, offering a resigned smile. "Even Zhuge Liang could not alter destiny. Illustrating the trials we face. My son is but a mere boy of 10. Why must he bear such a heavy burden? You have already attained distinction. Focus on your own well-being now. Pursue further success, marry, and raise a family, ensuring a harmonious life devoid of worry for us." Her eyes softened, the smile at her lips growing warmer. "In my selfishness, I once wished only for my own child's welfare, desiring to find another child born around the same time to share in the suffering. Yet you were always so well-behaved as a child, rarely crying, only murmuring when hungry or in need, which only deepened my guilt and ignited my greed. If only you could live a life of safety and peace." Her hand trembled slightly. Fearing Chen Yan might notice, she withdrew it, concealing it beneath her other hand. "Upon learning of this matter, your father had quite the uproar with me, and we ultimately decided to return you. Mother has only 2 sons, since Bai has already endured enough hardship. She hopes you can live a harmonious life, free from such burdens." When Chen Yan emerged from the prison, snow began to fall once more. This snowfall was heavier than the last, lingering on his body for an unusually long time. With every step Chen Yan took, he felt an extraordinary weight. A sedan chair came to a halt before him, the bearers discreetly wiping sweat from their brows. As the curtain was drawn aside, the second son of the Gao family, clad in a fox fur coat, was revealed. The young master beamed with a smile, ready to speak with Chen Yan, only to watch as Chen Yan bypassed his chair and walked away. The smile on the young master's face gradually faded, and he commanded in a low voice, "Follow him." The bearers, who had just rested, quickly lifted the chair and hurried after Chen Yan. Chen Yan did not walk quickly, yet the sedan chair soon obstructed his path again. Chen Desho furrowed his brow and tugged at Chen Yan, saying, "There is something amiss with this person." The young master of the Gao family responded with an inquisitive, "Oh, what makes you say that?" Chen Desho replied, "Carrying a fan in the dead of winter. Can that be considered normal? He has lived nearly 30 years without encountering anyone who fans themselves in such cold. Is he not a bit deranged?" The young master's previously uplifted smile froze once more as he glanced at the prison and scoffed. If he is so reluctant to part with the prison, he might as well reside there permanently. Why bother coming out? Chen Yan lifted his eyelids to meet his gaze, and upon seeing the smug expression on his face, he deduced that Zhou Rong's predicament was inextricably linked to the Gao family. Has the Gao family fallen so low that they can no longer afford a meal, resorting to sending their second son to scurry about like a rat? The young master's expression darkened profoundly. How dare Chen Yan insult him so? He sneered coldly. What good is your sharp tongue? Before power, your little tricks are worth nothing. Previously, their encounters had been mere skirmishes, even if Chen Yan gained some advantage. He could not shake the very foundation of the Gao family, while the Gao family, with a mere motion, could bring about the total ruin of the Zhou family. Chen Yan's strength rested solely on the Zhou family's influence. Before the Gao family, Zhou Rong was utterly defenseless. As for Chen Yan, he had no power to resist. Were it not for the Gao family currently being in the spotlight, and the scholars of Dongyang Prefecture being aware of the various entanglements between Chen Yan and the Gao family, he would have swiftly dealt with the Chen family without any further ado, rather than circling around to confront the Zhou family. Chapter 82. The Gao family takes action. Could it be that the Zhou family's capture is merely the Gao family flexing their power? Chen Yan fixed his gaze on the young master of the Gao family, a hint of anger flickering in his eyes. The young master was accustomed to dealing with obedient and compliant individuals. His words indicated that the clever among them would realize that it was Chen Yan who had provoked the Gao family, leading to the Zhou family's misfortune. Whether in anger or pleading for mercy, none would dare to question directly as Chen Yan did. This audacity surpassed all that the young master had been taught since childhood, prompting him to silently curse Chen Yan as a reckless fool. Yet, the fury reflected on Chen Yan's face amused him. Once so arrogant, now he appeared powerless and enraged before him. A note of disdain crept into the young master's smile. So what if it is true? And what if it is not? Chen Yindao remarked. Were it not for the machinations of your Gao family, even a mere scholar like myself would not have been extinguished. What face do you have to speak of power before me? Gao Jian's 3 years of mourning has concluded, yet he remains absent from the capital. Is it that he cannot return, or does he simply wish to retire in comfort? These words pierced the heart of the second son of the Gao family like a dagger. The smile on his face vanished entirely, replaced by a flicker of anger and ferocity in his eyes. What concern is it of yours? Chen Yindao nearly laughed at this feeble retort. Gao Jian's absence from the capital means that the highest-ranking official of your family is merely of 4th rank, and what power can you possibly discuss? Aside from Gao Jian, there are indeed some branch members of the Gao clan holding positions in the court. Following the death of the matriarch, Gao Jian, as the eldest son, is required to observe a mourning period of 27 months. Because of Gao Jian's mourning, his sons are exempt and remain in their posts, while the descendants of the Gao matriarch are not required to return home. However, these officials hold lowly positions, and should Gao Jian fail to regain his former rank, the Gao family's power will be unsustainable. The second son of the Gao family scoffed. Even as a 4th-rank official, crushing you, a mere scholar, would be as easy as squashing an ant. Chen Yindao retorted with a sneer. If what you say is true, then how is it that I stand here unharmed? In these 4 years of relentless action from your family, how have they failed to extinguish me? The second son narrowed his eyes slightly. You may be unscathed, but the life of Zhou Rong is far from secure, nor are your foster mother and brothers likely to escape unscathed. Do not be impatient. Your turn will come soon enough. Truly, this is the Gao family. Although Chen Yindao had long suspected as much, hearing it spoken by Gao Mingyuan ignited a fire of rage within him. Clenching his fists tightly, he stood like a taut bough in the vast expanse of white snow. An arrow aimed directly at the carriage of Gao Mingyuan. I, Chen Yindao, shall certainly achieve great success and enter the court, pulling your entire Gao family down from its perch and rendering it incapable of rising again. Come, try to stop me. The second son's face turned a deep shade of iron gray. Many have sought to bring down the Gao family, yet none have succeeded. What makes you, a mere peasant, think you are worthy? The Gao family may have temporarily lost their greatest support over these 3 years, but they remain unyielding despite the multitude of attacks. Their foundation in Pingxing County is not something a mere scholar can rival. Even if Chen Yindao were indeed a fierce beast, he is but a cub without fully developed teeth. Zhou Rong has already fallen into the trap, and Chen Yindao cannot hope to pull him out. Instead, he will be dragged down alongside him. Even if Chen Yindao were reluctant to save him, the noose would still be tightened around his neck. Having set the trap, they would not allow him to escape easily. Chen Yindao's hostility was evident. As a native of Pingxing County, I stand against you. For your Gao family has lost the trust of the people here. This land must bear new trees, and the old ones must decay and fall. Recently, Chen Yindao has pondered why, after merely refusing the Gao family, they pursue him with the tenacity of a rabid dog. Even Zhou Rong's own son, Zhou Jibai, has not received such special treatment. In the county examinations, the provincial examinations, and even the imperial examinations, the Gao family has obstructed him at every turn, as if he were their mortal enemy. The Gao family, despite their precarious situation, chooses not to concentrate their efforts on self-preservation. Instead, they steadfastly direct their fangs towards him. He has come to a realization. From the moment he rebuffed the Gao family's overtures, he positioned himself in opposition to them. To speak frankly, Gao Mingyuan discerned his potential. Were Chen Yan a prodigy from elsewhere, the Gao family would hardly concern themselves with his defection. However, Chen Yan hails from Pingxing County, a territory under the Gao family's dominion. The roots of the Gao family are deeply entrenched in Pingxing County, continuously drawing sustenance from its populace. Anyone who emerges from Pingxing County and enters the officialdom bears the unmistakable mark of the Gao family. They will never permit an uncontrollable force to rise within their domain. Should he refuse to ally with the Gao family and ultimately achieve success in the imperial examinations, his clan would inevitably grow stronger. The emergence of another family would threaten to encroach upon the Gao family's foundation. At that point, the scholarly elite of Pingxing County would have alternatives to the Gao family for allegiance. This scenario would be akin to undermining their very foundation, a far more lethal blow than any external assault. Thus, the Gao family seeks to sever his path to advancement. Zhou Rong, once part of the Gao family, became estranged due to a scandal involving examination fraud. Yet, he triumphed in the examinations, provoking the Gao family's ire. They could not tolerate such an affront, setting a trap for Zhou Rong to ensnare him, thereby obstructing Zhou Jibai's path to the examinations, leaving the Zhou family with no hope of resurgence. Additionally, they aim to entangle him in their schemes, thwarting his academic aspirations as well. This cunning maneuver serves multiple purposes. Had it not been for their conflict with him and the Zhou family, Chen Yan would have admired their ingenuity. Previously, their skirmishes were trivial. But when their true interests were threatened, the Gao family revealed their ruthless nature and unassailable ferocity. The second son of the Gao family wore an expression as dark as the clouds that obscure the sun in June, his eyes betraying their malevolence. "You are indeed a great threat," Chen Yan replied. "The Gao family is the true menace to Pingxing County. Your willingness to obliterate potential merely out of jealousy is profoundly sinister. As long as the Gao family exists, the skies over Pingxing County shall never clear." The second son of the Gao family sneered. "What will you do?" Chen Yan gazed calmly at him. "I invite the Gao family to meet their demise." The biting wind howled, scattering every sound into oblivion. The four bearers stifled even their breaths, their minds consumed by a singular thought: this young man is doomed. In Pingxing County, the Gao family reigns supreme. Now, this youth dares to challenge them, and the Gao family will not spare him. Even Chen Disha's face turned pale. From this day forth, an irreconcilable conflict between Chen Yan and the Gao family is inevitable. The impetuousness of youth may yield fleeting exhilaration, yet it only invites catastrophe. Nevertheless, with his words spoken, Chen Desho felt a tremor within, but could only remain silent. Applause echoed from within the sedan, followed by the second son of the Gao family proclaiming 3 consecutive praises, culminating in a derisive laugh. "Let us see whether it is you who perishes or the Gao family that meets its end." The final words dripped with a chilling malice. He was determined to shatter Chen Yan's spine, pulverizing him into dust. Chapter 83. Surrender. Chen Desho had been following Chen Yan for a full half-hour, his back drenched in sweat that the biting cold wind had turned into an icy chill. The cold, sinister voice of the second young master Gao seemed to echo in his ears. "Ah Yan, where are we headed?" Chen Yan brushed the snow off his hat and turned to Chen Desho, to the government office. Chen Disha's lips were turning a deep shade of purple from the cold, and speaking now would only allow the frigid wind to rush into his mouth. "Are we going to the government office to plead for justice for Lord Zhou? This matter is beyond the authority of a mere prefect." Chen Yan pressed forward step by step against the snow and wind. "What I must do now is to ensure my own safety. The Gao family's influence surpasses that of the prefect. Would he risk offending them for your sake?" Anxiety gnawed at Chen Disha's heart, amplifying his fear and uncertainty. Previously, when Chen Yan had sought an audience with Prefect Wang, he had been denied. Would he now be granted entry? Chen Yan replied, "Thus, I must demonstrate my value to him, to make him realize that preserving me is more advantageous than aligning with the Gao family. Relationships, after all, are merely a trade of interests." While serving in his capacity, Prefect Wang had allied with the Gao family to facilitate irrigation projects. When the time came for him to achieve political gains, he would not hesitate to offend the Gao family if necessary. For instance, regarding the bandit suppression, did Prefect Wang truly remain oblivious to the rampant banditry in Donyang Prefecture? Knowing full well that prominent families were involved, a fourth-rank official would hardly consider the Gao family, entrenched in the region, to be unrelated to the bandit menace. He certainly sought to benefit from it. Yet, he still chose to confront the bandits despite the risk of offending the Gao family. This illustrates that once the stakes are high enough, offending others becomes a trivial matter. Now, as merely a scholar, Chen Desho could guard against the Gao family's minor maneuvers. But when it comes to the political arena, the Gao family wielded the knife, while he remained the fish upon which it was used. He must find allies. As the parental figure of Donyang Prefecture, Wang Shun was an essential ally to cultivate. Chen Yan stood outside the government office for half an hour before finally being invited inside. Prefect Wang resided in the back courtyard of the office with his family. It was winter, and the warm chamber was exceedingly cozy. Upon entering, a wave of warmth enveloped Chen Yan, causing the snow on his body to melt into water, soaking his clothes. Fortunately, he was layered for winter. Although his outer garment was damp, his inner clothes remained dry, rendering him comfortable enough. Prefect Wang remained absorbed in his official duties, not sparing a glance for Chen Yan, who stood quietly without interrupting. From day to dusk, the warm chamber grew increasingly dim. Finally, Prefect Wang, rubbing his tired eyes, leaned back in his chair, raising his gaze as if noticing Chen Yan for the first time. "When did you arrive? Why did you not call for me?" Chen Yan performed a respectful bow, saying, "I have been here for some time. Seeing that you were occupied with official matters, I dared not disturb you. As the esteemed head of the prefecture, you must be extremely busy. I, as a mere student, have little to attend to besides my studies. So waiting is not a burden." Prefect Wang mused inwardly. After a period of absence, his pupil had become increasingly astute in his speech and actions. Nevertheless, no matter how adept Chen Yan might be, he would leave empty-handed today. With Zhou Rong implicated in the case of the deposed crown prince, not even a fourth-rank prefect like him, let alone the provincial governor, would dare to involve himself. Prefect Wang wished to dismiss Chen Yan as soon as possible and poured himself a cup of tea from the kettle resting on the small stove nearby. Taking a slow sip, warm tea flowed down my throat. Soothing fatigue accumulated from a busy afternoon, and I casually inquired, "Have you had the chance to read the letter I sent you last time?" Chen Yan lowered his gaze and replied, "I am mindful of your teachings, esteemed mentor." This response took the governor by surprise. It was unexpectedly easy to move past the topic. Reflecting on this, the governor felt a twinge of melancholy. He held Chen Yan in high regard, initially drawn to his literary talent, believing that such a young man could produce remarkable works, and given time, he would undoubtedly carve out a place for himself in the literary world. Later, when Chen Yan shared stories of his efforts against banditry, the governor's esteem for him deepened further. Many scholars, despite their eloquence, were often pedantic and excessively straightforward, making them ill-suited for the complexities of official life. In contrast, Chen Yan possessed the unique insights and strategic acumen necessary for success in the bureaucracy. With careful nurturing, he could have a promising future in his career. Upon learning of Zhou Rong's arrest, the governor felt a pang of regret for Chen Yan, as he was aware of the connection between the two. As anticipated, Chen Yan sought him out. The governor did not meet him in person, but instead had a letter delivered. He believed that Chen Yan would inevitably become embroiled in the situation, lamenting the fate of such a prodigy. Today, Chen Yan chose to distance himself from Zhou Rong to ensure his own safety, and it seemed he was willing to cast aside his loyalties. While the governor could understand this decision, it nonetheless cooled his feelings towards Chen Yan. When he spoke again, his tone lacked the warmth of a mentor towards a junior. "This is for the best. You have a bright future ahead. Why risk obscuring it?" Chen Yan, taken aback by the shift in tone, reflected on the situation. In his past life, he had ascended to the pinnacle of comic artistry due to his profound understanding of human nature. Now, after careful contemplation, he grasped much of the underlying truth and replied, his voice tinged with sorrow, "Even now, I am uncertain of the events that have transpired. All I can do is assist Madame Zhou and Ji Bai with a few warm garments and a hot meal." Though his words were meant to appease the governor, they echoed his true thoughts. His current capabilities seemed limited to such minor acts of kindness. Seeing the sincerity in Chen Yan's expression, the governor felt a stir of emotion. He realized that his high expectations for this mere scholar were perhaps unfair. The governor's tone softened with more affection. To offer clothing and food in their time of dire need is indeed a gesture of profound kindness. Such friendship is truly moving. The world often teaches that forsaking moral constraints can lead to greater gain, yet no one wishes to associate with the treacherous. Human nature is inherently contradictory and complex. The governor continued, though they are confined within the magistrate's office, it is an order from above, leaving me powerless. In expressing his own helplessness, he distanced himself from the matter, avoiding potential repercussions. Chen Yan performed a respectful bow, saying, "My ability to deliver clothing and provisions is a testament to your kindness, which I shall forever remember. I came specifically to express my gratitude and to present you with a New Year's gift." The governor had no desire to become entangled in such a significant case and would not instruct the jailers on how to care for Jiang and Zhou Jibai. However, Chen Yan willingly incurred this favor from Wang Shan, who, of course, would not refuse it. Debts of gratitude are notoriously difficult to repay, yet they serve to strengthen bonds. It is customary in Daliang for disciples to present gifts to their mentors during the new year. After all, it embodies the sentiment of the master-disciple relationship, leaving no room for criticism regarding the gift itself. However, a literati must avoid the taint of commercialism. Presenting gold or silver is utterly unacceptable, as it would tarnish the integrity of a scholar and equate them with merchants. The essence of gift-giving lies in the sentiment and respect it conveys. Last year, Chen Yan gifted cured meat from his home, which was neither extravagant nor costly, but rather a heartfelt offering from his family. Furthermore, it signified that under the governance of Wang Shan, the people of Danyang were living in peace and prosperity, with enough surplus to indulge in such preservation. Although not precious, it resonated deeply with Wang Shan. Upon hearing that Chen Yan had come again to present New Year gifts, Wang Shan was quite curious. What would the gift entail? Chapter 84. The New Year gift. This year's gift required the master to retrieve it himself. This statement piqued Wang Shan's curiosity even further. He did not suspect Chen Yan would jest at his expense, yet he could not fathom what kind of gift would necessitate the master's personal retrieval. Chen Yan, not one to keep secrets, respectfully bowed and stated, "Master, your efforts in Danyang regarding water conservancy and the eradication of bandits have been remarkable. It is likely that upon the conclusion of your term, you may be considered for a position within the central government. Given the challenges of advancing further within the central ranks, why not accumulate more achievements in Danyang, thereby securing a more favorable position upon your entry into the central administration? It is common for local officials to be demoted by a rank when entering the capital. However, if they have rendered significant service, a lateral transfer is often the maximum attainable. Wang Shan, being a fourth-rank official, had made notable contributions in his position, suggesting he could indeed be reassigned at the same rank. Nonetheless, the distinctions between a fourth-rank official in the capital and one in the provinces are profound. Advancing further in the capital is fraught with obstacles, as every step entails numerous constraints. Should Wang Shan's accomplishments in the provinces be more substantial, perhaps the influence behind him could facilitate a more advantageous appointment. Even without a familial background, he could leverage the factions associated with his mentor. Chen Yan's initial thought was that after a year of suppressing bandits, Wang Shan's 2 terms would conclude, and according to Daliang's regulations, he would be due for reassignment. This rule was instituted to prevent officials from colluding with local gentry. As his terms came to an end, Wang Shan had only eradicated the bandits at Pan Snake Mountain, while banditry in other areas remained unresolved, necessitating a 3rd term for him. If the central government did not assist Wang Shan in his maneuvering as a 4th-rank official, he would be unable to influence the appointments within the Ministry of Personnel. Since it was a 3rd term, merely continuing the fight against bandits would be a waste of potential. He could certainly strive for greater achievements. Leaning back in his chair, Wang Shan remained silent. As long as he did not refuse, Chen Yan continued, "Your endeavors in water conservancy are for the benefit of the populace, and your efforts against banditry are likewise for their welfare. Although Danyang is now stable, the people still struggle to make ends meet. Why not assist the citizens of Danyang in overcoming poverty?" Once more, he inquired, his peripheral gaze fixed on Wang Shan's countenance, keenly observing his reactions. Wang Shan's expression remained unchanged, and he continued to maintain his silence. Chen Yan, uncertain of his thoughts, chose to be forthright and articulated his own. To alleviate the people's poverty, there are essentially two methods. One is to provide them with sufficient land for cultivation, enabling them to harvest more grain. The other is to establish an industry in this locale, a nationally recognized enterprise, which would create additional livelihoods for the populace. In Donyang Prefecture, the land predominantly lies in the hands of local gentry and landlords, leaving no room for outsiders to maneuver. Thus, the first course of action proves futile. Now, only the second option remains, to establish a vast industry that would enable many citizens of Donyang to partake in its workings. The prosperous state of Daliang is characterized by its unique offerings, such as the exquisite brushes from Yongqing Prefecture and the salted fish from Nank Prefecture. At this juncture, Wang Shen finally spoke. Daliang is fundamentally agricultural. If everyone were to engage in commerce, who would cultivate the land? Where would our food come from? If he truly encourages the populace to pursue trade, it would not be an achievement, but rather a grave error, and the censors would undoubtedly hold him accountable. By then, not to mention ascending to the central authority, it would be a challenge to retain his current official position. Chen Yan interjected. Donyang already has merchants who will naturally engage in sales. The farmers will toil in the fields during busy seasons and seek short-term work during their leisure, thus remaining unimpeded. Merchants, driven by profit, will certainly hire workers for long-term labor, rather than allowing them to return home to farm. Wang Shen shook his head, recognizing that while Chen Yan possessed some intelligence, he was still too young and simplistic in his thinking. Chen Yan felt a sense of relief. Wang Shen's rebuttal indicated that he had indeed listened to his arguments. Thus, it was merely a matter of proposing a solution. If an industry were to be established, it could be initiated by the government hiring the populace, with merchants procuring goods from the government to sell elsewhere. The revenue generated could be utilized for the improvement of local infrastructure, such as irrigation, enhancing the citizens' livelihoods, while also increasing tax contributions to the imperial court. In this manner, the local authority would genuinely benefit the community. Wang Shen felt a stirring within him, silently commending the notion. How had he never considered that the government could engage in commerce? If the officials were to oversee this matter, everything would be orderly. The citizens could earn a decent living, and the local government would also benefit financially, no longer needing to rely on the gentry for funds. Furthermore, with increased tax revenues from Donyang, the court would surely take notice. Only by gaining favor with the emperor could this cadre of officials secure their positions. Even if the censors were to lodge complaints, the substantial funds sent to the Ministry of Revenue would render such complaints ineffective. Everything appeared promising, except for one crucial aspect. What kind of industry to pursue? Chen Yan suggested. The Panchi mountain range stretches for hundreds of miles, abundant in timber, which could be utilized for papermaking. Upon hearing the word papermaking, the fire of enthusiasm in Wang Shen's heart seemed to be doused by a bucket of cold water. Daliang is home to countless papermaking facilities, producing high-quality paper such as Yangmeojian, each with its unique craftsmanship that others could scarcely replicate. If the product were to fall short of such excellence and instead yield only coarse paper readily available in the market, little profit would be made. Should Chen Yan's suggestion materialize, it must involve an industry that is either non-existent or exceedingly rare elsewhere. Chen Yan clarified, not the paper used for writing, but rather the coarse paper for sanitation. This was not the kind of paper used for rough drafts during examinations, but rather the modern equivalent of toilet paper. Upon arriving in Daliang, Chen Yan found himself most uncomfortable with the absence of such paper in the restrooms, having to resort to leaves and dirt. Although Daliang does have coarse paper, its price is exorbitantly high, rendering it inaccessible even during his time with the Zhou family. He had initially intended to use the paper written on by Zhou Rong, only to discover that Zhou Rong lamented the idea, believing that any paper previously inscribed held a certain literary essence, thus unworthy of such degradation. In that moment, Chen Yan could only smirk, realizing that if the paper could not be wasted, he would have to endure the indignity instead. Later, he contemplated the idea of manufacturing toilet paper for sale. After spending 2 years in the loft, he promptly quelled this thought, fearing that the moment he attempted to sell such a product, he might find himself in an obscure chamber enduring severe tortures, ultimately revealing his methods, only for his lifeless body to be discovered floating in an unknown river the following day. Lacking any background, presenting something that could yield exorbitant profits was tantamount to courting death. Were the authorities to intervene, no one would dare challenge them. Was he truly contemplating rebellion? This was the advantage of having official status. While few engaged in selling straw paper, we were ignorant of its production. Although Wang Shen expressed this, his gaze remained fixed on Chen Yan. Given that Chen Yan dared to propose such a notion, he must have been well prepared. However, he refrained from speaking, aware that if Chen Yan used this opportunity to urge him to rescue Zhou Rong, he would find himself in a predicament. As he pondered, he observed Chen Yan smiling and saying, "I once perused an ancient text that recorded this. It is now timely to present it as a New Year gift to my esteemed teacher." Wang Shan then watched as Chen Yan retrieved several sheets of paper from his bosom, gingerly placing them before the desk and stepping back a few paces. Wang Shan lowered his gaze to find that the paper was divided into small squares, each illustrating the detailed steps from logging to stripping bark and soaking it, proceeding seamlessly to the completion of straw paper production. Even a novice like himself could learn from it after a single reading. Wang Shan set the papers down and looked up at Chen Yan, asking, "What are your terms?" Chapter 85. New Year Gift to Chen Yan lowered his gaze and replied, "As a student presenting a New Year gift to my esteemed teacher, how could I dare impose any conditions?" This response momentarily startled Wang Shan. Such a precious formula, even if recorded in rare manuscripts, would surely be exceedingly difficult to acquire. It was astonishing that Chen Yan would so readily offer it. Although Wang Shan was adept at self-preservation, he prided himself on his integrity. Even after comprehending the method, he would not employ it unless he consented to Chen Yan's terms. Now that Chen Yan claimed there were no conditions, his heart lifted with hope, prompting him to inquire, "Do you not wish to save your adoptive father?" Chen Yan raised his head, gazing directly at Wang Shan, and said, "Knowing it to be impossible, if I were to insist on compelling my teacher's assistance, how could that be the conduct of a gentleman? As a resident of Danyang Prefecture, I fervently desire the well-being and prosperity of its people, and I also wish for my esteemed teacher to achieve greater heights." Upon finishing, he performed a deep bow and added, "The New Year gift has been delivered. I shall not disturb my teacher any further." As he departed, he even assisted in closing the door of the warm chamber. The cold wind invigorated Chen Yan, refreshing him further. The warmth of the chamber had made him perspire considerably, stirring a sense of restlessness within him. This icy weather greatly broadened his perspective. Today, Wang Shan accepted his New Year gift, thereby incurring a significant favor in return. Given Wang Shan's character, he would certainly feel compelled to repay it, though the manner and timing of such repayment were beyond his control. If Wang Shan, in light of this gift, could ensure a more favorable situation for Jiang and Zhou Jibai in prison, then this gift would indeed be worthwhile. Upon reaching the door, Chen Desho immediately approached him, expressing concern. "How did it go?"